Tony was still standing before the workbench, utterly absorbed as he fiddled with the components in his hands, when Dummy suddenly stretched a mechanical arm out in front of him. What? Tony was so startled that he jerked backward, then glared at Dummy. Looks like you really want to go to the university lab, huh? Sir Jarvis spoke up in time. You should go freshen up. Today is Miss Daisy's birthday. You previously arranged a birthday banquet. If you are absent, Miss Pepper and Miss Daisy will certainly be angry. Tony looked utterly bewildered, then finally remembered what he had forgotten. Good grief, he had almost forgotten the little princess's birthday. Luckily you reminded me. Tony immediately set aside his work and headed toward the bedroom. Daisy's birthday present had long been prepared and was waiting there. It was still early. From what he knew of Daisy, she would almost certainly still be sleeping at this hour, unless something unexpected happened. To his surprise, Daisy was already up. When Tony arrived at Daisy's door with the gift, she was just coming out cradling something in her arms. His attention, however, did not fall on what she was holding. Happy birthday, Daisy. Go back in and put on your shoes first. Only then did Daisy realize she had forgotten to put on her shoes. A little embarrassed, she stuck out her tongue, then pulled Tony back into the room. After putting on her shoes, she handed him a letter while still hugging an owl in her arms. Tony, look, I've received a letter from Britain. Do you think this owl flew all the way from there? I really don't think this owl could cross the entire Atlantic from Britain to Manhattan. Oh right, this is your birthday. As Tony spoke, he took Daisy's letter and handed her the gift he was holding. And I think you should hurry and let the owl go. Don't get too close to wild animals of unknown origin. You could get sick. Reluctantly, Daisy murmured an agreement, carried the owl to the window, and released it with obvious reluctance. Only then did Tony look down at the letter in his hand. He had assumed it was from some British partner, or perhaps a fan of Iron Man, but when he opened it he discovered it was an acceptance letter from Britain, from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hogwarts. Tony could not help but frown. He had never heard of this school. It did not seem to be famous at all. Yet when he saw Daisy's expectant expression, he continued reading. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, First Class of the Order of Merlin, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Dear Miss Stark, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of all necessary books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Tony turned the remaining pages. The list mentioned on the first page was attached to the next. As he scanned the items, his expression grew increasingly strange. Daisy, are you sure this isn't somebody's prank? Tony did not believe Hogwarts was truly a school of magic. He inclined to think it was just someone's elaborate joke. But it's written so very clearly. Daisy pointed at the only part of the envelope Tony had not examined. It says New York, Manhattan, Stark Tower, 86th floor, south windowsill, addressed to Daisy Stark. So, I was just sitting on the south windowsill. Daisy was bubbling with excitement, clearly fascinated by Hogwarts. Tony, let's write them back. Faced with Daisy's pleading gaze, Tony found himself unable to voice a refusal. Fine, send a reply then. It was just a prank anyway. With that mindset, he did not stop Daisy. After they finished writing the reply, Daisy and Tony realized that having released the owl, they no longer knew how to send it back. Daisy thought for a moment, ran to the window, and discovered the owl was still there. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and entrust the letter to this unusually perceptive feathered messenger. Although both the way the letter was delivered and the way it would be sent back were strange, Tony still felt it was merely a very convincingly executed joke and did not take it to heart. So when Jarvis reported that a man downstairs claimed to be a Hogwarts professor paying a visit, Tony was momentarily stunned. The visitor identifies himself as Albus Dumbledore, sir. Shall I let him up? Jarvis asked. Let him come up and have Daisy come out as well. Tony was quietly amused. So this prank even had a follow-up. He very much wanted to see what sort of person this Professor Albus was. Oh, and run a search on this professor. In no time at all, Daisy came running in, her face alight with excitement. Has a professor from that school arrived yet? Old Jarvis has already let him up. You'll see him in a moment. Tony pulled Daisy into a seat and set a glass of milk down in front of her. To be honest, Tony himself was a little curious about this professor who had come to his door. He had not forgotten that Albus Dumbledore was stated to be the headmaster of Hogwarts. If he was a headmaster, he should be an old man, right? When the elevator doors slid open, Tony and Daisy turned to look. It was indeed an old man, but one who looked quite unlike anyone Tony had expected. His appearance was so distinctive that Tony found himself inexplicably liking him. Mr. Stark, Miss Stark, a pleasure to meet you both. I am the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The old man's gaze was gentle. You may call me Professor Dumbledore, Miss Stark. Tony did not answer right away. He sized Dumbledore up, waist-length silver hair spilled down his back, half-moon spectacles perched on his nose, a deep blue robe draped over him, and a pointed hat upon his head. He looked very old, yet seemed in robust health, certainly not like some frail figure leaning on a cane trembling, as in certain films. What fascinated Daisy most, though, was his extraordinarily long beard, which Dumbledore had tied together with something that looked like a hairband. Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. After they were all seated, Tony picked up the acceptance letter from the coffee table. So you teach magic? Oh, indeed. It is after all a school of magic. Dumbledore made himself comfortable on the sofa opposite them, drew out his wand, and sent a cup gliding through the air to his hand, then poured himself some water, offering the father and daughter a small demonstration. Oh, and according to the laws of the magical world, wizards are not allowed to perform magic in front of muggles. So would you help me keep this secret? Wow, okay. That's amazing. Daisy grew even more excited after seeing it. Tugging Tony's sleeve, she looked up at him with pleading eyes. The words, "I want to go," were practically written across her face. So this is real? Not a prank. Not some stage trick. Tony was not easily swayed. After all, he had seen other kinds of power before. If nothing else, the abilities of mutants were diverse enough. Daisy, meanwhile, had perfectly inherited the chaos magic of her mother, the Scarlet, which Wanda, so magic itself, was hardly foreign to them. And what is a muggle? It is certainly not stage magic, nor is it a prank. As for muggles, that is what we call people who cannot use magic. Despite being doubted in this way, Dumbledore did not take offense. He laughed heartily and turned to Daisy. "Miss Stark, are you willing to attend Hogwarts?" "Yes." Daisy cheered, but halfway through her shout, she remembered Tony had not yet given his opinion and turned to him with an expectant look. Tony was momentarily speechless. Since the little princess wanted to go, then she would go. If it turned out to be real, she would attend school there. If it turned out to be fake, they could treat it as a trip. "We'll go take a look first." Even now, Tony still regarded Hogwarts with skepticism, but confronted with Daisy's shining, expectant eyes, he simply could not utter a refusal and could only nod his agreement. "So do you have any?" Tony paused to find the word, "magical means of transportation that can take us straight to—" "We do. We have portkeys which are quite fast, though I do not recommend using them. I came here on a muggle airplane myself. Quite fascinating." Dumbledore replied with a smile. "All right, looks like we'll be taking a plane. Shall we leave now?" Seeing that neither Daisy nor Dumbledore objected, Tony snapped his fingers. "Jarvis, arrange a plane." "Certainly, sir," Jarvis responded efficiently. "Everything is already arranged. Do we need to go to the airport to buy tickets?" Dumbledore asked. "No, we'll be taking a private jet." "A private jet?" Dumbledore asked in puzzlement, as if only now realizing such a thing could be privately owned at all. "Oh right, I almost forgot something." Just as Dumbledore rose to his feet, a thought seemed to strike him. He reached into his robes, drew out a small, neatly wrapped package, and handed it to Daisy. "Happy birthday, Miss Stark. These are Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, a specialty of the wizarding world. You should give them a try." "Thank you," Daisy exclaimed, opening the package with eager fingers before taking one bean out and offering it to Tony. "Every flavor beans." Tony accepted it, examining the tiny sweet in his palm, wondering if every flavor truly meant there could be countless tastes hidden inside. Lost in that thought, Tony tossed the bean into his mouth. The very next second, his expression twisted into something incredibly strange as he fought to swallow the curse already rushing to the tip of his tongue. "OMG, what on earth is that taste?" he sputtered. "Oh, I forgot to mention," Dumbledore said cheerfully, "every flavor beans truly come in every imaginable flavor. You might encounter anything at all. I once tasted one that was earwax, and I've heard of people getting nose booger." Dumbledore spoke with a broad, merry smile. "I think I now know exactly what nose booger tastes like," Tony muttered, rubbing his forehead. He turned to Daisy. She had already eaten several. "What flavors have you gotten so far?" Daisy thought for a moment. "I think I've had strawberry matcha milk durian and one spicy stinky flavor that tasted just like the loassifin I once tried in Hogwarts." As she spoke, Daisy tossed another bean into her mouth, clearly enjoying the strange snack. "This one's grilled fish," she announced happily. "Oh, I know that loassifin flavor," Dumbledore said with a chuckle. "I've heard it's a new addition. You are quite fortunate, Miss Stark." His smile softened even further, his features taking on an even more benevolent cast. "All right, if we get the chance, I'll buy you more," Tony conceded. "But for now, we really should get going." He urged the two of them toward the elevator. "Tony, if we leave now, what time will it be when we reach London?" The three soon arrived at the airport, and once they had boarded the plane, Daisy asked the question offhandedly. "Probably sometime in the afternoon," Tony replied absently. He was busy typing a message to Pepper. Daisy's birthday party would have to be cancelled, and he needed to let Pepper know, otherwise she might show up to an empty venue. And if nothing unexpected happened, they likely wouldn't be back for several days. Daisy merely responded with a soft, "Oh," and said nothing more. She turned back to Dumbledore instead, eager to continue their conversation. Her curiosity about the magical world seemed boundless, as if she had an endless stream of questions. "Professor Dumbledore, once we arrive in Britain, will we go straight to Hogwarts?" Daisy asked. "No," Dumbledore shook his head. "We'll first go to Diagon Alley to purchase the items on your list." He added, "There is still some time before term begins. During this period, you can read through your textbooks in advance and begin familiarizing yourself with magic." Daisy had already read the acceptance letter and supply list so many times that she could almost recite them from memory. Protective gloves, she mused. It says they're made of dragon hide. Is that from real dragons? Of course, Dumbledore replied with a firm nod. Wow. Daisy breathed. She had never seen anything made from dragon hide, much less used it herself. Though Tony was a superhero and often encountered supernatural or even extraterrestrial beings, dragons were something she had never even heard of before. What are the cauldron potion bottles and scales for? Is it some sort of chemistry lab class? And why do I need to buy a telescope? Those are for potions, Dumbledore explained. As for the telescope, that is a necessity for astronomy class. The list also says I'm allowed to bring a pet. Are there really only 3 choices, an owl, a cat, or a toad? Daisy continued, then asked, can I bring something else? If you happen to have another creature, you may certainly bring it, Dumbledore said. However, most children choose owls because they can be used to deliver letters. He went on, some students do bring cats or toads instead. Hogwarts has its own owlery, so you can always use. Daisy, what kind of pet do you want? Tony cut in abruptly. Watching Daisy and Dumbledore chat so happily was making him increasingly disgruntled, so he forced his way back into the conversation. Well, I really love cats, Daisy said thoughtfully, but owls that can deliver mail are amazing too. She hesitated. Can't I have both a cat and an owl at the same time? In school that wouldn't be allowed, dear, Dumbledore replied after a brief pause. But if Mr. Stark has experience caring for owls, you could certainly keep one at home. Dumbledore shook his head, a hint of regret in his expression. That's easy. I can hire someone, Tony said. He had absolutely no experience with owls, but he could simply employ a handler who did. If he wished, he could even open an entire owl-only zoo just for Daisy. Then the cat will stay with me, and the owl will stay with Tony. Daisy declared, finding the arrangement delightful. Oh, looks like I may need to open a branch office in Britain, Tony muttered with a shrug. He certainly didn't intend to rely on an owl flying back and forth between Manhattan and London to deliver his mail. That would exhaust the poor bird. Tony's estimate turned out to be accurate. By the time they arrived in London, it was already afternoon, and they had long since finished their in-flight lunch. I must say, Mr. Stark, the lunch on your plane was far superior to what I had on my way here, Dumbledore praised. Even the finest house elves might not be able to prepare something quite so good. House elves? Daisy repeated, having caught an unfamiliar term. Are they those beautiful little fairies with wings who can use magic? Oh, Dumbledore paused, thinking of the house elves who worked at Hogwarts. He shook his head with a trace of regret. They are not beautiful, and they do not have wings. But they certainly can use magic. Daisy responded with another quiet, oh, and asked no further questions. Her mind busied itself instead, trying to imagine a house elf that had no wings and wasn't pretty at all. No matter how she tried, she couldn't quite picture it. All right, Daisy, Tony said, ruffling her long hair. Where exactly is this Diagon Alley? Shouldn't we be? Professor Dumbledore, are we going shopping now? Daisy's attention shifted at once. She could hardly wait to see the items from the list, most of all her future want. Of course we can, but Dumbledore began. But what? Daisy asked, blinking up at him. The standard currency of the British wizarding world is the galleon, the sickle, and the canute, Dumbledore explained. We'll need to go to Gringotts and exchange your pounds or dollars for them, but they only accept cash transactions. Only then did Dumbledore recall this important detail, and his instincts told him it would be best to warn the Starks in advance. We never carry cash when we travel. Looks like I'll have to send someone to withdraw some, Tony said after a brief pause. He asked reflexively, what's the exchange rate between galleons and dollars? Oh, as for dollars, I'm not entirely sure, Dumbledore admitted. I only know that 1 galleon is roughly equal to 5 pounds. Dumbledore hadn't expected Tony to ask specifically about dollars, so he simply gave the answer he knew. 1 galleon equals 5 pounds, which is just under $7, Tony calculated swiftly. Looks like we'll need to prepare a bit more cash. Would $100,000 be enough? He mused. That should be enough, right? Daisy guessed wildly. That will certainly suffice, Dumbledore agreed, astonished. He had never imagined Tony would casually name such a sum. Converted into galleons, that would be over 14,000. Was this what it meant to be truly wealthy? The sudden thought even crossed his mind to ask Tony to sponsor Hogwarts for a bit. Tony, for his part, thought, I could practically buy Hogwarts outright. Tony and Daisy were unaware of what Dumbledore was thinking as they continued to look at the list. A flying broom. Tony noticed another line stating that first years were not allowed to bring their own flying brooms. Is it the kind that you ride to fly around? Yes, there is a flying class in the first year, but for safety reasons first-year students are currently using the school's pub. Dumbledore nodded. When she reaches second year, she will be allowed to bring her own broom. How much does this broom cost? Tony casually asked. I remember. It should be around 2,000 galleons. Dumbledore thought about the price of the flying broom he last saw. 2,000. Tony frowned as this price seemed a bit high. That's over $10,000. We should prepare a bit more for Daisy. No, Miss Stark is still just a first year. $100,000 is equivalent to over 14,000 galleons, which is enough for her. Dumbledore quickly said as Mr. Stark was quite wealthy, he wondered how he compared to the Malfoy family. New flying brooms are launched every year. Well, all right then. Dumbledore said that, and Tony had no choice but to relent. During their conversation, Dumbledore led Tony and Daisy to the vicinity of the leaky cauldron. After Tony sent over the cash, the three finally stepped into the pub. Dumbledore directly took Tony and Daisy to the backyard of the leaky cauldron and knocked on the wall with his wand. The bricks on the wall moved, opening a door wide enough for one person to pass through. Welcome to Diagon Alley, or rather, Dumbledore stepped aside. Welcome to the Wizarding World. Daisy excitedly followed Dumbledore into Diagon Alley while Tony behind her was wide-eyed. Tony Stark, prided himself on being well-informed, but the scene before him truly opened his eyes. Once Dumbledore waited for Tony to regain composure, he led the two into Diagon Alley. First, we need to go to Gringotts to exchange dollars for galleons. Dumbledore was unaware that what Tony had sent was not $100,000, but 100,000 pounds. If he had known, he might have been even more surprised, as 100,000 could be exchanged for over 15,000 galleons. Dumbledore took Tony and Daisy into Gringotts, noticing that Daisy's attention was constantly on the goblins. He explained, Gringotts is the only bank in the wizarding world run by goblins where you can deposit money or rent a vault. It is also the safest place in the world, of course, except for Hogwarts. Tony was somewhat skeptical about the security of this bank, but as Dumbledore had already mentioned, it was the only bank in the entire wizarding world, so he had no choice but to deposit the money he prepared for Daisy here. Tony approached the counter and dropped the heavy bag on the ground. Pounds exchanged for galleons here are 100,000 pounds. The goblins at Gringotts didn't expect someone to come with so much cash to exchange for galleons, and quickly arranged for staff to come over to count the amount while preparing the corresponding number of galleons. I suggest you only take a portion of the cash and keep the rest in Gringotts. After all, over 15,000 galleons is quite heavy. Dumbledore, watching the goblins hustle about, proposed. That's fine, but how does the interest work? Tony asked. Interest? Dumbledore was taken aback. No way. Don't you have interest for deposits in the wizarding world? Tony exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise, and even Daisy beside him looked somewhat surprised. Indeed not, Dumbledore nodded. Depositing money in Gringotts is fine, but if you rent a vault, you even have to pay a certain amount of rent and custodial fees periodically. Tony was somewhat speechless. It seemed this group of wizards either didn't care about interest because they were all wealthy, or were simply foolish with their money. However, Tony was not someone who was short on money. Since there was no interest, he decided to turn to the goblin who was serving them and suggested, I recommend you set up online transfer or remittance functions. Otherwise, every time I come to exchange galleons for Daisy, I have to carry such a heavy bag, which is really inconvenient. The goblins respected their big clients and nodded in response, indicating they would report this to their higher-ups. In the end, Daisy only took 1,000 galleons with her while the rest were stored in Gringotts. What shall we buy next? Daisy packed the 1,000 galleons into her rabbit bag, weighing it to see if she could still. First, we will go buy you a robe. Dumbledore led Daisy towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Then there are your cat and owl wand and textbooks. Tony looked at Daisy's rabbit bag and reached out to take it. You will need to get measured, so leave it to me. Thank you, Tony. Daisy smiled sweetly, and Tony instantly felt a sense of healing. She truly was his little princess, and he could carry a few more bags. The clothes were custom-made and could not be picked up right away. Dumbledore took Daisy and Tony to buy textbooks, a cat and owl, and so on, finally stopping at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop. Is this the shop? Tony looked at the shabby exterior, feeling somewhat doubtful. Yes, don't be fooled by its shabby appearance. Its owner, Ollivander, is undoubtedly the best wand maker in the world. Many foreign wizards come to London specifically to purchase a wand made by him. Dumbledore noticed Tony's hesitation and introduced. All right, let's go in. Tony nodded and followed. Wow, look who it is, Professor Dumbledore. Ollivander said in surprise. You actually brought a first year yourself. Oh, my friend Ollivander. Dumbledore sidestepped, revealing Daisy behind him. This is a little witch from America, and I happen to be in the U.S. for some business. This is Daisy's guardian, Tony Stark. What a lovely young lady, let me take a look. After nodding to Tony, Ollivander turned to Daisy, measuring her arm length, forearm length, and height. After thinking for a moment, he pulled a box from the nearby shelf and placed it on the table. Try this one. Daisy took the wand, and it vibrated slightly. Ollivander shook his head and took the wand back from Daisy. Not this one, let me think. He mumbled as he stopped standing in front of a shelf inside, pulling out a box and gently placing it in front of Daisy. Try this one, I believe you will like it. Ollivander took out a wand and gently placed it in Daisy's hand with a soft. The moment Daisy grasped the wand, it felt as if she had sensed something. She looked at the wand in her hand, which was emanating a golden red glow in surprise. This is the one, Miss Daisy. Ollivander straightened up. It's made of phoenix feather wood with a core of phoenix feather measuring 13.25 inches and is very sturdy. Phoenix. Is it a real phoenix? Daisy caught the key point in Ollivander's words. Yes, your headmaster has a phoenix, and you might see it after school starts. Ollivander kindly said, pointing at Dumbledore behind Daisy. Its name is Foxo. I think you will like it very much. Dumbledore answered. Wow. So this phoenix tail feather is really from Fox. Daisy looked somewhat conflicted. Does pulling out a tail feather hurt? Will it go bald? Ha! Ollivander laughed heartily at her remark, and Tony immediately covered his face, shaking his shoulders in an odd manner. Dumbledore looked a bit helpless. Although phoenixes are rare, Fox is not the only one, and the tail feathers are not plucked out, they naturally fall off. After they fall, new tail feathers will grow back quickly, so it won't go bald. Oh, that's good. Daisy finally felt relieved. Don't worry, Miss Daisy, wands that use phoenix tail feathers are very rare. Fox will not go bald, Ollivander said seriously. Dumbledore gave him a helpless glance, and after saying goodbye to Ollivander, left the wand shop with Daisy. Once outside, Dumbledore checked the time. Oh, is it already this time? Dumbledore said in surprise. Daisy, I can no longer accompany you on your shopping. The work of the headmaster has come up. Dumbledore took out a ticket from his pocket and handed it to Daisy. This is the ticket for the Hogwarts Express. It will stop at platform 9 and 34. Am I going alone? Daisy asked. Professor Dumbledore, will you go with me? Can Tony take me? I'm afraid not, dear. Mr. Stark cannot enter platform 9 and 34, but don't worry, you will meet many little wizards your age on the way. Dumbledore patted Daisy on the head. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore had many matters to attend to, and could not truly spend the entire day taking Daisy around Diagon Alley. After accompanying her to buy things, he took his leave first. Although Diagon Alley was quite interesting, Tony did not allow Daisy to stay there for long, as she had already begun to show interest in some peculiar snacks and prank items. Tony, look, a pointy hat. Before going home, Daisy had already had her robes made, so she simply took them with her. Now she had changed into her magical robe, donned the hat, and was posing with her wand. Very cute, but Daisy, how about you take a look at these books first? Inside, there are some basic spells. Tony was more interested in the spell books, and was currently sitting on the sofa flipping through Daisy's magic textbook. Really? Daisy exclaimed excitedly as she rushed over to Tony's side. Tony tilted the book slightly toward Daisy, pointed at a few spells, and gestured for her to try them. The spells he pointed out sounded relatively simple, such as unlocking charms, repair charms, and summoning charms. We'll try this one first. Daisy ran to the locked door, raised her wand, and said, Alohomora. As soon as the words left her mouth, the tip of her wand flickered, and the lock clicked open. Daisy turned around in surprise. Tony, did you see? It really opened. Tony, somewhat incredulous, stepped forward to examine the lock, closely pondering for a moment. Jarvis, did you really not intervene? The locks in Stark Tower were all smart locks. Jarvis could unlock or lock any room in the tower instantly, unless Tony disallowed it. No, sir, Jarvis replied, and I just detected a special energy emanating from Miss Daisy's wand. So it's really magic. Tony finally believed it completely, though he was still somewhat displeased about his precious little princess going to study in England. It was so far away. Daisy, are you really going to study in England? It's so far, I'm going to miss you, Tony squatted down to ask. I like Professor Dumbledore, and I'm very interested in all the various things mentioned about Hogwarts and Hogwarts history. Daisy nodded. Tony, if you miss me, I can come back to see you. But Hogwarts is a boarding school. Tony tried to persuade her again. Then, Daisy thought for a moment. If you miss me, we can call each other. Tony realized that Daisy was determined to go to Hogwarts. It was truly a pity. So there isn't such a magic school in America. Unfortunately, Tony did not know about Ilvermorny at this moment, and by the time he did, it would be during the Triwizard Tournament. Daisy was resolute, and Tony could only agree. He, along with Pepper, helped Daisy pack her bags. With such a big event happening, how come neither of you thought to tell me? Pepper looked incredulous as she helped Daisy organize her clothes. Is that magic school reliable? We already went to Diagon Alley. It's amazing. Daisy excitedly recounted her experiences in Diagon Alley while sitting on the sofa. I now have pets too. Pets? Don't tell me it's those owls and that cat. Pepper raised an eyebrow at the 3 owls perched on a nearby shelf. I can understand the cat, but Tony, how could you agree to Daisy keeping an owl? What if she gets scratched by the owl? No, the owls are kept at home for communication with Daisy, Tony shrugged. I heard that Hogwarts doesn't have any signal. I downloaded a lot of movies and cartoons, otherwise my downtime would be too boring. Daisy pointed to the laptop, phone, and iPad she had set aside. Don't worry, Pepper, Tony has already learned how to use owls for communication. Pepper looked at the 3 owls that had been unusually quiet since she entered side and made the biggest concession. When Daisy goes to the train station, I want to go with her. Also, I want to check out that school. Give it up, Pepper. I wanted to send Daisy on the train too, but the headmaster of Hogwarts said that ordinary people who cannot use magic cannot enter platform 9 and 3/4, and as for the school, I doubt we have a way in. Tony patted Pepper's shoulder and said, we can only take her to King's Cross Station. Upon hearing this, Pepper's gaze became even more doubtful, but she patiently followed the two of them to England. So where exactly is that platform 9 and 3/4? At King's Cross Station, Pepper complained while holding Daisy's ticket. I only see platforms 9 and 10. Perhaps it's in a place we can't see. Tony pondered while pushing Daisy's luggage cart with one hand. It would be great to see if any other students going to Hogwarts are around. Daisy recalled what Dumbledore had told her about the Hogwarts Express, tugged at Tony's sleeve, and pointed at the 3rd pillar between platforms 9 and 10 as saying, that should be it, right? I remember Professor Dumbledore mentioning it to me. About the Hogwarts Express. Tony and Pepper looked toward that pillar, and just then a child pushing a luggage cart rushed toward the pillar, and they thought they would see him collide violently, but instead he astonishingly dashed right through it. Oh, my God! Pepper exclaimed. The scene she just witnessed had overturned all her perceptions. How is this possible? Wow. Tony also looked dumbfounded. A self-proclaimed genius like him rarely showed such an expression. That's it, him going. Tony, Pepper, see you during the holidays. Daisy excitedly took the cart from Tony's hands, hugged both of them, who hadn't reacted yet, and then dashed into platform 9 3/4. Tony and Pepper watched in astonishment as Daisy pushed the cart and rushed into the platform, and only then did they realize. I haven't even said goodbye to Daisy. Tony covered his face. Oh my God, I can't believe my eyes. Pepper was still in shock, but since Daisy had already entered platform 9 3/4, they could only return to Manhattan and wait to see Daisy again during the holidays. Just a moment after parting with the little princess, I started missing her. Tony spread his hands. It's really frustrating. When we get back, you have to tell me all about this, Pepper said emphatically. After rushing into the platform, the first thing Daisy saw was the vintage-looking Hogwarts Express with the number 5972 written on the front. Aside from the Hogwarts Express, there were many little wizards running around to board the train, and some adults dressed in either fashionable or vintage clothing. All who could enter were wizards, and undoubtedly those adult wizards were mostly parents of the little wizards. As Daisy dragged her suitcase along, she saw many parents reminding their little wizards about something, which made her think of Tony and Pepper. If only Tony and Pepper could come in, I would probably be pulled by the ear and reminded endlessly right. Daisy thought to herself, feeling a bit down. However, before she could feel down for long, Daisy perked up. She had boarded the train and found a clean compartment to sit in, and at that moment, she was the only one inside. I wonder if anyone else will come, Daisy thought as she opened the book in her hands. She had been reading this book for over half a month and was quite engrossed as she would open it whenever she had free time. Before long, the door to the compartment opened and 2 little boys stood at the entrance. I'm sorry, all the other compartments are full, can we? At the entrance stood 2 little boys about the same age as Daisy. Sure, come in, Daisy nodded and shifted towards the window. I'm the only one in this booth. I'm Ron Weasley. What about you? The red-haired boy asked. Harry Potter, said the black-haired boy with glasses. Daisy nodded, just about to say something, when she noticed Ron's surprised expression. What's wrong? Daisy seriously recalled the name. She had never heard it before. You are Harry Potter. Ron was completely captivated by the name, forgetting all about Daisy. So you really are. Harry Potter instantly understood, brushing his hair aside to reveal the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Hey, how did you get that scar? Daisy asked curiously. Has it healed yet? Subsequently, Daisy was inundated with a series of stories about the boy who lived. While talking about us, what about you? Ron finally remembered that the little girl in front of him hadn't introduced herself yet. Daisy Stark. Daisy said, feeling quite happy to have met 2 little friends on her first day. This time it was Harry who was surprised, blinking in disbelief. Stark? Is it that Stark? What Stark? Ron, who had evidently lived in the wizarding world all his life, looked puzzled, having never heard of anything from the Muggle world. Yes, Tony is my dad, but he's my adoptive father, Daisy said calmly, having grown accustomed to Harry's reaction. My goodness, that's Iron Man. Clearly this little boy was a fan of Iron Man. My goodness, I can't believe I get to go to school with Iron Man's daughter. Harry was particularly excited, and not just him, Dudley was also a fan of Iron Man. His room was filled with Iron Man toys and figurines, and the walls were plastered with Iron Man posters. Unfortunately, none of these things belonged to him, but if Dudley knew he could attend school with Iron Man's daughter, he would surely scream in excitement. He might even envy Harry for being able to attend Hogwarts. What is Iron Man? Ron was still out of the loop. He had never heard of Iron Man. This time it was Harry who explained a lot about Iron Man's heroic deeds to Ron. Wow, that's so cool. Ron, about the same age as Harry, seemed to have this fondness for such things as every boy does. After hearing Harry's description, he too became a fan of Iron Man. Your dad is amazing. Not really, Daisy smiled a bit shyly. Facing the unreserved gazes of the 2 peers, even Daisy, who was usually quite proud, felt a bit overwhelmed. Kids, would you like something to eat? At that moment, a woman's voice came from the entrance. Daisy looked towards the sound and saw a woman pushing a cart selling magical snacks from it. Daisy immediately spotted the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans that Dumbledore had once treated her to. Her eyes brightened as she eagerly said, "I'll take one of each, thank you." Ron glanced at the sandwich in his hand and then at Daisy, who was rummaging for money. He swallowed the words, "I brought some," that were already at the tip of his tongue, suddenly realizing that his little friend seemed quite wealthy. Ron, come eat with me. After paying, Daisy excitedly called Ron over, pointing to the pile of magical snacks piled on the seat. I haven't tried many magical snacks yet, can you introduce some to me? After all, Ron was still a child, facing such a huge temptation, he didn't even try to resist. He quickly leaned over, saying, "You bought so much. Did you get this many Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? And chocolate frogs? I've had Bertie Bott's once when Professor Dumbledore visited my house and gave me a box. I thought it was really delicious." Daisy opened a box of Bertie Bott's and threw one in her mouth, while Harry had already opened a chocolate frog. What is a chocolate frog? Be careful. Before Ron could stop him, he saw the chocolate frog jump out, hopping high up to the window, then leaping out of it. It can actually jump like a real frog. Daisy exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide. But it's definitely chocolate. Because it has magic. Ron chuckled suddenly, hearing a rustling sound. Looking down, he saw his pet rat Scabbers diving into his leg, and into an open box of Bertie Bott's, munching happily. There's a rat. Daisy screamed, instinctively shrinking away. She had always been afraid of rats and insects, except for hamsters, gerbils, and other ordinary pet rats. How can there be a rat here? This is my pet rat. His name is Scabbers. He used to be my brother Percy's pet, but now he's mine. Seeing Daisy a bit scared, Ron prepared to move Scabbers to a place where she couldn't see him. Don't worry, Scabbers is also a magical pet. He won't hurt anyone suddenly. No, don't let him out of my sight. It makes me feel quite scared. As long as you keep him away from me, I think I can handle it. Daisy stopped him, indicating for him to place Scabbers a little farther away. Just the thought of a rat hiding in this room, where she couldn't see, made her feel goosebumps all over. Seeing this, Ron placed Scabbers by the door, keeping him away from Daisy. Ron wasn't too surprised by Daisy's reaction. Although Scabbers had lived in his house for many years as a pet, it was still a rat, and a girl who had never seen one would naturally be a bit scared. Looking at Scabbers, who was happily munching at the door, Daisy hesitated for a long time, but ultimately didn't dare to ask if their rat had received any relevant vaccinations. Hey, there's a card in here. Daisy opened a chocolate frog and discovered something that Harry hadn't noticed. That's a wizard card. I've collected quite a few already. Ron glanced over and said casually. The one Harry just opened is Dumbledore's. I already have 6 of those. Isn't there a picture of Professor Dumbledore on it? Daisy asked, curiously flipping the card over and over, but not seeing Dumbledore's image. He must be resting. The portraits in the magical world can move, Ron replied without even looking. Daisy gasped, surprised as she looked at the card in her hand. Oh right, have you ever tried a spell? Daisy bit into a chocolate frog and began munching on other snacks. Harry shook his head. He didn't have the means to try, but Ron excitedly nodded. My 2 older brothers taught me a spell that can turn Scabbers for yellow butt. Daisy looked at his eager expression and sighed, waving her hand. You can try, but don't let it come near me. I'm really afraid of mice. Ron immediately beamed and pulled out his wand, ready to test the spell. Before he could start, the door to the compartment suddenly opened, and a girl with curly hair appeared at the entrance, glancing around before speaking. Have you seen a toad? Daisy shook her head. If chocolate frogs don't count, then no. Alright, there's a guy named Neville who lost a toad. If any of you see it, please let him know. After the girl finished speaking, she looked at Ron, who was holding his wand. Are you going to cast a spell? You want to join? Daisy patted the spot next to her as Ron and Harry sat opposite her, leaving only her on one side. Seeing a girl of similar age, she invited, I have snacks, want to try some? After the girl sat down, Ron started reciting the spell. Daisy felt something was off as she thought about the spell she had seen in her textbooks, and realized none were quite like that. As expected, Ron's spell didn't work, and the girl couldn't help but laugh, asking, Are you sure that's a real spell? It doesn't seem to be very effective. Daisy shrugged as she agreed that Ron had been tricked. Of course, I've tried a few spells myself like this one. Saying this, she took out her wand, pointed it at Harry's glasses, and recited the spell. Glasses restore to their original state. Daisy blinked. Restore to the original state. It was a repair spell she had seen in her textbooks, although she had never tried it. She had only attempted a few others. After all, to find something broken in Stark Tower, she probably had to go to Tony's lab. Maybe next time I should try it on Little Dum Dum. Daisy thought while eating, maybe it could restore it to normal intelligence. Looking at Harry's glasses, which looked brand new, Daisy enviously glanced at the wand in the girl's hand. She wanted to try it too, but there was nothing else here to repair. You are Harry Potter. The girl clearly recognized Harry's famous name. I'm Hermione Granger. Daisy said as Hermione looked surprised. Stark. Is that Stark? Hermione's reaction was identical to Harry's back then. Oh my, I can't believe I'm classmates with a Stark. You're exaggerating. Daisy smiled shyly. Hermione slightly composed herself and turned to the last person in the compartment. Seeing him eat without any decorum, she couldn't help but show some disdain. Who are you? Ron Weasley. Ron said this while still chewing on candy, his words muffled. Hermione was even more disdainful, casually replying before continuing her conversation with Harry and Daisy, while Ron felt no offense and kept eating his candy. Daisy looked at Ron in exasperation. This guy was really careless about his image. Hermione didn't stay long before leaving, reminding them. They say we'll be arriving soon, you should put on your robes. After saying that, Hermione hurriedly left. Daisy looked at her dress, feeling conflicted. Do I just put the robe over my clothes? Harry and Ron glanced at her dress, and Ron shrugged. I don't think that's right. Harry sighed, picked up his uniform and robe, and pushed Ron out the door. Let's change next door and come back. Daisy nodded. After the two left, she changed into her uniform and robe. Just as Hermione said, not long after they put on their robes, the train stopped. Daisy looked at the castle across the lake and couldn't help but exclaim. So beautiful. Daisy's eyes sparkled. She had always lived in Stark Tower with Tony, enjoying the cityscape every day, but she had rarely seen such classical scenery. She was now considering whether to persuade Tony to buy a similar castle. What a big fuss. Before Daisy could finish her admiration, a mocking voice came from beside her. Turning around, she saw a boy with platinum hair behind her. For such unreasonable people, Daisy never bothered to argue. She just rolled her eyes dramatically at the boy and boarded the boat. The boy, unable to contain himself, was annoyed by Daisy's eye roll, but couldn't say anything, so he followed her onto the boat, glaring at her back, as if he could bore a hole through it. Ron on the adjacent boat looked at Daisy worriedly, but felt helpless. With 4 people per boat, theirs was already full, leaving Daisy stuck on that boat. She thought the petty boy behind would push her into the lake, but clearly Daisy was underestimating him. He just glared at her back the whole way. If one didn't know better, they might think he was trying to imitate Cyclops from the nearby Mutant Academy. Hagrid brought the first-year students to the gates of Hogwarts, handing them over to a stern-looking witch in a dark green robe, whom Hagrid referred to as Professor McGonagall. "All right, soon you will pass through this door and gather with the other students," Professor McGonagall stated sternly. "However, there will also be a sorting ceremony shortly with Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin." Daisy blinked as she had read about these in her books and was curious about which house she would be sorted into. Before meeting Harry, Ron, and Hermione, she had favored Hufflepuff because it was close to the kitchens, but now she wanted to be in the same house as her friends. Professor McGonagall said a few more words before turning to prepare. "So it's true what they say, the legendary Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts to study." After Professor McGonagall entered, the boy with the platinum slick back approached Harry, saying, "This is Crabbe and Goyle, and Malfoy." The platinum slick back. "Oh no," Malfoy introduced himself, "Draco Malfoy." Ron inexplicably chuckled, immediately attracting Draco's unkind gaze. "Do you find my name amusing? I don't even need to ask who you are." Hearing Draco's rude words, Ron's expression darkened. Daisy couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward to shield Ron. "You're very rude." Draco then turned to the girl who had just given him a huge eye roll. "Who are you?" "Oh, you said I didn't need to ask to know who the other person is. Why don't you recognize someone when it's a different person?" Daisy scoffed. "Little boy, let me give you a piece of advice at your young age. Don't copy the slick back hairstyle. Oh, it will make you bald." After saying that, she saw the door move slightly. Daisy quickly blocked Ron and Harry, who wanted to say something. Her disdainful expression instantly replaced with a few tears, looking wronged, leaving everyone nearby stunned, wondering what Draco had done to her. "Mr. Malfoy bullying a female classmate on the first day of school. Is this your upbringing?" Professor McGonagall emerged from the door, clearly displeased. "It's okay, it's my fault for appearing in front of Mr. Malfoy. I'm very sorry." Daisy spoke sweetly, completely not giving Draco the chance to respond. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall grew even more displeased, but the sorting ceremony was about to begin, so she could only warn Malfoy quietly and gently urged Daisy to dry her tears and compose herself before leading the new students through the door. "Malfoy, I am." The trio, "Wow. How beautiful." Upon entering the hall, Daisy's gaze was instantly seized by candles that floated in midair and a night sky studded with glittering stars. To accomplish such an effect with mere technology would be no small feat. "I read about it in Hogwarts, a history of the school. It is a magical effect," He-Min whispered to her. "It is truly gorgeous." Professor McGonagall led them to the front of the long tables and paused. She saw a stool beside her, and on the stool sat an old, slightly grubby hat, and the hat was singing. When the hat finished its song, the sorting ceremony began. She watched with inner conflict as the young witches and wizards placed the hat on their heads and were sorted into their houses. "Do I really have to wear that hat?" She inwardly protested. She did not relish the thought of that somewhat dirty hat settling upon her hair. He-Min and Holly were sorted quickly. She still hesitated when Professor McGonagall called her name. At the sound of the surname, a murmur and a few exclamations rippled through the hall. She paid them no heed, sat on the stool, and forced herself to endure her fastidiousness as the hat descended upon her head. "Ah, a young witch, both clever and brave, shrewd and well-read," the Fun Yuan Mao intoned. "Which house do you wish to join? You can choose." She looked up at the brim. "Then I want to be with my friends. They are all in Galan Duo. Are you sure? La Wen Kolao or Si Lai Te Lin would suit you as well," the Fun Yuan Mao said, though it secretly leaned towards Si Lai Te Lin. Of course, Galan Duo would also be fitting. She glanced at the trio at Galan Duo's long table, and then with a hint of disdain at the La Kes group at Si Lai Te Lin, and decisively chose Holly. "Galan Duo then." "Very well then." The Fun Yuan Mao tapped the head it might not truly possess, and raised its voice, "Galan Duo." She sprang from the stool in excitement, and ran to Galan Duo's long table, seating herself beside Holly. "We are in the same house." The trio were equally excited. No sooner had she sat than a witch of Muggle descent sidled over to gossip. "Are you really a child of the Sitako family?" "Tuo and I, Sitake's daughter." "I never heard Mr. Sitako had a wife." "He is my adoptive father." "Is your mother a witch?" Na Wei asked with curiosity. "No." She shook her head. My mother says my father was a wizard. Ew, I suppose I inherited his magical talent. She shook her head. After receiving the letter from Hogwarts, she had asked her mother the Fei Hong and Vi Wu. Wang just studied the acceptance notice and hesitated before telling Shi. This was the first time she had heard Wang mention her father. As the young witches and wizards began to chatter again, Professor Maigu tapped her goblet to signal that Headmaster Deng Buli Duo had something to say. The hall fell silent, and all eyes turned to the staff table. She was usually indifferent to such speeches, but because she was here to attend a magical school, she found herself unusually interested, and like everyone else looked toward the teacher's dais. Welcome to Hogwarts, Deng Buli Duo said, arms outstretched. Now let the feast begin. She barely had time to mutter that this was the briefest opening speech she had ever heard before the long tables filled with an astonishing variety of food, not carried in by servers, but suddenly there, as if conjured. Wow, is that magic too? More fascinated by the conjuring than by the dishes themselves, she nevertheless would not simply watch others eat. Yes, isn't it marvelous? Luo said, eyes bright with excitement. Both his hands were busy, one gripping a drumstick he was already gnawing upon. She nodded, took up her knife and fork, and leisurely cut into the steak on her plate before placing a bite in her mouth. Chewing, she scanned the other offerings. The only flaw is that there is no cola or soda. Cola? What is that? Luo asked, and the other children unfamiliar with the Muggle world exchanged. You haven't tried it. It's a Muggle drink, incredibly tasty. Unfortunately, my parents never let me drink much. They say it's unhealthy, He-Min said. He-Min said. Holly nodded as well. He drank little, not out of concern for his health, but because Uncle Fu Nong and Aunt Pei and I refused to buy it for him. They were unwilling to spend on him, and even if they did, Dali would likely snatch it away. They did not want Dali drinking more of that beverage. Maybe, Luo mused between bites, I can ask my father to buy some. He's always been interested in Muggle things. Really? Dai's eyes lit up. He-Min and Holly beside her wore similarly expectant expressions. They all enjoyed cola. Luo nodded. He'll ask later, though I can't promise. Shi, you can't get cola either. He-Min asked. Mentioning it filled Shi with grievance. Tua and I eats burgers and drinks cola himself, but he never lets me have any. I always sneak a sip and hide from Lao Jia. Oh, Lao Jia is my father's AI butler, Jia Wei-Si. The young witches and wizards looked enlightened, so even the children of the wealthy could not get cola. Holly listened half-heartedly to his friends while glancing toward the staff table. He leaned closer to Pashi. Pashi, the man talking with Professor Chi Luo. Who is that teacher? That is Professor Si Napu, head of Si Lai Te Lin Pu, she answered after a glance. What does he teach? Holly asked with curiosity. Potions, Pashi replied, lowering his head slightly. But everyone knows he is most interested in the dark arts. He's envied Chi Luo's position for years. Hearing this, she looked over as well. She did not yet know which men Holly and Pashi meant, though it sounded as if they would be her teachers. Which two are professors, Si Napu and Chi Luo? Chi Luo is the one wearing the turban. The man speaking with him is Professor Si Napu Pa. She indicated there was only one turban professor, and with that clue, she quickly identified Chi Luo and Si Napu. They seem to be getting on well. They're talking nonstop. Didn't I just say? Si Napu has long coveted Chi Luo's post, she said between mouthfuls. You'll meet him in potions class. She nodded, not fully understanding. She took a bite of steak, and as if compelled glanced again at Si Napu. Their eyes met. Startled, she quickly turned away and continued eating. This man. She arranged the thought in her mind and muttered silently, he is so gloomy and his hair looks so greasy. Does he never wash it? The main course was quickly finished, and Daisy set down her cutlery satisfied as she patted her belly. Will there be dessert next? Percy smiled and nodded. In the next moment, various desserts appeared before Daisy, puddings, ice creams of different flavors, apple tart syrup pancakes, chocolate muffins, and assorted fruits. Upon seeing the ice cream, Daisy's face lit up with joy. Tony never allowed her to have ice cream at night, claiming it would upset her stomach, and even during the day, he restricted her intake. Does ice cream fill you up? If you don't mind having an upset stomach, Fred and George exchanged glances and quipped in unison. Daisy considered the scenario and reluctantly gave up, eating only 2 bowls, one strawberry-flavored and one cantaloupe-flavored, which were her 2 favorites. After everyone finished eating, the desserts vanished from the table, and the once messy long table returned to a neat and tidy state. Professor Dumbledore stood up again, and the students looked towards him. Now that everyone is full, I must remind you all first-year students, please pay attention. Dumbledore said. It is strictly forbidden for any student to enter the Forbidden Forest. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he gestured toward a man standing solemnly by the door, dressed sloppily, with a cat crouching by his feet. Daisy blinked, as she really liked that cat. Additionally, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, would like to remind you that the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor is also off-limits. If you want to avoid unexpected incidents and painful deaths, do not attempt to tread there. Thank you. After delivering this warning, Dumbledore took out his wand. Now before bedtime, let us all sing the school song. Harry was discussing something with Percy beside him, and Daisy didn't want to distract herself. She was watching the colorful ribbons that spewed from Dumbledore's wand as they formed the lyrics. Everyone chooses their favorite melody, Dumbledore said. Ready, sing. Daisy looked at the lyrics floating in midair and clumsily finished singing the school song. She then followed the other first years as they walked out of the dining hall, stepping onto the staircase. On the way to the Gryffindor dormitory, there were many portraits. Daisy was astonished to find that these portraits could actually move and talk. This is incredible, they can move. Hermione, beside her, nodded. For little witches like them, who came from the Muggle world, it was simply astonishing. This is the fastest way to the dormitory, but you need to be careful with the stairs as they can change at any moment. Daisy looked at the stairs above and raised her hand. Is there a pattern to the changes in these stairs? Percy shrugged. Maybe, but we haven't figured out the pattern yet. It seems everything in the castle is constantly moving, so you need to be careful. Daisy nodded. Percy led them past the stairs through doors hidden behind panels and curtains, finally arriving in front of a portrait depicting a plump woman. Password, Dragon Dung. Percy replied, and the portrait moved aside, revealing the door hidden behind it. This is the Gryffindor common room. The stairs on either side lead to the boys' and girls' dormitories. Upon entering, Percy pointed to the stairs on both sides and introduced it to the first years. Your luggage has already been placed in your rooms. Get some rest soon. Daisy found her room, and the other girls in the dormitory besides Hermione were 3 other girls. Great, we're in the same dormitory. Hermione said happily. Yeah, Daisy nodded. Did you know each other before? One red-haired girl in the dormitory dropped the curtain by her bed. Daisy found herself unable to sleep at all. She turned on the bedside lamp, took out paper and pen, and began writing a letter to Tony. Everything about Hogwarts excited her, and she couldn't wait to share it with Tony. The next day, Daisy received a reply, and along with the letter came gifts prepared for her by Tony, Pepper, Wanda, and others, including various snacks, drinks, clothes, and more. Daisy excitedly opened the package only to regret it immediately. I think I should have waited until I returned to the dormitory to unpack this, Daisy said, looking at the pile of items spread out on the long table, scratching her head in distress. Hermione was looking through her clothes beside her. So much, how can I take it back? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, not having a good solution either. We'll help you carry it back, but only to the common room. After that, you'll have to rely on Hermione. Weasley Potter, you two are really as dumb as trolls. Draco also noticed this side and laughed at Harry and Ron's words. Weasley is a pure-blood wizard. How could you forget the shrinking charm? Daisy then remembered there was such a spell which she had actually experimented with at home. Thank you for the reminder, Malfoy, but it would be even better if your attitude could be friendlier. Daisy politely thanked Draco, then ignored his reaction and turned back to continue talking with her friends. Draco sat in his seat, his expression fluctuating between calm and agitation. Why are you thanking him? He's a Slytherin. Ron looked puzzled, shooting a gloomy look at Draco. Anyone unaware would think there was a deep-seated feud between. Well, perhaps there is. Daisy thought as she observed the exchange of hostile glances between Ron and Draco, rolling her eyes inwardly. I am a well-mannered child, how can I stoop to his level? Daisy smiled. But I've heard that the Malfoy family claims to be pure-blood nobles. With all due respect, if this is the refinement of nobility, then your kind of nobility is truly undeserved. Upon hearing Daisy's words, Draco could no longer contain himself and issued a challenge. I want to duel with you alone. By the way, have you heard of wizard dueling? Of course, how could a mudblood like you possibly know? Draco thought that calling her a mudblood would infuriate Daisy, but seeing her so calm made him feel a bit anxious. However, in front of so many people, Draco didn't want to back down. I almost forgot. As a wizard from Muggle heritage, you probably don't even know what a mudblood is, Draco sneered, laughing mockingly along with Crabbe and Goyle. I know exactly what it means, Daisy replied without turning her head. I'm just too lazy to engage with you. Also, I'm not interested in dueling with you, you're too weak. Dueling you would feel like bullying the weak. As Daisy spoke, she used the shrinking charm to tidy up her things and called the 3 of them to head back to the dormitory. There was still some time before classes started, and she wanted to take this time to return her belongings. Draco watched Daisy's departing figure, his eyes practically spitting fire. This was the first time he had been spoken to this way, especially by a half-blood mudblood. Daisy, did you see Malfoy's expression? It was absolutely hilarious. Ron burst into laughter again at the memory of Draco's face. This would surely be his favorite joke for the entire year. Daisy shrugged. I merely stated a fact. He truly cannot defeat me. He is simply too weak. Her words held not a shred of exaggeration. Beyond standard spells, Daisy wielded chaos magic. Were there no restrictions on methods, she might even stand a chance against Voldemort himself. Ron and Harry gave it little thought, assuming only that Daisy had mastered an unusually wide repertoire of incantations, and paid no particular heed to her claim. After returning their belongings to the dormitory, the 4 hurried toward the Quidditch pitch. They were due for their first flying class. Harry, Ron, and Hermione approached it with keen anticipation, especially Harry and Hermione, who had never flown before. Daisy, however, felt little excitement. She could already soar through the air unaided using chaos magic. When Daisy and her friends arrived, the instructor had yet to appear. This lesson would be shared with the Slytherin first years, and the two houses stood rigidly apart, as if divided by an invisible chasm. Those are broomsticks. Ron pointed eagerly at the brooms lying on the grass. I'll practice diligently. I might even make the Quidditch team one day. Daisy glanced at the brooms, weather-worn, some bristles jutting out defiantly, and couldn't help but wonder whether they were perilously close to falling apart from sheer age. Their instructor was Madame Hooch, sharp-featured with a brisk, no-nonsense short haircut and piercing amber eyes. Eyes that for a fleeting moment made Daisy feel as though she were gazing into those of a hawk. Well, what are you waiting for? Madame Hooch strode forward sharply. Line up beside your broomsticks. Each of you takes one. Now, Daisy examined her own broom. Though equally battered, it appeared marginally less decrepit than the others. Hold your right hand above the broom and say up. Madame Hooch instructed. Daisy obeyed, and instantly the broom leapt obediently into her palm. Harry's did likewise. Hermione watched, stunned, glancing back and forth between Daisy and Harry, as if questioning the very foundations of reality. Under Madame Hooch's guidance, they mounted their brooms, poised and ready, waiting only for her signal to ascend, when Neville suddenly lost control. Up. Before Madame Hooch could blow her whistle, he shot skyward, his broom wildly unresponsive, spiraling him chaotically across the field. Come down, child. Madame Hooch called urgently. Return at once. The other students watched in mute helplessness. Already uneasy, they now hesitated even more, uncertain whether to mount their brooms at all. After a brief, frantic flight, Neville tumbled from the broom. Madame Hooch rushed over, only to find with grim certainty that he had broken his wrist. I'm taking him to the hospital wing. None of you are to move. Should I return and find even one of you airborne, believe me, you'll be expelled from Hogwarts long before you ever glimpse the true thrill of Quidditch. As Madame Hooch helped Neville away, Draco bent down and picked something up from the grass, grinning. Did you see his face? Daisy looked and recognized Neville's newly received remembrall, which must have tumbled unnoticed from his robes. Give it back, Malfoy. Harry spoke, his voice grave. Let me think where to put it. Draco smirked maliciously, swung a leg over his broom, and added, how about atop the castle roof? Daisy frowned. Aren't you afraid Madame Hooch will see you? She just warned us. Anyone who flies without permission will be expelled. Perhaps you ought to inquire first. Who my father is, Draco retorted, smug and utterly unimpressed. Daisy watched as Harry vaulted onto his broom and soared after Draco, then tugged Ron's sleeve, puzzled. Who is his father? Ron, distracted and watching Harry intently, replied absently, one of the school governors, Lucius Malfoy. He sits on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Daisy nodded vaguely. Was privilege really so brazenly flaunted just because one's father held a seat on the board? A quiet irritation stirred within her. Are all the governors wizards? Of course. The board comprises 12 members, high-standing witches and wizards, none of whom are currently employed by Hogwarts. Ron explained, then asked, what's wrong? Nothing, Daisy replied, shaking her head as she watched Harry, now clutching the remembrall, glide gracefully back toward them. Harry's truly remarkable. He's already flying with such confidence. Ron dashed ahead, instantly joining the crowd of students gathering around Harry. Daisy followed, only to find Professor McGonagall stepping onto the pitch before she could utter a word. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall's expression was a mixture of astonishment and stern gravity. Come with me, now. At her appearance, the jubilant Gryffindors fell abruptly silent, while Draco and his Slytherin peers exchanged knowing, triumphant smiles. Harry cast one anxious glance at his friends before following Professor McGonagall away, forgetting even to set down the broom still clutched in his hand. So you're pleased with yourself? Daisy shot Draco a fierce, scorching glare. All you've got is your father's name. You're nothing more than a spoiled boy hiding behind it. Say what you like. Draco retorted, brimming with self-satisfaction. My father is a governor. What can you possibly do about it? Furious, Daisy shoved Draco hard, with all her strength, sending him sprawling backward. Without a backward glance, she strode back to the Gryffindor group. Stunned and sprawled on the grass, Draco was momentarily speechless. He hadn't imagined this slight, delicate girl possessed such startling physical force, or that she'd dare humiliate him so publicly. You'll regret this, you insolent little wretch. Draco roared, scrambling to his feet. I'll have you expelled from Hogwarts. It wasn't until dinner that Harry learned what had transpired. Though he now understood why Professor McGonagall had summoned him, his concern had swiftly shifted to Daisy, now embroiled in open conflict with Malfoy. Meeting Harry's worried gaze, Daisy smiled lightly. Don't fret. I've done nothing wrong. And even if his father sits on the board, he can't expel a student without cause. Though they'd met only briefly, Daisy trusted deeply in Professor Dumbledore's unwavering commitment to justice. Lucius Malfoy's position granted Draco certain privileges, but no immunity, and certainly no authority to override principle. Still, as they watched Draco's smug, self-assured stare, Harry and Ron grew increasingly incensed. His demeanor left no doubt he'd already reported the incident to his father, and undoubtedly embellished every detail. Savor today well. It may well be your last at Hogwarts, Draco declared cheerfully before settling down to dinner. Daisy regarded him coolly, then turned away saying nothing. Daisy was not overly worried about Draco's provocations. In fact, she had not been expelled from Hogwarts, and Harry and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, due to this incident, the trio's dislike for Draco intensified, and Hermione was no exception. Our next class is potions, and we have to attend with Slytherin again. It's so annoying, Harry said, fuming. Moreover, the potions class is taught by Snape, who is the head of Slytherin and will surely favor them. Ron had a very negative impression of Snape. It's just so unfair. Daisy, holding her textbook and cauldron, walked with them toward the dungeon. The potions classroom was down below and somewhat dim. As she walked, Daisy surveyed her surroundings and concluded she did not like it and was glad she hadn't chosen Slytherin. When they arrived at the classroom, some students were already there, most of whom were Slytherins, as it was close to their dormitory. Draco and his friends were there chatting, and they approached the four as soon as they saw them. What do you want this time? Daisy spoke first, a bit impatiently. She was really getting tired of these three Slytherins bothering her. Since starting school, they had been constantly seeking her attention. While saying they dislike Gryffindor, they keep coming over to us. What's wrong with you? Draco was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't realized it before, but Daisy made it seem as if he was the one actively bothering these Gryffindors. Stop talking nonsense. The only reason you weren't expelled last time was that I happened to feel a twinge of compassion and decided to let you off. Don't really think I can expel you. Draco crossed his arms, his nostrils almost pointing to the ceiling. All right, thank you very much, young master. Could you please go back to your Slytherin corner? Daisy pointed around. Or do you plan to finish this class surrounded by Gryffindor? Draco then realized that unbeknownst to him, the area was already filled with Gryffindors, all looking at him with unfriendly expressions as if they would pounce on him at the slightest inappropriate move. Faced with such a situation, Crabbe and Goyle couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. Crabbe tugged at Draco's sleeve, pulling him back to Slytherin. Why do I feel like, compared to me and Harry, Malfoy is targeting you more? Ron asked curiously. Not long after the three sat down their potions, Professor Severus Snape heavily pushed open the door and walked. Daisy looked at the gloomy and seemingly difficult-to-approach professor at the podium and inexplicably felt that he looked somewhat familiar. Professor Snape's speaking pace was not fast and his tone was not pleasant, but Daisy actually quite liked this speaking style. However, seeing the Gryffindors next to her looking a bit withdrawn, she didn't act out too much. Potter. Professor Snape suddenly called Harry's name. Daisy turned to Harry and found him writing something in his note. Got it, he got caught daydreaming in class. Daisy understood immediately. Next should be the questioning session. What will I get if I add daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion? Oh, it should be a kind of hypnotic potion. Daisy quickly arrived at the answer, but seeing Harry's confused expression, she knew he certainly didn't know. I don't know, Harry replied. Sitting next to him was Hermione, who was raising her hand high, but Professor Snape did not call on her. Instead, he continued to ask Harry another question, and unsurprisingly, Harry still couldn't answer. How unfortunate, Harry. Daisy looked at Harry with some sympathy. Suddenly Snape's gaze shifted to her, and Daisy blinked. Oh, Stark. Snape called her name, his expression still gloomy. Daisy reflexively stood up. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? They are the same thing, collectively known as aconite, Daisy replied. It seems there are still some who have prepared in advance. Professor Snape's expression softened a little at this, but I hope some won't be so wrapped up in their own fame that they forget to prepare. Upon hearing this, Harry awkwardly touched his nose. He had actually read the book in advance, but he had only skimmed through it. So do you know the answers to the first two questions? Miss Stark. Professor Snape adjusted his robes and continued to ask. Daffodil root powder added to wormwood infusion creates a kind of hypnotic potion, and dragon dung should be found in the stomach of goats. Daisy thought for a moment before answering. Professor Snape glanced at Daisy. As an additional note, this is a very potent hypnotic potion known as the living hell potion, and dragon dung can neutralize most poisons. At this point, Professor Snape paused, elongated his tone, and surveyed the classroom. Aren't you all going to take notes? Are you waiting for me to write it down for you? Immediately, the classroom was filled with the sound of paper rustling. Daisy looked at her notes, which were already written down, and indeed all teachers were the same, notes, and all that. After class, Harry packed his things gloomily while Ron was trying to console him, but his method of comfort was to speak ill of Professor Snape. Harry, Daisy hurried a couple of steps to pat him sympathetically on the shoulder. You probably won't have an easy time in potions class in the future, so I'm sympathizing in advance. He must be targeting us, Ron said indignantly. Otherwise, why wouldn't he ask questions to Slytherin? I can guarantee that even Slytherin wouldn't be able to answer. But don't forget, those questions are all very basic. They are written in the textbook. If you had flipped through the book a few more times in advance, you definitely wouldn't forget them. Daisy shook her head, but I can understand Harry not being able to answer. Harry and Ron looked at her in confusion. I don't believe that Harry's peculiar relatives would allow him to focus on studying. Daisy had heard Harry talk about his relatives before. Trust me, if they had the chance, they might directly throw away Harry's textbooks, or even burn them. Although Daisy was exaggerating somewhat, Harry knew that what she said could very well happen. If possible, Uncle Vernon would definitely find a chance to burn his textbooks. But now there's no need to worry. No matter how crazy they won't come to Hogwarts, and they can't come at all. By the way, Harry, didn't you make it into the Quidditch team? When does training start? Daisy suddenly remembered this. What about your broom? Training starts next week, but I still don't know about the broom situation. Harry shook his head. The first-year students weren't allowed to bring brooms. He was also worried about it. Previously, Professor McGonagall mentioned wanting to find Professor Dumbledore, but he didn't know what the result was. Daisy returned to her dormitory early that night. After receiving the letter, she moved her things back to the dormitory first, and after dinner she hurried back to her dormitory to check her gifts. There were many gifts, and it took Daisy a while to organize them and put them into the cabinet. She frowned as she looked at the several haute couture pieces on the bed. Ordinary clothes could simply be folded and stored, but these haute couture garments, if left alongside the others, would surely become unwearable next time they were taken out. How could Tony think of sending evening dresses? Never mind, he'll wait for Hermione and the others to come back and ask them. Daisy placed her hands on her hips only to realize afterward, where is Hermione? In the dormitory, aside from Hermione, there were 2 other people, but they rarely stayed in the dormitory and usually came back very late, seldom joining Daisy and Hermione in their activities. Just as she was wondering, Hermione suddenly pushed the door open, her expression flustered, as if she had been startled. Hermione, what happened? Daisy asked curiously. Where were you? Why are you back so late? Don't even mention it, Hermione said with a grimace as she threw her scarf onto the bed. We almost got eaten by a 3-headed dog. A 3-headed dog? The Cerberus? Daisy's curiosity was piqued. Isn't that something from legends? Does it actually exist? Hearing this, Hermione paused her movements, looking at Daisy in disbelief. Don't tell me you're interested in that monster, Daisy. Looking at Hermione's disapproving gaze, Daisy swallowed the yes that was on the tip of her tongue. She had a feeling that if she said it out loud, she might get hit. I'm just curious. I have no interest in seeing it. That thing is terrifying, Daisy said, somewhat embarrassed, scratching her head. Rebecca, Winnie, you're back. Yeah, Professor Snape was so fierce we ended up spending the whole night in the library. Rebecca sighed. I just can't wait to memorize the entire 8,000 magical herbs and fungi. Winnie nodded in agreement. Then her gaze shifted to the clothes spread out on Daisy's bed, her eyes lighting up. Wow, Daisy, are these your new clothes? They look amazing. Rebecca also noticed and came over. Really, the style and fabric look incredible. They were sent by Tony, and I'm still troubled about how to store them. Daisy said, these clothes are all haute couture. If I don't handle them properly, I won't be able to wear them next time I take them out. Upon hearing this, Winnie froze midway as she reached for a skirt. So they are haute couture. No wonder they look Hermione and Rebecca clearly had heard of haute couture. They both came from ordinary families. Although their financial situation was decent, they were obviously not qualified to deal with haute couture. Can't you just hang them up? Rebecca asked. Daisy shook her head. They'll lose their shape. Isn't there any spell to preserve clothes? This question left the 4 little witches present stumped. They looked at each other, shaking their heads in unison. Even if there was, they probably wouldn't know it. After all, they were all young witches from Muggle backgrounds, and their spell knowledge couldn't compare to Hermione's, who spent all her time in the library. Maybe you could invent one, Daisy. Winnie joked, climbing onto the bed and lying down under the covers. An automatic clothing organizing spell. Daisy could only continue to shrink the clothes with her shrinking spell, putting them into a box before she crawled into bed. Wait for my good news. For the sake of her skirts, Daisy had racked her brains researching spells every day. She genuinely wanted to create a spell for organizing clothes, and for that she hadn't gone out with Harry and the others for several days, spending all her time in the library. So inventing a spell really is difficult. Daisy lamented, resting her head on the table in frustration. Hermione shook her head helplessly. They had only joked about Daisy inventing a clothing organizing spell that day. Creating spells wasn't as easy as it sounded. Even in Hogwarts' most academically gifted house, Ravenclaw, no one would consider attempting to invent their own spells. It was just too hard. Harry and Ron exchanged silent glances, remaining quiet. Daisy had been like this for several days now. At first they would comfort and encourage her, but after being dragged by Daisy to study spells all day, they were worn out. Seeing Daisy tugging at her hair, Draco leaned over. A mudblood actually wants to invent a spell. Are you dreaming? And you are just a first-year little witch. Daisy raised her head, revealing a pretty face with slight dark circles from staying up late, yet still beautiful. Do you dare to bet with me? If I succeed, you have to agree to 3 conditions from me. If I fail, I'll agree to 3 conditions from you. Any conditions? Draco's eyes glinted as he asked. And there should be a time limit, right? What if you can't manage to invent it by graduation? Shouldn't the bet continue then? By the end of this semester, Daisy replied, giving a conservative timeline, knowing there was still a long time until the semester ended. She was confident. It's a deal. Draco nodded immediately, seemingly afraid Daisy would back out. He truly did not believe Daisy could create a new spell in such a short time, even if it was just one for organizing clothes. Before Harry and the others could stop her, the bet was established right there at the dining table. No doubt, without needing to finish this meal, the news would spread throughout Gryffindor and all of Slytherin. Daisy, you're too impulsive, Hermione said with a frown. How can you bet with him? What if he makes you drop out? Before Daisy could respond, Draco turned back and added, Don't worry, I won't make her drop out. As for the how about the first condition is for you to be my servant? A Gryffindor serving a Slytherin. Not only Draco but several Slytherins burst into laughter. Just imagining that scene was amusing. Let me remind you, you haven't won yet, Malfoy, Daisy said, then turned back to continue her research. She didn't have much time to talk to Draco. The book was much more interesting than that guy. Draco was initially quite pleased, but seeing Daisy completely ignore him, his excitement diminished significantly. After all, if no one paid attention to him, entertaining himself was quite boring. Anyway, you'll just wait for the end of this semester. Next semester he'll have a maid, Draco said proudly, lounging in the Slytherin common room. By the way, Draco, look. Goyle ran over with a photo and handed it to Draco. What are you doing with Muggle stuff here? Draco, without looking closely, recognized that it was a Muggle photo because the people in the picture did not move. No, I mean. Goyle leaned closer to Draco and whispered a couple of words, and the two couldn't help but snicker. Although Daisy seemed unfazed by her bet with Draco, she continued her daily routine of eating, drinking, and sleeping, only increasing her time spent reading. Gryffindor and Slytherin were both quite interested in the bet between the two, with even some upperclassmen from Gryffindor joining in the fun, claiming it was all in the spirit of helping. However, Harry and his friends were a bit surprised to find that the Slytherins led by Draco did not stop or react to Gryffindor's somewhat underhanded tactics. Even if the entirety of Gryffindor joined forces, they probably wouldn't succeed, Draco scoffed, prompting laughter from the surrounding Slytherins. Naturally, Gryffindor was displeased with Draco's comments, but Daisy intervened, saying little more than quietly informing Hermione that her self-created spell had made significant progress. Aside from Harry, Ron, and Hermione, no one in Gryffindor was aware of this matter. As the deadline approached, some differing opinions began to emerge within Gryffindor, especially after Harry, Ron, and Hermione had not been seen with Daisy lately. Daisy, called the Weasley twins, rushing to her side. How's the bet going? Fred asked. Any progress? George chimed in. Daisy looked at them both. Can we keep it under wraps for now? I don't want my progress to be exposed, but don't worry, I won't let that Malfoy win. Daisy Stark was not someone who played the servant, as she had never been anyone's servant. Only others served her, though her family didn't actually have any servants, since her caretaker Old Jar was quite capable. Originally, Tony had hired a few servants to look after Daisy, but they were all various seductive women who only wanted to get close to Tony. They applied for the job for him, not to care for a child. Thus, after dismissing several servants, Tony never hired another, and by that time Daisy was old enough to take care of herself, especially with Old Jar around, so there was no need for servants. Really? George asked, curiously, genuinely wanting to know about Daisy's progress. Daisy, just tell us. We really want to know. Fred added. Actually, it's not much, just a bit of progress, basically equivalent. Daisy said half-jokingly. Currently, only the trio of first years in Gryffindor really knew about her progress. Speaking of which, why aren't Harry and the others working with you? Fred casually asked. Harry is training and am studying spells. Hermione and Ron should be working together during this time, right? Daisy said as she sat down with the Weasley twins in the hall just as dinner time was approaching. Tonight was the Halloween feast, and she had been looking forward to the unusual snacks for days. Harry and Ron joined her shortly, sitting by her side and chatting, but Daisy had yet to see Hermione before dinner began. Have you seen Hermione? Daisy asked those around her, most including Harry and Ron shook their heads. Someone said they saw her in the girls' bathroom, crying all afternoon. Neville said. Daisy paused upon hearing this, as she had only been away from Hermione for a few days, and Hermione was hiding in the bathroom, crying all afternoon. Who bullied her? The three quickly ran inside, finding Hermione hunched under the ruins of the stall, although she seemed unharmed. Daisy pulled out her wand and cast a full bodybind curse at the troll, which took effect for a few seconds, enough for Hermione to get up and run to the other side. Once the spell wore off, the troll raised its club and swung it at Hermione's location. Daisy tried again, but Harry. Ron also grew anxious, but though he held his wand, he could think of no way to save Hermione. Harry thought for a moment, then pulled out his wand and ran forward, sitting on the troll's neck. The troll flailed and twisted, making Harry's position quite unstable. Now that Harry was on the troll, Daisy hesitated to cast the full bodybind curse again, considering whether to use chaos magic. Wingardium Leviosa. Before Daisy could use her chaos magic, Ron's levitation charm took effect, lifting the troll's club into the air. Seeing this, Daisy quickly cast another full bodybind curse, and fortunately it succeeded this time. Harry immediately got off the troll and pulled Hermione over to safety. How are you two? Are you hurt? Daisy asked, looking them over. Oh, my goodness. Professor McGonagall rushed in, looking quite shaken, followed by Professors Snape and Quirrell. You better explain this to me. Professor McGonagall appeared quite angry. Daisy glanced at them and noticed Professor Snape's injured leg. Professor Snape. Daisy leaned closer, pointing at his leg. You're hurt. Snape quickly covered his wounded leg with his robe. You should think about how to explain this all, Miss Stark, or do you want to go straight to detention? He then ignored Daisy as if his previous words were merely a warning. The troll incident was resolved with Harry, Ron, and Daisy each earning 5 points. Hermione, taking all the blame, did not gain any points, which was fortunate, as she didn't lose any either. Daisy was indeed quite curious about how the professors would handle the troll, but both Harry and Ron strictly forbade her from asking. How should I put it? Daisy truly embodied Gryffindor's adventurous spirit, Hermione remarked during breakfast while eating next to them. You guys aren't too shabby either. George had popped up. I heard you faced a troll. Ah, that was just an... Daisy replied, seriously nodding. It wasn't our intention, it mainly came right up to us. It's truly incredible that first years not only survived facing a troll, but even managed to counterattack, Fred remarked in awe. George, we lost. Actually it was Daisy and Ron's efforts. Harry pointed to Daisy and Ron. Before this, I had no idea Daisy had mastered the full bodybind curse, and Ron had the levitation charm. Hearing this, Fred and George turned their gaze to Daisy. How long has it been since school started, and you've already mastered the full bodybind curse? Daisy, feeling a bit shy, scratched her face. Not really, I just got lucky for it to work. Just getting it to work is already impressive, George said. You might not know, but trolls have tough hides and are somewhat immune to magic. Daisy finally understood why her full bodybind curse sometimes worked and sometimes didn't against the troll. It turned out that creature had magic immunity. Harry, what's wrong? Daisy casually asked as she noticed Harry, who seemed troubled and was eating without any appetite. You should eat up, you have a match today, and you can't compete on an empty stomach. Hermione and Ron nodded in agreement, but before they could say anything, Professor Snape limped over. Good luck, Potter. Professor Snape said, his expression inscrutable. Daisy was somewhat surprised to see the head of Slytherin come to cheer for Potter. Since you can handle a troll, a mere Quidditch match shouldn't pose much of a challenge for you. Seemingly noticing Daisy's gaze, Professor Snape awkwardly added, even if your opponent is Slytherin. After saying that, he didn't say anything more and walked away, still limping. Daisy looked at his retreating figure and curiously pointed at his leg, asking, is Professor Snape's leg injured? I know why he got injured, Harry said. I guess he let the troll in to distract everyone, so he could sneak past the door guarded by the three-headed dog. Why would he want to get through the door? Hermione asked. For something Hagrid took from Gringotts. He said it concerned Hogwarts and was a top secret. Harry said. Hermione and Ron were fine, but Daisy's expression turned a bit strange after hearing this. She looked around and lowered her voice, saying, is it okay to talk about a top secret like this? Harry seemed caught off guard by this and paused, his gaze shifting among Ron, Hermione, and Daisy, looking somewhat. We won't spill the beans, but you need to be careful not to discuss secrets in crowded places, Daisy said, as she took a sip of... Hogwarts didn't originally serve orange juice. Most drinks were pumpkin juice. However, Daisy was picky and disliked pumpkin juice, so she bribed a house elf in the Hogwarts kitchen to have access to various juices, including, but not limited to, orange juice, mango juice, strawberry juice, and watermelon juice. Harry nodded in understanding. He hadn't noticed before, but now he understood after Daisy's reminder. Let's eat, the match is about to start. Daisy pointed at Harry's barely touched breakfast. But I'm not hungry, Harry said nervously, suddenly unable to eat at the thought of the upcoming match. Before anyone could say anything, they heard some commotion above. Looking up, they saw Hedwig arriving. A package this early in the morning. Daisy was somewhat surprised. I've never received a package before, Harry said, puzzled about who could have sent him something. Although he didn't say it, he felt a bit excited as he caught the package. What is this? Let's open it and see, Ron exclaimed, barely able to contain his curiosity, and immediately began to help Harry unwrap the package. Daisy watched the shape of the package, helping Harry unwrap it, while sarcastically commenting this wouldn't be a broom. It turned out Daisy was right. It was a broomstick, a new one, completely different from the old brooms they used in flying class. Wow, Harry exclaimed. It really is a broom. And it's not just any broom. Ron said, his face filled with envy. This is a Nimbus 2000. Daisy had seen the Nimbus 2000 in Diagon Alley before. It cost over 2,000 galleons. She wondered who had sent it to Harry. Daisy also had a Nimbus 2000. Although Dumbledore had said not to rush to buy a broom, she and Tony couldn't restrain their curiosity and ended up buying one. First-year students at Hogwarts weren't allowed to bring their own brooms, so Tony took the broom back to New York. Tony, it's my first time spending over $10,000 on a broom. Harry joyfully stroked the new broom on the table, feeling a sense of connection. He looked up at the teacher's table. Hedwig landed on Professor McGonagall's seat, and upon seeing Harry's gaze, she smiled at him. After unwrapping the package, Harry seemed to have gained his appetite, quickly finishing the breakfast he had previously shown no interest in. Sitting next to Harry was Wood, who now looked at Harry's Nimbus 2000 with envy, his own appetite lost. After breakfast, Harry followed Wood. Their Quidditch team had a separate entrance, while Daisy and the others as spectators took another route. I'm getting more and more excited. The three of them found a front row seat in the Gryffindor section. Ron, bursting with excitement, leaned over the railings, saying, I want to play in a Quidditch match too. But you're only in your first year, Daisy said, only realizing that Harry was also a first year, and quickly added, Harry. Ron had no time to argue with her now, as both teams had entered the field. Watching the players flying around, he felt envious, seemingly imagining himself soaring through the sky. Seeing him like this, Hermione and Daisy couldn't be bothered to comment, as they were also quite excited, although not as exaggerated as Ron. Daisy was witnessing Quidditch for the first time, filled with curiosity. She even wanted to take out her phone to record a video for Tony, but unfortunately she hadn't brought her phone today and had to give up in disappointment, silently reminding herself to remember to bring it next time. The match quickly began, and while Daisy watched the unfolding action, she listened to Ron's explanations. It became evident how much he loved Quidditch. Daisy's questions didn't stump him, and he not only answered them, but also provided additional information. Daisy dodged a Quidditch player flying dangerously close overhead, frowning as she watched the Slytherin captain kick a Gryffindor player out of the way, her eyes widening in shock. What? Quidditch can directly attack people? Ron shrugged. Quidditch was indeed a sport fraught with danger, and after each match the hospital wing would usually have players from both teams reporting in. As Gryffindor's lead grew, Slytherin began to resort to underhanded tactics. Daisy felt a surge of anger, but it seemed that Quidditch had no rules against such behavior, leaving her to simmer silently. After Slytherin's attack failed again, Wood intercepted the ball, but Marcus directly grabbed the bat and hit the bludger towards Wood, knocking him unconscious. Is that even allowed? Daisy was about to explode with anger. First he kicked someone, and now he directly injures an opponent. Is there no sportsmanship at all? Gryffindor had initially led Slytherin by 20 points, but due to frequent fouls from Slytherin, they had caught up, and now both teams' scores were tied. Daisy suppressed her anger, looking at Harry, who was still hovering in midair, and curiously tugged on Ron's sleeve. What's Harry doing? Why isn't he moving? Harry is looking for the Seeker. His job is to catch the golden snitch, Ron explained simply, just as Harry began to move. Harry is on the move. It looks like the golden snitch has appeared. Daisy squinted and looked carefully ahead of Harry. Is it that golden ball with wings that keeps flying around? Upon hearing this, Ron and Hermione wore expressions of disbelief, leaving Daisy confused. What's wrong? You can actually see the golden snitch, even from this distance. Ron swallowed hard. Oh my, maybe Daisy could be a good seeker. Hermione joked, turning her gaze back to Harry, frowning. Look, what's wrong with Harry? Hearing this, Daisy looked at Harry, who was precariously hanging from his broom, looking very dangerous. Is the broom out of control? But that's a new broom, how could it be? Hermione quickly noticed the situation at the teacher's table, pulled out her wand, and sneaked over. In no time she saw flames erupting over there, and almost simultaneously Harry's broom regained control. After a while Hermione returned. I set Snape's robe on fire so he wouldn't be able to cast spells on Harry's broom. Harry had already climbed back onto his broom and was chasing the golden snitch. Only then did Daisy look toward the teacher's table. Strangely, Snape's expression seemed to show no regret. Rather, Professor Quirrell behind him looked rather displeased, perhaps frightened. Daisy silently noted this in her mind. Although Hermione said it was a spell cast by Professor Snape from the earlier reaction, Daisy instinctively felt it shouldn't be Snape. I must say Harry was indeed very bold. He stood on the broom and reached out for the golden snitch. Daisy and the others couldn't help but hold their breath, and the next second Harry dove forward, rolling several times on the ground. Harry covered his stomach and spat out the golden snitch. Only then did Daisy breathe a sigh of relief. Harry really is. After Quidditch ended, it wasn't long before Christmas arrived. Without a doubt Daisy was going home, otherwise Tony might come to pick her up in armor. Hermione was also going home. Ron chose to stay at school, and Harry, without needing to ask, would definitely stay too. When Daisy and Hermione entered the Great Hall, they found Harry and Ron playing wizard chess. Daisy looked at the enormous Christmas tree in the Great Hall, her eyes revealing a simple thought. She wanted one. Just if she wanted it, she had to have it. Daisy decisively took out her phone and snapped a photo, planning to send it to Tony later. After a moment's thought, she decided to shoot a video as well. Hermione shook her head helplessly. After glancing at the Christmas tree, she turned to Harry and Ron, pulling Daisy, who was completely captivated by the giant Christmas tree, along. Until they reached the table, they happened to see a piece being lifted and smashed into the horse in front of them. Daisy's eyes widened. This was her first time seeing animated chess pieces. Hermione frowned. This is so barbaric. Daisy picked up a broken piece from the edge of the chessboard, somewhat curiously asking, what if the pieces get damaged like this? How will we use them next time? There's a repair spell. Ron replied, my wizard chess set belongs to my grandfather. I'm quite familiar with them, so I can make them obey without much effort, but Harry's set doesn't work that way. Harry shrugged helplessly. My pieces are borrowed from Seamus. They don't listen very well, and often give me a... Hearing this, Daisy couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It was her first time seeing chess pieces with their own thoughts. Can they play chess by themselves? This question truly stumped Ron and Harry. It seemed no one had ever tried. They exchanged glances and shook their... After we finish this game, we'll give it a try. You'll know the result when you come back, Ron said, glancing at their luggage. You packed up so quickly. Daisy nodded. Aren't you going to pack? Ron shook his head. Plans have changed. My parents went to see Charlie. Looks like someone will be flipping through books with you, Harry. Daisy teased, looking at Harry. Ron stared blankly at Harry. What flipping through books? Harry is planning to continue searching for information on Nicholas Flamel. Hermione looked at Ron with pity. Upon hearing this, Ron looked even more confused. But we've searched over 100 times. But you haven't looked in the restricted section. Hermione suddenly leaned closer to Harry, speaking in a low voice. Although Daisy was very interested in their Christmas adventure, Tony was waiting for her at home. She could only reluctantly bid farewell to Harry and Ron and board the Hogwarts Express back. If all goes well, this year's Christmas party would be hosted by Tony, inviting many superheroes. Wanda would also come, and Daisy always looked forward to it. I hope those two will gain something and also not get caught and expelled from school, Hermione said while drinking her beverage. I really don't feel at ease. Daisy understood Hermione's concern. Those two were indeed too impulsive. Hopefully no problems would arise. After Daisy and Hermione left platform 9 3/4, she said goodbye to Hermione and ran towards Tony, who was accompanied by Pepper and Wanda. Mommy, Tony, Pepper. Daisy hugged each of them. I missed you so much. You say that, yet you ran off to school in England without a word. It's a magic school. When Tony told me, I thought he was joking. Wanda affectionately patted her head. Daisy, knowing she was in the wrong, didn't dare to say much. She managed to gloss over the matter by acting cute. Let me tell you, Hogwarts is real. Really. It's so interesting. Daisy had a wealth of fascinating stories she wanted to share with them, but now they were outside of platform 9 3/4, surrounded by muggles. It was truly not a good place to talk. Tony and the others naturally knew about this matter, and because of a certain someone who was completely unaware of the need for discretion, dressed flamboyantly, passers-by had already started to notice them. The car is parked outside. Let's head back first. Tony put on his sunglasses again and led the few women who were still chatting quietly into the car. This time Tony didn't use a driver to pick up Daisy. He had anticipated that they wouldn't be able to restrain themselves and would start chatting on the way. Since Hogwarts matters couldn't be known to ordinary people, he simply drove himself. God knows how long it's been since I drove myself, Tony complained as he started the car. Tony specifically drove an SUV this time, fearing that Daisy would bring too much stuff and too many people. He glanced at Daisy's luggage and couldn't help but feel thankful for his cleverness, relieved that he had chosen a larger vehicle. Daisy had thought the car would head to the airport, but unexpectedly shortly after starting the vehicle, Tony stopped in front of a sizable estate. Seeing the confusion on Daisy's face, Tony couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't told Daisy that he had bought a house here just to see her reaction. Moreover, it wasn't just a house. Tony had previously considered opening an owl sanctuary in the UK specifically for Daisy, but Pepper talked him out of it. Instead, he built a small tower in the garden of this estate dedicated to raising owls, all magical owls he purchased from Diagon Alley, and even the owl keeper was a wizard recruited from the magical world. Initially, many wizards scoffed at Tony's recruitment announcement. Apart from a few who were friendly towards humans, many were quite exclusive. However, Tony had a knack for connecting with others. Owl keeper I was planning to decline, but the offer was just too generous. Due to the high salary, this position was competitive. Tony successfully caused a small stir in the wizarding community with his charm. Of course, Tony wouldn't tell Daisy about this. He directly sent her back to her room since they had taken a long train ride, and by the time they picked Daisy up, it was already afternoon. Tony assumed she must be exhausted. However, Daisy was not tired at all. She even had the energy to explore the estate. But there is a kind of exhaustion that comes from parental concern, so Daisy reluctantly had to rest in her room and promised to explore the estate the next day. At that moment, Daisy was unaware that there was a tower inside the estate specifically for raising the owls. Otherwise, she might have insisted on checking it out today. Dinner at Stark Manor ended quite early today, and everyone was gathered in the living room chatting, with the topic naturally revolving around Daisy's new school, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Tony, having seen it before, was fine, and although Pepper had never been to Diagon Alley, she had at least seen the platform. Only Wanda had yet to experience it. What exactly does that school teach? Wanda asked with a frown. As a wielder of chaos magic, Wanda found it hard to imagine what this magic school could possibly teach Daisy. Isn't magic something one is born with? Well, we have many courses such as transfiguration, flying potions, and history of magic. Daisy counted on her fingers. These subjects were among her favorites. She genuinely liked the first three, while her interest in history of magic was purely because it allowed for daydreaming. Who could refuse a class that permits daydreaming? Oh, Hermione could. I must say, compared to other subjects, potions certainly sounded magical. Apart from Daisy, everyone else envisioned her wearing a wizarding robe, a wide-brimmed pointed hat, and stirring a bizarrely colored liquid in a pot. Transfiguration is merely the study of changing objects or living beings into other forms. This is something Wanda and Daisy's chaos magic can already achieve. As for flying, it's simply riding a magical broomstick through the skies, and history of magic, as the name suggests, is about the history of the magical world. I'm particularly curious about what you cover in your potions class, Pepper said, shivering at the imagined scene. She quickly shook her head to forget what she had just visualized and asked. Well, it involves various magical ingredients and some concoctions, Daisy replied. I find it quite interesting. How should I put it? Daisy tilted her head for a moment and then had a light bulb moment. It's like making hot pot. You have to determine when to add different ingredients, and they need to be prepared in advance. Different ingredients require different cooking times. For potions, it's about when to add which ingredients, and those also need to be prepared beforehand, with varying cooking times for different ingredients. The group was left speechless by Daisy's description. They had all eaten hot pot before, but they had never encountered potion making, and they couldn't quite imagine that scene. Moreover, perhaps due to Daisy's captivating description, they found it hard to look at hot pot the same way again. Seeing the expressions on Tony and the others' faces, Daisy guessed what they were thinking. However, she wasn't worried at all. Soon she would show them how it's done, and it's not nearly as exaggerated as fairy tales make it out to be. In fact, potion making is quite a meticulous task, and not everyone can manage it without a bit of patience, though it is a required course. As for the flying class, no one was particularly curious. Come on, with so many people around who can't fly. Daisy and Wanda could obviously fly with their chaos magic, while Tony and Pepper could fly in their suits. Moreover, Tony had brought back a broom to New York, and all the available superheroes had visited it more than once, but they still held some skepticism about the broom's ability to fly. Tony. Daisy evidently thought of the broom Tony had brought back to New York, wondering if he had brought it along this time, though she secretly hoped he did. Did you bring the broom with you? Of course not. How could I possibly carry a broom around with me? Tony said innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Seeing Daisy visibly deflate, he mischievously added, "We're just here to pick you up, Daisy. You'll see it once you return to New York." Only then did Daisy perk up again. All right. Pepper shook her head in resignation. Tony always loved teasing Daisy. Go rest in your room, Daisy. We'll head to New York tomorrow. The earlier you wake up, the earlier you'll see your broom. Yes, hurry back to sleep, and wake up early tomorrow. Tony chimed in, urging her. Hearing this, Daisy quickly gave each of them a goodnight kiss, and obediently headed upstairs to sleep. Once she was gone, the others returned to their own rooms to rest. Early the next morning, Daisy knocked on each door to wake Tony and the others. Tony glared at Daisy with bleary eyes, giving her several exaggerated eye rolls. He had hardly been out all night on a date with a beautiful woman, and had instead stayed home working late into the night. He had just laid down for a short while when Daisy woke him up. Let me go back to sleep for a bit. Meanwhile, Pepper and Wanda seemed quite energetic, already dressed and made up. As for the morning knocking, aside from Tony, Pepper and Wanda had already guessed it. Given how enthusiastic Daisy had been last night, she would surely wake up particularly early today. Don't sleep anymore, you're already awake, Pepper called out to Tony. Breakfast is ready. Let's eat first, you can sleep on the plane later. Tony, looking like a dead fish, attempted to resist. I haven't applied for the private jet route yet. Until I finish the application, let me sleep a bit longer. I already called Happy this morning, Daisy said with a smile, delivering the final blow. We're taking off promptly. Tony continued to glare. Daisy, are you my enemy? I haven't even slept for 3 hours. Do you know how tired I am? Some people rush others to bed while they stay up until the wee hours, Wanda remarked, munching on her breakfast. Tony. In the end, Tony did not manage to go back to his room and reconcile with his bed. Instead, he was forcibly pressed into a chair by 3 women eating his breakfast without savoring it, and then he was tidied up and packed off to the airport. After boarding, Tony slumped in his seat, feeling utterly indifferent. All he wanted was to catch up on sleep. He desired nothing else. Daisy and the others clearly noticed Tony's exhaustion, so they refrained from disturbing him. Daisy even lowered her voice, showing consideration as she resumed reading her book, still from the magical realm. Although Daisy was quite eager to showcase some magic with her wand to the 2 awake ladies, Pepper and Wanda, she had to refrain because of the flight attendants and the captain on board. Instead, she chose to continue reading her book. The others besides Tony had rested well the previous night. Throughout the journey from London to Manhattan, no one slept. The 3 were either on their phones working or reading, creating a remarkably quiet atmosphere on the plane. Hence, when Tony was called awake before disembarking, he momentarily thought he was the only one on the aircraft. To be honest, I never expected Daisy to be this quiet throughout the journey, Tony remarked, observing Daisy engrossed in her book, his expression exaggerated beyond description. Is this really our mischievous and willful Daisy? Daisy is always well behaved, Pepper interjected, speaking on behalf of Daisy with a thick layer of filters. An 11-year-old child is precisely the age for being mischievous and willful, and you are the last person who qualifies to say that you are even more willful than Daisy. Faced with Pepper's accusation, Tony fell silent. He was afraid that if he stayed up late researching again, Pepper would. Daisy really performed well this time. Wanda gently stroked Daisy's long hair. Since Daisy had been taken in by Tony after being separated from Wanda, she had been raised and educated by Tony and Pepper. Wanda was grateful to them for raising Daisy so well. Daisy happily nudged Wanda, and then stuck her tongue out at Tony. Once the plane stabilized and the cabin door opened, she dashed out first. What? A boarding ladder? Our Daisy doesn't need a boarding ladder, as she can fly. By the time Tony and the others descended the ladder, Daisy had already been waiting below for a while. Seeing them emerge, she excitedly waved, as if she were there to pick them up. Tony shook his head, helplessly walked over to flick her forehead, and quickly dodged Daisy's incoming kick, sticking his tongue out at her, before darting into the car. Wanda and Pepper exchanged helpless glances. They commented that Daisy was mischievous and willful, but in their view the real mischievous one was Tony Stark. Daisy was nowhere near as mischievous as him. The most childish between the two was indeed Tony. The actual person picking them up was Happy, who was also the driver, and one of their own. Although he wasn't clear about the specifics of Daisy attending magic school, he had certainly heard some details since none of them, including Tony, Pepper, Daisy, or Wanda, had hidden it from him. Finally, Daisy could take out her wand and showcase the magic she had learned. "What kind of magic do you want to see?" Daisy asked excitedly, as she and Hermione had basically mastered most of the spells and standard spells for beginning magic. Tony pondered for a moment, looking at Pepper and Wanda. Having seen the unlocking spell before, he decided to let this opportunity go to Pepper and Wanda. Wanda and Pepper exchanged glances. They had no idea what magic there was to show, having not looked at Daisy's magic textbook. "Do whatever, Daisy. Just show us any spell you like," Pepper suggested after some thought. Daisy nodded, considered for a moment, then looked at the phone Tony left on the table, Wingardium Leviosa. As soon as she finished speaking, Tony's phone floated into the air under Daisy's control, finally landing in Pepper's hands. Daisy gleefully watched Pepper's surprised expression. "How did you do that?" Pepper asked in astonishment. She knew that chaos magic could achieve this, but it was clear that chaos magic was not used just now. "It's magic," Daisy declared proudly. "That was the levitation spell along with some other spells, but I'm only in first grade, so I can't learn many spells yet." "Is there any magic that looks particularly cool, eh?" Tony casually asked. "Does your school not teach you that?" "There's no such cool magic," Daisy retorted. "I'm only in first grade. But there should be, I just don't know yet. We haven't learned much so far. I'm more interested in Daisy's potions class. After all, if it's a spell similar to the levitation spell, chaos magic can do that too," Wanda said, crossing her legs. "In fact, chaos magic is even more practical," Tony remarked, noting that at this stage he couldn't see what Daisy learned at Hogwarts. From what he could tell, its practicality was certainly not on par with chaos magic. Daisy understood this logic as well. While at Hogwarts, she noticed that children like Malfoy, who had been exposed to magic from a young age, had better spell reserves and performed better in other subjects compared to her, a muggle-born little witch. They were simply not starting from the same starting line. However, both Daisy and I, being mutants, might actually have our abilities suppressed by inhibitors, but such magic might not be affected. Wanda was thinking of another aspect. Upon hearing this, Tony shook his head. "I don't think that's likely. Although I haven't seen it firsthand, isn't it said that mutants suffer greatly when they are unbound?" Wanda thought for a moment. Indeed, the mutant suppressors were said to suppress mutant powers, but it was more accurate to say they directly harmed them. In that case, Daisy should be unable to focus on using magic, whether it be chaos magic or spells. When the car stopped at the doorstep, Happy appeared dazed, questioning his life choices. It was remarkable that he managed to get Tony and the others back safely in such circumstances. "So Daisy, would you like to show us what you're learning in potions class?" Tony casually asked as they entered. "I'm quite curious about what it's like when Daisy brews potions." Daisy rolled her eyes at Tony and stuck out her tongue before dragging her suitcase to her room. The Christmas break was short, but fortunately there was no holiday homework. Well, actually there was some, but Daisy had already completed it all. During History of Magic class, she had no idea who she learned from, but she managed to write her assignments for other subjects while in Magic History class. Thankfully, Tony was unaware, otherwise the Stark Tribunal might have been reopened. While packing her luggage, Daisy suddenly remembered that there was a broomstick waiting for her to try out here in Manhattan. She had been too busy squabbling with Tony to remember it. "Tony hasn't already taken apart the broomstick to study it, has he?" Daisy thought of this suddenly, while packing, hastily speeding up her movements to finish as quickly as possible, and then sprinting off to find Tony. Tony. For a fleeting moment, Tony himself nearly failed to recognize his own name. "Daisy, what's wrong, and where's the broom? Where's the broom? Where's the broom?" Daisy asked, her expression a mixture of frantic anxiety and eager anticipation. She truly feared her magical broom might become one of Tony's experimental subjects. Tony knew full well which broom she meant, the one still perfectly intact, but seeing Daisy's flustered expression, he couldn't resist teasing the broom. "What broom, and the one?" Daisy hadn't finished speaking when her eyes landed on the broom behind Tony, dismantled into no fewer than N1 pieces. Her face instantly crumpled with heartbreak. "My broom. Tony, you actually took it apart. Give it back to me, right now." And Tony recoiled under Daisy's furious barrage of punches. As a faint crimson glow began to shimmer around her, his survival instincts surged. He hastily surrendered. "Yours is fine." "I have two brooms," and Daisy paused, puzzled. "Two? But I thought." "And I bought two," Tony admitted. "After you left for school, I went back to Diagon Alley. And on my way home, I picked up another broom. Just well." He gave her a look that said, "You know how it is." And Daisy stared speechless. How could anyone possess such an unrelenting thirst for research? "Wait, hold on." Daisy suddenly remembered. "To enter Diagon Alley from the Leaky Cauldron, you need a wand. So where did yours come from?" she asked, genuinely curious. Tony grinned, brimming with self-satisfaction. "Daisy, trust me. No one turns down money. Not even wizards. And yes, some wizards are poor. They won't refuse my offer." Daisy's brow furrowed, a thin dark line appearing across her forehead. How to put it? This answer fit Tony's character perfectly, utterly unsurprising. Daisy finally claimed her broom, carried it out to the courtyard, and carefully mounted it for a trial flight. Wow, now I understand what a brand new broom truly feels like. A new broom. Tony and Pepper sat beneath a nearby sunshade, casually asking, "Does your school not provide brooms?" "They do, but they're old ones. Very, very old. The twigs are tangled and frayed, as if ready to splinter apart at any moment. The handle's paint has either chipped off entirely, or was never applied in the first place. Riding it just feels awkward." "Sounds less than ideal," Tony murmured, frowning. In contrast, the broom in Daisy's hands bore neatly bound twigs and a freshly varnished handle that gleamed vividly beneath the sunlight. Daisy shrugged. Though she disliked the school's decrepit brooms, there was little she could do. She was only a first-year student at Hogwarts, and first years were strictly forbidden from bringing their own brooms. Harry Potter had been the sole exception. Daisy dismissed further thoughts. The broom was already airborne. She needed to focus entirely on controlling it. Here, unlike in class, there was no Madame Hooch to guide or steady her. Good heavens. Pepper watched nervously as Daisy wobbled unsteadily through the air. That looks dangerously unstable. Yet perhaps she truly possessed innate talent. Moments after lifting off, Daisy swiftly mastered the broom's balance, completing a smooth, confident circuit overhead before landing gracefully. Only her initial ascent had been shaky, though everything thereafter was flawlessly controlled. "I'm starting to get genuinely excited about Quidditch," Daisy declared, exhilarated. And Tony heard yet another unfamiliar term, Quidditch. What exactly is that? It's a sport played on broomsticks. Players fly through the air while handling enchanted balls. Daisy paused, sensing she ought to elaborate, but uncertain how. "How about this? I'll film the matches next time. When I return for break, I'll show you the footage." The others nodded. Flying on broomsticks while playing ball remained utterly unimaginable, yet seeing video footage would surely clarify its nature. After several joyful laps, Daisy returned indoors. Though this was private property, being photographed mid-flight risked expulsion from Hogwarts. "So your flying lessons revolve entirely around this?" Wanda and Pepper sat side by side on the sofa, gazing curiously at the levitating broom resting nearby. Could an ordinary person ride it? That question stumped Daisy. She honestly had no idea whether non-magical people could operate one. Though ignorant of its inner workings or activation mechanism, Daisy reasoned it must be a magical artifact, and thus likely required magical command. Wanda and Pepper therefore probably couldn't wield it. Wanda might force control via chaos magic, but that would be no different from flying unaided and likely far. As a non-magical person, Pepper stood no chance of operating the broom. Though one sat within reach, no one dared suggest she try. Even if failure seemed harmless, caution prevailed. "Maybe. I'll ask my professors when I return. They'd certainly know." Daisy mused, chin resting on her hand. "And, actually, I've been pondering something else." Tony interjected. "What if I replace your school's entire fleet of brooms? Relying on antiquated models risks catastrophic failure." Daisy recalled Neville's first flying lesson and his immediate transfer to the hospital wing. She nodded gravely. "Yes, I think that's wise. Honestly, I'm rather terrified." Tony, ever committed to action, drafted a letter to Albus Dumbledore, intending to send it via owl upon arriving in Britain, the first correspondence he'd ever addressed to a wizard other than Daisy. As Tony wrote, Daisy leaned over the desk, watching intently, her mind drifting. If Tony replaces Hogwarts brooms, could I petition for special dispensation to bring my own? Her hope wasn't baseless. Precedent already existed. A first year had brought a broom to Hogwarts. Perhaps hers might follow suit. Yet that expectation was doomed to disappointment. The prior exception, Harry Potter, had been granted a broom because he was the first year ever selected as seeker. The broom indispensable to competition was non-negotiable. Daisy, however, was merely an ordinary first year. Even if Tony funded an entire new set of brooms for Hogwarts, Dumbledore would never grant her similar exemption. Otherwise, Draco Malfoy, son of a Hogwarts governor, might demand identical privileges. Of course, Daisy remained blissfully unaware of this reality. Once Tony sealed the letter, she immediately turned her attention to unwrapping Christmas gifts. Daisy was quite popular at school, receiving an abundance of Christmas gifts. As for Harry, Ron, and Hermione, they had long prepared their presents, and Daisy received them early in the morning before her departure. Even after they arrived in Manhattan, the owl had not stopped delivering gifts. Hermione gifted her a set of books, extracurricular reading that she had bought in Diagon Alley. Ron gave her a fingerless sweater with a large D on the front, which Daisy adored. Harry's gift was a felt toy that he had crafted himself. Daisy had often seen him working on it with a bunch of fluff, curious about what it was, and she was pleasantly surprised to find it was a lovely cat toy which she liked very much. Besides the three of them, Neville, Seamus, and a few others also sent gifts which were rather common items, but thoughtful nonetheless. Daisy even discovered gifts from other houses among the pile. Wow. Daisy suddenly noticed something somewhat surprised. Malfoy actually sent me a Christmas gift. It can't be a prank, can it? It was no wonder Daisy was suspicious. Her relationship with Draco Malfoy had always been quite poor. If they met without exchanging barbs, it was as if the sun had risen from the west. Given their relationship, it was utterly absurd that Draco would send her a Christmas gift. Curious, yet cautious, Daisy opened the gift's wrapping. To her surprise, it was a perfectly normal gift, albeit lacking sincerity. Probably one of those obligatory Christmas gifts that were thoughtless. However, there was no prank involved. Inside the gift box was also a letter, and the wording was quite proper, making it rather unusual. Though doubtful, Daisy decided to return the favor out of politeness. Even though Draco's gift lacked thoughtfulness, she resolved not to hold it against him, and to give him a slightly more considerate gift. Daisy had plenty of things she could give as gifts, enough to fill a truck. She enjoyed shopping for beautiful, yet impractical items, things that were both nice to look at and useful, as well as those that were neither, but still needed to be owned. She had bought a ton of such random items which would serve as great gifts in return for Draco. Unlike the unexpected surprise of Draco, Daisy had already prepared Christmas gifts for Harry and the others. Hermione and Harry had grown up in the Muggle world, so Daisy gave them magical books and toys. Ron, having been raised in the magical world, had a strong curiosity about Muggles, so she prepared Muggle items for him. Some novel, fun, and easy-to-use high-tech products that posed no danger. In addition to them, Daisy had also prepared gifts for Neville, Seamus, George, Fred, and others as their relationships were. This meant that only Draco's gift had yet to be sent out. Daisy didn't want him to have any leverage over her, so she quickly picked something from her little treasury to send to Draco. Watching the owl fly away, Daisy couldn't help but feel relieved. Thankfully, there were also owls in Manhattan, who otherwise she might have really found herself in a bind with Draco. The Christmas holiday at Hogwarts was short-lasting, only 3 days. It was brief, but Daisy didn't find returning to school to be a troubling matter, perhaps because she was returning to a magical school. Daisy stayed in Manhattan for 2 days and returned to London on the morning of the 3rd day, as classes would resume the next day and the final exams were approaching. This also meant that the outcome of the bet between Daisy and Draco was imminent. Previously, Daisy and Draco had both been quite low-key, and the Quidditch Cup had drawn considerable attention, causing the students from various houses to pay less attention to the bet. Just because others weren't focused didn't mean that Daisy and Draco, as well as their friends, weren't concerned. "I think you should have set the deadline for the bet before advancing to second year," Ron said, fiddling with a card. "She shouldn't have made that bet." Hermione shot Ron a glare and turned to Daisy. "How is your research going? We're about to enter review time. Are you sure that your bet won't affect your final exams?" Daisy wasn't worried about the final exams. She had memorized most of the material. Her primary focus now was on creating her own spells, and unbeknownst to them, she had already developed her spell, which was currently in the experimental phase. "Don't worry, Hermione," Daisy replied confidently. Harry's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Daisy, have you succeeded?" Daisy shook her head. Although she had entered the experimental phase, the success rate was not guaranteed, so it couldn't yet be considered a success. She planned to demonstrate it live, and it would be troublesome if it failed at that moment. Draco naturally noticed their conversation, but unusually, he didn't retort Daisy, leaving Crabbe and Goyle astonished for a while. They had been prepared for this, knowing that if Daisy didn't retort, it wouldn't be Draco. To be honest, before enrolling, Harry Potter the Savior had a higher hostility level than Daisy. Yet at some point, Daisy's hostility level surpassed Harry's. If Daisy and Harry stood in front of Draco, he would undoubtedly choose to ignore Harry and engage with Daisy. Don't ask how they knew, but it had happened before, and not just once. Now the entire Hogwarts knew that the young master of the Malfoy family was at odds with the young lady of the Stark family. Daisy also noticed Draco's gaze, but since he hadn't approached to provoke her first, she naturally wouldn't rush. She was in a good mood. If she were to confront Draco, it would wait until the day she needed to vent her frustrations. Both Daisy and Draco were quite confident about the bet, Daisy, due to having already researched it, and being in the clinical trial stage. As for Draco, perhaps due to the impending final exams, but regardless of which house it was, including Gryffindor, there was no news at all. In a situation where the intelligence was uneven, it was quite normal for Draco to have such a misconception. He didn't believe that Daisy, a Muggle-born who had never been exposed to magic, could create her own spells as a first-year student, even if it was just a simple spell for organizing clothes. In fact, many straight men like Draco struggled to understand Daisy's dilemma. Can't you just stuff clothes into a... Even if they really couldn't fit, wouldn't a shrinking charm solve the problem? Why go through the trouble of creating a spell just for organizing clothes? Daisy, how have you never worn high fashion? Surely you've heard of it. Some clothes cannot just be randomly placed. Not only for organizing, but Daisy's spell also had a dust-repelling effect, significantly reducing the frequency of organizing and maintenance. It was applicable not just for clothes, but also for bags, shoes, jewelry, and so on. Harry and Ron initially wondered why she would specifically study this, only to be educated by Daisy for an entire afternoon about high fashion and the maintenance methods and precautions for various materials of clothing, shoes, bags, and accessories. They were left dizzy, while only Hermione among them seemed to be fine and even gained some knowledge. So do wizards never take care of their belongings? After Harry and Ron asked this question, Daisy incredulously inquired, as improper maintenance, or lack thereof, would surely shorten the lifespan of items. Harry and Ron exchanged silent glances, shaking their heads. Having been raised by his Aunt, Harry was just glad he wasn't deprived or mistreated, and there was nothing to maintain. He had mostly used Dudley's hand-me-downs throughout his life. Ron, due to his family's financial situation, also had no spare money for upkeep, with his mother Molly too busy caring for a bunch of kids to worry about maintenance. Other wizards had not heard of such concerns either. The wealthy, like the Malfoys, had house elves to do everything for them, while the less fortunate had no need for such things. On the contrary, Hermione came from a decent background. Her mother owned some luxury items, but she was still too young to be exposed to such things. In summary, most students at Hogwarts had no understanding of this matter, and probably only Daisy with her circumstances would bother to learn about it, which explains why only she thought of it. Daisy needed to know, which is why she researched it. Moreover, her grades were decent, and she had the time to study these things. Unlike Harry and Ron, who were in danger, they hardly had the time to develop their own spells. They were too busy ensuring their survival and maintaining their exam scores. During self-study time, most students were reviewing as exams were approaching, with only a few who had already given up still wanting to strive a bit more. Daisy had noted all the key points and was now researching her own spell with a clinical trial success rate of about 90%. During her experiments, there were still a few instances of failure, and she wanted to see if she could achieve 100%. Hermione was still reading. She was the epitome of a top student, while Harry was cramming at the last minute. Only Ron was being lazy, having given up on studying. Seeing Ron's laziness, Hermione scolded him. "You actually have the time to play cards." Ron shrugged. What else was there for him to do? He was the type who couldn't even manage to cram. "You're giving up on studying." Daisy glanced up at him. "If you memorize a bit now, maybe your score could look better." "Maybe," Ron boldly attempted. "Don't even think about it." Daisy guessed what he was about to say and immediately rejected. "There are anti-cheating spells during the exam, so just be honest." Ron immediately became dejected, as if losing all hope. He looked down at the card in his hand and felt even worse. It's Dumbledore again. He threw the card aside, and Daisy picked it up and glanced through it, scolding him. "You actually tossed the headmaster aside." Ron looked incredulous. "It's just a card." Harry was laughing at the side, but Daisy didn't join in the teasing. She had discovered something new. "I remember someone was looking for Nicholas Flamel." Upon hearing this, Harry forgot about laughing at Ron, leaning forward to see where Daisy found this name. "What? Nicholas Flamel?" Daisy pointed to the card. "Just take a look for yourself. Partner Nicholas Flamel." Harry's eyes lit up. Dumbledore and partner Nicholas Flamel were highly effective in alchemy. Hermione seemed to have thought of something, getting excited as she closed her book. "Follow me." The others quickly closed their books and followed. When they ran out of the hall, they bumped into Neville, who tried unsuccessfully to call out to them. "Neville, can you show some love for your poor classmate?" "Seamus, let me do it. Let me do it." Neville turned around and hurriedly donned some armor for protection. "Neville, this is a mix-up. This is still the first book. I haven't learned this yet." Seeing Hermione like that, Daisy understood it was likely that Hermione had come across the name Nicholas Flamel while reading some extracurricular book. Sure enough, once they entered the library, Hermione rushed off to grab a book nearly as big as her and thick enough to serve as a pillow. "I read this book a while ago to pass the time, and I saw Nicholas Flamel in it." Hermione was talking seriously, but it didn't stop Ron and Harry from missing the point. "You read this kind of book to kill time?" You go on." Ron dry swallowed and made a face as if he was constipated, then slowly fell silent under Hermione's gaze. Daisy looked at the thick book and felt a bit embarrassed. It was no surprise Hermione was a top student. Just look at the book she read to kill time. TSK. With Ron as an example, Daisy and Harry thought it was a bit exaggerated, but they didn't dare say it out loud. Seeing the three of them quiet as chickens, Hermione finally satisfiedly opened the book, finding the page that mentioned Nicholas Flamel. "Look here." Hermione pointed to a paragraph indicating they should look there, and Daisy leaned in closer. "Nicholas Flamel, the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone." Daisy quietly finished reading and suddenly realized, so that means that thing is the Philosopher's Stone. Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances. "What is that?" "You two don't know?" "Harry, I can understand, but Ron..." Daisy looked at Ron bewildered. Wasn't he from a magical family? How could he not know about this? "So what is it?" It seemed that Ron truly didn't know. Daisy's deadpan expression. "The Philosopher's Stone, how to explain it? It's a magical stone that can turn any material into pure gold, and it can also produce the elixir of life, granting immortality." Harry and Ron wore expressions of, "I didn't know whether this knowledge was useful or not." Seeing their expressions, Daisy understood that they knew nothing, and they probably didn't read much at all. Of flipping through textbooks was their biggest effort. "This is the thing that Fluffy is guarding," Hermione whispered. Harry and the others planned to find Hagrid that night to ask him about the Philosopher's Stone. Daisy looked at their eager expressions and couldn't help but sigh. "I have a feeling Gryffindor is going to become a point-losing house." Hearing Daisy's words, Harry and the others were a bit taken aback. Did Daisy really think they would get caught during their nighttime adventure? As long as they were careful, it would be fine. As night fell, Daisy followed these 3-point deducting experts out of the dormitory. I feel like we four could be called the point-losing quartet. Hey guys, should we recruit another one for a 5-person team? Daisy grumbled as she ran. The four of them arrived at Hagrid's hut, where Hagrid came to the door, wearing an apron, seemingly busy with something. Hagrid was delighted that Harry had brought his friends to see him, but he quickly added, "Sorry Harry, I know this is rude, but I'm very busy right now, and I don't have time to play with you." The Sorcerer's Stone. We know about the Sorcerer's Stone, they exclaimed in unison. Hagrid, feeling hopeless, opened the door wider to let them in. We suspect someone wants to steal the Sorcerer's Stone, Harry said as he entered. We three suspect Snape. No, that's impossible, Hagrid said without a second thought, dismissing the suspicion. The Sorcerer's Stone is perfectly safe, though no one can get past Fluffy. That's not necessarily true, Daisy shook her head. Even we can guess what's down there, it stands to reason that others can too, especially those with ill intentions. In any case, stop worrying about Snape, he won't steal the Sorcerer's Stone. Hagrid said, glancing at the pot that was steaming hot in front of the fireplace. He is one of the teachers guarding the stone, he wouldn't steal it. Harry and the others were clearly surprised to learn that Snape had such a role, exchanging astonished looks. What did I say? I suspect Professor Quirrell, Daisy said with a shrug. Hagrid was taken aback to hear Quirrell's name. Although Quirrell had a poor reputation at school, he was almost a good-natured person compared to Snape. Given such a persona, how could Daisy suspect him? It's just a feeling, Daisy said confidently, rolling her eyes at Harry and Ron glaring at them. A woman's intuition is very accurate, don't doubt it. With all due respect, you are still just a kid and hardly qualify as a woman yet, Hagrid said, focusing on the pot that had just wobbled. The children, filled with curiosity, were immediately drawn to the large egg in the pot and crowded around it. Harry asked. Daisy looked at the giant egg that Hagrid was taking out with heat-resistant gloves. Clearly this is an egg, although I don't know what kind of egg it is. Thanks for your useless information, Harry remarked. You're welcome, Daisy replied. Daisy never thought she would have the chance to witness the hatching of a dragon egg. She looked at the small, scrawny dragon before her, filled with wonder. Is this a dragon? Hermione asked in disbelief, her gaze glued to the little dragon as she addressed. Of course, Hagrid said proudly. I've always wanted to raise a dragon. Oh, it thinks I'm its mother. This is a Norwegian. Wow. Ron exclaimed, his eyes shining. My brother Charlie raises dragons in Romania. Raising dragons. How cool. Daisy instantly imagined being a dragon rider. I wish I could raise a dragon too, despite going to Romania so many times. I've never seen one. That's because of magic, Hagrid explained. Places that raise dragons are protected by magic. Who is that? The four of them turned to follow his gaze, spotting a platinum-colored head outside the window. Malfoy, Harry shouted before chasing after him, but that guy ran away quickly. By the time he opened the door, he had already disappeared. Oh, I think we're really going to lose points. Daisy had a bad feeling, though she suspected Draco would report them. With this incident, they lost interest in the dragon and quickly got dressed to head back to the dormitory. On the way back, Daisy worried about whether Draco would report them. The likelihood was very high, although he was out after hours too, she just felt he would go looking for a professor. Sure enough, they hadn't walked far when they spotted Professor McGonagall dressed in her pajamas, giving them a cold stare, and beside her stood Draco, wearing a smug grin. Good evening, Professor McGonagall said, her words contradicting her expression. Daisy nervously tightened her grip on Hermione's hand. It was her first time getting caught for breaking the rules, and she felt anxious. The group was taken to the nearest classroom by Professor McGonagall for a lecture. Daisy's face turned red. Ooh, what had she said? They shouldn't have come out tonight. You can't walk by the river without getting your shoes wet, and now they had really messed up. It was simply too tragic. I've told you under no circumstances are students allowed to roam the school at night. Professor McGonagall's face was grim, especially since all of them were from Gryffindor. As punishment, I will deduct 50 points from each of you. 50 points. It was like a bolt from the blue. How long would it take to recover from that? Daisy felt like crying. 50 points each, that was a total of 200 points. It seemed that this year's House Cup was destined to be out of Gryffindor's reach. Ignoring the shocked expressions on the four faces, Professor McGonagall continued, to ensure this doesn't happen again, all 5 of you will be in detention. Upon hearing this, Draco, who had been reveling in their misfortunes, suddenly lost his smug smile. Sorry, Professor, I must have misheard you. Who did you just say? 5 people. Professor McGonagall smiled sweetly. You heard correctly, Mr. Malfoy. 5 people. Although your intentions are good, you still violated school rules by roaming around at night. You have to serve detention with your classmates. Hearing that Draco would also be in detention, Daisy and the others instantly felt better. It wasn't a total loss. In stark contrast to Daisy and the others, Draco's mood was far from cheerful. Putting everything else aside, he knew that when his house head found out had been out at night, he would definitely be in trouble. Professor Snape's wrath was notoriously severe. Although Draco wanted to protest, he glanced at Professor McGonagall's expression and decided against it. It was just one night of detention. If he bargained and ended up with a 50-point deduction like Harry and the others, he was certain Professor Snape would be furious with him. When Filch arrived, Draco was engaged in a verbal spar with the 4 Gryffindors, taking them on single-handedly. Well, not really, it was more like 1 against 3, since Daisy remained silent. She had never lost a battle of words, be it against wizards or ordinary people. Perhaps it was because she had often followed Tony around being interviewed, and such a Daisy's tongue was as sharp as a knife. Many reporters from major media outlets had faced her wrath, and even some official media had been on the receiving end of her verbal assaults. When she started talking, she could leave her opponents dazed and confused without a single curse word, leaving Tony dumbfounded, wondering where she got this talent from. Perhaps from her long-lost father. Harry and Ron were the ones verbally sparring with Draco. Hermione occasionally chimed in as a backup, while Daisy remained silent with a smile. Draco, however, was too intimidated to provoke her, well aware that he wouldn't win against her. Draco had once had the unfortunate privilege of watching Daisy verbally dismantle two Slytherins. The two of them had been attacking a half-blood Gryffindor relentlessly, with the worst insult being mudblood, but that didn't stop Daisy from firing back. Draco wasn't sure about the details of the battle, but he clearly saw those two little snakes running away in tears. Daisy's prowess was evident. "Follow me." Filch, indifferent to their petty squabbles, directly instructed the five little ones to follow him, lamenting, "It's a pity we no longer use the old methods of punishment." What methods? Were there other forms of confinement before? Daisy eagerly pursued Filch with her questions, drawing curious looks from Harry, Ron, Hermione, and even Draco, who were surprised that she could actually converse with Filch, considering how few students at Hogwarts were willing to associate with him. In the past, those in confinement would be tied by their thumbs and hung in the basement. Filch said grimly, "I truly miss those screams." "I'm quite glad our headmaster is the merciful Professor Dumbledore," Daisy replied, with a shiver, unable to resist throwing a jab at Filch. "That kind of punishment is absolutely inhumane. Who came up with it?" Strangely, Filch merely cast a glance at Daisy without responding, and led them directly to Hagrid's hut, handing them over. "Tonight, you will accompany him into the Forbidden Forest for your confinement." The Forbidden Forest? Isn't that a restricted area? Daisy wondered, taken aback that their punishment involved labor instead of being locked away in a small dark room. "Only for you," Filch said, coldly glancing at Hagrid, whose nose was twitching. "You're not still grieving over that dragon?" Hagrid ignored him, silently checking his weapons before turning to them. "Norbert has left. Dumbledore sent him to..." "That's a good thing. He can be with his kin," Hermione remarked, puzzled. "But what if he doesn't like it? What if he gets bullied?" Hagrid seemed still angry. If it weren't for Draco's snitching, he wouldn't have been separated from his dragon. Daisy felt helpless. It was a dragon. How could it be treated like an ordinary pet? It would be spoiled. But seeing Hagrid like this, she knew he wouldn't take it in, so she shook her head, inwardly offering different words of comfort. "Don't be sad, Hagrid. Maybe you can still visit him. Babies always recognize their mothers." Upon hearing Daisy's words, Hagrid's mood lightened a bit. "All right, Hagrid, don't dwell on your dragon. You still have to go to the Forbidden Forest, so it's best to keep your wits about you." Filch was eager to stop listening to Hagrid's expressions of longing. He just wanted to hand these little rascals over to Hagrid and go back to sleep. "The Forbidden Forest. Are we really going?" Draco said, somewhat scared but attempting to act composed. "Students aren't allowed there. There are even werewolves." "There's more than just werewolves there," Filch said with a sinister smile, causing Draco to visibly shudder. Genuinely, Filch couldn't be bothered to say more to them, carrying his lantern as he returned to the castle. Hagrid perked up, leading Harry and the others into the Forbidden Forest. As Filch had said, he had serious business to attend to tonight and could not delay any longer. Hagrid took them deeper into the Forbidden Forest and soon spotted a pool of silvery liquid on the ground, shimmering under the moonlight, resembling mercury. Daisy could only think of such a substance. After all, she grew up in the Muggle world, surrounded by adults who were research enthusiasts. Draco rolled his eyes. "I don't know what you're talking about, but clearly that isn't it. That's unicorn blood." Hagrid dipped a finger into the liquid and sniffed it. "A unicorn has been injured." The others looked at him, and then what? Then it was time to split up. "Hermione and Ron, you're with me. Harry, Daisy, and Malfoy, you guys form a group." Draco looked at the two Gryffindors beside him and quickly said, "Then Yaya will come with us." Hagrid replied firmly, "No problem, but I must warn you, Yaya is very timid." As soon as Draco heard this, he immediately regretted it, but there was no turning back. They could only take Yaya with. Seeing his expression, Harry and Daisy couldn't help but laugh. Compared to Draco, who looked ready to have his soul scared out of him, they were completely unafraid. Daisy had nothing to fear with her chaos magic in hand. Although Harry didn't know about Daisy's abilities, he was aware that she was the one who could petrify trolls, so he felt quite safe. "If my father knew I was doing something so menial, he would definitely be furious," Draco said angrily. Still, Daisy rolled her eyes, without hesitation, remembering who had insisted on grabbing the lantern earlier. At first, she and Harry had said they would help him carry it, but this guy had immediately retorted, "I'm afraid you two would run off with it," which had infuriated Daisy and the others. Neither Harry nor Daisy said much more. The three walked together, expecting no significant findings. However, after turning a corner, they saw a dark mass lying on an animal, which looked a bit like a horse, but was entirely white, with a beautiful horn on its forehead. In the pitch-black night, it emitted a faint, soft white light, appearing very sacred. The dark creature seemed to sense their gaze, lifting its head with the silvery blood of the unicorn still around its lips. It was the one who had harmed the unicorn. Seeing this scene, Draco screamed and ran back in a panic, completely forgetting about Daisy and Harry. Daisy and Harry exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless. Daisy was unafraid of the creature before them, but Harry was still a bit scared as compared to Daisy, who had chaos magic. He was merely an 11-year-old boy. Hagrid and the others should have heard the commotion, right? Daisy stood in front of Harry, her hands at her sides, ready to give the dark creature a loving scratch, if necessary. Harry was too frightened to speak, but as a young man, he didn't want Daisy to stand in front of him, so he bravely stood beside her, pretending to be courageous. He couldn't move forward any longer. His legs felt weak. Harry thought near tears. Just when Harry was anxious, a huge shadow passed overhead, and as they looked up, a fawn. Daisy was left puzzled. Harry, it's a mix-up. What is this? Daisy gazed at the half-human, half-horse creature before her, lost in thought. Are there really so many magical beings in your world? Newt suddenly appearing. We could even film 2 fantastic beasts. What do you think? The centaur turned to Harry after driving away the darkness, saying, Harry Potter, you shouldn't be here. Many creatures here know you, and it's dangerous for you. Thank you for saving us. We didn't want to come here, either. We were punished with detention. Harry explained. What was that just now? That was a monster. Killing a unicorn is a grave crime, and drinking its blood can prolong life, but at a high cost. After drinking unicorn blood, you exist in a half-life state for the rest of your days. The centaur explained. But who would do such a thing? Harry was puzzled. Can't you figure it out? The centaur retorted, believing Harry already had the answer in his heart. Upon recalling the hidden things in the school, Harry quickly reached a conclusion. Is this unicorn dead? Daisy stepped forward to observe. The unicorn was gravely injured, but seemed to still be alive. The centaur shook his head, and Daisy sighed in regret, gently stroking the unicorn. Harry, Daisy, are you all right? Hagrid arrived slowly, still holding a crossbow. He sighed in relief upon seeing the centaur. Firenze, you've already met young Harry. Firenze nodded in greeting, lowering his gaze to Harry. Harry Potter, you should leave now. You are safe. After saying that, Firenze left, and Harry and Daisy followed Hagrid out of the Forbidden Forest. Their purpose was to investigate the unicorn incident, and with results in hand, they naturally wouldn't linger in the forest. After Hagrid escorted them back to the castle, he returned to his hut. Filch had long since wandered off, and was not. Let's hurry back to the dormitory. I don't want to encounter Filch again. Daisy pulled her cloak tighter. It was already quite cold, and she just wanted to return to her warm bed. As if I wanted to stay here with you bunch of stupid Gryffindors. Draco scowled. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been given to. Daisy was almost amused to the point of anger. What does he mean because of them? It was clearly you. If you hadn't insisted on reporting us, Professor McGonagall wouldn't have caught us. You deserve detention, Ron retorted. You were the one who broke the rules first. Draco refused to back down. You were meddling. Ron huffed angrily. Enough. Daisy, irritated by their bickering, shot Draco an exasperated look. Our business has nothing to do with you. If you hadn't meddled, how would you know we were looking for Hagrid? In the end, you foolishly went to find Professor McGonagall, dragging us down with you, and leaving yourself trapped. What? Draco was taken aback by Daisy's retort. And you a Slytherin? Don't you absolutely despise us, Griff? Then I hope you remember you are a Slytherin. Don't mix with us Gryffindors. Otherwise I wouldn't mind giving you a chance to reset. Finally, Daisy glared goodnight. After saying that, she grabbed Hermione and prepared to head back to the dormitory, only to turn around and see Harry and Ron looking stunned. They seemed quite shocked by Daisy's outburst, as she had always been polite since starting school. Even when sparring with Draco, she had never said anything too outrageous. The Gryffindors had always said Daisy's character was very Hufflepuff-like. Let's go back. Daisy nudged Ron, and only then did they react, quickly running a couple of steps to catch up with Daisy. Harry walked beside Daisy, glancing back at Draco. It wasn't until Daisy and the others had walked a bit further that he realized his face was flushed with anger. Did you see Draco's expression? Ron had noticed too, saying gleefully, I'm sure I won't forget that pig liver face. And hearing this, the others couldn't help but laugh, except for Daisy. Let's first think about how to earn those points back. Daisy sighed, rubbing her forehead in distress. Losing 200 points at once, how are we going to make that up? Gryffindor tends to lose points often, and among the first years, Harry and Ron were the main culprits. Hermione and Daisy, along with other high-achieving students, could only try their best in class to maintain a rough balance in points, leaving no extra points to spare. Hermione had also been relishing the moment, but upon hearing Daisy's words, she began to worry as well. It was indeed easy to lose points in Gryffindor, but hard to earn them back. Daisy had complained more than once to Hermione that Gryffindor might as well be renamed to Gryffindor less points. After the four returned to the dormitory, they didn't go to their rooms, but instead gathered in front of the fireplace, discussing the events of the night in the Forbidden Forest. Everything was harmonious on Hermione's side, but Harry's side had encountered problems, making Hermione and Ron very curious. Firenze said that someone is already lurking in the school. Daisy took a sip of hot milk, grateful to the house elf for providing her with hot milk at such a late hour. It proved that having a good relationship with the cook was indeed very important. Look, Harry and the others didn't have that, and it was Daisy who asked the house elf to get it for her. Who are you talking about? Ron hadn't reacted yet, and seeing his dazed expression, Hermione rolled her eyes in frustration. This guy's intelligence was a bit lacking. It's Vold. Daisy began, but seeing Ron's expression change, she had to change her wording. All right, you know who. Forenza said he is currently in the school. Didn't I say you know who? And you couldn't figure it out. Now I can Ron nod. Although the kids present were not very old, they were far from foolish. They were even quite clever. They all knew what Voldemort's return to Hogwarts meant. So Snape stealing the Philosopher's Stone wasn't for himself, but for that guy? Harry said with certainty the Philosopher's Stone can create the elixir of life. He wants to use it to restore his vitality. If he comes back, he will definitely target Harry. Ron was starting to panic, not just because he was best friends with Harry, but also out of concern for himself. What should we do? I say. Daisy saw that all three were looking at her now, and continued with satisfaction. Have you forgotten where this place is? Have you forgotten that there are so many professors in the school? All right. Professor Dumbledore. Hermione's eyes lit up. Harry, as long as Professor Dumbledore is in the school, Voldemort won't target you. Hearing this, Harry and Ron both breathed a sigh of relief. The headmaster of Hogwarts was the greatest wizard of the age. He would never allow the Dark Lord to harm his students. However, Daisy was not worried about the invasion of the Dark Lord. She was quite curious about which was stronger between dark magic and chaotic magic. At present, Daisy foolishly believed that chaotic magic was the best in the world. All right. Am going back to sleep. Staying up late is the enemy of beauty. Daisy jumped up from the sofa, stretched, and looked at Hermione. Where's Hermione? Upon hearing this, Hermione also stood up. Then I will go back too, but it's indeed too late. You all should hurry back to sleep as well. After saying that, she ignored the two boys and left hand in hand with Daisy to go back to their room. Ron and Harry exchanged glances and shrugged helplessly before heading back to their room. Although they were not tired at all, there was no one left in the common room, making it somewhat meaningless to stay. Despite having slept later than usual the night before, Daisy and Hermione still got up early and finished breakfast on time, sitting in the classroom. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were still snuggled up in bed, sound asleep. Neville and Seamus, after 10 minutes of fruitless attempts, had to give up trying to wake them. Today is Professor McGonagall's class. Those two are really too bold. As the class time approached, Daisy whispered to Hermione, Neville, when you all came out, were they still not awake? Hermione chose to ask someone in the know. We tried to wake them up for a full 10 minutes. 10 minutes. But they showed no sign of waking up, Neville said. Seamus quickly nodded in agreement. Daisy looked at her watch and raised her head. I'm sure they're going to be late. Professor McGonagall is coming. Others also gradually noticed Professor McGonagall entering the room and quieted down. Professor McGonagall stood at the lectern scanning the room and immediately noticed that Harry and Ron were absent. She frowned, but did not say anything, instead assigning some in-class assignments, and everyone took out their notebooks and started writing. Class had already begun, yet Harry and Ron were still nowhere to be seen. They were definitely going to be late today, but she had already seen some Slytherins starting to gloat. Yes, it was that young Draco Malfoy with his slicked-back hair. Professor McGonagall transformed into a cat sitting on the lectern. After writing for a while, Daisy looked up at her. One could hardly blame Daisy. Who could resist a cute little cat? Even if its true form was that of an elderly witch over 50. Although Professor McGonagall looks not old at all, Daisy silently added in her heart, curious about Professor McGonagall's ability to transform into a cat, wishing she could possess such a skill. Who wouldn't want the ability to turn into a cat? After the class bell rang for a while, Harry and Ron burst into the classroom. Seeing that Professor McGonagall was not there, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Instead of quickly sitting down, they began to badmouth Professor McGonagall. Daisy couldn't help but facepalm. These two were truly hopeless. They had already arrived late, yet instead of sitting quietly, they were loudly chatting and speaking ill of the professor. They were really going to get into trouble. Sure enough, after Ron finished speaking, Professor McGonagall transformed back into her human form and gave Harry and Ron a stern scolding, with Ron receiving more pointed remarks for his careless tongue. While Daisy rolled her eyes in her heart, she glanced over at the Slytherins, who were gleefully watching, and glared at them a few times, causing them to tone it down a little. Harry and Ron then obediently sat down, and only then did Professor McGonagall begin the class. You two are unbelievable. Once class was over, Hermione began to criticize Harry and Ron, daring to be late for Professor McGonagall's class. Fortunately, it wasn't potions class, otherwise I am sure Snape would have deducted points. Harry and Ron scratched their heads somewhat awkwardly at her words. After returning home the night before, they had quietly discussed for a while, and as a result they overslept the next morning. Neville said they tried to wake you up for a long time, but couldn't get you up at all. Daisy also shook her head in disbelief. They were really lucky it was Professor McGonagall's own class, and since this was their first offense, they were not penalized, just scolded a bit, and that was it. At this point, Harry felt quite resentful. He and Ron had completely failed to hear the commotion, sleeping like two little pigs, while Neville and the others had tried various methods with no success. After so long since school started, you two still haven't gotten used to the school's routine. What's even more ridiculous is that you say it's because of the stair changes that you can't remember. Daisy scoffed. Ron dared not speak, but the fact was that the changes in the stairs were indeed completely unpredictable. Even with the first semester about to end, they still had not figured it out. The The moving stairs posed no problem for Daisy as she could fly. Even if the stairs turned to another position, she could still use chaotic magic to fly to the correct place, though she had never done so. Professor McGonagall is right, you two really should memorize the castle's map, Daisy remarked following them into the History of Magic classroom, where she entered her favorite part of class, disguised laziness. Professor Binns, the History of Magic instructor, was quite adept at hypnotizing students and making them fall asleep within 10 minutes of class starting. Daisy even compared him to her previous math teacher, concluding that they were on par with Professor Binns, slightly ahead. Even Daisy was like this, let alone Harry and Ron. They would definitely fall asleep within 10 minutes of class starting. From the first time they attended this class until now, with the semester nearing its end, it was still the same. If it weren't for her research into self-created spells during History of Magic class, Daisy was sure she would be just like those two. This History of Magic class was attended by both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Daisy didn't even need to turn around to see the Slytherins next to her, who were pecking at their desks like chicks. Professor Binns' classes were generally very tedious, and his hypnotic effect was unrivaled. When Gryffindor and Slytherin shared a class, the History of Magic was the most peaceful for a simple reason: most of the students had fallen asleep, and the few remaining were basically study addicts busy listening with no time to provoke each other. Daisy forced herself to stay awake until class ended. The moment the bell rang, she closed her textbook, stretched, and turned to tap Harry and Ron, who were sound asleep behind her. Wake up, you two. The sun is about to bake your butts. Harry sat up, blinking in confusion. Did I fall asleep? You were sleeping like a log, Hermione said with a look of disdain. Glancing to the side, she noticed drool at the corner of Ron's mouth. Ew. Ron, wipe your drool. Ron stretched, wiped the corner of his mouth, and looked at his hands still sticky with saliva in bewilderment. I can't believe I slept so soundly. Seeing these two unreliable guys with their still sleepy expressions, Daisy shook her head helplessly. How could they sleep in class after getting up so late in the morning? All right, hurry up and pack your things. It's time for us to eat. Daisy had already packed her books and leaned against the desk, urging the two who hadn't moved yet. Hermione had also packed her textbooks long ago. Once Harry and Ron were ready, she took her books and headed towards the dormitory as the classroom was nearly empty. Gryffindor had no classes in the afternoon, and after lunch it was a delightful study time. With the end of the term approaching, Daisy was still diligently reviewing. Hermione was focused on her reading, but after a while Harry and Ron started looking around, completely unable to concentrate. They seemed utterly bored. Daisy felt Ron's gaze on her and looked up at him. Ron, what are you doing? Have you finished reviewing? Ron shrugged. I think it would yield the same results whether I study or not. Seeing his demeanor, it was clear he had given up, resting his head on the desk with a look of despair. Daisy rolled her eyes and picked up a ballpoint pen from beside her, tapping it on his head. There's still some time before the final exam. You clearly have time. Why give up? Let alone anything else, you can always cram the basics right. Ron grimaced in pain, covering his head and looking at Daisy's weapon with a pitiful expression. That was a ballpoint pen she had brought from home. While some young wizards had one too, for some reason Daisy's pen seemed particularly exquisite, appearing more expensive than the others. But I can't memorize it, Ron complained, glancing at the textbook. Seeing all this makes my head spin. You still have to memorize it. As the saying goes, a dull knife does not cut wood well. At the very least, you should memorize what you can. You can't just rely on copying from me and Hermione during the final exam, can you? Daisy looked at him with disdain. She had not forgotten that Professor McGonagall mentioned there would be magic to prevent cheating during the exam. Compared to Ron's miserable situation, Harry had it a bit better since his usual grades were decent. However, he couldn't focus on preparing for the exam at all. Rather than the exam, he was more concerned about the Philosopher's Stone, likely because it was closely related to him. After all, it was what Voldemort was after, and if Voldemort got it, there was no doubt he would target Harry. After complaining about Ron, Daisy naturally noticed Harry, who was deep in thought and equally unable to study. What's wrong? Don't tell me you've given up too. Harry hesitated for a moment, lowering his voice. I was thinking about the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone. Daisy was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Harry to still be worried about this. Hadn't they agreed last night that as long as Professor Dumbledore was at Hogwarts, there was no need to worry about Voldemort? Could it be that Harry didn't even trust Professor Dumbledore? After class, why not ask Professor McGonagall? She should know about the Philosopher's Stone. Just have her remind Professor Dumbledore, right? Hermione joined the discussion. Harry nodded hesitantly. It seemed they had no other way at the moment. After their study session, the four of them hurriedly went to find Professor McGonagall. As Daisy had guessed, Professor McGonagall was indeed one of the informed individuals. However, they were surprised to learn that Dumbledore, whom they had expected to remain at Hogwarts, had left the school to attend to some matters. Upon exiting Professor McGonagall's office, the expressions of the four of them darkened. The reason was simple: if Professor Dumbledore was not at school, the Death Eater lurking in Hogwarts would surely take action. What do we do? Professor Dumbledore isn't at school. Ron began to panic. Snape will surely take action. Wait, why are you still doubting Professor Snape? Daisy still believed that Professor Snape was not the Death Eater, even though Harry and Ron were resolutely convinced that Snape was the traitor. He attacked Harry during the Quidditch match. Ron exclaimed, unable to believe it. He couldn't understand why Daisy trusted Snape so much. But Quirrell was acting suspiciously too, Daisy said. She hadn't forgotten Quirrell's expression at that time. After seeing Harry was safe, he did not relax like the other professors, but instead looked displeased. In contrast, Snape had a slight smile at the corner of his lips. Ron and Hermione thought about it, and realized that Daisy was right. After noticing Quirrell's unusual behavior, Daisy had immediately told Ron, and Hermione had learned about it afterward. So now they had two suspects on Harry and Ron's side. Snape was the bigger suspect, while Daisy and Hermione were more suspicious of Quirrell. We already know where the Philosopher's Stone is hidden. Why not go check it out tonight? Harry suggested. The other three immediately agreed, curious about the Philosopher's Stone. Since we're here, we might as well take it. It's better than leaving it there for Voldemort to covet. If he wants the Philosopher's Stone, we just have to take him down. Daisy said, looking fearless. In truth, she wasn't afraid. If Voldemort dared to come, she would dare to teach him a lesson with her chaotic magic. It's great to get it, but let's not cross paths with you-know-who. Ron shivered, saying in fear. Daisy shrugged and didn't say anything. However, as she turned her head, she saw a tall figure standing behind them, not knowing how long he had been there. But she had a strong feeling he had heard their entire conversation. Good afternoon, Professor, Snape said coldly as he greeted them. Good afternoon, Professor. We were just about to head out. Excuse us. Daisy sensed she shouldn't say much more. Before Snape could respond, she quickly finished a few sentences and dragged Hermione, Harry, and Ron away. The three of them didn't even have time to react before being pulled away. After the lights went out in the evening, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Daisy appeared in the Gryffindor common room, which was eerily quiet with no one present. Except for a frog. Trevor? Ron asked with confusion. How did it end up here? This isn't where it should be. Neither is this place for you, Ron. Neville straightened up, and Daisy and the others noticed Neville was there too, as he had been hidden behind the chair. I won't let you go. You'll get caught and lose points. Gryffindor can't afford to lose any more points. Neville clenched his fists in front of his chest, determined not to back down, but his trembling voice and shaking leg. Oh no! Daisy looked at Neville in surprise and nudged Harry beside her. You guys are so exposed. No one here has noticed us. Harry stood there somewhat at a loss, unsure of what to do, as should he take Neville with them. But Neville didn't know anything. I'm sorry, Neville. At this critical moment, Hermione calmly pulled out her wand, Petrificus Totalis. Neville never expected to be petrified by Hermione crashing heavily to the ground, making quite a noise that made. Seeing him fall so hard, Daisy, with a rare sense of conscience, draped her furry bunyard cloak over him, saying, We'll be back as soon as possible to move you to a chair. Let's go. Harry took the lead as they left the dormitory, and before they exited, Daisy cast a glance at Neville lying on the floor, shaking her head in sympathy. He was in such a sorry state. Fortunately, Harry's invisibility cloak was large enough for all four of them. They linked arms and walked closely together, afraid of revealing even a hint of themselves. As they crossed the corridor, the stairs were very accommodating today, and they quickly arrived at the wooden door Hermione had mentioned. Daisy had never been there before. The last time it was just Harry and the other two. This was her first time, and Hermione skillfully used the unlocking charm to open the door. The four hurried inside, and to their surprise, there was already a magical harp inside, producing enchanting music. Someone's been here, either Quirrell or Professor Snape. Personally, I lean towards Quirrell, Daisy said. We need to hurry in, otherwise if the magic on the harp wears off, we're doomed. Harry and Ron nodded, and together they moved the giant paw that was pressing against the door to open it. They peered inside, exchanging looks. Who goes first? Daisy looked at their anxious and even somewhat fearful faces and decided, they'll go first, you guys hurry up. With that, she jumped down first, followed closely by Hermione. The two girls jumped down, and Harry hesitated for a second. Just as he prepared to jump down, he suddenly felt something was off. It seems a bit too quiet, Harry said hesitantly, suddenly realizing that the music had disappeared. Looking at the harp has stopped. Daisy and Hermione looked up, discovering three large dog heads had appeared above them, their eyes widening in terror. Ron, jump! Daisy shouted urgently. Quick, quick, quick! They're going to bite you. Only then did the two remember what was inside, and they screamed as they jumped down, landing on the devil's net below. Ron had just sighed in relief when the tendrils of the devil's net wrapped around him, and he began to struggle and panic, but the more he struggled, the tighter the net became. Without thinking, Daisy used chaos magic to blast open a section of the devil's net, falling down below, and just as she landed, Hermione came down beside her. How did you get down? They both asked simultaneously. That's the devil's net. The more you struggle, the tighter it wraps around you. If you relax, it will let you go, Hermione said, not having time to ponder how Daisy blasted her way through the devil's net, as she quickly began instructing Harry and Ron, who were still trapped above. With Hermione's guidance, Harry desperately fought against his instincts, and soon enough he was indeed lowered, but Ron next to him could not relax at all, whether he couldn't hear or truly couldn't control himself. Seeing the devil's net tightening around Ron, it seemed that he might be choked to death. Daisy quickly used chaos magic to blast the net around him as well, but Ron was also affected, falling down in a messy heap. Wow! Harry looked at Daisy in amazement, helping Ron up alongside Hermione. What was that? That was quite... Ron wiped the grime off his face, still shaken, and looked at Daisy. I thought you were going to blow me up too. Daisy rolled her eyes dismissively. Unfortunately, I'm quite adept at chaos magic. I didn't accidentally harm you. Chaos magic. Confirming that Ron was only a bit constricted by the devil's net, and had only gotten a bit dirty without any serious injuries, Hermione leaned closer to Daisy. What is that? I remember there was a superhero called Scarlet Witch in the Avengers who used chaos magic. Do you all use chaos magic? Harry also asked excitedly, having heard of Scarlet Witch's fame, surprised that Daisy had this chaos magic as well. Daisy nodded. That's my mother. I inherited her chaos magic. Harry and Hermione exchanged enlightened expressions while Ron looked even more confused. What are you talking about? What is chaos magic and what is a superhero? Harry and Hermione excitedly began explaining to Ron what a superhero was, leaving him utterly bewildered. Wow. Daisy was the first to reach the next challenge, gazing in awe at the keys flying about with long wings. Ron, am I really that inexperienced? Are keys in the magical world like this? Ron shook his head. Of course not. Hermione glanced at the keys above and then spotted the door across from them. After they approached it, they found it was locked. Ron took out his wand and tried the unlocking charm, but it didn't work. The four exchanged glances. They had only learned a limited number of spells, and now they had no key. Did it mean they would fail at this challenge? How about this, Daisy? Why don't you use your magic to blast through? Ron suggested after trying several spells without success, feeling despair. Daisy thought about it and realized it was indeed a good idea. Using chaos magic to blast her way through would be much faster than trying to get through one challenge at a time. Although they had only reached the second challenge, Daisy could see that many professors likely participated in setting up the challenges. For example, the devil's net was from herbology. Here she glanced at the broomstick, which suggested that the challengers needed to ride the broomstick to catch the keys. The key to this door was probably hidden among the flying keys. They'll give it a try. Daisy signaled for the three to step back, and then used chaos magic. This door was protected not only by a lock, but also by a spell, possibly to prevent someone from trying to force it open with unlocking spells. However, the person who set this door likely didn't expect that those preparing to force it open would have not just unlocking spells, but also chaos magic. Daisy felt the magic on the door and increased the output of her spell. In no time, the wooden door burst open with a bang. Ron exclaimed in surprise. He had merely said it casually, never expecting Daisy to actually blow it open, and so the explosion from the chaotic magic was quite loud, causing dust to fall from above. As Daisy observed the dust settling on the ground, an ominous premonition struck her. This surely must have alerted the intruder hiding inside, right? Harry and the others then realized this problem and became flustered. Daisy's expression grew serious as the light from her chaotic magic flickered. He'll go in first to stop that guy? Harry, you three follow closely. I don't know what's inside, but I have to apologize in advance. Speed is of the essence. With that, Daisy soared into the air, quickly leaving them behind as she flew inside. Watching her retreating figure, Harry and the others exchanged helpless glances and could only take off running to catch up. Just a few steps later, another loud bang echoed ahead, making the ground tremble slightly beneath their feet, and more dust fell from the ceiling along with a few small stones. Oh my, what on earth is Daisy doing? With such a commotion, she's going to wake up the entire Hogwarts. Hermione exclaimed, brushing the small stones from her hair with a frown. Didn't she just say speed is of the essence? Ron shrugged and continued running. Seeing this, Harry and Hermione hurried to follow. After running for a while, the trio came upon a chessboard that had already turned to ruins. It was evident that it had once been occupied by wizard chess pieces taller than they were, but now they lay shattered. Ron, a fan of wizard chess, looked at the destroyed pieces with a sense of heartbreak. If they could still be played with, it would have been so much fun, right? Harry, who stood beside him, was oblivious to Ron's thoughts. He looked at the debris on the ground and couldn't help but swallow hard. The destructive power of chaotic magic was truly overwhelming. Such a large chessboard had been completely obliterated. Hermione glanced toward the exit and saw a long corridor ahead with faint sounds of battle echoing from within. If nothing else, Daisy should be there, possibly already engaged in combat with the intruder. Daisy must be inside. Oh, let's hurry over there. As Hermione spoke, she pulled out her wand. The traitor trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone should be there too, fighting with Daisy. We need to be prepared. Even if we can't help, we can't hold her back. Harry and Ron nodded, pulling out their wands to follow her. Ron didn't think they wouldn't be able to help. He was unaware of the true power of chaotic magic. In fact, he was already pondering which spell to use once they entered. When the three arrived at the entrance to the hall where Daisy was, they were stunned by the scene before them. Daisy was flying midair, manipulating numerous rocks with chaotic magic to attack Quirrell, who was swathed in a turban. Not just the stones, everything that could move in the cave except for the Mirror of Erased was under Daisy's control, even her wand. Professor Quirrell had lost his usual demeanor, his eyes fierce and stuttering absent. He glared at the difficult Daisy, his teeth almost grinding to dust, continuously casting the killing curse, yet none of his spells could penetrate Daisy's chaotic magic. After all, her chaotic magic offered her complete protection. Harry and Hermione watched in awe, their eyes shining with admiration, while Ron stood beside them, his jaw dropped in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Daisy's chaotic magic could even defend against the killing curse. Daisy had naturally noticed Harry and the others' arrival, but she didn't seek them out. Confident in their safety, she coldly regarded Quirrell. Quirrell, show me everything you've got. Don't waste time. Quirrell ceased his attacks, realizing that none of his efforts had worked thus far. He couldn't run away, nor could he win. Was he really going to meet his end here? The three little ones behind him stared in shock at Quirrell's twisted expression. They had long suspected Professor Snape was the traitor, but unexpectedly the true traitor was actually Professor Quirrell. Daisy had been right. It was no wonder they would suspect Snape. Compared to the cowardly, useless Quirrell, Snape seemed far less likable. Dark, sharp-tongued, and with a history of being a Death Eater, anyone would have doubts about him. Harry was now filled with curiosity, confusion, and disbelief, stepping forward to Daisy's side. "Harry, what are you doing?" Daisy was taken aback. She hadn't expected Harry to come out. Harry didn't answer Daisy. He stared at Quirrell in confusion. "How can it be you? Where's Snape?" "It shouldn't be." Harry paused here, glancing at Daisy. Among the four of them, only Daisy had always believed in Snape. He and Ron, as well as Hermione, had doubts about Snape. Even Hermione only began to suspect Quirrell after Daisy had spoken at length about him. "I told you he isn't Harry. Don't judge a person by their appearance," Daisy said, turning to Quirrell. "Isn't it time to clear Professor Snape's name? The troll was let in by you, and during the Quidditch match, it was also because of you." Quirrell straightened his somewhat disheveled clothes and smirked. "Indeed, after all, compared to me, he certainly doesn't look like a good person, does he? Trust me, at the Quidditch match, if his robe hadn't suddenly caught fire, even if he desperately tried to cast a counter curse, he wouldn't have been able to save you." Harry still wore a look of disbelief. The villain he had always thought was actually the one protecting him. It was simply too unbelievable. "Harry, go back and get Professor Snape a new robe. He burned it trying to save you," Daisy teased, nudging Harry with her elbow. "And by the way, apologize to him. He's been taking the blame for so long." Daisy's remark made not just Harry, but also Hermione behind them feel somewhat embarrassed. After all, it was her fire that had burned the robe, and if they were to compensate Professor Snape, she should contribute and apologize. "As for the troll, Harry, you weren't wrong. Someone released the troll to divert attention and tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone through the use of the Confundus charm, but that person was not Snape, it was Quirrell." Daisy recalled Harry's earlier deduction. He wasn't wrong, the formula was correct, but he had the wrong variable. "Yes, that day, everyone was busy in the basement. Only he reacted and followed me to the third floor. My plan failed, and after that he no longer trusted me, forbidding others from associating with me. But," Quirrell said slowly, turning to look at the mirror of Erased behind him, "I was never alone. Now answer me, Harry. How do I use this mirror? I see myself holding the Philosopher's Stone. How do I get it?" Quirrell said fiercely. "Potter." A voice that was clearly not good emanated from Quirrell. Hearing this voice, Daisy was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected there to be someone else here. Could it be that Voldemort's minions were not limited to just Quirrell? After hearing the voice, Killis' expression became extremely respectful as he referred to it as Master. Daisy understood immediately the owner of this voice was none other than Voldemort. But where was he? Before Daisy could ask, she saw Chelou talking to Voldemort, as if she were completely invisible, disregarding her presence entirely. After exchanging a few words, Chelou removed his headscarf and turned around, revealing his shiny bald head to Daisy and the others hiding behind her. Saying it was shiny might not be entirely accurate, as there was a face growing on the back of his head, which seemed to be the legendary Voldemort. "Harry Potter." Voldemort, with only a face left, completely ignored Daisy standing next to Harry and addressed him. "Look at me, see what I've become. To survive, I can only drink the blood of unicorns, but that blood cannot give me a body. All of this is thanks to you." Daisy looked at the incessantly chattering face with a conflicted expression. This was the Dark Lord, whose name was too terrifying to utter. "So you're left with just a face? My goodness, this is the Dark Lord. You're really embarrassing him. And don't blame everything on Harry. If you hadn't caused trouble, there wouldn't be a situation like this today. It's clearly a case of self-inflicted consequences." Daisy's words instantly infuriated Voldemort. He recognized this little girl as a half-blood witch from a Muggle background, who dared to be so audacious in front of him back in the day. Watching Daisy, who appeared completely unafraid, made Voldemort's nose flare with anger. If he had won. "Come here, Potter." Chelou shouted at Harry with a ferocious expression, causing Harry to walk toward him uncontrollably. Daisy raised an eyebrow in confusion, wondering why he was going over, just because he was told to. Daisy quickly blocked Harry, shielding him behind her. "Why should Harry go over there instead of you coming here?" As she spoke, Daisy extended a hand and beckoned Chelou with her finger. "You come here. It seems I need to take care of you, little girl." Chelou was enraged by Daisy's cheeky demeanor. After a moment's pause, he continued menacingly, fully aware of Daisy's formidable nature. Although she was just an 11-year-old girl, her magic had made him look foolish. "Take care of me," Daisy exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. How dare he? Did he think chaotic magic was just child's play? "A friendly reminder, your Avada Kedavra curse no longer works. That thing cannot break my chaotic magic. As a Death Eater who could hide, so deeply Killis' power was naturally not to be underestimated. Despite his usual meek appearance, he revealed his true strength once he dropped the facade, hurling various dark spells at Daisy like they were free. However, most were blocked by chaotic magic, and the few spells that managed to break through had little actual effect. Although Chillu couldn't handle Daisy, it didn't mean Daisy was helpless against him. Faced with a traitorous professor with an overwhelming stockpile of spells, Daisy chose to use chaotic magic for a direct and violent counterattack. While Daisy was overpowering Chillu, Hermione and Ron were not idle either. They chose not to interfere in Daisy and Killis' battle, but took the opportunity to quickly pull Harry out of the underground cave, all while keeping their wands ready for Voldemort, who was attached to Chillu. Voldemort did not regard Daisy as a threat, perhaps considering her and the other two children as inconsequential compared to Harry. However, it was unexpected for him to see Chillu being overwhelmed by Daisy. His curiosity about the red energy Daisy controlled deepened, but it remained mere curiosity. As Chillu grew increasingly unable to counter Daisy and was on the verge of defeat, Voldemort became anxious. However, as he was merely possessing Chillu, he had no way to intervene and could only issue verbal commands. "Fool, don't mind that brat. Go capture Harry Potter." Voldemort scolded Chillu, who immediately braced himself to endure a wave of Daisy's attacks. He dashed past her towards Harry and the others outside, raising his hand to cast a wall of flames that instantly blocked the entrance of the underground cave, keeping Daisy trapped inside. Daisy was just about to catch up with Chillu, but was stopped by the flames. Looking at the fire before her, Daisy was unfazed. With a cold smile, she manipulated the flames to form a fire dragon that lunged toward the distant Chillu. Chillu did not notice the fire dragon behind him. He desperately tried to catch Harry, who was scrambling and fleeing in a panic, but was delayed for a few seconds by basic spells cast by Hermione and Ron that posed no threat to him. In the end, he was engulfed by the fire dragon controlled by Daisy, leaving not a trace behind. The three of them sat in place, still shaken, their chests heaving. Ron's hands trembled, clearly showing his nerves. He looked at Daisy, who landed gracefully after flying over, and said, "Daisy, that fire dragon you just created was amazing. Is that the effect of the chaotic magic?" Daisy shook her head. "That was just me forcefully controlling the flames that Chillu summoned earlier. It doesn't count as the effect of chaotic magic." Ron exclaimed in amazement. That was still very impressive. In truth, Daisy did not understand chaotic magic very well. Her knowledge came mainly from daily use and Wanda's explanations. She had never heard Wanda properly explain the effects of chaotic magic, only knowing that it could control things, and with skill, even manipulate people, which was quite powerful. However, she was unclear on what specific results it could achieve. Daisy did not share this with Harry and the others. In her previous life, the greatest use of chaotic magic might have just been to control something from a distance. In fact, Daisy had never used it in battle. She had only seen her mother use it, and everyone in the Avengers had been very careful not to let Daisy get involved. "So where is the Philosopher's Stone?" Daisy asked curiously. It wasn't that she wanted the stone, she was just genuinely curious. After all, such a magical gem must exist in the Avengers. Or perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. too. The Infinity Stones count as well. Harry shook his head. He had been prevented from seeing the mirror when Voldemort called him over, so he missed the chance to see it. However, Chillu had previously mentioned that he saw himself holding the Philosopher's Stone in the mirror of Ariste. Harry suspected that if he stood in front of the mirror, he might also see himself with the stone. "Don't worry about that now. Chillu is dead, and Voldemort inside him. A Voldemort inside him should be dead too, right?" Hermione suddenly realized halfway through her sentence that it seemed they hadn't completely eradicated the threat. Daisy also caught on. She turned to look at the spot where Chillu had just been burned to death, finding only some charred remnants and nothing else. The four of them exchanged uncertain glances and could only leave it at that, hoping that Voldemort's lingering soul had been destroyed. Daisy had forcefully broken through, and aside from a few minor scratches she received while being chased by Chillu, the three of them were completely unscathed. In contrast, Daisy, the main combat force, had several minor skin injuries. The group decided to return the way they came and prepare for bed. "Well, can someone explain what just happened?" Daisy and the others froze in shock, turning in fear to find Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall standing behind them alongside Professor Dumbledore, who had just spoken with an unhappy expression on his face. "You actually dared to come here." Professor McGonagall was also quite angry. Harry and the others had previously approached her regarding the Philosopher's Stone and had spoken ill of Snape, yet she did not pursue the matter. Little did she expect these four reckless young wizards to come here on their own. If Dumbledore hadn't mentioned that someone had intruded into the room containing the Philosopher's Stone, they would have remained blissfully unaware. It was Quirrell. Harry blurted out, unable to contain himself. He wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone to give it to Voldemort, so he could be resurrected. "What about Quirrell?" Professor McGonagall asked, sounding somewhat incredulous. "He's dead, killed by the flames he summoned himself, burned alive." Daisy interjected, quickly pointing to a nearby area of devastation. "Over there might still be remnants." Daisy now regretted her actions. Had she known the professors would arrive, she wouldn't have let Quirrell die. Now it was worse. There was no evidence to corroborate their story, and with Quirrell reduced to ashes, no one could prove their claims. It couldn't get any worse. She could only hope the professors would investigate, and perhaps find some leftover evidence. However, to Daisy's surprise, Dumbledore showed no signs of disbelief. He chuckled, ruffling Harry's hair to soothe the agitated young wizard. I already know what happened, so there's no need to worry. You should return to your dormitory and rest now. At this point, Professor Dumbledore paused, looking at the 4 children before him. Or would you like to go to the hospital wing for Albus? Professor McGonagall seemed to want to say something, but Dumbledore interrupted, shaking his head and signaling that Daisy and the others could leave. The young wizards were somewhat baffled by Dumbledore's attitude. To be honest, when they first saw the professors, they thought they were going to be expelled from Hogwarts. But it seemed there might still be a chance. Given that Dumbledore seemed inclined to let them off, they hurriedly left, not daring to linger, fearing that Dumbledore might change his mind. Watching the young wizards flee, Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow. They had seen the destruction of the obstacles and facilities. Clearly, it was definitely not the result of ordinary spells, and she wondered who was responsible. Thinking of the shattered doors and chess pieces made McGonagall's heart race. Both the doors and pieces were protected by defensive magic, and those 4 young wizards should not have been able to cause such damage. Even Quirrell, it would have been quite difficult for him to destroy them. So are they just going to get away with breaking school rules? Professor Snape sounded displeased. Those 4 combined could lose a significant number of points, and as the head of Slytherin, he certainly wanted Slytherin to continue winning the House Cup. Even if Gryffindor had Lily's child, at least they should lose some points. Severus, they did prevent Voldemort's followers from stealing the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore argued, believing that this incident was more important than breaking school rules. Not only should they not lose points, but they should actually earn some. As Dumbledore spoke, he glanced at the still burning flames inside. With a gentle wave of his wand, the raging fire vanished. He slowly walked into the cave, looking at the mirror of Ariste standing in the center, then surveyed the cave, which had been nearly destroyed. Debris lay scattered everywhere, and the stone steps were shattered, making it almost impossible to navigate. This is truly incredible. Dumbledore marveled at the transformed cave, having already guessed that the extraordinary sights along the way and the devastation before him were the work of Daisy Stark. Aside from chaotic magic, they did not possess the capability to achieve such destruction, and as for Quirrell, he lacked the ability. Behind him, Professor McGonagall gasped, her face reflecting shock. It was evident that the battle had been fierce, capable of causing such destruction to the cave. Who could have done this? Could it really have been Quirrell? It seems the Savior and his friends are no ordinary people. Professor Snape's expression remained as gloomy as ever as he coldly remarked, I just wonder whose handiwork this is. Dumbledore did not respond. He descended the steps to the mirror of Ariste, and was somewhat surprised to see the Philosopher's Stone still safely contained within the mirror, untouched. He had thought Harry had already taken it. In any case, the children successfully protected the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore said with a smile. Let's head back. Oh, everyone has worked hard tonight. I will take care of things at dinner tomorrow. Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall had no objections. After nodding, they each departed to return to their rooms for some much-needed rest after the fright they had experienced. They were getting older and needed to recuperate. Dumbledore did not linger either. After retrieving the Philosopher's Stone, he returned to his office, knowing the matter had been settled. The Death Eaters hidden within Hogwarts were now dead, and he could sleep soundly. Perhaps a piece of honey cake before bed. Dumbledore thought happily. Having a dessert before sleep was the most delightful thing in the world. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry and the others sat huddled in front of the fireplace, each holding a cup of hot milk to soothe their racing hearts from the night's events. Oh, and there was Neville, who had lain on the ground for half the evening. He needed to warm up his cold body. At this point, Neville had to thank Daisy. Without her pink, fluffy, bunyard hooded cloak, he he definitely would have caught a cold. Seriously, Daisy, your cloak is really warm. Neville took a big gulp of milk and exclaimed. He had already heard about Harry's adventure, which was very exciting. Had he not been petrified, he might have joined them. That was what Neville thought, and what he said. No, that's impossible. You definitely wouldn't have come. Hermione was very certain. Your attitude back then was way too resolute. I can guarantee that if I hadn't petrified you, you would have clung to Harry's leg, preventing him from stepping out of the dormitory door even once. Neville instinctively opened his mouth to argue, but upon reflection, Hermione was right. He indeed might have clung to Harry's leg, and the likelihood of that was quite high. Don't say that. Neville's intentions were good, he just didn't want us to get caught and lose points for Gryffindor. Daisy finished her milk and let out a satisfied burp, patting her little belly. I'm full now, I'm going back to sleep. You all hurry up too. Seeing Daisy about to leave, Hermione quickly drank the last of her milk, and after saying goodbye to the boys, followed Daisy back to their room. After Daisy finished her milk, the others hurried up as well. It was already quite late when they returned, and if they didn't go to bed soon, they would probably be late again tomorrow. They still remembered how Harry and Ron had been late last time. Harry and Ron didn't dare to delay any further this time. After returning to their room, they quickly washed up and went to bed. 3 people had left the dormitory while the remaining Seamus and Dean had already gone to bed. Harry and Ron moved quietly, and the 2 sleeping soundly didn't notice a thing. Having gone to bed on time yesterday, Harry and the others woke up early. Seamus and Dean only learned that Harry and Ron had gone out for an adventure last night. Even Neville was mentioned, and the 2 were amazed, feeling a bit of regret. It sounded so thrilling. If they had known, they would have joined in for the fun. At that moment, their final exams had already concluded. Harry and his 3 friends had mysteriously disappeared to have fun, and it wasn't until just before dinner that Seamus, Neville, and Dean spotted them in the corridor outside the dining hall. Honestly, Harry, you 2 are so inconsiderate. You didn't even call us along. Seamus called out to Harry, and quickly caught up speaking as he walked. Neville, who was nearby, patted his shoulder and remarked about Harry and Ron. Trust me, if you had shown up in the common room with me, you would have been as petrified as I was lying on the floor for half the night. Seamus and Dean exchanged glances upon hearing this, and then began to laugh at Neville. Being petrified by a girl in the same year was truly unfortunate. Dean laughed for a while, and bluntly said, "No way are we choosing to go with you. If we're going out, it's definitely with Harry and Ron. We're going for a night adventure, and you're just the one trying to stop us. You're the only one lying there." Daisy interjected, adding that last night's escapade was too dangerous, and that the existence of the Philosopher's Stone should not be easily leaked. How could they possibly take those outsiders along? When we came back last night, we were caught red-handed by Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, and Professor McGonagall. Talk about bad luck. We still don't know if we'll be punished. Harry and Ron, who had been listening with great pride, suddenly felt a sense of unease at Daisy's words. If they got expelled in their first year at Hogwarts, it would be a disaster. Harry didn't need to say it, he would have to return to that dreaded aunt's house. Ron had no doubts that he would probably get his legs broken by his mother. Oh no. We won't really get expelled, will we? Ron asked worriedly. What if we go plead with Professor Dumbledore? Maybe if he sees we're sincere, he will forgive us. I doubt it. If there really was a problem, the professors wouldn't have let us go back last night, Hermione speculated, feeling a bit anxious herself. Wow, I heard you went on a night adventure last night. And got caught by our headmaster. Just as they were discussing, Draco popped up from the side, wearing a smug expression. Looks like someone is about to get expelled. What does it matter to you? Daisy snapped back fiercely. Why are you everywhere? Are you really that free? Draco, undeterred by Daisy's fierceness, even chuckled. I'm here to remind you that our bet is about to end. If you still haven't completed your spell by the last day before the holidays, you will have to become my maid. I don't need your concern. You should worry about what conditions I might propose if I win. Daisy wasn't worried at all, though in fact, she had already completed her self-created spell. The first condition will go as you said, you can be my servant then. The idea of a pureblood wizard being a servant to a half-blood, which was thrilling to think about. After Daisy said that, she led her Gryffindor friends into the dining hall, without giving Draco and his group another glance. Draco watched Daisy's departing figure with a sinking feeling. Could it be that she really succeeded in her research? Draco. Crabbe looked at Draco in confusion, and then at Daisy and her group leaving. What are you looking at? Let's hurry. Snapped out of his thoughts, Draco casually responded, and walked in. Dinner time was approaching. So Daisy, have you completed your spell? Neville asked curiously. Wow, you can create your own spells in your first year. That's impressive. So I can start thinking about those 3 conditions now, Daisy said, playfully winking as she ate. For the first one, didn't he say before that the loser would be the servant? Then let him be my servant starting from the new semester until the end of the second year. As she spoke, Daisy spotted Draco entering. Instead of provoking him, she smiled meaningfully, casting a glance at him that sent shivers down Draco's spine before turning back to chat with her friends. Don't let it leak. Oh, let's keep him on edge for a little longer. Daisy said mischievously, looking at how uneasy he is makes me want to laugh. Ha. The others also glanced over at the Slytherin table. Just as Daisy had said, Draco sat in his seat, looking visibly uneasy, occasionally glancing their way, freezing in place when he noticed their gazes. Okay, stop looking. The professors are here. Daisy patted the shoulder of the person next to her, pointing to the faculty table where all the professors of Hogwarts had taken their seats. Harry and Ron looked at the teachers seated at the faculty table, feeling a bit uncertain. Hermione and Daisy nearby were also anxious. They had only just arrived at Hogwarts for a semester. Were they really going to get expelled? Seeing the 4 of them looking so uneasy, Neville and the others began to feel anxious as well. Daisy looked at Professor Dumbledore, then at Professor McGonagall beside him, who both seemed to be in good spirits. Then she glanced at Professor Snape, who as usual bore a blank expression. Having stolen a few glances, Professor McGonagall then tapped her goblet, signaling the students that Professor Dumbledore had something to say. A new year has passed, and it's time to award the House Cup. Dumbledore stood up and said, and Daisy finally remembered that there was a House Cup. With how many points they had lost, they definitely had no hope. 4th place, Gryffindor with 312 points. The Gryffindor Wizards clapped unwillingly, while the upperclassmen felt a sense of as expected, since Gryffindor had performed poorly in previous years. 3rd place went to Hufflepuff with 352 points. Ravenclaw was 2nd with 426, and 1st place was Slytherin with 472 points. Once again, the House Cup belonged to Slytherin. Daisy looked at Slytherin's side where they were almost lifting the roof with excitement and pouted. As expected, I need to come up with more ways to make those little snakes lose points. However, we also have to consider recent events, Dumbledore said, looking at the cheering Slytherin students and raising his hand to quiet them. Hearing this, Harry and the others froze. They wouldn't deduct points again, would they? Gryffindor had already suffered enough, but Dumbledore and the others couldn't possibly pretend not to know given how much commotion there had been last night. It was impossible to keep it under wraps. I have a few final points to award. Dang Bully Duo's words surprised everyone. She could hardly believe it. Could it be that they not only avoided deduction, but were to be rewarded? Because they had defeated the Sure C2. After all, they had helped protect the MOFA Sure. Bearing that in mind, it seemed entirely possible. Dang Bully Duo's next announcement confirmed Dai's suspicion. Hemin Luo and Ha Li and she were each granted 40 points, drawing even with Si Lai Te Lin, and then Na Wei was awarded 10 points, placing them exactly 10 ahead of Si Lai Te Lin. Seeing the expressions from the Slytherin side, she beamed radiantly. Golan Duo has won the House Cup. Dang Bully Duo replaced the banners above the hall with Golan Duo's flag. A great weight lifted from Ha Li and the others' hearts, and they could not contain their cheers. He Chi Pa Chi and Lao Wan Ku Lao joined in the celebration, while only Si Lai Te Lin sat sullenly in their places. Si Lai Te Lin, the joys of wizards are not all the same. I only find their noise disagreeable. With the greatest crisis resolved, the young witches and wizards began to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. Tonight would be their last evening meal at Hogwarts. From tomorrow they would start to depart homeward to spend their summer holidays. She would undoubtedly return to Manha-Dun, though whether she would travel during the holiday was uncertain. She had, however, long planned to invite Holly Luo in, and he meant to Manha-Dun to visit the Fucho Zhilianmeng GD. Luo In, who had been tutored by Ha Li and he Min about superheroes all term, was unbearably curious. But one matter remained before leaving school. She had been posted at the entrance to the Si Lai Te Lin dormitory from early morning. She had risen especially early for fear that Dalaka might slip away and she would miss him. Not only Shi Hali Luo and Hemin Na Wei Shi Mo and a cluster of Golan Duo students were all present. She had demonstrated her self-invented charm the previous night. Though it was merely a spell for tidying clothes, it was an original charm nonetheless. Dalaka had intended to seek out Shi himself, but when he found her smiling at him at the Si Lai Te Lin doorway, an ominous foreboding rose within him. Still he feigned composure and stepped forward. Oh, so early are we? Of course. What if you ran away? She laughed with delight like a cat that had stolen a fish. Is our wager to be settled now, eh? Oh, so your original charm has succeeded. Dalaka grew increasingly nervous, his eyes unsettled though his face remained outwardly calm, his mind rife with doubts. She nodded and lifted her chin with pride. Wanna see? But my dress is very expensive. I cannot simply leave it here. Dalaka snorted in disbelief. How expensive can one dress be? She regarded him and chuckled. Not that expensive, perhaps just over 30,000 Jin Jialong. Dalaka leaned against the wall and nearly toppled. The other youngster's jaws dropped, none more so than Luo In, who stammered, 30,000. Jin Jialong. Shi nodded. This was not even her most expensive gown, merely a mid-priced evening dress, and yet it had already left the assembled young wizards aghast. There cannot be a dress so costly. Dalaka refused to believe it. The Ma Fu family was already the wealthiest in the wizarding world, and even as its heir, he did not imagine one could casually wear garments worth tens of thousands of Jin Jialong. Could this half-blood child's family truly be wealthier than the Ma Fuss? Do you wonder why I bothered inventing a charm, and for storing clothes at that? Shi laughed and replied. You simply haven't seen such things. Tens of thousands of Jin Jialong, even hundreds of thousands, are not unheard of. This was no idle boast on Dai's 10th birthday. To and I had commissioned a particularly splendid princess gown for her, in the style of the Si Ta Ku Little Princess, adorned with precious gems and pearls made from the most costly fabrics. When tallied, it amounted to tens of millions of dollars. Even Ta and I had not expected it, though he paid without hesitation. The nearby young wizards were nearly stunned into silence. Over 10,000 Jin Jialong. Who had ever seen such sums? No, that's not the point. Shi suddenly recovered and waved for Dalaka to follow. Let's go to the dining hall. There's more space there. I've decided to demonstrate my original charm. Dalaka glanced at Shi and felt oddly intimidated, yet he could not bring himself to lose face before so many witnesses. He followed, inwardly convincing himself that a first year could not have independently perfected an original charm. Students from Si Lai Te Lin and Golan Duo were equally curious. The wager between Shi and Dalaka had long been rumored. Many who had planned to leave early ended up trailing them to the dining hall with their trunks. Beyond the two houses, a few He Chi Pa Chi and Lao Wan Ku Lao students mixed into the procession. Shi and Dalaka both noticed the crowd following them. Shi did not mind the spectators. Dalaka was reluctant, but had no grounds to chase them away, so he swallowed his pride and followed her into the dining hall. So where is your charm? Show me. Dalaka leaned on the table arrogantly, lifting his chin. For the record, I'm busy. You get one chance. Fail, and you lose. Daishi gave Dalaka a disdainful roll of the eyes and said nothing. She had practiced the charm in private countless times and had come only after ensuring she could succeed. Ignoring the curious stares she took a photograph from her small bag and with a flick of her wand restored the picture into an extraordinarily beautiful gown. Oh, the gathered onlookers gasped. Dalaka's face tightened. This must be the counter charm to Dai Zai's original spell. If a counter existed, the spell had clearly been researched. He could only hope Dai Zai's incantation faltered or failed to manifest. Is this the 30,000 Jin Jia long dress? It doesn't look particularly special. Dalaka couldn't help but glance, then quickly averted his eyes as if afraid of being seen. He shifted the topic. What a waste of 30,000 Jin Jia long. Daishi saw through Dalaka's embarrassment and smiled faintly. Don't try to distract me. I'll demonstrate my charm now. Prepare to be my servant. In Draco's desperate gaze, Daisy calmly drew her wand and cast a spell. The tip of Daisy's wand flashed, and the dress that was originally on the table transformed into a clear photograph. Daisy reached out, picked up the photo, and showed it to Draco, saying, "This is my self-created spell that can turn inanimate objects into photographs for preservation. Just like this dress of mine, once restored, will be exactly the same as it was before becoming a photo." At first, Daisy was also contemplating how to clean, care for, and store the dress. Then an idea struck her. Turning the dress into a photograph would solve everything. It wouldn't gather dust, nor would it require special care. Once it became a photo, it would be much easier to clean, saving a lot of trouble. Most importantly, clothes treated this way don't require storage considerations. A single photograph can easily fit in a wallet for convenience, much more so than dragging luggage around. Daisy's small bag, which she has on her back, holds her belongings, and she can simply undo the spell once she gets home. Looking at the photo in front of him, Draco knew he had lost, feeling utterly humiliated. A noble pureblood Slytherin like him had actually been defeated by a Muggle-born Gryffindor. Draco didn't reply, and Daisy didn't mind. She tucked the photo away back into her bag, her small face full of pride. "You lost. It looks like I can have a servant in my second year." Draco's face turned red, but he was at a loss. Although it was Daisy who proposed the bet, he had agreed to it willingly, and no one forced him. Now he could only accept the consequences of his wager. "Oh, it's already this time. I have to go. I hope you'll be at platform 9 3/4 on time after school to help me with my luggage." "That's it, goodbye." Before Draco could say anything, Daisy glanced at the time, patted his shoulder, and dashed out of the school with Harry. Draco was momentarily stunned, then his face turned even redder. "What do you mean, your master?" Cursing under his breath, Draco shot a glare at the onlookers and angrily returned to the Slytherin dormitory. He had been in a good mood today, but Daisy had completely ruined it. Sitting on his bed with an unhappy expression, Draco didn't need to worry about his luggage because house elves would help him organize it. These house elves were natural at household chores, and soon his luggage was neatly arranged. With a frosty expression, Draco left the dormitory and headed towards the Hogwarts Express. Meanwhile, Daisy was already inside a compartment with her friends chattering away. Though they had agreed to go to Manhattan to visit Daisy, Harry and the others were not heading straight there. They had to return home to inform their parents first. Except for Harry, who would have gone directly with Daisy if not for Ron and Hermione needing to return home first. Harry really didn't want to face his uncle and aunt. He was even a bit worried about whether he would be able to leave once he returned. Moreover, going to Manhattan required a plane ticket, and whether his uncle and aunt would give him the money for it was uncertain. No, it was certain that they wouldn't. Daisy was aware of Harry's family situation, but she was not worried at all. "If they won't let you go, just contact me, and I'll come to pick you up. As for the plane ticket, don't worry. I'm a Stark, how could I not have a private jet?" At that moment, Harry felt as if Daisy had become shimmering with gold, her entire being radiating the aura of wealth. After all, a private jet. The Dursleys had flown before, but only on commercial flights. A private jet was something they couldn't even dream of. "Once you've talked to your families, just set a time, and I'll send the plane to pick you up," Daisy decisively declared with extravagant confidence. Who wouldn't say their boss was generous? Harry and the others immediately applauded, showing their appreciation. Daisy too raised her small face with pride, chuckling a few times. After the Hogwarts Express arrived, the little wizards met their waiting parents at platform 9 3/4. Outside, Daisy spotted Draco, but chose to ignore him instead, diving into Tony's arms like a little cannonball. Tony steadily caught the little girl in his arms and ruffled her hair, saying, "All right, sweetheart, we need to go. If I'm not mistaken, it seems the media has already taken notice of us." Daisy looked up and saw that indeed journalists with cameras were rushing towards them. "Oh no, why didn't you hide back?" "I couldn't." Tony pointed to his armor behind him. "Coming here in this thing makes it impossible to hide." Only then did Daisy notice it and rolled her eyes in exasperation. She turned to greet her friends before running over. By that time, Tony had donned his armor and picked up Daisy, flying away. The journalists could only snap away futilely from the ground before eventually dispersing as they couldn't fly. The trio left behind. Harry and the others gaped in awe. The appeal of the mech was undeniably strong for children their age, and even Draco and other little wizards watching this scene showed envious expressions. Wow. Ron felt excited about their upcoming trip to Manhattan, even saying he could hardly wait. Do you think we can try it when we visit Daisy's house? Maybe. Harry said, his eyes sparkling. How cool would that be? Hermione rolled her eyes from the side, having seen that Daisy was always carried around. There was no way they would let them try it, after all they were still just a bunch of kids in their teens. The three of them didn't linger, and after bidding farewell they each headed home, completely unaware of Draco behind them, who usually looked down on Muggle items, now having a blatant one expression on his face. If they had noticed, there might have been a new storyline next semester. Daisy had already mentioned to Tony before the holidays about inviting classmates to visit her home. Without hesitation, Tony agreed immediately. However, given New York's often tumultuous nature, Daisy earnestly reminded Harry and the others to always bring their wands. Without needing Daisy to say it, Harry and the others certainly wouldn't forget their wands, as a wizard's wand must always be kept close, and there was no way it could be left at home. Ron and Hermione didn't need much discussion. Their parents expressed no objections. After confirming where they would be going to play, they nodded in agreement. However, they had been unable to get in touch with Harry, and even the letters sent to him seemed to have vanished into thin air. Ron was the first to notice that he couldn't reach Harry. After sending him several letters without any response, he promptly contacted Hermione. Instead of writing, Hermione chose to call, but the one who answered was Uncle Vernon and occasionally Aunt Petunia, while Harry never picked up the phone. After a few more attempts, Hermione confirmed that they likely wouldn't be able to find Harry and informed Daisy. Upon hearing this, Daisy immediately understood that it was certainly Uncle Vernon who was obstructing Harry from going out. Before this, Daisy had thought that after covering all of Harry's travel expenses, his uncle would no longer oppose him. However, to her surprise, he directly restricted Harry's freedom, not even allowing him to answer calls from his classmates. Has he gone mad? Tony, who had been beside Hermione during the call, exclaimed in shock. Are they really treating that poor child like this? Moreover, I heard Harry say he was raised this way, wearing hand-me-downs, doing housework, living in a cupboard. It's like a modern Cinderella. Daisy nodded. I am now considering whether to invite Harry to stay at our house until school starts. That family has been so awful to him. Tony shrugged nonchalantly, having no objections. Whether at the Avengers Tower or his empty villa, he had plenty of space, and he could certainly afford to take care of a child. With Tony's permission, Daisy happily began preparing to pick up Harry. Honestly, she had no peers around her. Even the youngest, Peter, was already 17 and had to attend school, leaving little time to play with her. Now that Harry was coming, she would have a companion. Daisy even seriously considered whether to let Ron and Hermione stay a bit longer, but ultimately decided against it. After contacting Ron and Hermione, Daisy decided to go and rescue Princess Harry, and then they would take a flight to Manhattan to spend some joyful time together. As for the luggage, Daisy recalled what Harry had said and generously decided to get him a whole new set, thinking, what era is it that he still wears someone else's old clothes? Anyone who didn't know would think his aunt's family was too poor to make ends meet. However, compared to Daisy's home, Harry's aunt's house could indeed be said to be impoverished to the point of barely surviving. Early the next morning, Daisy boarded a private plane, with Tony flying to London. Before departure, she had already spoken with Ron and Hermione over the phone, and they planned to pick up the two friends as soon as they landed to find Harry. Initially, Daisy hadn't planned to bring Tony along, but considering the advantage of having an adult for support, he decided to accompany her. After all, the name Stark carried quite a bit of weight. The plane landed swiftly, and Daisy momentarily felt speechless at the sight of the car before her. However, she quickly got used to it, as Tony himself was quite flamboyant. Even the clothes he wore today were quite extravagant. Tony had arranged for a long limousine, with a whole convoy of bodyguards following behind. Among the three, only Ron lived far away, so they agreed to meet at the entrance of King's Cross Station and then go to find Harry together. Not long after Ron and Hermione arrived, they saw a very ostentatious and flashy limousine parked in front of them. Daisy, dressed in an elegant and fashionable manner, got out of the car to greet them, while a burly bodyguard was already helping them with their luggage. In a sense, we are also here to back Harry up and make a statement, so it must be high profile, Daisy said proudly. Ron and Hermione were somewhat bewildered, thinking this was indeed too ostentatious. At that moment, Harry was still locked in a room by his aunt and uncle, watching Hedwig, who was also confined in a room, feeling a sense of shared misery. Harry lived at 4 Privet Drive, a little whinging Surrey, in a detached house. It was a very quiet place, and as Daisy looked out the window, she boldly speculated that it had been a long time since such a flashy luxury car had come here, as she could see several households peering out to look. Naturally, the Dursleys noticed such a commotion. Dudley ran into the yard, astonished at the car approaching from that direction, while his parents speculated about which wealthy family had come to visit. When the Rolls-Royce stopped in front of them, the Dursleys were stunned, thinking they had come to find them. Locked in his bedroom, Harry couldn't get out, but from the window, he could see the scene at the Dursleys' doorstep. Was that ostentatious style from Daisy? At that moment, a bodyguard opened the car door, and indeed it was Daisy who stepped out along with Ron, Hermione, and Daisy's adoptive father, Tony Stark. Harry was astonished to see the man he had once seen on television, his mouth agape. Observing from the second floor through the window, Harry saw Daisy, who was looking around, excitedly wave at him. He quickly waved back, then noticed the change in the expressions of his aunt and uncle. Daisy and the others were downstairs while Harry was on the second floor, separated by a window and unable to hear what they were saying. Anyway, after Tony said a few words, his uncle and aunt respectfully invited them in. Seeing them disappear behind the door, Harry sprang up from his bed, quickly packed all the things he would need for the next semester into his suitcase, and after putting on his robe and stashing his wand in his pocket, he finally relaxed and sat on the edge of his bed. After a while, the door opened, revealing Uncle Vernon standing outside with Daisy and Tony behind him. He had a somewhat stiff expression as he invited them in. "Harry is here. I am quite curious about one thing." Tony fiddled with the two large locks on Harry's door, saying, "Why did you put two locks on Harry's door? I really suspect you may have illegally kidnapped and confined this child, especially since you are all at home. I truly don't understand." Uncle Vernon's cold sweat was nearly pouring down. He couldn't fathom how Harry could possibly know the famous Stark and have him come to their home. "That's not the case. No. My nephew. He has some issues. He can't really communicate with strangers." Uncle Vernon hurriedly denied it, even attempting to shift the blame onto Harry, awkwardly chuckling afterward. "Has issues, eh?" Tony was not going to let him off that easily. "That's great. I happen to know an expert in that field who is preparing a project. How about you tell me what issues your nephew has?" He keeps talking about magic. He even bought an owl for that purpose, waving his little stick at home every day, calling it a wand or something. Daisy looked at Harry with wide eyes. "You use a wand at home?" Harry quickly shook his head. Heaven knows he had never taken out a wand at home, nor had he ever used magic. He could guarantee that if he did, Uncle Vernon would break it in half. "Oh right, I forgot to mention, I am Harry's classmate, and we are both students at Hogwarts. We came here because we had previously arranged to visit Manhattan with Harry, but on the agreed day, we couldn't reach him, so I had no choice but to come here and disturb you. Sorry for the trouble," Daisy said with a smile. Before this, they hadn't mentioned that they were students from Hogwarts, only stating that they were here to play with Harry. Although Vernon's heart was filled with suspicion, he remained uncertain. After all, neither Daisy, nor Tony, nor Ron, or Hermione had said anything, and he didn't dare to bring it up. Now that Daisy had revealed her identity, Vernon's expression changed. He certainly looked down on these peculiar wizards and disliked them, but the people before him were wealthy and powerful, and he didn't dare to treat them with the same attitude he had towards Harry. Tony could tell from Vernon's expression what he was thinking, but he didn't care. They were here to pick up Harry, and everything else was irrelevant. Naturally, moving luggage didn't require Tony or the children to lift a finger. After Tony gave a brief command, the bodyguard, who had been standing at the bottom of the stairs, went to carry Harry's luggage along with Hedwig's cage to the car, then stood by the door waiting for the employers upstairs. Seeing this, Daisy greeted Vernon and Petunia, then took Harry and the others downstairs to the car first. Tony stayed behind to exchange pleasantries with Vernon before following them into the vehicle. Once the bodyguards confirmed the car doors were properly closed, they returned to the escort vehicle. The convoy left Privet Drive. Unable to help himself, Harry turned back to take a look. The Dursleys were still standing at the door watching them leave. Although he couldn't see their expressions clearly, Harry could easily guess what they looked like. "They must not have expected you to come looking for me," Harry exclaimed excitedly. "Honestly, since I can remember, no car this expensive has ever come to Privet Drive. Even the escort vehicle behind us is worth more than most of the cars around here, at least more than my aunt's." Hearing this, Daisy curiously turned to look, but she couldn't distinguish what brand of car it was at this point. Not bothering to dwell on it, she turned back to Harry and asked, "Harry, is this how your aunt and uncle treat you?" Ron and Hermione also looked at Harry, and they could see clearly that Harry was indeed locked inside the house. Vernon had even used two large locks to keep him confined, which made them wonder what Harry must have done to deserve such treatment. Harry had previously mentioned how poorly his aunt and uncle treated him. At such a young age, he had to bear household chores and could only wear Dudley's old clothes. It sounded pitiful enough, and Daisy had always thought that was the worst of it, only to discover that Harry had actually been locked in the house. In Daisy's view, this could already be considered abuse. Although Harry wasn't their biological child, it shouldn't have reached this extent. It was truly excessive. "That's just too tragic," Ron said. "Hedwig seems quite unhappy too," Hermione remarked, cradling Hedwig in her arms and stroking her, clearly noticing Hedwig's poor spirits. "They won't let me release Hedwig," Harry said, feeling a bit distressed. "Not even for an hour or two. Don't worry, once we get to Manhattan, she can fly freely." Tony shook his wine glass and said, "Not just her. You can also ride your broom and fly a few laps in the sky." Harry, Ron, and Hermione expressed their envy. Although they hadn't seen Daisy's home, yet they could tell from Tony's words that it must be a large and free place. "Daisy, have you ever flown at home?" Hermione asked. "I have indeed flown at home." Daisy nodded. She used to fly all around her house when she was younger, back when she didn't quite know how to use chaos magic and hadn't recognized Wanda. Her practical use of chaos magic was limited to low-altitude flying or carrying lighter objects. "Weren't you afraid of being discovered by the Ministry of Magic?" Hermione asked, surprised. "I flew at home since I was little. Back then it was with chaos magic, and now I just use a broom." Daisy seemed completely unbothered. Tony smirked, saying no need to worry. Considering how much money I've donated to both the American and British Ministries of Magic this year, they'll choose to look the other way. Harry and the others were left speechless. It was a simple yet remarkably effective method. Although the currency in the magical world was different from that of Muggles, it didn't hinder their circulation. Daisy was also surprised, her eyes widening. She had no idea that Tony had connections with the Ministry of Magic. From the looks of it, Tony seemed to hold a significant position in both magical ministries. The car soon arrived at the airport. The items Daisy had purchased previously were already sent to the plane, and after the car came to a stop, the airport staff placed the luggage into the cargo hold. Harry and Ron had never been on a plane before, and they sat in their seats, curiously looking out the airplane window. Harry was fine, but it was Ron's first time seeing a Muggle flying machine. "This is unbelievable," Ron exclaimed after looking out the window for a while, and then shifting his gaze back to the cabin interior. "Are all Muggle flying machines like this? Much more comfortable than my dad's car." Speaking of which, Hermione suddenly turned her attention to Harry. "We've sent you so many letters, and you didn't reply to any of them." "They were probably hidden by his uncle," Daisy speculated reasonably. "Maybe." Harry also seemed a bit doubtful. "But Uncle Vernon said he didn't have my letters. I didn't see them when I went to collect the mail. I usually collect the letters at my aunt's." "That's very strange. Could they have been lost?" "Impossible. Owls are the best messengers. They have never delivered the wrong letter or missed one." Ron rebutted without thinking. Could someone have intercepted them? Who would intercept a child's letters? Tony couldn't help. "Harry isn't just any child," Daisy countered. "Harry is the chosen one." All right. But for this holiday, whether you're the chosen one or just a kid, all you need to do is have fun." Tony playfully ruffled Daisy's hair, feigning indifference. Tony was aware of Harry's story. Ever since Daisy confirmed her intention to attend Hogwarts, he had put in some effort to investigate matters regarding the magical world, and was also familiar with the relationship between Harry and Voldemort. To be honest, Tony didn't care much for the title of the Chosen One bestowed upon Harry. Regardless, Harry was still just a kid who had recently turned 12. Oh, he almost forgot. At that thought, Tony suddenly realized there was something he hadn't done. Thankfully, Daisy had been reminding him before she left, but he had forgotten. "Harry," Tony said, picking up a beautifully wrapped gift box from the side and handing it to Harry. "Happy birthday." Daisy and the others also took out their gifts and stuffed them into Harry's arms, saying, "Happy birthday, Harry." Harry was overjoyed, hugging the gift box tightly, feeling a bit touched. He hadn't expected to receive gifts not just from Daisy and the others, but even the famous Mr. Stark had prepared a gift for him. "Thank you." After all, children are still children. When they first boarded the plane, they were full of energy, but halfway through the flight, Harry and Hermione began to nod off, looking quite sleepy. Ron, on the other hand, was not tired at all. He was wandering around the plane. It's no wonder he was so curious. After all, he was young, and it was his first time seeing a Muggle airplane, so it was quite natural for him to touch and explore. Daisy and Tony didn't mind. As the host, they said nothing, and the flight attendants wouldn't say anything either. The plane soon landed at the airport in New York. Harry and Hermione opened their eyes sleepily and got off the plane behind Tony and Daisy, only to turn around and board a helicopter. "Are there so many types of Muggle flying machines?" Ron mumbled, worried about the nearby Muggles and not daring to speak too loudly. "There are indeed a lot," Daisy nodded affirmatively. "The variety of civilian and military aircraft combined is quite extensive, but there was no need to explain that to Ron. "We are currently taking a helicopter. It's not far from my house. We'll be there shortly." Ron nodded, somewhat understanding, as he followed Tony and Daisy onto the helicopter. The airport staff had already sent their luggage to the cargo hold, so Ron and the others didn't have to worry about it at all. Looking at everything new in front of him, Ron was somewhat amazed. This trip was truly worth it. The Muggle world was unexpectedly interesting. Many wizards who had never visited the Muggle world would probably not believe it, like certain individuals. The helicopter was also a private aircraft specially purchased by Tony, landing directly on the rooftop helipad of the Avengers Tower. The trio had never seen a home with a helipad before, and they looked at it with curiosity. Their rooms had already been arranged, and after dropping off their luggage, they all headed to the living room. "Daisy, your house is so big and tall." Ron had only ever seen the largest house, which was Hogwarts Castle, but the Avengers Tower was completely different in style. He had never seen such a modern architectural structure. Not just Ron, but Harry and Hermione, though they came from the Muggle world, had never seen anything like it. They were also observing, realizing that the decor of the Avengers Tower was unlike that of a typical wealthy family, filled with expensive-looking ornaments or gaudy gold decor. Instead, Daisy's home was adorned with futuristic technology-themed decorations, which looked particularly cool. "It's all right, not all of it is for living." Daisy waved her hand. "The top 2 floors are the Avengers headquarters, the next 10 floors are Tony's research lab, and below that is Stark Industries. This place is closer to the city center, which is more convenient, so I brought you here first," Daisy said, looking at the bustling streets of Manhattan below. "This is the Avengers headquarters?" Harry was somewhat surprised and exchanged glances with Hermione. Could it be that they might see those superheroes here? Daisy nodded. She seemed to understand what they were thinking, or rather it was almost predictable what children of their age would think upon hearing the words, Avengers Headquarters. Of course, but not everyone lives here. Many members have their own residences. However, the chances of encountering them here are indeed much higher than outside, Tony said, pointing to the elevator over there. It seems you'll be able to see one soon. Daisy was somewhat curious. The Avengers didn't come here often, but it wasn't like they never did. Wanda and Natasha came by quite frequently, and Banner was often around too, as he was quite the research fanatic. The elevator quickly ascended and Wanda and Natasha stepped out, followed by Captain America. Mom. Daisy rushed over to Wanda and gave her a big hug, then turned to Natasha and the captain, Aunt Nat. Uncle Steve. Long time no see, did you miss me? Long time no see, Daisy, Steve said, ruffling Daisy's hair. You went off to England to study without saying a word. We only heard about it later from Tony and Wanda. Natasha poked Daisy's forehead and then looked at the three kids nearby. Are they your friends? Yeah, come let me introduce you. Everyone meet each other. Daisy nodded and led Wanda and the others to the living room, introducing them to each other. Are you all students from Hogwarts? Wanda sat on the sofa holding Daisy's hand and fiddling with it while chatting with Harry and the others. To be honest, I'm really curious about what Hogwarts is like. I heard that ordinary people can't get in. Harry nodded. To get to Hogwarts, you need to go to platform 9 3/4. Muggles can't enter there. I was wondering if I could visit Hogwarts since it's where Daisy goes to school. I'm really curious about it, Wanda said with some. Daisy running off so far made me worry, so it's not surprising to feel that way. Is there really no way for us to visit it? Harry and Hermione exchanged glances and looked at Ron simultaneously. Among the four of them, only Ron had grown up in the magical world. If anyone knew such a method, it would probably be him. The two looked at Ron, and the others followed suit. Under so many gazes, Ron scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. I don't know either, but there should be a way, right? So we still need to ask Professor Dumbledore. Although I've already guessed it, I still feel a bit disappointed. Daisy sighed helplessly, deciding to ask Dumbledore after school starts. But will he really tell us? This is indeed a problem. If we directly ask him, it's obvious that Dumbledore would never tell them directly. Even if Harry were to ask, it probably wouldn't work. Let's not think about it too much for now, Daisy thought for a moment, and then gave up. Regardless of whether Dumbledore would easily tell them, whether there was such a method was another matter. Don't think too much, but it's okay if we can't go. Wanda patted Daisy's head and said, while Natasha next to her seemed to think of something and smiled mysteriously, I don't know about over there in England, but here S.H.I.E.L.D. might have some news. I can't believe Nick wouldn't know about the magical world. I've never heard him mention it at all, Steve said with some curiosity, but given that he had been frozen for so long, it was quite normal not to know. S.H.I.E.L.D. seems to have a dedicated department that maintains contact with the American magical community. Having worked as an agent for S.H.I.E.L.D. for so many years, Natasha naturally had heard of it, but she hadn't been in contact with them much. We've only heard rumors internally. I didn't expect it to be true. Moreover, Tony has successfully established contact with the Ministry of Magic. Steve shrugged. If it weren't for Natasha mentioning that they hadn't seen Daisy for a while, they wouldn't have known she had gone to a magical school. They even forgot to tell us. Banner and Clint walked in, each holding a sandwich, as if they already knew Harry and the others had arrived. Hello, I'm Bruce Banner, and this is Fatty Clint. Clint Fatty Barton. What are you talking about? I'm not fat at all. Clint smacked Banner on the back of the head and turned to Harry and the others. I'm Hawkeye Clint Barton, and this guy is the Green Giant. Bruce, Green Giant, Banner. The next moment, the two began a childish argument. Watching the two of them hurt each other, the others in the living room turned away to ignore them. If it were possible, they really didn't want to admit that they were part of the same organization as these two fools. It lowered the average IQ too much. Daisy was already used to the antics of these two guys. Hermione was okay, just a bit surprised, while Harry and Ron looked bewildered. Seeing this, Daisy explained, they've always been like this, but they can be reliable in critical moments. So this is how superheroes usually are, eh? Harry had a shattered expression. He thought superheroes were serious people, but they turned out to be so lively in private. I thought. Tony seemed to have seen through Harry's thoughts. He smiled and sat down. Although we have the identity of superheroes, we are just ordinary people. Look at me, even though I'm Iron Man, I don't think of myself as a superhero in my daily life. Of course, I hope those beautiful ladies don't take me as some special figure. Hey. Daisy rolled her eyes. This guy was never serious. Can you not shatter their dreams? Tony, they are still kids. The captain turned to Harry after speaking to Tony. But he's not wrong. We are also ordinary people. Oh, it's quite normal. Harry nodded thoughtfully. This was true. He had only heard about how powerful superheroes were and how they defeated various villains, never imagining they could be like this in private. It felt like the distance had closed significantly. All right, there isn't much time left today. You kids shouldn't go out. Just tidy up your things and look around here. Tony glanced at the time, saying, Old Jarvis will tell you where you can't go. Actually, there's nothing that can't be accessed except for my lab and such. Lab? Hermione's eyes lit up instantly. A lab sounded like a great place to visit. She just didn't know if Mr. Stark would allow them to take a look. Will there be armor? Can we go see? We promised to just look and not touch anything. Tony looked at Hermione and Harry's starry eyes, and unable to resist reluctantly raised his hands in surrender. Alright, you can take a look, but don't randomly touch my things, especially the suits. You won't be able to handle those. Harry and the others naturally nodded eagerly. It would be such an amazing thing to have the chance to see Iron Man's suit. Even if they couldn't touch it, just looking was enough for them to brag about. It would be even better if they could take pictures. But none of them had a camera with them today. Thinking of this, the kids felt a bit deflated. Don't worry. You're going to stay here for such a long time. Are you afraid there won't be opportunities for photos? Daisy comforted them. If worst comes to worst, we can have old Jarvis take a few pictures for you and print them out later. The kids suddenly remembered that they could do that, and their faces lit up with joy. By this time it was almost dinner time. Daisy first took them to have dinner before going to see the Mechs. After all, the suits wouldn't run away no matter where they were placed, unless Tony told old Jarvis to bring them out. After dinner, Daisy took Harry, Ron, and Hermione to Tony's lab. Here only a portion of the suits were stored, but even this part was enough for the three kids to see. Daisy often looked at the suits before, and even said that she had a suit made specifically for her by Tony. It didn't have much combat capability, but it looked cool and Daisy was already very happy about it. Besides, Daisy's own strength didn't require a suit. Her chaos magic was her best armor. Daisy's suit was also placed here. When Harry and the others first saw the adult-sized suits in gold and red, they were just amazed, but when they saw the clearly child-sized suit that belonged to Daisy, their admiration turned into envy. Is this your suit? Hermione asked incredulously after looking around several times. It's unbelievable that you actually have a suit. Although it's my suit, it doesn't really have any combat capabilities. It can only take me flying a bit. Daisy approached with her hands behind her back, explaining with some pride, I already had chaos magic, and I only insisted on Tony making this suit, because I thought it was interesting. But I was really happy when I received it. Seeing Daisy looking so smug, Harry and the others suddenly felt a bit sour. They also wanted such a cool suit. What a great thing. None of the kids present were mischievous. Of course, they wouldn't just ask Daisy to gift them suits. Although they were envious, they left obediently after the visit. Daisy remembered that she had promised them to let old Jarvis take their pictures. It didn't even require a camera. In the Avengers Tower, where cameras were everywhere, taking a picture was incredibly easy. After getting Tony's permission, Jarvis manipulated the suits to lift Harry and the others onto their shoulders, taking several pictures of them until they were satisfied. The photos have been sent to Miss Daisy's phone, and later a printed copy will be delivered to each of you. After stopping, Jarvis reported, we took a total of 16 pictures. Do you need any edits? Let's edit them a bit, Daisy nodded. Among the four of them, only she had a phone. The digital versions would stay with her for now, and when the other three got their phones later, she could forward them. Thank you, Mr. Jarvis. Ron, who still hadn't figured out the difference between the artificial intelligence Jarvis and a human, said, I will make sure to keep them safe. After visiting the lab, Daisy sent the three excited little friends back to their rooms. They weren't just staying for one day, they would have plenty of opportunities to play. Daisy. As Daisy was walking to her room, she was called by Wanda when passing through the living room. The Avengers were gathered there drinking and chatting with various delicious snacks. You guys are actually having a midnight snack. Daisy looked incredulous. These guys were having tasty food behind her back. How outrageous. You send us kids off to sleep and then party here. We didn't stop you after dinner. You little ones dashed off to see the suits, and we didn't even get a chance to call you back. It must be said that the Avengers were indeed quite busy in their daily lives. Just yesterday they had been sitting together chatting, yet by the next morning they had all vanished without a trace. After that first day, the group rarely saw them again. Are they usually never around? Ron rubbed his nose and took a small sip of cola from his cup. He savored every drop. Such a delightful drink was impossible to find back in a magical world. They have full-time professions. If one were to describe it precisely, being a superhero is perhaps a side. Daisy paused thoughtfully before tearing off a piece of bread and popping it into her mouth. They're genuinely swamped most days, and today is a weekday, you know. Have you forgotten? Harry suddenly realized it. He and his friends had grown so immersed in their holiday that they'd lost all sense of time, not even recalling what day of the week it was. To be honest, these few days in New York were the most carefree he'd ever experienced. No dreadful aunt and uncle, no Malfoy constantly antagonizing him. It was pure joy. Let's go out and explore today, Daisy exclaimed, brimming with excitement. I think there's a comic convention happening. Ron looked up curiously, a sliver of ham still wedged between his teeth. Fortunately not enough to hinder speech. A comic convention? What's that? Daisy pondered for a moment. It's where people dress up as characters they love. Oh, and there are snacks, games, and all sorts of fun. Would you like to go? That sounded like an excellent idea. Harry and Hermione had both heard of comic conventions before. Hermione had even attended several. Truth be told, they were thoroughly enjoyable, though attending in costume would certainly heighten the sense of participation. So, shall we each pick a character to portray a? Hermione rested her chin on her palm. But costumes need advanced preparation. Daisy, do you happen to have any? Daisy shook her head. She enjoyed anime and video games, but cosplay was entirely uncharted territory for her. Also, considering our current height and build, what on earth could we possibly portray? That was indeed a dilemma. Given their youthful frames, only petite or Lolita-style characters seemed feasible. Her gaze drifted toward her own armored suit, and inspiration struck. What if I simply wear my suit? And what about us? Harry frowned. Daisy had armor, but they did not. Commissioning Tony Stark to craft bespoke suits on short notice was out of the question, not only because he might decline but also because time was impossibly tight and Mr. Stark wasn't even in New York at the moment. Daisy was stumped. If they were attending the convention together, it wouldn't feel right for only she to cosplay. So what should the three of them portray? Ron was a given. He'd likely suggest robes without hesitation. Harry, though raised among muggles, had likewise missed out on childhood whimsy. That left only Hermione. I think we can simply wear elegant dresses, Hermione remarked, unenthusiastic about cosplay. Though we'll need to borrow yours, Daisy. But I only have dresses, not men's clothing. Daisy glanced at Harry and Ron, who stood utterly bewildered. Then a mischievous, slightly devious idea flashed across her mind. How about? Hermione caught Daisy's gleeful expression, then looked at the two flabbergasted boys, and instantly understood. A life without having worn women's attire is incomplete. Harry, Ron, we've decided to complete yours. Harry and Ron, after a futile attempt at resistance, swiftly quelled by overwhelming force, they tearfully donned the delicate skirts Daisy provided. She truly spared no expense. Both gowns were exquisitely crafted. Even Hermione, a girl accustomed to elegance, was impressed. And astonishingly, even Harry and Ron had to admit their undeniable beauty. Daisy and Hermione exchanged frowns as they observed the two boys, whose posture and poise remained utterly unrefined in their new attire. This won't do, Daisy murmured, arms crossed. Indeed, Hermione nodded. Let me call in a professional styling team. While we're at it, we'll treat ourselves too. Daisy declared decisively. Jarvis, contact a stylist immediately. The stylist has been contacted and is en route. Miss Daisy and Miss Granger may begin changing now. The team should arrive shortly thereafter. Jarvis added. I've also informed the stylists about Master Harry and Master Ron. Their requirements, including wigs and accessories for various looks, have been fully prepared. Harry and Ron wore expressions of utter existential despair. Brilliant work. Daisy beamed approvingly, then tugged Hermione away to change. The styling team arrived promptly. As Daisy and Hermione emerged from their dressing room, Harry and Ron were already seated before mirrors, deep in the artistry of transformation. Curious, the two girls drew near. Wow, Daisy gasped, playfully teasing Harry. Not bad at all, Miss Potter. Harry responded with an unapologetic eye roll, his lips sealed under a fresh coat of lipstick. Beside him, Ron sat, eyes tightly shut, enduring the meticulous application of eyeliner. Daisy and Hermione didn't linger long. They soon took their seats and allowed the stylists to begin their own transformation. All four worked simultaneously, and within moments makeup was complete. Now Harry and Ron appeared utterly convincing as young girls. Their youth and faint baby fat made the illusion remarkably seamless. Not bad at all. Daisy inspected them closely, nodding with evident satisfaction. Daisy, what time does the... Hermione checked her watch. Daisy glanced upward, then replied. I believe it opens at 9. Time to head out. There's likely already a queue at the entrance, but we'll arrive just as it thins. Let's go. Daisy gathered her things and led the trio into the elevator. The car awaited them downstairs. The convention venue was nearby. Within minutes, the car pulled to a stop before the mall entrance. The event occupied a dedicated wing inside the building. And even before passing through the main doors, they spotted costumed attendees everywhere. Wow. Harry and Ron gaped, awestruck. Is this really a comic convention? Yes, Daisy affirmed, already recognizing several familiar characters, but chose not to rush forward. Hermione was fine, but Harry and Ron knew nothing of this world. Guiding them first felt essential. Let's go inside. The tickets are already secured. Harry glanced toward the entrance. Just as Daisy predicted, the line had dwindled significantly. They passed through ticket inspections swiftly, and Daisy handed each of them a stub. Consider it a memento of our first group outing, Daisy smiled. And certainly not our last. The three nodded and carefully tucked away their validated stubs. Harry placed his close to his heart. This was his very first outing with friends, and he fervently hoped it would be the first of many. Daisy and the others naturally had no idea what Harry was thinking. After collecting their tickets, they entered the venue, where many people were in cosplay, portraying various popular anime and game characters, and even some nostalgic characters from their childhood. Ron had never been to the Muggle world and had not seen any Muggle works, so he didn't recognize them. Although Harry lived in the Muggle world, the Dursleys' television was always irrelevant to him, so he didn't know much about these either. Among the four, only Hermione and Daisy had a slight understanding. Hermione seemed to have noticed something and suddenly tugged at Daisy's sleeve, saying, "Look, that must be Spider-Man." Daisy followed her gaze and indeed saw Spider-Man, and not just one little spider. What are they doing? Daisy's expression became a bit strange. This Just as she said this, that group of little spiders seemed to have noticed the four Lolas and hopped over, dancing around them before running off to another place. The expressions of the four were quite hard to describe. This, Ron murmured, unable to come up with a retort. I remember Spider-Man is also a superhero, right? Hermione thought of the few superheroes she had seen before, and her expression became even more hard to describe. Daisy actually knew Spider-Man. Although he was a high school student, Daisy found they had a lot in common. After all, both were the youngest unofficial members of the Avengers. Is Spider-Man really that? Harry pondered for a long time, carefully choosing his words. Lively. Is Peter lively? How should I put it, this guy? Daisy tried to defend him. He's still a kid, really. Upon hearing this, Hermione showed a look of disbelief, realizing that in this area any superhero was a bit silly, except for Natasha. I'm serious. Daisy knew what she was thinking. Peter, Spider-Man is still in high school. Although he may not be considered a child compared to us, he is indeed a minor. So young. This time Hermione was genuinely surprised. She thought superheroes were all adults with jobs, but there was actually a student among them. How does he manage both his studies and being a vigilante? All that. Daisy scratched her head. I don't know, maybe Peter is just a natural genius. In fact, Daisy was also very curious about how Peter managed to balance studies and work. Did genius students have 25 hours in a day? But that's not the point. We're here to have fun today, let's not dwell on it. Daisy looped her arm through Hermione's and pulled the two, still watching the group of spiders dancing, into the venue. Ron was pulled and stumbled a couple of steps to catch up with the two real Lolas. Is there anything fun in? There are some stalls selling things, and then there are stage performances, game areas, and cosplayers parading around. Daisy had already set her sights on a few cosplayers, preparing to take pictures with them. Is there anything Ron is interested in? He's probably interested in everything. After all, it's his first time in the Muggle world. Harry quipped, although he thought that Ron was in no position to criticize, as he hadn't been to such occasions either. Take your time, this exhibition is quite large. Daisy turned to ask Hermione a few questions, confirming that she didn't want to take pictures for now, then entrusted Harry and Ron to Hermione. You take them around first, I'll go take a few pictures, and be back. Hermione nodded, and after Daisy left, began to look around with a hint of boredom. As a little wizard visiting the Muggle world for the first time, Ron displayed great curiosity, especially when he saw a few people in the corner who were well-equipped and carrying highly realistic firearms. He was even more eager to go take a look. Hermione wasn't particularly interested, but since Ron was, she didn't refuse. She joined Harry and Ron, the two faux Lolas, and approached them to ask for a picture. Generally, the military enthusiasts wouldn't refuse such requests. Faced with three adorable Lolas approaching with admiration on their faces, the military enthusiasts had no reaction at all. They even attempted to shoo them away, but after one of them intervened, they seemed to discuss for a moment before agreeing to take a picture with Ron and the others, but only one. After the picture, they left directly, completely uninterested in them. Their attitude is so poor. Ron's enthusiasm was significantly dampened, looking quite dejected. Was I too presumptuous? After all, suddenly running up to them. Hermione glanced at them a few times and shook her head. They had taken pictures with other military enthusiasts before, and none had this attitude. It was a bit strange. Isn't it normal to ask for pictures at a comic convention? Even if they really didn't want to, it wouldn't be this attitude, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, puzzled. I didn't feel anything. Aren't they pretty cool? No, I mean their gear seems a bit too elaborate. Hermione shook her head. Although she couldn't see clearly, there were other military enthusiasts in the exhibition, but these few had the most refined equipment. Seems so. Ron also realized this, but he didn't think it was a problem. Maybe they just have more money, so their equipment is better. Probably. Though still doubtful, Hermione temporarily set the matter aside just as Daisy returned. Daisy, what are you all doing here? Daisy ran over quickly. There's hardly anyone here. Actually, there were people just now. Harry told Daisy about the military enthusiasts they had just encountered. I'm also quite curious about why they reacted like that. So indifferent. Daisy stroked her chin. Could it be that they have social anxiety? Social anxiety. Hermione had never considered this possibility. That's certainly. Don't dwell on that, let me see, didn't you take pictures? Daisy was quite curious about the oddly equipped military enthusiasts Hermione had mentioned. Let me see. It was just a photo, nothing to hide. Ron directly showed the picture to Daisy, and by the way, the phone he used to take the picture was a gift from Daisy. She had given it to him as a present for his first trip to New York, and Harry and Hermione also received one. It wasn't a big deal, but once Daisy saw the picture, the problem became apparent. She looked at the tattoo and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth. What kind of luck do you guys have? What's wrong? Is something the matter? Hermione asked. It's a major problem. Daisy grumbled, pulling out her phone to forward the photo to Tony. That emblem belongs to Hydra. Hydra? What's that? Harry asked. Just think of them as the main antagonists. Daisy paused, reflecting. Hydra's sordid history was hardly suitable for wide-eyed children like Harry and his friends. She herself had only learned of it by accident, overhearing fragments, and later confirmed through Wanda's own entanglement with the organization. Harry scratched his head and said nothing more. Whether he understood or not remained unclear. Ron, standing nearby, was plainly baffled. and opened his mouth to ask again only to be gently, but firmly silenced by Hermione, whose sharp intellect had already grasped Daisy's unspoken implication. With them lurking here, I doubt this place is safe at all. Let's do a quick tour and leave immediately, Daisy said, tucking her phone away after sending the message. Evacuation will likely begin any moment. If Tony arrives swiftly, those Iron Man cosplayers might just catch a glimpse of the real thing, Daisy remarked, nodding toward the group dressed as Iron Man. Before they'd taken more than a few steps, Daisy's phone rang. Tony's reply, as she'd anticipated, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already deployed personnel. Tony himself would be on site, and he'd even made time for a direct call urging her to evacuate without delay. Daisy ended the call and found Harry, Ron, and Hermione watching her intently. Well, Ron admitted reluctantly. He hadn't wanted to leave so soon, yet clearly this was no time for leisure. Do we need to go now? Daisy hesitated inwardly. Everyone knew wherever Hydra appeared, calamity followed. Leaving was undoubtedly the wisest course, but today's convention had drawn an enormous crowd to the mall. What if some were trapped? Are those people truly dangerous? Harry asked, voice tinged with quiet resolve, Gryffindor courage unmistakably stirring. I think we're capable of defending ourselves. Staying shouldn't be a problem, right? Ron brimmed with eagerness, already scripting in his mind a heroic tale of brave adventurers vanquishing a dark overlord. So, though I don't recommend staying, I know you won't listen. Daisy planted her hands on her hips, speaking with unwavering conviction. Therefore, I've decided to stay with you, so that should anything go awry, we can respond instantly and decisively. Ron and Harry, eek. Hermione, how utterly convincing. I'm completely sold. Daisy chuckled softly, said nothing more, and led the trio through the convention. Indeed, it was a massive event, crowded beyond measure, making orderly evacuation inherently difficult. Will there be enough time? With so many people? Hermione murmured, concern etching her brow. Daisy shook her head. Evacuating everyone discreetly, without alerting Hydra, was nearly impossible. Separating Hydra operatives from the crowd added another layer of complexity. It'll likely be extremely difficult, so our priority must be safeguarding those who cannot escape. Harry's gaze hardened with determination. Or, perhaps we lure Hydra's operatives away directly, Daisy mused, an idea sparking. I recall they have a particular fascination with chaos magic. What exactly are you planning? Hermione eyed Daisy warily. Sometimes Daisy embodied Gryffindor spirit even more fiercely than Harry himself. Yes, your chaos magic is formidable, but please do not put yourself in harm's way. Oh no, I wasn't thinking that. Daisy stiffened, then offered a sheepish grin, quickly slipping her arm through Hermione's with feigned nonchalance. The convention occupied the mall's ground floor. From the second-floor balcony, Daisy and the others watched stage performances, offering hilariously unqualified critiques and indulging in harmless admiration of the performer's charm, as though Hydra had vanished entirely from their thoughts. Suddenly Harry leaned close to Daisy, scanning the surroundings before whispering, Daisy, don't you think there are far fewer people around now? Yes, they've likely begun covertly evacuating civilians. Daisy nodded almost imperceptibly, then her phone buzzed in her palm. Wait, let me check. Harry and the others glanced curiously. She lifted her eyes, slightly embarrassed. Tony knows we're still inside the mall, and he even attached a photo. Huh, how could he possibly know? Ron exclaimed. Ever heard of undercover agents, young man? The voice came not from Daisy, but from another cosplayer whose gender was ambiguous, clad in elegant feminine attire, curves accentuated, yet speaking with a rich, unmistakably masculine timbre. Oh, Daisy turned surprised, studying him with bemused curiosity. Undercover. Naturally. Here cosplay is the perfect disguise. He seemed entirely at ease, utterly unfazed by his attire, and even tilted his chin upward with evident pride. Impressive, isn't it? Nearly forgot my introduction. Raleigh Morphy, level 7S. H.I.E.L.D. Agent. The cross-dressing operative introduced himself smoothly. My current assignment is escorting you out of here. But... Daisy began to protest, only to be cut off mid-sentence by Raleigh's firm gesture. No exceptions, Your Highness. You're leaving immediately. Even if you possess self-defense capabilities, we will never permit children to remain in a potential combat zone. Harry and Ron clearly resisted departure, but lacked the words to object, so they simply looked helplessly to Daisy, who, faced with an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., had no choice but to comply. With resigned frustration, Daisy bade Raleigh farewell and led a dejected Harry, Ron, and Hermione toward the exit. Just like that, we're giving up. Just like that. Ron grumbled as they walked farther away. We're really going home. We have no alternative, Hermione sighed, equally disheartened. Who would have imagined undercover agents? Otherwise we might well have stayed and made a difference. Don't dwell on it now. I suspect numerous undercover agents have already infiltrated the crowd. That's precisely why the mall remains so densely packed despite the elapsed time. Daisy had already pieced together the truth. A full-scale evacuation would have cleared most of the space by now. if it had been conducted seriously. Their divergent upbringings meant certain subtleties escaped Harry and his friends, but not Daisy. Hearing her reasoning, they relaxed, trust restored. Then let's leave, quickly. Among the 4 Gryffindors present, perhaps only Hermione truly understood the wisdom of knowing one's limits. Watching her 3 companions' lingering disappointment, she interjected firmly, "This isn't Hogwarts. There are no professors to shield us, no hospital wing to mend our wounds." As she spoke, Hermione seized Harry's left arm and looped Daisy's right arm through hers, physically guiding them toward the elevator, while Ron trailed behind sulking. They were still on the 2nd floor. Yet fate denied Hermione's wish the moment the 4 stepped into the elevator, and before its doors could seal, a deafening explosion shattered the air, followed by waves of panicked screams. In that instant, Daisy reacted with lightning speed, her chaos magic yanking them all clear of the elevator just as it shuddered violently and plummeted downward. What happened? The 3 children tumbled onto the floor in a heap, unaccustomed to such chaos. Trembling, they scrambled upright and clustered tightly around Daisy. "We won't be leaving, not anymore." Daisy's expression grew grave. Wand in hand, be ready to fight. Yes, underage magic is forbidden outside school, but when your life hangs in the balance, that rule ceases to apply. Upon hearing Daisy's words, Harry and the other 2 hastily drew their wands, gripping them tightly as they nervously scanned their surroundings. Could it be that serpent's doing? Ron's hands trembled with tension, yet he clutched his wand resolutely. What was that sound just now? No idea, but it's certainly nothing good. Stay vigilant. Daisy held her wand in one hand, while faint shimmering light pulsed from the other. Chaotic magic. Daisy led the way, Ron gripped Hermione's hand, and Harry followed closely behind her, all the while glancing back warily. Their hearts pounded fiercely as they silently recited incantations, only to realize with mounting dismay. "We've barely learned any offensive or defensive spells," Ron lamented, voice cracking. "Let's see. Levitation, charm, Alohomora, and maybe petrification. They taught us the cutting curse, Ron. Were you even paying attention in class?" Hermione retorted, shooting him a look of exasperated disappointment. "Given our current repertoire, surviving unscathed would be miraculous. We never expected to shoulder this burden alone." Ron chuckled, sheepishly scratching his head in silence. He had attended class, more or less, but dared not cast those spells. They'd practiced them only a handful of times, proficiency was non-existent. A misfire now would spell disaster. Though S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had evacuated many civilians, the mall's sheer foot traffic meant numerous ordinary people remained trapped inside, hiding in shops, some even peering cautiously out windows, only to spot 4 young children walking through the corridor. "Good heavens, they're outside. It's dangerous out there." A young shop assistant gasped softly, instantly drawing the attention of everyone else in the store. "There are 4 children out there. Why on earth are they outside?" Another woman frowned. No one called out to invite Daisy and the others in. In the brief span of their conversation, the 4 children had already passed the shop's entrance and moved onward. One woman opened her mouth as if to speak, but seeing the impassive faces around her, she stayed silent. "What do we do?" Ron's mind reeled. Every prior plan had evaporated. Where are we even going? "First we scout, assess the situation, see where we might help. If it proves too perilous for us, we'll find a way out." Daisy spoke while scanning the area. "No idea how many people remain." Hermione suddenly seized Daisy's arm and yanked her backward. "Someone's ahead. I can't tell if they're enemies." At once Daisy ducked behind the corner, signaling silence. She turned toward the glass doors across the hall, and after confirming the 2 figures had turned away, she cautiously peered out, then withdrew, shaking her head at Harry and the others. "Hydra," Daisy whispered, then pointed down an alternate corridor. "We'll take that route." The 3 nodded, treading lightly behind Daisy as they slipped past the 2 Hydra operatives. Passing a boutique, they were hailed, only to find Raleigh crouching behind a display cabinet, still clad in his flamboyant dress, waving them over urgently. Daisy and the others darted into the shop and huddled beside Raleigh behind the cabinet. "What's happening? Even undercover agents are hiding here." Daisy's expression soured with disdain. "Explain, what's the situation? Any way we can help?" Raleigh ignored her questions and fired back. "I think you owe me an explanation. Why are you still here when you were explicitly ordered to leave?" "Not our fault. We'd already stepped into the elevator, and before the doors could even close, the incident struck." Daisy spread her hands in mock resignation. "So we're temporarily stranded, I'm afraid." Raleigh sighed, deeply rubbing his temples. Since they were already here, better to keep them close, where he could watch them. It happened without warning. Few agents made it inside, and the mall is packed with civilians. Though most have hidden themselves, some may already be held hostage by Hydra. "How many Hydra operatives are there?" "Not many, a single squad. Those you saw earlier are likely all of them." Raleigh clearly possessed substantial intelligence. 16 operatives, elite soldiers, every one. "And how many agents got in?" "Over 20, though the exact number is uncertain. The original deployment was 32, but the explosion cut that short." 20 agents shouldn't be this cautious. Something's wrong. Do Hydra have secret weapons? Daisy pressed. Or have they taken hostages? Both, Raleigh replied with a grim smile. Among the 16 is the Winter Soldier, and yes, they've taken a group of civilians hostage. At the name Winter Soldier, Daisy's face paled. Most civilians wouldn't recognize it, but as a quasi-member of the Avengers, she knew exactly who he was. This is just a mall. Why deploy the Winter Soldier? Where are Tony and the others? Daisy's voice betrayed genuine apprehension. Did anyone get in? Regrettably, no. Others managed to evade notice, but Stark was too conspicuous. We planned an alternate entry, but time ran out. Raleigh shook his head. Terrible luck, Daisy murmured, pinching the bridge of her nose. Who is the Winter Soldier? Harry and the others had never heard the name, but judging by Daisy's pallor and Raleigh's gravity, the Winter Soldier was no ordinary foe. He's Hydra's super soldier. Extremely dangerous, Daisy said carefully. Avoid direct confrontation if possible. Then what do we do? Hermione frowned. Among them, discounting Raleigh, Daisy armed with chaotic magic was undeniably the strongest. If she urged avoidance, the threat was grave indeed. Yet the truth remained: confrontation with Hydra was inevitable. Raleigh paused, studying the four youths beside him, and felt a pang of doubt. He could manage alone as Stark's daughter was capable, but the other three? Unpredictable. Here's an idea. Can you eliminate those Hydra operatives up ahead? Yes, we'll handle them. But what about the Winter Soldier? Daisy nodded confidently. I'll draw him away. You deal with the rest. Once clear, the three of you must evacuate every civilian still trapped inside the mall. Raleigh steeled himself. There was no alternative. He couldn't send children to face the Winter Soldier. Daisy raised no objection. As a senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, he might not win, but escape seemed plausible. If only he could hold the Winter Soldier's attention. Agreed. You lure him away, I will neutralize the others. Daisy turned to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Stay safe. Retreat if outmatched. Your lives come first. The trio nodded fervently. They embraced adventure and courage, but recklessness. Never. Their lives were not bargaining chips. Raleigh slipped off her high heels, tore her skirt from the side, revealing the weapon she had been hiding beneath it. She drew a dagger from her left leg and handed it to Daisy, signaling her to be ready before she bent down and exited the shop. Daisy waved to Harry, and the others then followed after her, heading outside. There were others hiding in the shop who naturally noticed Raleigh leaving with 4 children, and suddenly someone couldn't sit. I want to go with them. They must have some way or a route we don't know to escape, said a tall man. Just as he was about to stand up, he was pulled back by someone next to him. Did you not see? That woman is armed. We have no weapons. Going out would mean certain death. I saw clearly before we hid in here that those people shot several dead. Hearing this, the man hesitated for a moment, but by the time he reached the door, Raleigh and the others had already vanished from sight, leaving him to return to hiding. Raleigh naturally knew that someone wanted to follow her, but it didn't matter to her. Even if they came, she wouldn't waste her focus protecting that fool. The group turned the corner ahead and hid behind the decorations in the mall. Raleigh peeked out, spotting 6 Hydra soldiers and a Winter Soldier, with several ordinary people huddled in the shop behind them, likely their hostages. Daisy also saw this and poked Raleigh, her eyes signaling towards them. What should we do? Can we successfully divert his attention? Raleigh nodded and gestured. He'll go. You all wait here. Daisy nodded, obediently staying behind with Harry and the others while waiting for Raleigh to distract the Winter Soldier. Raleigh gave a slight nod to Daisy and turned to approach the Hydra from another direction, creating a small commotion that successfully caught the Winter Soldier's attention. Daisy and the others were quite far away and, not daring to peek out, could only silently pray for Raleigh's safety and success. After a while, a gunshot echoed from that direction, prompting Daisy and the others to leap out from their hiding spots. Harry, Ron, and Hermione quickly cast spells to disarm their weapons, while Daisy used chaos magic to group the Hydra together, making it easier for Harry and the others to bind them. By the time the Hydra reacted, they had already been stripped of their weapons and tied up, and were held in place by chaos magic, unable to break free from the ropes. Well done, Daisy nodded in satisfaction. Let's release the hostages and well escort them out. While Daisy continued to control the Hydra, the task of releasing the hostages was naturally left to Harry and the others. Even though they were just a few children, everyone had witnessed how cleanly and efficiently they dealt with the well-equipped Hydra, so they cooperatively followed them toward the escalator. Everyone moved quietly toward the escalator, with Harry and Hermione at the front, Ron in the middle, and Daisy bringing up the rear. As they walked, Daisy suddenly felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. Before they set off, Daisy had specifically reminded everyone to silence their phones except for hers. At this moment, her phone vibrated, likely a message from Raleigh. However, contrary to Daisy's expectations, the message was not from Raleigh, but from Tony. Daisy widened her eyes in surprise and glanced at the text, realizing that Tony and the others had arrived at the mall's entrance. Now the mall was under Hydra's control, and considering the large number of ordinary people still trapped inside, the police dared not storm, and let alone Tony and his team. Tony had learned that Daisy and the others were also temporarily trapped in the mall. He didn't dare call, but sent a text to confirm Daisy's safety. After receiving Tony's text, Daisy stopped the person in front of her and temporarily hid in the stairwell waiting for a reply from Tony. So far apart from Rolly's intel, they had no information about the outside situation. How did none of us think to call or text Tony? Daisy muttered while dialing Tony's number. The call was quickly answered. Although Tony was anxious, he knew that the priority was to rescue them, not to place blame over the phone. He firmly rejected Daisy's suggestion to help and face Hydra, directly insisting that they stick together with the ordinary people and protect them. You have to believe that the adults can handle everything, Tony said. Children should stay safely under our protection. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to step up in the future, understand, Daisy? Don't let me find out you sneaked off to help. All right, Daisy had no choice but to nod obediently. Based on her experience, if she didn't listen at this moment, she would definitely be lectured when they returned. With a helpless sigh, Daisy squatted down behind a potted plant by the door, internally grumbling, while keeping a watchful eye outside, both hopeful and apprehensive, wondering if the Hydra would come over. However, even if they came, if it was just a passing glance and not an attack on those inside the store, Daisy still couldn't act recklessly, as exposing the presence of others in the store would be troublesome. Soon noises came from the first floor. It seemed they had engaged. Daisy, feeling somewhat bored, fiddled with her fingers, finding it so tedious that she wanted to join in. How long are we supposed to wait here? Ron asked from behind the counter across from Daisy. The noise from the first floor is huge. Of course it should be loud. They must be fighting already. Hermione and Daisy sat behind the potted plant, their wands glowing brightly. If anyone tried to enter, they would be able to cast a spell the moment they stepped through the door. They shouldn't come here, right? With all that noise on the first floor, they must have gone down there, Harry speculated. Not necessarily. Daisy shook her head. There were still so many ordinary people trapped in the mall, and if Hydra found themselves outmatched, they would likely take the ordinary people hostage. Huh, I have an idea. Daisy suddenly became excited. Now that most of the people on the second and third floors of the mall are concentrated here, if Hydra wants to capture people, they will definitely search this way. What should we do? Harry frowned, unable to hold back his criticism. And why are you so excited? Daisy couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. Don't tell me you're planning to join the fun. Hermione seemed to recall something and looked at Daisy with a warning expression. Don't forget what you promised, Mr. Stark. But you should just give up on that thought. Mr. Stark and the others might already be inside, and if they see you getting captured, they will definitely be very worried. But I am indeed hiding here obediently. If the Hydra rushes in and grabs me, it won't be my problem anymore. Daisy blinked innocently, looking at her, right? Hermione. It shouldn't be that unlucky, right? Harry didn't want to face the well-equipped Hydras. But seriously, Daisy, I don't recommend you go. It's too dangerous. Just as Daisy was about to say something, she suddenly noticed some commotion outside. She quickly pulled Hermione behind her and gestured for Harry and Ron to hide. What? Hermione hadn't reacted when Daisy pushed her behind. Daisy covered her mouth and looked outside. Sure enough, as she suspected, the Hydra began to capture people inside the mall after realizing the situation on the first floor was unfavorable. This store was hiding quite a few people, most of whom were hiding in the supermarket storage area inside. A few young adults, along with Daisy and her group, were hiding outside. If they were really captured as hostages compared to those inside, who were truly powerless, these people might have a bit of self-defense ability. The store had no lights on, and the only source of light came from the doorway, making it almost completely dark inside with no visibility of whether anyone was present. Daisy hid Hermione further back, stuffing her into a small cabinet behind them. Hermione, being petite, fit perfectly inside. Daisy felt that the Hydra might be coming in, and the fewer people captured, the better. Ideally, it would be best if only she was captured. Daisy. Hermione frowned, holding the cabinet door, and whispered, "What are you doing?" "Shoo." Daisy glanced outside. "Just hide well for now. Every person we can save is a victory. If we all get captured, I fear something unexpected might happen." But Hermione disagreed. She didn't want Daisy to take risks. "No buts. You know my strength. Just hide well." Daisy interrupted her, pushing her into the cabinet and closing the door. "Do not come out." Sure enough, the Hydra soldiers entered without turning on the lights, holding their wooden guns, and began searching for people in the store. Daisy and Ron were captured along with a few others hiding outside, while those in the storage area remained unharmed. There are still 2 kids. The lead Hydra took a closer look at Daisy and Ron. Daisy pretended to be scared, shrinking behind the man next to her, looking just like an ordinary child. As for Ron, that guy seemed to be genuinely scared, almost on the verge of tears. "Take them away." Seeing that his subordinates had pulled out quite a few people from the store, the leader nodded in satisfaction, pushing Ron, who staggered and nearly fell. "Ron," Daisy exclaimed, anxiously grabbing him. "Are you okay?" "I am fine." Ron shook his head, his face showing even more fear, tightly gripping Daisy's sleeve. The Hydras took the captured hostages to the elevator leading to the first floor, starting to shout at the people below. Daisy ignored their exchange and began to observe her surroundings. Upon looking closer, she realized why the Hydras needed to capture more hostages. They had almost no ordinary people left. Most had been rescued by the Avengers, forcing the Hydras to capture more. However, this was where it would end. Daisy sneered inwardly. She wouldn't give them another chance to capture anyone else. Daisy peeked down at the first floor. The Hydra soldiers were guarding the elevator facing off against the surrounding military and Avengers, and failed to notice the little head peeking from the second-floor elevator. However, the Avengers across did see it. "Tony, she has such guts. No wonder she is your daughter," Natasha remarked, though she didn't lower her guard. "So her little friends are here too." The captain frowned, looking at Tony. "Tony, didn't you bring them out?" "I swear on my integrity that I definitely told her to leave," Tony said helplessly. He should have known Daisy wouldn't obediently listen and leave. Who knows why that little girl didn't evacuate? "You still have integrity," Natasha scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance. "But with Daisy here, we don't need to worry about the hostage's safety." Tony nodded, shooting Daisy a long-distance glance, unsure if she understood before speaking to the officer next to him preparing to take action. The Hydra naturally noticed their movement. The Hydra officer standing next to Daisy abruptly grabbed her, choking her neck with the wooden gun pressed against Daisy's head, shouting, "What do you want to do? Are you leaving them behind?" In his imagination, the little girl should have started to cry in fear, but she showed no reaction. The Hydra officer looked down in confusion and saw the little girl holding a small wooden stick aimed at him. All petrified, Daisy elegantly resolved a Hydra without even using chaotic magic. Meanwhile, Ron had also disarmed a large group of Hydra soldiers, tossing their weapons behind him with his wand pointed at them, while a group of ordinary people surrounded Ron. Naturally, the Hydras were indignant to be disarmed by such a little kid and were about to rush up to teach Ron a lesson. However, Hermione and Harry had already arrived, each casting a petrification spell that controlled several Hydras. At that moment, the Avengers and police also charged in, engaging in a fight with the Hydras. Those who could fly, like Wanda and Tony, immediately flew in to assist Daisy and the others. Daisy and her group had managed to take down quite a few Hydras, but it was only a small portion of those on the second floor. Many more Hydra soldiers had picked up their weapons, aiming at Daisy and Ron. "Daisy!" Ron looked at the dark muzzle of the wooden gun and couldn't help but flinch, calling out to Daisy. Don't worry, don't worry." Daisy put away her wand and began to use her chaotic magic. At this moment, Wanda and Tony had landed on the second floor. If two wielders of chaotic magic and Iron Man couldn't take down a few Hydras, then the Avengers might as well disband. Daisy, after eliminating the group of Hydras, Tony's facial armor lifted as he looked at Daisy. "I remember I had that agent from SHIELD relay a message to you." Daisy fidgeted her hands, attempting to sneak past the issue. Seeing the expressions of Tony and the others, Daisy and her companions knew they were in the wrong, obediently lowering their heads in preparation for reprimand. However, just as Tony was about to make a point, a loud crash suddenly echoed through the mall. What was that? The crowd instinctively turned towards the source of the sound, their expressions turning grave. "Is there something over there?" The captain tightened his grip on his shield, frowning as he asked, "Is there something in that direction?" A mall manager appearing out of nowhere spoke uncertainly. "I know about the supermarket." Daisy raised her hand to answer eagerly. "We just came from there, and there are still some ordinary people left behind, hiding in the supermarket's warehouse. We need to hurry and get them out." Raleigh stepped forward with his weapon in hand, still dressed in women's clothing. Daisy was particularly eager to interview him about how it felt to dress as a woman in front of colleagues. "The cold storage he mentioned should be where I previously locked up the Winter Soldier. That sound just now might have been him breaking through the door." "Winter Soldier?" Tony exclaimed in disbelief. "Why is there a Winter Soldier here? If I recall correctly, this should be an ordinary mall." The others also looked confused. Why would an ordinary mall have a Winter Soldier? Could Hydra be plotting something? It wasn't just conspiracy theories, it was genuinely suspicious. That's not the main point. The priority is to quickly rescue the people still trapped in the mall, and then deal with the remaining Hydra members. Like, Daisy shrugged the Winter Soldier. "Then let's split up. Daisy, you four take everyone out, and we'll handle the Winter Soldier." Tony assigned roles bluntly, noticing Daisy's discontent as she frowned. "Do you have any objections?" "Daisy Stark." Daisy hurriedly waved her hands. Based on her past experiences, when Tony called her by her full name, it was a warning. Although it usually ended up being nothing, it was better to be obedient in situations like this. "Let's move out. The ordinary people will stay here while we go in to rescue them." The captain had no objections to Tony's arrangement. "Daisy, as soon as you find them, take them out immediately and stay here. You're not allowed to go further. Do you understand? You three are the same." The captain saw Daisy nod obediently, then looked at Harry, Ron, and Hermione. After confirming they understood, he led the team towards the source of the noise. The elevator ride to the cold storage was not short, passing through the supermarket. The warehouse Daisy mentioned was inside the supermarket, so they could head straight and find the people and leave, provided the Winter Soldier hadn't found them first. They quickly reached the supermarket. After greeting Tony and the others, Daisy and her team ran inside, easily finding the supermarket. The people inside, seeing Daisy and her companions, sighed in relief. They were aware of the previous incident where Hydra had taken people outside, and they even said that if it weren't for Daisy and the team attracting Hydra's attention, they too would have been captured. "Are you all okay?" A woman with a child asked. Daisy was about the same age as her son. Seeing these kids risk themselves to draw attention was hard for her to accept, but she couldn't just ignore her son. Thankfully, Daisy and the others returned safely. Thank goodness you all are fine. We're not that easy to deal with. Daisy smiled reassuringly. You're safe now, we're here to take you out. The police are. Hearing this, everyone nodded quickly and followed Daisy and her companions out. After bringing the people to safety, the police arranged for them to leave first while Daisy and her team stayed with the police in the mall waiting for the Avengers to return. Are we really just waiting here? Ron's mischievous spirit was not easily quelled. At this point, it's no longer something we can interfere with. Daisy shook her head. Trust me, if you dare to follow them, Tony will send you home immediately. Ron slumped. He had just come out a few days ago and didn't want to go back so soon. Besides, they had already made plans to hang out at Daisy's house during summer vacation and return to school together when it started. Moreover, Tony firmly believes in a principle: with so many capable adults around, there's no need for children to. Daisy leaned against the glass railing. That's why I want to join the Avengers, but have been repeatedly rejected. They say I'm too young and don't need to push myself so hard for now. That's great. Hermione suddenly sighed. Both being kids, Harry is a savior at a young age destined to save the magical world, while Daisy gets to grow up under the protection of adults. Hermione said, resting her chin on her hand. Harry doesn't need to be one now, right? Didn't Voldemort already die? Regarding Voldemort, Daisy had only heard about him and was told he was dead. Right now the danger for Harry comes from. While they were chatting, the commotion from the cold storage was intense, booming loudly, causing Hermione and Harry to feel alarmed. However, Daisy appeared completely unconcerned. Seeing Daisy still leaning on the railing playing with her phone, Hermione couldn't help but approach her. Daisy, aren't you worried about Mr. Stark and the others? That sounds really loud over there. Don't worry, they've gone. If they can't handle a Winter Soldier together, that would be too embarrassing. Daisy shook her head. They should be out soon, especially since my mom is there too. Hermione nodded in agreement. She had only heard of the Scarlet Witch's name before, but she didn't really understand how powerful she was. However, after spending so much time with Daisy, she had an idea. If it was just a Winter Soldier, he shouldn't be a match for the Scarlet Witch, especially since she wasn't the only one. Daisy suddenly spoke up, straightening her posture and looking at her phone with a serious expression. What's going on? What happened? Hermione, who had been by Daisy's side, leaned over to look at Daisy's phone screen. Wow, what is that? A monster. Although, Daisy looked up at Ron and waved him over. Ron, come check this out. I think you should recognize this, right? Hearing this, Ron leaned over and sure enough saw a creature that definitely shouldn't be in Daisy's house, or even on this. Why is it here? Ron couldn't help but ask. Shouldn't I be the one to explain this? Daisy replied, feeling Isn't that a house elf? Daisy, do you have one of those at home? Ron asked, his face filled with confusion. Of course not, Daisy replied. This little guy seems to be looking for Harry. Jarvis said it has been murmuring. Harry, do you know house elves? Ron asked in surprise. I don't even know what a house elf is, Harry shrugged. Ron, please elaborate. Daisy nodded, urging him on. House elves. Ron scratched his head, organizing his thoughts. They are little elves that some noble families keep doing all the household chores. They are loyal to their masters and cannot disobey their commands. They do chores. Yes, they do chores and are quite good at cooking, Ron nodded. I see. Do you have one at home? Daisy knew that the Weasley family was an old pure-blood family in the magical world. Although they were close to half-blood wizards, they were still one of the most prestigious families in the magical community, so having a house elf would be quite normal. No, to Daisy's surprise, Ron shook his head. House elves are usually found in ancient estates and castles. We don't have one at our home. When I get the chance, I'll invite you all to my house, Ron said excitedly, completely oblivious to how far their conversation had strayed. Sure. Hermione nodded, suddenly feeling something was off. Wait, why does Daisy have a house elf at home? It wasn't hired by Mr. Stark for a hefty sum, was it? Of course not. If it were hired by him, he would have definitely. Daisy shook her head, thinking about how curious this creature was. Tony wouldn't be able to keep it to himself. While pondering, she instructed Jarvis, who was listening to their conversation, find a way to keep this little guy here. We need to get back quickly. All right, Jarvis replied, but then fell silent. Once Tony finishes up, we'll head back to meet this house elf, which seems to be here for Harry. Previously, Jarvis mentioned that this little guy had been murmuring Harry's name. Not long after the noises from the cold storage ceased, the battle seemed to have ended and Daisy put away her phone, glancing over in that direction. Is it over? Hermione asked. Maybe. Daisy shook her head, still looking in that direction, without moving. I'm not sure. Soon Tony and Wanda appeared around the corner, and Daisy breathed a sigh of relief, joyfully welcoming them. Are you hurt? Daisy grabbed the two and checked them over. Where are the others? They're behind us. After I got the news from old Jar Wanda, and I came back first. You probably saw that, right? What was that? Tony asked. Ron said it's a house elf, but seems to be here for Harry. We'll find out when we get. Daisy briefly explained. Tony nodded to reassure. Daisy spoke to the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, and then took Daisy, the four of them, and Wanda back home. They had a house elf waiting for them. Is it still there? As soon as Daisy got in the car, she asked Jarvis before even settling down. Yes, it's still in the tower, but it looks like it is about to lose patience. Should we talk to it first to inquire about its purpose? Jarvis suggested. Daisy did not respond, but looked at Ron. Ron is that house elf. Old. If Jarvis suddenly startled, would it use magic to escape? It probably would. Ron said uncertainly. House elves are particularly skilled in magic. If it's timid, it might. Then let's not risk it. Daisy shook her head. If it really runs away, that would be troublesome. Let's hurry back and take a. The car quickly stopped at the base of the tower. Under Jarvis' cover, the group took the elevator up to the floor where the house elf was located. The elevator stopped one floor below. To avoid startling the house elf when the doors opened, everyone agreed to walk up the stairs from below. Since the little one was here for Harry, naturally Harry took the lead. He tightly gripped the wand hidden behind him, treading lightly as he entered the top floor where the house elf was. Harry Potter. Before Harry could get close, the little one seemed to have eyes at the back of its head and jumped up. It is a great honor to meet you, Harry Potter. Who are you? Harry swallowed nervously. You know me. Of course. The little one seemed a bit shy. Dobby certainly knows Harry Potter. Your name is Dobby. What do you want with me? How did you know I was here? Harry feigned calmness. Dobby. The little one suddenly became excited. Seeing its distressed expression, Harry silently took a step back. Dobby doesn't know how to say it. Dobby grew increasingly anxious. Dobby. In the room, Harry and Dobby were struggling to communicate, while Daisy peeked and looking a bit anxious as well. I can't hear what they're saying in here. Daisy pulled back her head, frowning and lowering her voice. That little elf looks so excited. Should we go in? Hermione hesitated. Won't we scare it away? It's precisely because we're afraid of scaring it away that we're waiting here. I wonder if Harry remembers we're still here waiting for him. Daisy remarked while glancing back. Miss Daisy, I advise against you going in right now. I just heard that the elf named Dobby said Harry cannot return to Hogwarts. Jarvis suddenly spoke through Daisy's phone speaker. Since they were a bit far from Harry, Dobby did not hear him. Cannot return to school. Why not? Daisy wondered what exactly Dobby was here for, or what its purpose was. It hasn't said yet, and I don't know the reason. Dobby speaks a bit incoherently, making it hard to understand, and it keeps apologizing. Apologizing? Daisy scoffed. It definitely should apologize for suddenly barging into someone else's. Some house elves act like that. Ron explained. They can seem a bit neurotic, but generally no one really considers their feelings. Inside, Harry sat on the sofa watching Dobby, who was anxiously sitting on the other end, feeling utterly overwhelmed. He had been there for a while, yet Dobby had said nothing useful, only repeating, Dobby is a house elf. Dobby is sorry, master. Dobby. Harry thought for a moment, deciding to calm Dobby down first and let Daisy and the others in. It wasn't reasonable to keep them waiting outside. This is my friend's house. I believe they will be back soon. Upon hearing this, Dobby indeed quieted down. After a pause, its expression turned a bit awkward. Looking at Dobby's face, Harry suddenly had an ominous premonition. After hesitating, Dobby spoke up. Harry Potter cannot return to Hogwarts. Dobby did not respond. With a snap of his fingers, the glass coffee table before them shattered. Harry was taken aback by this sudden event. Everything in Daisy's house was quite valuable. How could he afford to pay for it? As he noticed Dobby's gaze shifting to a table adorned with decorations, an ominous premonition welled up inside him. Dobby, no. Outside, Daisy and the others were waiting for news. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed from inside. Worried about what Dobby might do to Harry, they rushed in, only to find the coffee table in ruins and the decorative table broken. Daisy was flabbergasted and quickly turned to Harry. Harry, what happened? Are you okay? I'm fine. However, Harry was still busy trying to grab Dobby. Oh. Upon seeing Daisy, Dobby was startled and instinctively used magic to teleport beside the liquor cabinet, gazing at the shelves filled with various fine wines, a smile creeping onto his face. Dobby, stop right there. Seeing Dobby fixate on the liquor cabinet, Harry's vision darkened. Furniture was one thing, but fine wines were no joke. He dared to say that the value of that liquor cabinet far exceeded that of the shattered coffee table and decorative table combined. Stop, Dobby. Bang. However, it was too late. The bottles exploded one after another, and the rich aroma of wine instantly filled the air. Harry's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. With so much liquor, he would probably have to work his entire life just to repay Stark. Wow. This is going to be a mess to clean up. Daisy's focus was always peculiar. She hurried over, helped Harry up, and reassured him, don't worry, it's just a few bottles of wine. It's not worth much. What does it want? Ron, holding his wand, looked at the now motionless Dobby with suspicion. Daisy and Hermione helped Harry sit down before turning their attention to Dobby. I have a suspicion. Didn't old Ja say that it has been saying Harry cannot return to Hogwarts? Daisy glanced at Dobby with amusement. It just wants to make me, the owner, angry and prevent Harry from continuing his studies at Hogwarts. However, it seems to be unaware that I am not Harry's guardian and have no authority to interfere with his choices. Daisy shrugged. And besides, with just a few bottles of wine and the furniture, it amounts to only a few $1 million, which I don't care about. Ron was quite shocked by Daisy's extravagant statements. What did she mean by just a few million? Oh right, Daisy had mentioned that her dress cost over $10 million. In that case, it really was just a few million. so vandalism is pointless. It would be better to clarify things directly, or we might actually consider your proposal. Daisy calmly sat down and stated. Seeing Daisy's reaction, the other three hurriedly joined her, nodding in agreement, their faces serious as they looked at. Dobby was also confused by Daisy's indifference. Even in such a situation, this muggle girl appeared unfazed. Could it be that she was wealthier than the owner? Noticing Dobby's silence, Daisy shifted her legs and continued, haven't you thought it over yet? After hesitating for a moment, as if making an important decision, Dobby raised his head with determination. Harry Potter cannot return to Hogwarts. Something bad will happen. Sit down and explain. Daisy gestured for Dobby to sit. Take your time, we have plenty of time to listen to you. Hearing Daisy's words, Dobby became even more agitated. He expressed his gratitude to Daisy and awkwardly sat down. No one has ever asked Dobby to sit down. Alright, let's skip that for now. I want to know why you say Harry cannot return to Hogwarts. As soon as Daisy heard Dobby was about to start again, she quickly interrupted, just get to the point please. Dobby hesitated for a moment, fiddling with his fingers before speaking up. Dobby is a house elf of the Malfoy family. Dobby heard the master's words. Master? You mean the people from the Malfoy family? Daisy had a bit of a guess in her heart. It seems they have something in mind again. Not allowing Harry to return to Hogwarts means they plan to do something to him there. Could it be that the Death Eaters have not given up? Hermione frowned, saying clearly, they are already dead. Weren't there rumors circulating before? Ron shrank back. Could that rumor actually be true? He really isn't dead. Harry watched the others discuss, without speaking. According to Dobby, danger awaited him at Hogwarts, but he couldn't possibly avoid going back. Firstly, he couldn't stay at the Dursleys for long, and the same went for Daisy's place. Firstly, it's impossible not to return to Hogwarts. Daisy glanced at Harry and said, but we can't go back without any preparation, especially since we already know someone wants to harm Harry. Hearing Daisy's words, Dobby wanted to say something more. Don't worry, with me around, Harry will be fine. Daisy tapped her fingers on the armrest. How about this? Before we go back, I'll ask Tony to prepare some portable self-defense weapons for us to carry. Huh? Ron was taken aback. Can we do that? What kind of weapons? Some convenient small firearms. Daisy did not elaborate. We'll discuss the specifics with Tony later. I still don't know if he will agree. In any case, thank you very much for your reminder. Daisy looked at Dobby and asked, but is it really okay for you to tell us this? Dobby looked somewhat dejected, clearly feeling guilty about betraying his master. Dobby is a bad guy. Dobby is a bad elf. Daisy hesitated for a moment and asked, it seems that the Malfoy family doesn't treat you well either. Have you never thought of leaving? He wouldn't leave his master on his own. Without waiting for Dobby to respond, Ron jumped in. Most house elves are reluctant to leave their masters, even if their masters treat them poorly. Why? Hermione asked, puzzled. Ron shrugged, but there are house elves who yearn for freedom. The method is simple. If the master hands them a piece of clothing, they can gain their freedom. However, many elves see that as being expelled by their masters and feel ashamed of it. Ron explained. How could this happen? Hermione frowned. Isn't this just? That's just how it is. Ron shrugged. Seeing that they didn't seem to take his warning seriously, Dobby became anxious. Harry Potter cannot return to Hogwarts. No, don't worry, Dobby. Daisy reassured him, we will protect Harry, and we will equip ourselves with self-defense weapons. That way, even if someone really wants to harm Harry, it won't be so easy. Dobby seemed entirely uncomforted by this. The arrogance of the little witches before him made him uneasy. Watching the little witches who had already started discussing, he secretly made up his mind and snapped his fingers to disappear. Dobby's sudden disappearance surprised Daisy and the others. However, Jarvis had already scanned the entire building at the moment Dobby vanished, confirming that he had left the premises. Unable to find the elf, they had to temporarily give up. Shortly after Dobby left, Tony and the others returned. They were already aware of Dobby's visit, and after Daisy explained, they nodded in agreement to prepare a set of defensive gear for each of the four. I'll hand it over to you before school starts, Tony said as he tossed the kids out of his lab, then began his secluded life. Tony had been in the laboratory for several days, during which he was rarely seen by Daisy and the others except for his normal daily routines and some unavoidable appointments. After several days of continuous work, Tony finally presented them with custom-made self-defense weapons. Following Daisy's request, they were designed to be portable and discreet, with the girls receiving a pair of elegant earrings, while Harry and Ron got 2 watches that could transform into formidable weapons at the press of a button. Tony explained how to use the weapons, leaving everyone in awe. Daisy was particularly impressed, considering how he managed to make such items resemble ordinary accessories. Harry and the others stayed in New York until school was about to start and received a letter from Hogwarts. For the new semester, they had new textbooks to buy. Ron's family also wrote to say that the youngest Weasley sibling, Ginny, would be starting at Hogwarts this year and needed to shop for school supplies in Diagon Alley. Let's do it together. Daisy pointed to the neatly arranged new clothes set aside. These are gifts for your family, just in time to give them when we return to London. When Daisy went to London to pick up Ron, she met the youngest Weasley sister, who would also be starting at Hogwarts this year. Daisy bought some clothes and accessories perfect for a school gift. After Ron contacted his family and set a time, they packed their luggage and boarded a plane back to London. This time, it wasn't just Tony traveling. Wanda was also along, and Pepper showed interest too, but Tony had taken a hands-off approach and stayed in New York to oversee operations. Wah, I don't want to go back to school anymore. This holiday has been too wonderful. Ron, overwhelmed by the experience of a wealthy person's joy that he could hardly imagine, couldn't help but tear up. Harry next to him nodded in agreement. This holiday could be considered the best one he had ever experienced, free from the annoying Dursleys and endless chores. Easy to say, easy to say. Daisy waved her hand nonchalantly. You can come back anytime, but it's true that New York has its share of disasters. Tony, on the other hand, did not comment on Daisy's plans. He looked conflicted as he examined the school shopping list, which had grown considerably compared to the first semester and was still filled with plenty of pitfalls. However, Tony only grumbled a few words in his mind and generously covered everyone's expenses. After Tony finished reading, Wanda took a look at it as well. Having at least seen the first semester's detailed list before, Tony could understand why Wanda was bursting with complaints she could hardly contain. These items, Wanda organized her thoughts, are pretty much the same as what you bought last year. Where can you even— Of course it's Diagon Alley. Daisy clapped her hands excitedly, saying, your mom hasn't been to Diagon Alley yet, so it's a great opportunity to have some fun. We're going to shop for supplies, not to play. Tony poked Daisy's forehead, saying, but Diagon Alley does have a lot of fascinating things. Honestly, I do want to study each one. You've already studied some, Daisy retorted, referring to that broomstick that was still in Tony's laboratory. The journey from Manhattan to London was not short. After chatting for a while, Daisy couldn't hold on any longer and wrapped herself in a small blanket to sleep, while the others either went to sleep or read, and the cabin fell silent until Wanda woke Daisy up as the plane was nearing London. They had already scheduled a time, and the Weasley family members and Hermione's parents were waiting for them at the airport. Upon seeing their families, they all walked out of the airport together, where Tony had arranged for a car. Unfortunately, the airport did not have a fireplace connected to the Flu network, otherwise they could have experienced it, Ron's father said with a hint of regret. What is the Flu network? Daisy asked while seated in the spacious limousine that could accommodate everyone. The Flu network is a mode of transportation in the magical world. Through it we can conveniently travel between home wizard pubs, shops, and other places. Ron's father Arthur explained, it's quite simple to use. You stand in a fireplace connected to the Flu network, throw in some Flu powder, step into the green flames, and accurately state your destination. Isn't that convenient? It sounds quite convenient, but what if you say the wrong thing? Will you be sent to some weird place? Daisy probed. For instance, a Muggle household. That won't happen. Oh, only households connected to the Flu network can use their fireplaces this way. Ron shook his head. Our home is connected to the Flu network. Then, our home, Daisy pondered unexpectedly. Ron thought for a moment, feeling uncertain, and Arthur, catching his son's gaze, stroked his chin and thought for a moment, somewhat uncertain. Not necessarily. While I do work in the Ministry of Magic, I'm not in charge of that area, and as far as I know, Muggle families rarely have such connections. But you can apply at the Ministry of Magic to see if it can be done. Oh, it should be fine if there's a young wizard in the family, Arthur said. He indeed wasn't very familiar with that department, otherwise he could have helped with a backdoor entry. It's fine, or I'll just ask at the Ministry of Magic. The person I knew before was quite easy to talk to, Tony said dismissively. This kind of thing shouldn't be difficult for me. Indeed, for Tony, problems that could be solved with money were not considered problems. Or rather, for him, there was nothing that couldn't be solved with money. If there was, then just throw more money at it. While speaking, the car stopped in front of the Leaky Cauldron. They each got out, passing through the Leaky Cauldron and into Diagon Alley. Although Tony had already been there, it was Wanda's first visit, and she found it quite refreshing. So how is it? Not bad, right? Daisy said, linking her arm with Wanda's. There are so many fun things in the wizarding world. We need to go buy your school supplies first. Tony squeezed Daisy's shoulder and changed direction, saying, let's go to the bookstore first. After we buy the books, we can go have fun. By the way, did you know that your defense against the dark arts professor has changed? Molly suddenly became excited. It's that Gilderoy Lockhart. Who is that? Daisy had never heard of this person's name before. Is he famous? Ron and Hermione shook their heads as well. They had been following Daisy in New York and hadn't heard any news about the wizarding world, not even knowing that their professor had changed. However, upon reflection, it didn't seem too strange. Quirrell had already turned to dust, so the defense against the dark arts professor would certainly have to be replaced. It was just that they didn't know what Gilderoy Lockhart was like, but if he could teach at Hogwarts, he must be quite good. One of the major purchases for the new semester was new textbooks. After buying the other items, they headed toward Flourish and Blots, during which Ron's mother Molly remained quite excited. What's wrong with Mom? Ron asked impatiently, his face a picture of confusion, while the twins beside him looked equally helpless. Mom has become a die-hard fan of Gilderoy Lockhart. Fred shrugged, a very, very die-hard kind of fan. I've heard that Gilderoy Lockhart is doing a signing event at Flourish and Blots today. George placed an arm on Fred's shoulder and said, Mom has been looking forward to this for days, constantly talking about how she must get Lockhart's autograph. I was going to complain earlier, but are the textbooks for this semester really correct? Are you sure you didn't get the wrong book list? Tony said, handing the book list to Daisy in frustration. These titles, are you sure they aren't light novels? Previously, Daisy hadn't looked at the letter closely, but hearing Tony, her curiosity was piqued. She took the book list and immediately felt speechless. What does he want to teach us? Let's first go to Flourish and Blots and see what if. There really are useful books. Although skeptical, Hermione still wanted to give their new defense against the dark arts professor some credit. Despite her doubts, it seemed there was no other way but to go to the bookstore, so everyone headed towards Flourish and Blots. Before they even reached Flourish and Blots, they could see a large crowd gathered outside the store, mostly witches dressed elegantly and with exquisite makeup, each holding more than one book. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Daisy was stunned. Although it couldn't compare to a Muggle Idol signing event in terms of density of wizards, this signing event was already quite large. We should hurry in and buy the books. If I remember correctly, Lockhart has listed all his major works as textbooks. Several students exchanged glances and rushed into the bookstore to buy books. How should I put it? Although I remain skeptical about these books being used as textbooks, it cannot be denied that he is indeed very popular. In the crowd, Daisy, her hair tousled, complained, "At least we managed to get all the textbooks." The others nodded in agreement, while Ron stood empty-handed, unable to help but facepalm. "After I bought the books, my mom took them and said she was going to queue for Lockhart's autograph." Autograph? Daisy turned to look at the flamboyant man, then calmly turned back. "I'd rather have Tony's autograph, or it would sell for a lot more." Tony. While they were chatting, Lockhart, who was speaking on stage, noticed Harry, who had just squeezed out of the crowd with his messy hair and lightning-shaped scar visible, and pulled him up to the front. "How rude," Daisy exclaimed as Lockhart bumped into her, nearly causing her to stumble. "What is he doing?" He said. Harry admired him and came to buy his book. Ron couldn't help but laugh while looking at Harry, who was somewhat at a loss on stage. "And he didn't even apologize for bumping into me," Daisy said angrily. One of the diamond bows on her dress had fallen off. "If I'm not mistaken, Harry's fame should be much greater than his right." "Of course," Fred replied without thinking. "He is our little savior." George shrugged. "Then that's settled." Daisy brushed off the dust from her dress, tidied up her appearance, and walked forward calmly. "Mr. Lockhart, Harry didn't come to buy your book out of admiration for you." "Oh wait, I should call you Professor Lockhart. If I'm not mistaken, you are our defense against the dark arts professor next semester." Daisy's demeanor was elegant and her smile was proper, fully proving that the noble etiquette teacher Tony had whimsically hired for her was worth it. "Didn't you forget? Our defense against the dark arts textbook is your work. Regardless of whether we admire you or not, we have to buy it." Harry looked at Ron confused. Ron gestured towards Daisy's dress while holding up the bow Daisy had just given him. This guy bumped into Daisy and knocked off a bow from her dress. Harry glanced at the handmade beaded bow and silently cursed Lockhart. Daisy was wearing a pure handmade high-fashion dress today, which was quite expensive. He hoped Lockhart could afford to compensate for it. "And one more thing, Professor, when you pulled Harry just now, you bumped into me, causing one of the bows on my dress to fall off." Daisy smiled at Lockhart as she took the sparkling bow from Ron's hand. "My restoration spell isn't very proficient yet. Could you please?" Lockhart nodded, hurriedly took out his wand and cast a spell. A bow should be easy to restore. Lockhart paused, looking at the bow that had been restored, but not completely. "What happened?" It seems your restoration spell failed." Daisy smiled. "It might be a problem with your wand, or maybe you were a bit nervous with so many people around. That shouldn't be the case. As a great author like you shouldn't be nervous, right?" "Lockhart, this little girl is here to cause trouble, isn't she? But it's okay, it's just a dress. If it gets ruined, it gets ruined. But as a professor, shouldn't you?" Daisy's smile widened a bit. "It might be that I haven't taken care of my wand for a long time. After all, I often go on adventures and don't have much time." Lockhart tried to save face. After he finished speaking, he put away his wand, put his arm around Daisy's shoulder, and pointed to her dress. "I'm very sorry, but how about we just compensate you at the market price? What do you say?" "Of course, but although this dress is a Muggle product, the price." Daisy nodded, saying with a hint of difficulty, "No problem. I am a 3-time recipient of the Order of Merlin 3rd class, an honorary member of the Society for the Promotion of Dark Arts Defense, and a 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. How could I possibly not be able to afford a dress?" Lockhart said, striking what he thought was his most charming pose. "I think so too." Daisy smiled and nodded. "This dress isn't expensive, just over $20,000. Converted to galleons." Daisy very seriously counted on her fingers, and then with a beaming smile looked up. "It's just over 80,000 galleons." Lockhart looked at Daisy's sincere expression and felt as if there was something wrong with his ears. 80,000. Little girl, are you sure you didn't add 2 extra zeros?" "Not at all." Daisy shook her head innocently. "My dress is probably around that price. But since it was just a bow that fell off, they'll give you a discount. How about 5,000 galleons? "Not great." Lockhart's smile faded. He felt a sting even at the thought of 8,000 galleons, let alone the 5,000 galleons that Daisy mentioned. Even as a well-paid best-selling author, it would still hurt. "All right, but I don't have that much cash on me right now. How about I go to Gringotts after the event ends and bring it to you then? Lockhart couldn't find a proper way to refuse. He still cared about his image. All right, then he'll go by something else. Goodbye, Professor Lockhart. Daisy pretended to be obedient, nodding her head and skipping out. After Daisy left, it took quite a while for Lockhart to emerge from the back, as it seemed he had needed a good amount of time to compose himself. Daisy, what did you do? Ron asked with curiosity. Nothing much, just made him cough up some money. Daisy replied with a grin. I had him sell us books that don't even exist, pushing his sales, so he had to give a little. Daisy had already flipped through the books briefly when she was picking them up, and they were truly just novels, utterly useless. This made Daisy increasingly displeased. Just looking at his books, I can say he's a complete fool. If he's the professor for dark arts defense in the coming years, we probably won't learn anything at all. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. Hermione also felt quite dissatisfied but had no way to change it. She had seen it too, and Daisy was right. Let's go buy other things first. There are plenty of other items we need to get, Daisy said, eager to leave the crowded books. At that moment, Molly had also finished her cue, coming out with the signed books, and the group headed outside together. Oh, long time no see, everyone from the Weasley family. A meticulously groomed man with every strand of golden hair perfectly in place appeared at the bookstore entrance, blocking their path. He cast a disdainful glance at Daisy and Hermione, saying, You still hang out with muggles, huh? What does that have to do with you, Lucius Malfoy? Arthur stepped forward to shield the group. Malfoy. Daisy quickly caught on to the familiar surname, her smile widening. Are you Draco Malfoy's father? At that moment she noticed Draco, who was shrinking behind Lucius, his smile broadening even more. Hey, it's been a holiday, how have you been? My soon-to-be servant. Draco. A few knowing young wizards stifled their laughter, while Draco, hiding behind Lucius, turned red, but dared not speak, inching further back. Servant. Lucius frowned slightly. It seems there are things you haven't discussed with me, or your mother, little dragon. Nice to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. I'm Daisy Stark. Daisy displayed her noble etiquette, which made Lucius's brow relax a little. Pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is mine. Though he didn't want to talk to Muggles, Malfoy's upbringing didn't allow such behavior. After saying that, he immediately shifted his gaze back to the Weasley family. Let's call it a day, we'll talk next time. Watching the father and son walk away, Daisy tugged at Ron's sleeve beside her. Your families seem to have a pretty bad relationship. Quite bad, Ron replied, otherwise it wouldn't be like that at school, you know that. That was indeed the case. Oh, all of Hogwarts knew about the feud between the Weasley and Malfoy families. Daisy had understood it from the day she enrolled, and the Malfoy family's attitude towards wizards of Muggle descent was simply terrible, which made Daisy dislike them even more. After they finished shopping, they split up. Tony took Wanda to explore the shops in Diagon Alley. They had already agreed to meet at a cafe next to the Leaky Cauldron after shopping. As for why not meet at the Leaky Cauldron, I couldn't stand being in that kind of environment for even a minute. Tony expressed a firm rejection. Daisy returned to Flourish and Blots with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, just as the signing event concluded. When Lockhart saw Daisy, he was so flustered that he couldn't even spit out a word. There was nothing he could do but follow them to Gringotts to make the compensation. After handing the money to Daisy, Lockhart bid farewell and left in a hurry. Watching his somewhat flustered figure retreat, Harry felt he seemed to be escaping. That was refreshing. He really bled a lot, Ron said proudly, as if he were the one who had tricked Lockhart. But Daisy, you might have offended Lockhart, right? After all, he is our defense against the dark arts professor next semester. Aren't you afraid he'll seek revenge on you? Hermione, though also satisfied, still worried about Daisy. Offending a professor before school even started wasn't a good thing. It's fine. The more someone cares about their face, the less they dare to retaliate openly against me. Daisy maintained her fearless demeanor. As for the rest, who cares? With school starting the next day, Hermione and the others didn't go home, but stayed at Daisy's for another night. The next morning, they packed their luggage and headed to the station to prepare to enter platform 9 3/4. At the station entrance, they encountered Mr. and Mrs. Weasley with some other children. Time was tight, so they didn't chat. After greeting each other, the kids rushed into platform 9 3/4. Daisy and Hermione entered the platform first, not waiting for Harry and the others. They placed their luggage and sat inside the carriage waiting for Harry and the others. So slow, Daisy rested her arms on the window, watching the little wizards and their wizarding parents running around outside. Tony and Wanda couldn't enter platform 9 3/4 and were left waiting outside. It should be soon. I saw Ginny. Hermione came over, seeing Ginny and the Weasley couple. They politely greeted each other. The couple was busy settling their little daughter and hurriedly left after the greeting. Daisy leaned against the window for a while before retreating back. She found the window edge uncomfortable on her arms, so she returned to her seat, snacking and playing on her phone. There was still signal here, but once they reached Hogwarts there would be none. After a while, Hermione crawled over in a hurry, tugging at Daisy with a frown, her expression serious. The train is about to leave and Harry and Ron haven't come in yet. Are you sure? Could it be that you missed them? Daisy, upon hearing this, put down her phone and looked outside. At that moment, all the little wizards had boarded the train and the express staff were already closing the doors. Daisy jumped down from the window and ran out. I'll go find the conductor and see if I can delay it for a bit. Hermione nodded thought for a moment, then took out paper and pen from her small bag, wrote a note, and tied it to Daisy Owl's leg. Perhaps she needed to inform Professor Dumbledore about this. Thank goodness Daisy had brought the owl with her into the carriage. In no time Daisy returned, and seeing the express train slowly leaving the platform, Hermione knew the outcome. But then again, how could the conductor delay time for two little wizards, even if one of them was the famous Harry Potter? What should we do? Daisy sat down anxiously. Without the express, how will they get to Hogwarts? I have already written to Professor Dumbledore. I don't know if he has any solutions. Hermione said, well, just have to make do for now. Daisy nodded. The express couldn't return to the station, so they could only take it one step at a time. After getting off the train, Hermione and Daisy followed the crowd to Hogwarts. However, Professor Dumbledore was not present, so it seemed they would have to wait until before the feast. Hermione and Daisy arrived early at the Great Hall, but despite waiting and waiting, they didn't see Professor Dumbledore, nor did they see Professor McGonagall or Professor Snape. How strange. Daisy leaned on the table, her face filled with confusion. Where could Professor Dumbledore? Why haven't they returned yet? Oh, why are there only the two of you? Where have that redhead from the Weasley family and Potter? The professor hasn't arrived yet. Draco and his two lackeys came first. They can't have been expelled, right? Goyle and Crabbe laughed uproariously. You guys are so annoying. Daisy rolled her eyes. She wasn't in the mood to indulge these three and casually patted Draco's head. Behave and sit properly at your Slytherin table. Hermione covered her mouth to suppress a laugh. All right, Draco, remember to bring my luggage to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room later. Daisy said with a mischievous smile, you should have taken it in for me, but since the rules say you can't visit other houses, I get you. Draco's face turned red with anger. Don't even think about it. Hey, are you going to go back on? Daisy pretended to be surprised, her eyes wide with exaggerated expression. No way, you guys are so. Looking at Daisy's expression, which was hard to describe, Draco was almost faint with rage. However, he had no choice. He was the one who initially agreed to the bet, and he was the one who lost. He thought he could teach that oblivious Gryffindor a lesson, but unexpectedly, he ended up in this situation. I, the young master of the Malfoy family, will definitely not go back on my word. Draco stretched his neck, trying to appear strong. Since I lost to you, I will keep my promise. Oh ho, then I leave it to you, Daisy said with a grin. I feel so good to have a servant. Daisy, you actually got that Malfoy to be your servant. Hermione looked at her with admiration. Aren't you afraid he will take revenge on you later? What kind of talk is that? If I let him off the hook just this once, do you think he won't come after me? Daisy said clearly. Impossible, that guy will spare no effort to cause trouble for Gryffindor and us, and if that's the case, I would never let him off the hook. That is true. Before the two of them made the bet, Draco and his group had often come to trouble Harry and the others. The professor is here. Hermione spotted Professor Dumbledore and quickly nudged Daisy. Should we go find him now? No need, Harry and the others have arrived too. Daisy pointed to Harry and Ron, who had just rushed in through the door, their clothes disheveled. What happened to you two? As they sat down, Daisy quickly asked, how did you end up like this? I remember you two didn't have this much dirt on you at the station. Your clothes are torn. Hermione said after looking at Ron's pants, using a restoration spell to fix them. And you didn't even change into your uniforms. Not just the pants are torn. Ron said, his face filled with despair, pulling out his wand, which had turned into two pieces. I think my wand is in worse shape. Ooh, I wonder if wrapping it with tape will work. I think it won't work very well. Daisy criticized, pulling out paper and pen from her pocket to write a letter. They'll see if I can ask Tony to buy another one and send it over. So what exactly did you two go do? Hermione frowned. It's a long story. Can we just have some food first? Harry shrugged, taking the wet wipes Daisy handed him to wipe his hands. So Daisy, what all did you bring with you? Daisy put the wet wipes in her pocket. But from now on, these things will be handed over to my servant Draco. Draco had been happily enjoying the show and was ready to speak, but before he could start, Daisy called on him, and it was what does that have to do with me? Draco immediately retorted. Shouldn't you hold on to your own things? If I have to do everything myself, then what do I need you for as a servant? Daisy said matter-of-factly, pulling out a hardcover book to hand to Draco. Since you probably haven't been a servant before, I specially asked the maid at home to write a manual. Make sure to read it well. Draco took the book in a daze, and upon closer inspection, it read how to be a servant that Stark praises. It's fine if you lose it, I've printed hundreds of copies, and I've brought them all this time, Daisy said, putting on a touched expression. I'm such a considerate master. The interaction between the lion and the snake left the observing little lions in shock. Someone from Gryffindor couldn't help but start clapping, full of admiration, and others couldn't resist joining in. Daisy Stark, a werewolf, even fiercer than a tough guy. On the nearby Slytherin table, some were secretly observing, but their expressions were not good. The bet between Draco and Daisy had caused quite a stir, and it could be said to have involved a battle for the dignity of the two houses. They initially thought victory was assured, but unexpectedly that first-year Muggle wizard actually succeeded, causing Slytherin to lose face, and she really made Draco be her servant. Both Draco and Slytherin felt humiliated. Draco, holding the book, was furious, his face red with anger, wishing he could pick up a stool and hit Daisy with it. The onlookers had no doubt that if they weren't sitting on long benches, a fight would have already broken out. Quiet. Professor McGonagall tapped her cup and glanced at Daisy and the others. Return to your seats. No matter how angry Draco was, he couldn't openly oppose the professor. After giving Daisy a fierce glare, he returned to the Slytherin long table and even switched seats with Pansy next to him just to be able to sit further away from Daisy. Oh, looks like he's quite angry, Daisy said with a smile covering her mouth. Watching Daisy, who looked so relaxed, Hermione silently sighed. Given Daisy's penchant for mischief, it wouldn't be surprising if one day she ended up in a sack at Draco's hands. The new students were sorted into their respective houses as tradition demanded. Afterward, Headmaster Dumbledore delivered a brief address before declaring the feast open. After dinner, Daisy strolled arm in arm with Hermione toward their common room. Though she had instructed Draco to carry her trunk, it was already waiting in her dormitory, rendering his service entirely unnecessary. Thus, Draco narrowly escaped the indignity of venturing into the lion's den to deliver luggage. Fuming, Draco strode toward the Slytherin dormitories. Daisy Stark had humiliated him utterly that day, and vengeance, he vowed, was non-negotiable. He would remember her name indelibly. Before meeting Daisy Stark, he would have scoffed at anyone claiming his greatest antipathy at Hogwarts lay not with Harry Potter. But now he understood. Beside Daisy Stark, even Harry seemed almost endearing. I will find a way to make her look foolish, Draco snarled, sinking into a sofa in the common room, only to bristle further under the weight of curious glances around him. But Goyle swallowed hard, too timid to voice the obvious. You're her servant now, and you agreed to it yourself. What's the plan? She's unervingly sharp and perceptive. We've tried pranking her before and failed every time. Sharp, Draco sneered. Though he'd lost the wager, his disdain for Daisy remained unshaken. Just a mudblood. Surely I can't be bested by her. Preposterous. Yet beneath the bravado, Draco knew full well targeting Daisy Stark would be no simple feat. It demanded patient strategy, and above all, ingenuity. As Goyle had rightly observed, she was exceptionally astute. Conventional tricks would never ensnare her. I need a plan, Draco murmured, chin resting on his fist, brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Ideally one that expels her from Hogwarts permanently, so she vanishes from my sight forever. What plan, eh? Crabbe asked. Draco rolled his eyes. I am thinking. Unaware of Draco's scheming, and wholly indifferent to it, Daisy sat contentedly in her dormitory, savoring a delicate strawberry cake procured through discreet diplomacy with the house elves. True, their appearances were far from charming, but their culinary mastery was without question peerless. Daisy, that's your third slice, Hermione said, closing her book and lifting her gaze. If my memory serves, you haven't brushed your teeth yet. Exactly, because I haven't brushed yet. Once I do, the cake's gone for good. Daisy nodded, then glanced curiously at the tome nestled in Hermione's arms. You didn't possibly finish that entire book? Nearly, Hermione replied, nodding with quiet satisfaction. It's fascinating. Daisy stared at the tome, thick, heavy, and intimidating enough to fell a troll, and felt a profound, reverent awe rise within her. This, she thought, is the sheer force of academic brilliance. Finish that slice and head straight to brush your teeth. It's nearly time to sleep, Hermione said, having shared a dormitory with Daisy for over a year and knowing her all too well. I'll be watching you. Oh, I won't forget. Daisy wailed, her expression collapsing into theatrical despair. She desperately wanted just one more slice. Just one more? It's simply divine. Eating so much at night will give you stomach cramps, Winnie murmured, nose still buried in her book beneath the covers. Unless you'd like to visit the infirmary for a taste of Madame Pomfrey's newest potion. At the mere thought of Pomfrey's notoriously infernal brews, Daisy shuddered violently and shook her head emphatically. No, absolutely not. Then off to bed with you, Winnie declared, and then leaning up slightly added, honestly, I'm stunned. You actually made Draco Malfoy your servant. Of course, it was a binding wager, and honor demands acceptance of defeat. I never doubted he'd keep his word. If he feared losing, he shouldn't have accepted the challenge in the first place. And if you'd lost, would you truly have served him? Winnie lifted her head, eyes alight with fascination. I can't even picture a Stark bowing to another's command. Absolutely. I hold my promises sacred, Daisy affirmed, nodding firmly. Besides, I knew from the start I wouldn't lose. His arrogance blinded him. Winnie nodded slowly. Indeed, not only Draco but most Slytherins shared that same condescending arrogance, looking down upon others, especially Muggleborns and half-bloods like themselves. Enough talk. Classes await tomorrow. Time to wash up and sleep, Daisy said, devouring the last bite of cake before brushing her teeth and slipping beneath the covers. At breakfast the next morning, Daisy and Hermione learned, via Neville's breathless retelling, just what extraordinary mischief Harry and Ron had wrought. Their stunned silence spoke volumes. You two are reckless, flying a car here at your age. Daisy shook her head. Does the wizarding world even have driving licenses? Hey, of course it does. Hermione retorted instantly. Just like Muggle licenses, strict age requirements apply, and definitely not for them. Daisy gazed at the pair with wide-eyed wonder. as though they were rare magical creatures newly discovered in the Forbidden Forest. Hey, Harry grimaced. It wasn't our idea. How were we supposed to know the barrier would vanish without warning? Vanish? Daisy frowned. This detail had eluded her. Did you report it to the professors after returning? Not yet. Harry shook his head. Hermione sighed exasperated. Why not? Whether the platform's enchantment failed, or was sabotaged, the implications are grave. This requires immediate attention. Professor Snape is terrifying. Ron grumbled, slumping into the seat beside Harry, well away from the girls, and muttering sullenly, we couldn't even speak. Daisy sighed, shaking her head. Clearly this matter would fall to her and Hermione to resolve, and clearly the boys were hiding something. That day's herbology class took place in the greenhouses where students repotted mandrakes. Daisy winced, averting her eyes from the shrieking specimen Professor Sprout held aloft, then recoiled again at the potted plant before her. Ugh! After watching Professor Sprout demonstrate, Daisy yanked the mandrake from its pot, with grim determination, placed it carefully into its new home, and filled the soil, all while whispering to Hermione, do these count as magical creatures? Huh. Hermione paused, genuinely pondering. Well, perhaps. Or maybe magical flora is more Rebecca quipped. Uffed. Hermione turned, and saw Daisy clamping her mouth shut, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter, her gaze fixed on Draco across the greenhouse. What's wrong? Hermione asked, curious. Uffed. Came another snort. Draco noticed, shot Daisy a venomous glare, and said nothing. Draco insisted on provoking the mandrake, and got bitten for his trouble, Daisy said, barely suppressing a chuckle. So remember, idle hands are dangerous hands. Draco, of course, had overheard her remark, but having learned his lesson, he merely snorted coldly, and said nothing, silently adding another grievance to Daisy's ledger. Just you wait, Daisy Stark. Every slight, every insult. I'll tally them all and repay each in full. Draco seethed inwardly, venom lacing every syllable. Daisy blinked in mild surprise, yet when Draco refused to engage, she had no recourse. Exchanging a glance with Hermione, she shrugged and let the matter drop. During study period, Ron's owl swooped and dropped a letter into his lap and vanished, leaving behind a crimson envelope that caught Daisy's sharp attention. Ron stared at the envelope, face crumpling. No, not this. A red envelope. Daisy's curiosity flared. She'd never seen one before. Why red? It's a howler. Seamus exclaimed, instantly animated. Others turned eyes alight. Ron's just received. What's a howler? Daisy asked, intrigued. Well, Hermione, clearly familiar with it, pointed toward Ron's stricken expression with undisguised glee. You'll find out soon enough. He won't dare leave it unopened. Why not? Last time I ignored my grandmother's howler. Neville shuddered violently, as if haunted by unspeakable memories. As the group chatted nearby, Ron, trembling, finally tore open the howler. The moment the seal broke, the envelope unfurled into a grotesque, roaring mouth and unleashed a deafening, furious bellow directly at him. Silence fell across the great hall like a suffocating veil, every eye fixed on Ron and his shrieking missive. Daisy gaped, stunned, until the final scalding line named Ginny, and her gaze instinctively snapped toward the girl. What kind of social annihilation is this? Ginny, huh? Why am I being called out? Watching the howler dramatically shred itself into confetti, Daisy's brow twitched. She muttered under her breath, is this thing really that terrifying? Around her, young witches and wizards nodded in solemn, knowing unison, as if collectively holding decades worth of trauma. Staring at the scattered paper fragments, Daisy vowed inwardly, under no circumstances must Tony ever learn of this thing. If Ron's humiliation is any indication, exposure would be catastrophic. Absolutely not. Absolutely, not a word to Tony. This contraption is utterly absurd. Daisy slumped in her seat beside Hermione during defense against the dark arts. Professor Lockhart still absent, and vented, if Tony finds out about this, I'm finished. You needn't worry. Howlers require wand work. Muggles can't activate them, Hermione assured her gently. True, but do you really think Tony couldn't hire a wizard to send one for him? Daisy stared blankly, dead-eyed. After all, Tony was the man who'd bribed his way into Diagon Alley, and used Muggle money to pry open the doors of 2 national ministries of magic. Hermione, right. Money moves mountains, even spectral ones. And Mr. Stark's fortune isn't just impressive, it's unfairly excessive. But honestly, I'm more troubled by something else. Daisy flipped idly through the defense textbook, her expression one of profound disdain. Honestly, these texts are useless. Hermione glanced over. Indeed, the entire volume was Lockhart's vanity memoir, its practical content virtually non-existent. Even last year's Quirrell, however inept, had assigned functional textbooks, offering at least some value whether studied independently or endured as lecture material. We're stuck with him. He is our defense professor, Hermione sighed, shrugging. She shared Daisy's misgivings, but resignation in this case was inevitable. Just then Lockhart strode in, flamboyant, theatrical, pausing dramatically at the lectern, hands splayed upon the railing. Allow me to introduce myself, your new defense against the dark arts professor. None other than Gilderoy Lockhart. He descended with practiced grace, reciting his titles with flourish, and capped it off with his trademark dazzling smile. Alas, aside from a handful of starstruck girls, most students remained unmoved. Daisy didn't even bother hiding her revulsion. She made an unmistakable unimpressed, yuck, sound utterly unapologetic. Lockhart faltered, just slightly, before recovering, seamlessly turning to retrieve a stack of quizzes from his desk and distributing them without missing a beat. Daisy skimmed hers and recoiled. What is this? This is Defense Against the Dark Arts, not the Gilderoy Lockhart Appreciation Seminar. Does he think we're fans collecting autographs? Hermione wore equal parts bafflement and dismay. Not a single question related to their coursework. How had they drawn this particular lot? How had Dumbledore actually approved his appointment? Tony would have been less disastrous, Daisy muttered. Though deeply skeptical, they complied, sort of. Daisy submitted a blank parchment. Hermione answered only a few trivial questions. Lockhart collected the papers and graded them on the spot, commenting aloud, "Most of you seem unaware that my favorite color is lilac." Daisy muttered under her breath, "Who knew?" "And my life's ambition," Lockhart added wistfully. Then Rose drew his wand and turned toward the large covered cage looming beside the chalkboard. "What is that?" Daisy eyed the cage, shaking violently, emitting eerie, discordant noises, and felt a chill of foreboding. He wouldn't have brought something beyond the curriculum, would he? Hermione's hand flew to her wand, tense vigilant. Given Lockhart's track record, such caution wasn't unwarranted. Maybe that's a bit excessive, Daisy remarked dryly. Daisy's brow twitched. Clearly her New York holiday had honed Hermione's instincts to razor-sharp alertness. When Lockhart yanked away the cloth, Daisy stared, speechless, at the cage overflowing with Cornish pixies. After a long, stunned silence, she managed two flat words, "That's it." Hermione relaxed her grip on her wand, watching Lockhart expectantly, curious to see what this newly appointed defense professor intended to do next. "They aren't particularly dangerous creatures, but in numbers they're maddeningly disruptive," Hermione murmured, only to freeze mid-sentence as Lockhart reached for the cage door. "Wait. What's he doing? Is he mad?" Daisy dodged a darting pixie. "He hasn't taught us how to handle them. Why is he opening the cage now?" Daisy ducked and weaved, scanning the room. Sure enough, every other student had already fled. She turned back and groaned. Lockhart himself stood atop the lectern, wildly fending off the swarm, looking thoroughly humiliated. And yes, one pixie had snatched his wand clean away. Realizing control was lost, Lockhart spun on his heel and bolted, vanishing into his office in utter disarray. Daisy and her friends watched, jaws slack, utterly dumbfounded. "Exactly as I thought. A complete fraud." Daisy spat, swatting away a pixie, and in the same motion flicking another off Hermione's hair with practiced precision. "What should we do?" Ron was on the verge of tears. How could this professor be so unreliable, abandoning the students and running away? Hermione swatted away another creature, standing up with a look of impatience, drawing her wand, all immobilized. "Oh." Daisy clapped enthusiastically, generously praising, as expected of Hermione. "Since you're so capable, could you help me down now?" Neville hung from the chandelier, looking utterly disheartened. "Why is it always me who has such bad luck?" Daisy, not even bothering to take out her wand, simply used chaotic magic to lower him down, saying, "Compared to that skeleton over there, you're actually quite lucky." Neville glanced over at the shattered remains of the skeleton beside him and gulped. Indeed, he was. The group exchanged glances, silently understanding each other. Daisy turned to look at the still closed door side. "Having such an unreliable, incompetent professor is truly unfortunate for us. In a way, he's even worse than that Quirrell fellow." "Let's not mention that Quirrell is." Harry wanted to say more, but was silenced by Hermione's glance. "Oh right, he's even worse than Professor Quirrell." Neville began to reminisce about Quirrell. Forget it. Daisy waved her hand. "One incompetent fool, and one Death Eater. Can our Defense Against the Dark Arts professor even be competent?" Suddenly she was filled with despair about the future of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. "Let's leave. This lesson is not going to happen." Harry nodded, but then seemed to remember something. "Hey, isn't it?" "Shoo." Daisy chuckled mischievously. After a while, when the noise outside had quieted, Lockhart's door finally creaked open. Lockhart looked at the little house elf that had been stuffed into a cage and immobilized by spells, sighed in relief, and walked towards the cage. They actually succeeded in catching this group of little elves. Oh no. It turned out that after Daisy and the others had thrown the immobilized little elf into the cage, they hadn't locked the door, just left it ajar, and the immobilization spell had been replaced with chaotic magic that Daisy could easily undo. As Lockhart sighed in relief and approached the cage carelessly, Daisy released the spell, and the little elves flew out, chasing after Lockhart and starting to pummel him. "What on earth is happening? Don't grab me!" Lockhart shouted in despair, waving his arms to fend off the little elf. Daisy and the others peeked their heads out from the window, watching Lockhart's flustered and messy appearance, unable to hold back their laughter, and hurriedly slipped away. If they didn't run, they might be caught by Lockhart. "Although I think with his incompetence he shouldn't be able to catch us," Daisy said, while running, still chuckling. In just one class, Daisy had already decided that in this semester's defense against the dark arts class, they would most likely learn nothing, which was quite frustrating. Alright, let's not think about that incompetent professor anymore. Hermione pulled Daisy and Ron to sit on the bench. Where's Harry? Daisy asked casually. He went to practice, they're heading to the Quidditch pitch soon. Ron flipped through the thick book in his hand, sounding a bit bored. How do you manage to get through such a thick brick of a book, Hermione? Hearing this, Hermione shot Ron a frustrated glare. If you could just focus a little, you wouldn't have to borrow my notes and Dazes to cram last minute for the final. Moi. Dazes' attention was diverted. How did you run into Slytherin? Hermione and Ron looked up and indeed saw the Gryffindor Quidditch team clashing with the Slytherin team, and the atmosphere didn't seem very good. And that Malfoy, he's here too, Ron said, looking at Draco among the Slytherin team, surprised. He's even wearing the Quidditch team uniform. Why, he even has a broom in hand. Daisy, with sharp eyes, not only noticed the uniform on Draco, but also spotted the brand new broom in his hand. Nimbus 2001, looks like someone bought their way onto the team. Oh, I feel trouble coming, Ron said, closing his book as he walked over. Hermione and Daisy exchanged glances and hurried to follow. Training their new seeker, Which said, looking at Marcus, new seeker, who? The Slytherin players parted, and only then did Wood see Draco hiding behind the taller players. It's no wonder Wood and the others couldn't see him. Malfoy. Harry couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, chuckling a bit. That's right, Draco said, looking smug, and didn't forget to show off how he bought his way onto the team. Besides that, there are new changes this year. Everyone looked down to see the brand new Nimbus 2001. Is Slytherin's new change really just their new seeker buying their way onto the team? Daisy mockingly scoffed, her words sharp. I'm sorry to say, can you see the golden snitch? Of course, Draco retorted without thinking. Then you're really something, Daisy said flatly, finishing with a clap. By the way, I should remind you, this year it's not just your Slytherin that has new changes. Tony has funded the replacement of all the flying brooms used by all the students at Hogwarts, including the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Which means this year's flying lessons, all the students will have new flying brooms to use, Daisy said proudly. You all should thank me. Daisy raised her chin, her nostrils flaring at the Slytherins. After all, the one who bought their way onto the team didn't think to replace the brooms for Slytherin students for flying lessons. Behind Daisy, the members of the Gryffindor team proudly pulled out the same Nimbus 2001. Draco had intended to show off a bit, thinking to hit down a few Gryffindors who came from less wealthy families, but he seemed to have forgotten that in Gryffindor there was also Daisy, who was rich enough to buy several Hogwarts castle replicas. Draco. Unexpected. And unlike you, we Daisy spend money to get into the school team, Hermione said, standing next to Daisy. Draco's expression turned sour. No one asked you. Mudblood. Take back your words. Daisy's face changed in an instant, drawing her wand and pointing it at Draco. Apologize. Draco did not apologize. Instead, he sneered and turned to leave. Stop. Ron stepped forward to block Draco. You should apologize to Hermione. Heh, you will pay for this, Ron said, pulling out his wand, which was broken in two and held together by tape, ready to teach Draco a lesson. Eat slug. Ron acted quickly. Before Daisy could reach out, he cast the spell at Draco. Your wand. Before he could finish, Ron was blown away by his own spell, proving that a wand cannot be used after being broken in two and taped back together. The members of Gryffindor disregarded the gleeful Slytherins nearby and hurried forward, while Ron was at a loss for words, uncontrollably expelling slugs. Daisy blinked and looked at Ron. Are you okay? Turning around, they saw Colin excitedly snapping photos with his camera, as if he had stumbled upon a major scoop. Turn him around, Harry. Ron remained silent, ejecting another slug. We need to take him to Hagrid. Harry and Hermione each took one of Ron's arms and rushed towards Hagrid's hut. Shouldn't we go to the hospital wing? Daisy expressed her confusion, glancing at Harry and Hermione's retreating figures, and hurried to catch up. Arriving at Hagrid's hut, Ron sat heavily in a chair, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. Hagrid brought him a bucket, saying, we can only wait for him to stop on his own. So what happened? Hagrid asked. Ron is Draco. Daisy felt anger rise at the thought he called Hermione. Harry looked at Hermione. I don't know what that term means, but I feel like it's not a good word. Mudblood, Hermione said, looking quite uncomfortable. He called me a mudblood, meaning a dirty and lowly bloodline, a wizard born to non-magical parents. Well-bred wizards wouldn't use that term, Daisy added, surprised that Draco would say such a thing. It seems some people really think too highly of themselves, otherwise they wouldn't create such trouble. Harry seemed to have never considered such a thing could happen, or that such insulting terms existed. His face filled. Yuck. Ron broke the atmosphere by expelling another slug, his face turning slightly green. It's so I actually don't quite understand why there's such a distinction between purebloods and half-bloods, Daisy said after some thought. In the Muggle world, only pets are distinguished by bloodlines. And that's only for breeding purposes, Hermione added, seemingly realizing something. It can't be. Daisy obviously thought of something too, twitching her mouth. No, it shouldn't be right. Hagrid looked at Daisy, then at Hermione, dumbfounded. He intended to comfort Hermione, but didn't expect Daisy's single remark to shift Hermione's attention to some bizarre questions. Don't think too much about it, Hermione. I think I should quickly change the topic, Hagrid said. This so-called bloodline is complete nonsense. Most of today's wizards are half-bloods, and they are not inferior to pure-bloods. At least I know Draco can't hold a candle to Hermione, though she has countless spells to deal with him, Daisy remarked. That's true, there hasn't been a spell Hermione can't cast yet, Hagrid chuckled. Hearing their reassurances lifted Hermione's spirits a bit. After spending some time in Hagrid's hut, they left as dinner was about to start. Harry and Ron received detention from Professor McGonagall, and after dinner Daisy paired up with Hermione to head to the library, planning to wait for the two of them to finish detention before returning to the dormitory together. Oh, I almost forgot. Daisy stood up, seemingly recalling something, and looked toward the long table of Slytherin. My servant Draco be sure to send 4 portions of sweet orange cakes and pumpkin juice to the library later, don't forget. After saying that, she didn't even glance at Draco's reaction and dragged Hermione out of the hall, ignoring the stunned group in the hall who overheard her words. After a few seconds, the crowd finally reacted, silently glancing at Draco, whose face alternated between green and black, afraid to speak out lest they became his outlet for frustration. Some timid Gryffindors, eager for gossip, were sneaking glances. Goyle and Crabbe exchanged bewildered looks, not daring to speak, fearing they might provoke Draco. Draco cast a murderous glance around, leaving in a huff, unsure if he would really go to the library to deliver things. Once he left, the crowd began to discuss in low voices, as no one expected Daisy would actually treat Malfoy as a servant. In stark contrast to the Gryffindors, who were internally laughing, the Slytherins wore gloomy expressions, as if they had lost face. Daisy, what you just... Hermione was now equally shocked, not expecting Daisy's actions. You really want that Mal? What's the problem? It's a matter of winning a bet. He's my servant now. Is there a problem with me instructing my servant? Daisy said confidently, I don't think there's anything wrong. It indeed sounded reasonable, but that was the imperious Malfoy. Just thinking about it felt absurd, however. It sounds quite amusing, Hermione laughed, imagining that imperious Malfoy who looked down on half-bloods and thought himself superior due to his pure blood status being made a servant to a half-blood wizard would surely vex him. I hadn't thought of this before, but he didn't show us any respect, so I don't need to show him any either. Daisy casually picked up a book and sat down. I seem to have forgotten to tell him where I plan to sit. Oh well, let him figure it out. Daisy didn't expect this guy to show up quickly, as preparing those things would take time. They simply waited in the library for Harry and Ron to finish detention while waiting for Draco to bring food. Hogwarts had a relatively relaxed schedule. After dinner there was still a long time until the rest period, and most young wizards wouldn't choose to return to their dormitories immediately after dinner. Daisy and Hermione were focused on their books and hadn't noticed that more and more young wizards were coming to the library today. Typically this time would see mostly Ravenclaws, and while there were students from other houses, their numbers were never this high. When Draco, with a scowl on his face, brought the items Daisy requested, he saw many people who normally would never appear in the library. The reason for their presence was obvious. They were here to watch the spectacle. Draco's face darkened further with anger. Though furious, Draco dared not refuse to come. After knowing Daisy for more than a year, who didn't know what kind of person she was? As long as you didn't provoke her, everything was fine. If you did, she would lash out without hesitation, and she truly had the strength to back it up. Setting aside the effects of bets and spells, it was absolutely genius to have created a spell just 1 year after starting school. This time it was an auxiliary spell, perhaps next time it would be an offensive one. Daisy was usually an outstanding student, and this act only solidified her status as a top scholar. Here's what you wanted. Before Daisy could react, Draco slammed the item onto the table with a loud bang, startling her and drawing the attention of those around. Daisy furrowed her brow, questioning what this guy was doing, causing such a ruckus in the library. This is Draco replied defiantly, completely forgetting his usual decorum. Is this what you call the upbringing of purebloods, eh? If this is what makes you feel superior as a pureblood, then it is nothing but a farce, lacking even the most basic. What do you mean? Draco glared at Daisy. You are just a mudblood. Daisy let out a cold laugh, feeling nothing but disdain for Draco. I almost forgot your ability to casually utter the word mudblood to a girl speaks volumes about your upbringing. Upon hearing the term mudblood, the expressions of everyone present shifted, and a palpable tension began to build. Daisy. Hermione perceptibly sensed the change in atmosphere and tugged at Daisy's sleeve. Daisy also sensed the change around her, surprised that just 3 words could tighten the atmosphere so much. However, it highlighted how outrageous Draco's remark towards Hermione truly was. Don't forget, you still owe Hermione an apology. Daisy had no intention of leaving, but she didn't want to continue arguing with Draco. After saying this, she sat down, took a sip of pumpkin juice, and resumed reading, completely ignoring Draco standing beside her. You? Draco was at a loss for words, but with most of the other young wizards' attention focused here, he dared not say anything too outrageous, and could only leave in frustration. Daisy shared what Draco had brought with Hermione. After they finished eating, she read for a while. Estimating it was about time, she left the library with Hermione. Harry is having a terrible time. He has been here longer than I have. Ron had already finished his detention, while poor Harry seemed still to be stuck inside. At least the door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom was still closed. It should be any minute now, right? Daisy leaned against the wall saying, Ron has already finished his detention. Not long after, Harry came out surprised to see them and ran over. How did you all get here? On this dark night, the late returning boy. Daisy exclaimed dramatically, to avoid you making the news, we specially came to pick you up, so say thank you to your little friends. Daisy. Harry frowned. What was this nonsense about making the news? This was Hogwarts after all. But looking at Daisy's smug expression, Harry chose to play along. Oh right, thank you, my little friends. All right, let's head back, it's almost time. Hermione urged, I don't want to see Filch. Just a few steps later, Harry seemed to hear something slowly falling behind as he leaned against the wall to listen. What are you doing? Ron was the first to notice Harry's actions. Harry did not answer immediately. After a moment, he straightened up and looked at Ron and the others. Did you not hear? Hear what? Someone is speaking, but it's coming from the wall, Harry said. They keep saying something. Kill them, and so, are you sure? Daisy frowned at his words and leaned closer, but she heard nothing. Is it coming from a room behind? There shouldn't be a room behind this wall, right? Ron touched the wall saying, I don't remember there being one. Hermione shook her head. Unless Hogwarts has some secret rooms. There really is. Harry's expression remained serious. They are still saying it, they want to kill. We need to find the professors, Daisy said. This isn't something we can handle, or we need to. Harry, he's on the move. Harry ran toward the source of the voice, leaving the three behind. He wants to kill. Wait. Daisy couldn't stop Harry and could only grab Hermione beside her. You two go after him and ensure your safety. I'll find the professors. After saying this, she dashed toward the headmaster's office while Hermione and Ron nodded and followed after Harry. Daisy reached the headmaster's office as quickly as possible and encountered Professor McGonagall at the door. Professor McGonagall. Daisy hurriedly called out to her, briefly explaining the situation. Professor McGonagall took it seriously, nodding and quickly leading Daisy into the headmaster's office. By the time Daisy followed Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall to the office, a large number of students had already gathered there. Even most of the students had arrived along with Filch. Seeing them all neatly lined up, Daisy couldn't help but ask, how did you all manage to coordinate so well? Did you plan this? Standing at the front of the Slytherin line, Draco glanced at the small snakes beside him, then over at the Gryffindors, his expression becoming somewhat complicated. Do you want to hear what you were saying? Slytherin and Gryffindor coordinated. What a ridiculous joke. That's Mrs. Norris. Daisy recognized the cat. As a plush toy enthusiast, she would sometimes feed her treats when they met. What? He killed my Mrs. Norris. Filch shouted, grabbing Harry by the collar, his eyes red and his expression terrifying. You killed her. Wait. Daisy quickly stepped forward to grab Filch's hand. He was truly out of control and seemed ready to Argus. Wait. Dumbledore came over ready to say something, but he froze upon seeing the blood on the wall. Professor. Daisy looked at Dumbledore, sensing a shift in his emotions, even through his beard, and it was a very bad shift. Everyone return to your dormitories immediately, Dumbledore decisively ordered, then looked at Harry and the others, except for you few. The others obediently followed their house prefects back to their dormitories, while Harry and the others remained where they were, looking uneasily at the professors. She is not dead, Dumbledore reassured, glancing at Mrs. Norris to calm the nearly tearful Filch. She has only been petrified. Unfortunately, I was not there at the time, otherwise. Lockhart spoke confidently, eager to assert his presence. Otherwise there would have been one more petrified person. Daisy innocently interjected, instantly undermining him. Lockhart was left speechless by Daisy's remark, unable to figure out how to respond. Was this little girl holding a grudge against him? Or was it unrequited love? Cough. Dumbledore cleared his throat, calmly ignoring the two intruding individuals, and turned to ask Filch if he had any clues, saying it is unclear how she was petrified. Without a doubt it was this guy. Filch insisted it was Harry, as he had seen Harry and the others there when he arrived. No, it wasn't me. Harry explained in a fluster, stating that when he arrived Mrs. Norris was already in that state. I swear it absolutely wasn't me. Really? Daisy remarked. That's true. After all, you couldn't reach that hook to hang Mrs. Norris. Her angle was sharp, but indeed made sense. Filch was also speechless. If Daisy was right, then it indeed wasn't Harry, considering the lad wasn't that tough. Thank you, Harry said with a deadpan expression. I'm really lucky to be short. Don't mention it, Daisy replied innocently, while Hermione and Ron could hardly contain their laughter. Perhaps Headmaster. A deep and magnetic voice suddenly resonated. It was Snape. Perhaps they merely appeared at the wrong time in the wrong place. And, just as Miss Stark mentioned, Mr. Potter's height clearly does not enable him to hang the cat. Harry, do you have something against my height? However, this situation is indeed suspicious. Snape stepped forward. If I'm not mistaken, I haven't seen Potter since dinner. Because he was punished with detention and didn't even have time to eat dinner before being called away by Professor Lockhart. Daisy interjected. That is indeed the case. Lockhart also testified. Because of this we came to find Harry, and on the way back to the dormitory we saw Hermione said, glancing at Mrs. Norris, who was still hanging on the wall. Seriously, doesn't anyone want to bring down poor Mrs. Norris first? Daisy complained. Only then did Filch seem to wake up from his daze, and stepped forward to bring down the cat, then looked at Harry. I don't believe you. It must be you. My cat has been petrified. Someone must take the blame. Calm down, Argus. Until proven guilty, everyone is innocent. Dumbledore reassured Filch, saying we can heal her. Right, don't worry, Mrs. Norris will be fine. Daisy nodded in agreement. Filch glanced at Daisy but said nothing more. He wouldn't harass this Gryffindor who occasionally fed Mrs. Norris, and would even sometimes turn a blind eye. After all, Mrs. Norris was his lifeline. In any case, we need to be vigilant moving forward. Professor Dumbledore said before sending them away. The professors still needed to discuss further. So what exactly happened? There was a voice only Harry could hear, and then Mrs. Norris was seen. Once they reached a deserted area, Hermione frowned and said, petrification. Daisy pondered. Medusa. What's that? Ron asked in confusion. A myth from the Muggle. Harry explained. It said that looking at her would result in petrification. Are there creatures in the magical world that can petrify others? Daisy looked at Ron and Hermione, and Harry turned to him as well. I don't remember. Ron scratched his head. There are too many magical creatures, so many magical animals, that I just can't. But you can remember the numbers of every Quidditch star team member and every match they played. Hermione quipped, however, I feel like I've seen this petrification setup somewhere before. It should be in one of those thick books you've read, right? Daisy said, while walking, suddenly recalling the voice Harry had mentioned. But what about that voice? The one only Harry can hear, in this thing. Yes, the magical world has many strange things. Ron nodded. The magical world was full of wonders. So what exactly is it? Daisy looked at Harry, wondering if they were starting a detective game. What was the voice you heard like? Any clues? It spoke slowly, coldly, and felt. Harry thought for a moment. Right, it felt like when I heard a snake talking before I came to Hogwarts. A snake? Hermione and Ron's expressions immediately changed. They thought of something. Could it be Parseltongue? What's that? Daisy shared the same confusion as Harry. Hermione and Ron exchanged worried glances and looked at Harry. Do you remember the words on the wall? The heir of Slytherin, one of the most obvious characteristics, is Parseltongue. Harry was stunned. It turned out not everyone could understand it. Daisy looked at Harry. You don't have a hobby of chatting with snakes, do you? Promise me if you do, please don't. You must hold back. Harry nodded seriously, affirmatively. Once this matter was exposed, it would be disastrous. The conflicts between the houses were already deep, and with this incident, if someone discovered that he could speak Parseltongue, it would be the end. However, Harry lay on his bed, staring at the patterns on the ceiling, lost in thought. What if he really was the heir of Slytherin? Although something happened last night, Hogwarts didn't suspend classes because of it. The first class was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, where they were to turn animals into goblets. Watching Professor McGonagall turn a bird into a goblet, Daisy looked eager to try her hand at it. Wesley. Professor McGonagall scanned the class and looked at Ron. Come try it. 123 Viravito. Ron excitedly pulled out his wand, which was held together by tape, cleared his throat, and recited the spell. Ron really needs a new wand. Amidst the laughter, Daisy shook her head, looking at the bird in front of her, eager to give it a shot. Professor McGonagall didn't say anything and turned to see Daisy, calling her name. Miss Stark, you try. Daisy nodded, recited the spell, and with a flick of her wand, the bird transformed into a brilliantly colored goblet, flamboyant and extravagant. Daisy felt a bit deflated. At least it doesn't have a tail. Professor McGonagall reassured her. Well, suddenly Hermione raised her hand, and once Professor McGonagall agreed, she asked a question completely unrelated to today's lesson. Professor, could you tell us about the Chamber of Secrets? Professor McGonagall clearly didn't expect a student to ask so straightforwardly. After glancing at the others, she hesitated for a while before speaking. Well, as you know, Hogwarts was founded by 4 of the greatest wizards 1,000 years ago. Daisy nodded, suddenly having a new thought. The message said that only the heir of Slytherin can open the chamber. Could it be that this chamber was built by Salazar Slytherin? Right. Professor McGonagall nodded. At that time, Salazar believed that magical education should be limited to pure-blood families. However, the other 3 did not agree, and he consequently left the school. Professor McGonagall paused for a moment before continuing. Before he left, he sealed the chamber, stating that only his heir could open it to release whatever was inside, to eliminate those he deemed unworthy of learning magic. If we follow his claim that only purebloods are accepted, then the magical world would have to resort to internal marriages, leading to consanguinity. From a biological standpoint, consanguinity increases the risk of infectious diseases, which is discouraged from any perspective. Daisy, who had received a biological education, said this is common knowledge in the Muggle world. Has the Chamber of Secrets remained undiscovered for so many years since he left? Hermione asked, what exactly is hidden in the chamber? A monster that preys, said to be controllable only by the heir of Slytherin. Professor McGonagall said, unfortunately the school has searched multiple times, but found nothing, so we do not know what is inside. Daisy turned to look at the others, most of whom were visibly frightened except for Slytherin. Draco even wore a face full of schadenfreude. Seeing Ron's terrified expression, Daisy sighed. Has Ron forgotten that although he is close to Muggle wizards, he is also a pure-blood wizard? After class, Ron still looked shaken, even a bit scared. Do you think that chamber really exists? That monster. Ron mused. What are you worried about? Don't forget, even though you are in Gryffindor and hanging out with Muggle-born wizards, you are still a pure-blood wizard not on that list. Daisy interjected. First, we have deduced that the monster in the chamber should be a serpent-like creature. As for what it is exactly, Hermione and I are still looking for information. As for how to control that monster, it is likely Parseltongue. Hermione chimed in. Having known Ron for so long, she wouldn't isolate him just because he wasn't on the list. Currently, the only known speaker is Harry, but he has been with us all along, so it's impossible and unnecessary for him to open that so-called chamber. So if we find another student who can speak Parseltongue, we've found the heir of Slytherin. Ron understood immediately. After pondering for 3 seconds, he decisively concluded that person must be a Slytherin. While we can't say for sure, it's indeed highly probable. Hermione nodded, agreeing with his assessment. As they walked, Ron said, I think Malfoy is highly suspicious. He mentioned before that it would be you next, Mudblood, so it must be him. Daisy frowned. Although he is highly suspicious, I don't think he is the one. That guy doesn't seem, but it's certainly possible. Harry also agreed with Ron's suspicion. Goyle and Crabbe. Ron thought of Draco's 2 lackeys. They must know. We can trick them into revealing it, Daisy suggested. They may be dumb, but they're not brainless, Hermione countered, as if recalling something. Perhaps there are other methods, but they are difficult and would violate at least 50 school rules. School rules? Haven't we broken enough? Daisy said eagerly. Tell me more. Follow me. Hermione led them towards the library. Daisy and the others hurried to catch up, only to realize what Hermione had in mind. The Polyjuice potion was truly beyond their current capabilities. Hermione is only in her 2nd year. It's already impressive if she can successfully brew it, Daisy said. However, perhaps we can avoid such trouble. Seeing the confused expressions of the trio, Daisy smiled and raised her hand, her fingertips faintly glowing red. Chaos magic can control them and make them reveal the truth themselves. Wow! Ron exclaimed. Chaos magic is so practical, but won't we get caught? That's the problem. Those who are controlled will retain the memory of this incident after the control is lifted. Daisy shrugged. Afterward, we will have to find a way to erase that memory. That's not an issue. I'll use the Hermione nodded. Reliable, as always. That way we only need to think about how to catch those two. Who? Daisy was surprised. Can't we just ask Draco directly? When he is alone, I can use chaos magic to control him and clarify the situation. The 3 nodded excitedly. This method was simple, crude, and effective, much easier than brewing the Polyjuice potion, but the severity of the consequences was also much greater. Before Daisy and the others could implement their plan, the Quidditch match arrived. Gryffindor against Slytherin. Daisy stood excitedly on the stands watching the game when Hermione suddenly nudged her with her elbow. What? Over there. Hermione pointed to the teacher's box and asked Daisy, is that Mr. Stark? Daisy was momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Tony. Tony, how did he get here? To watch the match. Hermione glanced over and suddenly burst into laughter. Did you see Malfoy's father? Look at his expression. Daisy couldn't help but laugh along. It was unclear how it had been arranged, but Tony and Lucius were sitting together, the self-proclaimed noble master of the Malfoy family, seated alongside a Muggle. His face was a sight to behold. Who cares about that? Daisy felt even happier. At this moment, Harry had already spotted the golden snitch, ignoring Draco's provocations, and went straight after it with Draco hot on his heels. As they watched, they noticed something was wrong. While Bludger was relentlessly pursuing Harry, even breaking Wood's broom. That Bludger has been cursed. Ron exclaimed, still holding onto his wand. Let me dispel the spell. It will hit Harry. Hermione stopped him. They could only wait until the match was over. There were too many uncertainties in Quidditch matches, and the group watched anxiously as Harry chased the snitch while dodging the Bludger. Harry, having previously caught the golden snitch, was steady as ever, catching it in a rather perilous position, and the match was declared over. The match had ended, but Harry's crisis had not yet been averted. That out-of-control Bludger continued to attack Harry. Just as it was about to hit him, Hermione cast a stunning spell that shattered the Bludger. How are you? The group hurriedly surrounded Harry, anxiously looking at him. Your arm. Daisy looked at his arm. It's broken. How do you feel? Let me help. Lockhart popped up, taking out his wand and pointing it at Harry's arm. I think we should take Harry to Madame Pomfrey. Daisy immediately blocked him, firmly putting herself between him and Harry. After all, professional matters should be left to professionals, wouldn't you agree? Harry nodded eagerly. They were aware of Lockhart's level and preferred not to let him mess with Harry. Daisy blocked Lockhart, while the others hurriedly supported Harry to the hospital wing. After Madame Pomfrey administered the potion to Harry, she drove everyone else out of the hospital wing, citing the need to let the patient rest. Why was I kicked out too? Draco fumed, glaring at the closed door of the hospital wing. I'm a patient as well. But Madame Pomfrey has already said that you do not need to stay in the hospital wing any longer, Daisy retorted. Or do you think the bed in the hospital wing is more comfortable than your dormitory? None of your business. After the rivalry that had been settled last semester, Draco had not been nice to Daisy. I will find a chance to kick you out of Hogwarts. I look forward to it. Daisy was unfazed by his words and turned to leave, eager to return to the common room to see Tony. Logically speaking, as a muggle who didn't know the password, Tony should have been stopped at the door. However, the world-renowned Iron Man had fans all over the globe, even within Hogwarts, so when Daisy walked in, she found Tony comfortably sitting on a sofa in the Gryffindor common room, signing autographs for those little fans. I was worried you wouldn't be able to come in. What can I say, it's just like you. Daisy teased, realizing she had underestimated Tony. By the way, how did you get here? How did you get in? A long time no see, my dear little princess. But is it really appropriate to start off by teasing? Tony finished signing the autograph he had in hand, politely declined the next request from a little fan, and walked towards Daisy. I'm here on business, and I thought I'd meet with some people from the Ministry of Magic as well as your headmaster. I heard there's a Quidditch match at your school, so I came to take a look. What do you think? Daisy asked. It's quite exciting, but also dangerous, Tony said, crossing his arms with a disapproving expression. Didn't Harry get chased by that flying ball? Seems like he got injured too. I'm not saying this, but the players' protective measures are inadequate. Well, okay, maybe just a little bit. Daisy touched her nose, pulling Tony aside to whisper. Tony, do you have a way to get old Jarvis to skin all of Hogwarts? We want to find a long-sealed chamber. A chamber? Tony was taken aback for a moment, pondering with his chin in hand. Old Jarvis can't connect to the internet in Hogwarts, so large-scale scanning is impossible. Moreover, the chamber's in a magical castle. I guess that won't work. Daisy appeared not too disappointed, which was understandable since this was Hogwarts. Then never mind, it looks like we'll have to investigate ourselves. Investigate what? Tony asked, a bit curious about what Daisy was up to. Well, some recent events happened, and it's said to be related to that chamber. Daisy briefly explained the recent happenings, causing Tony to frown deeply. Have the professors at your school not taken any measures in response to this? Tony looked disapproving, finding it utterly unprofessional. What if the students are petrified? What if a student is... If it were Daisy in trouble, Tony knew he would go to great lengths to find the culprit, perhaps even ensuring Hogwarts could no longer continue operating. There is an antidote for petrification, but I believe that until we deal with the monster in that chamber, someone will eventually get hurt. Daisy shook her head, confident in her abilities, but I just don't know how to find it. No clues. It can't be said there are none. Based on legends, we deduced a clue: the heir of Slytherin speaks Parseltongue, and that Parseltongue might be the key to opening the chamber doors. Daisy continued, but the problem now is we don't know where the chamber is. Has it appeared before? Tony asked. Don't your professors know? Daisy shook her head, and seeing this, Tony also rubbed his forehead in frustration. If this matter wasn't resolved, Hogwarts would no longer be safe, and Tony suddenly felt an urge to have Daisy transfer to Ilvermorny. Forget it. Seeing Tony also perplexed, Daisy decided not to press him further. We'll continue to investigate ourselves. Don't worry, Tony, with the defensive weapons you provided, we're very safe. Looking at Daisy's determined expression, Tony decided to postpone the transfer matter for now. He nodded reluctantly, and after asking Daisy a few other questions, he left the Gryffindor common room, where he had a guest room specially prepared for him. The next morning at breakfast, Professor Dumbledore introduced Tony to everyone. Daisy then learned what Tony had done. He had paid to obtain the title of Hogwarts Special Consultant, and he was even a special consultant appointed by the Ministry of Magic. That's impressive. Hermione exclaimed sincerely, the first Muggle consultant in Hogwarts history, and still a special appointee from the Ministry of Magic. How much did your dad pay to the Ministry of Magic in Hogwarts? Harry had held back for a long time, hesitated for a while, and finally couldn't help but asked before he replaced all the brooms in the school with the latest models, and now he directly became Hogwarts Special Consultant. How much did that cost? It's not surprising, whatever he does. Daisy shrugged, grateful that Tony was particularly good at making money. What Tony does most often is buy buildings just 1 minute before superheroes demolish them. Huh. And then the next second the building collapses. Daisy said, there's no helping it, during battles the surrounding environment inevitably gets affected. I've always suggested they engage a demolition crew. Of course, this suggestion was naturally ignored by the Avengers. Tony didn't stay long at Hogwarts. After introducing himself, he hurriedly left the next day. Being a major representative of the Avengers, he was also quite busy. As for Tony, the Muggle consultant, apart from Slytherin, most students from the other 3 houses felt there was nothing inappropriate about him. In fact, many young wizards from Muggle backgrounds came to ask Tony for autographs. Seeing their enthusiastic demeanor, Daisy had no doubt that if most people had cameras, Tony would have to add a task of taking pictures with his little fans. Actually, that's not right. There were still some people with cameras. Daisy then realized she hadn't seen that younger student since. During her break, Daisy recalled this matter and lowered her voice to ask about this younger student. Speaking of which, Daisy nudged Hermione. Have you seen Colin today? I feel like I haven't seen him since last night. Do you know what happened? Before Hermione could respond, Harry leaned over and whispered some news. What? Daisy widened her eyes in surprise, having heard nothing about it. How do you know? Wasn't I sleeping in the hospital wing last night? Harry said, Last night Professor Dumbledore took him to the hospital wing. He should have gotten a picture of that monster, but what a? Ron quickly asked. The moment the camera opened, I heard a snap, as if the camera broke. Harry swallowed hard, and said in a low voice, then I heard Professor Dumbledore say that Hogwarts would no longer be safe. Oh, and there's more. Harry's voice dropped even lower, almost mysteriously. Professor Dumbledore said the chamber had been opened before. Huh. Daisy was momentarily stunned. That was a lot of information. Did Harry confirm that Dumbledore didn't know he was awake? You got quite a good deal out of that hospital wing trip, hearing so many valuable things. Harry said, sweating. Now that you mention it, it does seem like a lot of information. Harry's message arrived just in time. The most valuable piece of information is that we know the Chamber of Secrets has been opened before, Hermione said, instantly filled with enthusiasm. Let's check the records from back then and we might uncover some clues. But the problem is we don't even know when it was last opened. How can we investigate? Daisy frowned, knowing it had been opened before, but oblivious to the timeline, thinking that with Hogwarts' long history, it would be impossible to go through all the records. I wonder if it was during Lucius Malfoy's time at school here. Ron remained suspicious of the Malfoy family. Maybe he was the one who opened the chamber back then, and now he's sending his son to do it again. Let's find a time when Draco is alone, and he'll ask him. I'm determined, Daisy said. The sooner the better. The longer we wait, the more people might get hurt. So far they are just petrified, but over time it could become. They'll look into the school history starting from that time period. Hermione nodded. Harry, Ron, you two think of a way to gather information. Oh, let's go to the girls' bathroom on the first floor. Upon reaching the girls' bathroom, Ron leaned against the wall, panting as he asked, isn't it strange to be seen by others? I really don't want the reason for my next point deduction to be trespassing into the girls' bathroom. It won't be a problem, Hermione assured, shaking her head confidently. No one ever comes here. Why? Harry and Ron looked at her curiously. Because of Moaning Myrtle, Daisy explained as she guessed what Hermione was planning. Are you sure you can do this? I've never heard of anyone being able to communicate with her. Maybe, Hermione replied, shaking her head. We have to try. I can't think of any other way. Who is Moaning Myrtle? I am Moaning Myrtle. A ghost suddenly burst out from a stall behind Harry and the others, her voice shrill as she exclaimed, the weeping. Wait. Moaning Myrtle. Daisy interrupted the spell, not disliking Myrtle, but her voice was unbearably sharp, making it hard to tolerate. We have a question for you. No one else at Hogwarts knows the answer but you. My. Moaning Myrtle squinted at Daisy, then glanced over the group before floating closer. What do you want? It was surprising that someone had a serious inquiry from Moaning Myrtle. We want to ask if you know about the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione asked cautiously. We've heard that it has been opened before. Do you know anything about that? Moaning Myrtle circled around Daisy, then shook her head. I don't know. Oh. Hermione felt at a loss upon hearing this. I have another question. Daisy suddenly spoke up, feeling that Myrtle knew something. How did you die? Your clothes suggest you were a student uniform. How could you die here? I don't know. Moaning Myrtle floated to the top of the sink, observing Daisy's surprised expression. She added, it's strange, but I really don't know. How could this be? Ron's expression was exaggerated. How is that possible? Are you implying that I am lying? Moaning Myrtle flared up, appearing in front of Ron. I am Moaning Myrtle. Not lying, Myrtle. We never said you were lying, and we just find it hard to understand why you wouldn't know. Seeing this, Daisy intervened and asked you. It's strange, but I truly don't know. I was crying in the stall because someone made fun of my glasses. Given Daisy's generally friendly demeanor, Moaning Myrtle surprisingly showed a bit of patience in answering her. Then I heard someone come in speaking about something. I recognized it was a boy, so I came out to chase him away, and then I died. The last thing I saw was a pair of enormous yellow eyes, Moaning Myrtle said, pointing to the sink behind them. Yellow eyes. Daisy pondered for a moment. Do you remember what they looked like? Human? Or animal? Were they slitted? Like a snake? Maybe. Moaning Myrtle changed her posture. I don't remember. They definitely weren't human. Humans wouldn't have such large pupils. I can't recall if they were slitted or not. Moaning Myrtle's patience had evidently worn thin, and she didn't want to continue answering their questions. Harry and the others decided not to press further, as it was genuinely troublesome when Myrtle got angry and began wailing. After gathering the information, the four bid farewell to Moaning Myrtle and left the girls' bathroom. Those enormous pupils. Daisy thought for a moment. Could it be that Myrtle died because she saw those eyes, But they merely exchanged glances. Ron couldn't make sense of it. What kind of monster can kill someone just by looking at it? Direct eye contact results in death. If you see it without looking directly, you might be petrified. Only Harry understands the implications, Daisy said, holding her forehead. It's so complicated, yet it feels like the answer is right in front of us. What could it be? I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. Hermione was also deep in thought. Is there anything we've overlooked? Looking at Harry and Ron's bewildered expressions, Daisy sighed helplessly. It seemed she truly had to find a way to squeeze some information out of Draco first. After paying special attention to Draco's movements, they quickly found an opportunity. Crabbe and Goyle had wandered off for some reason, leaving Draco alone walking toward the Slytherin dormitory. Daisy hid around a corner, and after Draco passed stealthily approached him from behind silently, taking control. "Come with me," Daisy whispered, and Draco obediently followed without any signs of resistance. She led him to a secluded corner where Harry and the others eagerly gathered around. "They'll ask first, I might not get anything out of him," Daisy said, empowered by chaotic magic, not worried about Draco's ability to break free. "Hermione, am entrusting you with erasing his memory. This is of utmost importance. You all know what this ability means for me." The three quickly nodded. There were spells in the magic that had similar effects, and this was one of the 3 unforgivable curses. If others found out about Daisy's ability, she would likely end up reporting to Azkaban. Daisy turned to Draco, who under the influence of the chaotic magic showed no reaction even after hearing the secret that could land Daisy in Azkaban. "Draco, what do you know about the Chamber of Secrets and the heir of Slytherin?" Daisy asked. "I don't know." Draco shook his head and replied, "I haven't heard any related news. I'm just as curious about who the heir of Slytherin is." "Aren't you worried at all about the chamber being opened?" Daisy continued questioning. "The unfortunate ones will only be those mudbloods. Us pure-blood wizards won't be affected." Draco let out a cold laugh. "I can't wait for that detestable mudblood from Gryffindor to hurry up and die. Ooh, I hope she's the next one." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Harry and his companions changed instantly, while Daisy remained unaffected, blocking their path, and continuing, "How do you know that monster won't mistakenly kill a pureblood? Could it distinguish between purebloods and half-bloods?" "I don't know." Draco shook his head. "Maybe it can tell, but I'm not sure." "Aren't there any rumors within Slytherin?" Daisy pondered and asked. "Or do you know what the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is?" "No, there are all sorts of speculations, but they're just guesses, and no one knows who did it, and we are unclear about that monster." Draco was clueless. "Sigh." Daisy sighed, turning to Harry and the others. "It seems Slytherin has no news either, and Draco is not the heir. What should we do then?" Ron asked with a worried face. "Doesn't this mean all our clues have run dry? First erase his memory, and then send him back to Slytherin," Daisy said, and Hermione nodded, stepping forward to cast a memory charm on Draco. Then the group hurriedly hid. A few seconds later, Draco woke up, looking around in confusion, scratching his head. "What am I doing here?" Unable to think of anything, he shook his head and left in bewilderment. Hermione is always so reassuring. Daisy gave Hermione a thumbs up after seeing Draco's expression. "But now all our leads have dried up. Tomorrow we'll check the records to see if I can find anything," Hermione said. "Let's head back to the dorm. Staying here won't yield any results." As a book-loving academic, Hermione had many books in her dorm, although most of them were already read. Daisy also bought a lot of books to keep in the dorm. When Hermione and Daisy returned to the dorm, their roommates had not yet come back. Upon entering, Hermione rushed towards her mountain of books, flipping through them one by one. "I feel like I've seen that setting somewhere, but I can't be sure which book it is from." Daisy, upon hearing this, also took out her books to search. Although she had fewer books than Hermione, her collection was much more varied. "It should be about magical plants and creatures, right?" Hermione said, nothing, brows furrowed as she looked at Daisy after browsing through her books. "I don't have any of that kind." Daisy shook her head, as she had a few books of that type, but none seemed to mention the monster with that setting. "You don't think we have to go to the restricted section, do you?" Daisy sighed, tossing the book she had just thrown onto the bed back onto the desk, and climbed into her blankets. "Will the library have it?" "I don't know, but I'm sure I've seen that setting somewhere." Hermione tidied her desk and crawled into bed. "Let's visit the library tomorrow. We've already ruled out our own books." The next day after class, Daisy and Hermione headed straight to the library. The Hogwarts library had an impressive collection of books. Even if they only looked for books on magical plants and creatures, it would take them quite a while. Parting ways with Hermione, Daisy dove into the sea of books to search for clues. I must say, rummaging through books for clues is really easy to get distracted. As Daisy searched, she started to zone out, either flipping to an interesting passage and getting lost in it, leading to her efficiency plummeting. After a while, Daisy suddenly snapped back to reality, hurriedly closing the book and continuing her search. Having too many books is also a burden. Stark. Has anyone seen Stark? Not long after, Daisy heard someone calling her name. Peeking out, it was Seamus. "What's going on? There you are." Seamus jogged over. "Your dad is waiting for you in the common room. He seems to have something to ask you." "Got it, thanks." Daisy nodded, first looking for Hermione, greeting her before leaving the library. She wondered what Tony wanted with her. Daisy quickly ran back to Gryffindor and saw Tony outside the common room. "Tony, I thought you were waiting for me." Tony shook his head, pulling Daisy into a corner. "I upgraded the program for Jarvis and scanned Hogwarts. The Chamber of Secrets." Daisy exclaimed in surprise. "No, it's a giant serpent-like monster that moves through the pipes." Tony shook his head. "A snake?" Daisy repeated in astonishment. "A giant snake. Golden pupils. Direct eye contact. Could be lethal. Could it be? Do you have an idea?" Daisy nodded. "I suspect it's a creature called a basilisk. Do you need to borrow Jarvis?" Tony touched the Bluetooth earpiece on his ear. "You might need him, but Jarvis will face more limitations within Does Jarvis have any idea where the Chamber of Secrets is? Daisy asked. Tony shook his head. No, I suspect that chamber is hidden by magic. Unless you can find the correct way to enter, Jarvis won't be able to locate it. Indeed, the Chamber of Secrets had been hidden in Hogwarts for so many years, countless attempts had been made to find it, yet none succeeded, indicating there must be a unique way to enter. All right, use your clever little mind to crack this mystery. Tony ruffled Daisy's hair. You don't seem worried about. Daisy glared at him. No, saying I'm not worried would be a lie. But even if I tell you not to investigate, you won't listen. Tony knew Daisy well. Rather than letting you fumble around and encounter danger, it's better for me to help you from the sidelines. So would you consider wearing the armor? Tony pulled out a technologically advanced backpack. I made some modifications. You can carry it normally, and in case of danger you can activate it directly. It's just a bit heavy and can't hold anything, but other than that there are no issues. Isn't the fact that the backpack can't carry anything the biggest problem? Daisy complained while taking the backpack and putting it on her back. But I forgive you. Tony. Daisy, even if you have armor you still need to be careful. Tony advised, don't wander around alone outside for a while. The snake Jarvis found is the one moving through the pipes. No one knows who it will encounter next. Daisy nodded. Oh, while she wasn't afraid of the snake, it didn't mean she was reckless with her life. Don't worry, you'll be. After chatting, Tony left first. Although he was very interested in that snake, it was best to stay alive. If they truly crossed paths, it would be a disaster. It was still early, they hadn't seen each other long, and the information Tony provided was very useful. Daisy even thought that once she relayed this news to Hermione, she might immediately figure out what it was. Hermione. Daisy found Hermione and told her about Jarvis's discovery. Do you have any clues? Sounds a bit familiar. Hermione frowned in thought, and after a moment, she suddenly looked up. Could it be a basilisk? Seeing Daisy's puzzled expression, Hermione dragged her to a bookshelf and pulled out a book. This is it. Daisy examined it earnestly and nodded firmly. This is the creature. Although there's no evidence, this is the closest match. Should we go find the professors? Hermione seemed a bit hesitant. What's wrong? Daisy looked at her. But we haven't found out where the chamber is yet. Hermione said. No, I have a lead, Daisy smiled. Do you remember what Moaning Myrtle said? Hermione's eyes brightened, the golden pupils. Just in case, the two of them ran to the women's restroom on the first floor again to confirm with Moaning Myrtle. Hermione looked around exclaiming, this is incredible. They had walked back and forth so many times in the first floor restroom without realizing it, or rather they were fortunate not to have encountered that serpent monster. According to Myrtle, the entrance should be this sink and the method of entry is likely Parseltongue. Daisy frowned, having both the entrance and the key but not knowing where the keyhole was. But we can't just go in. Who knows if that serpent monster is waiting for us at the entrance. Let's find Harry. Hermione suggested after a moment of thought. Perhaps. Both of them figured that Harry could speak Parseltongue and might be able to control the snake, but the issue of dying upon meeting its gaze was indeed tricky. We should inform the professors first. They must know how to safely open the chamber door and defeat the serpent, Daisy said, showing no Gryffindor courage at that moment. After all, they are much stronger than we are. Hermione hesitated. Is that okay? The school rules. Either the school rules don't apply, or the professors can distinguish between what is serious and what is not. Daisy, completely unafraid, replied. And we haven't broken any school rules, we just happened to read about it, and overheard Myrtle mentioning it. Daisy shrugged innocently. I can only say we're simply too clever, able to solve the puzzle with such scant. As they spoke, preparing to find Professor McGonagall, Hermione's expression suddenly changed, and she swiftly blocked Daisy behind her. Don't look. Run. Daisy reacted quickly, realizing it was the serpent. As Hermione spoke, she was already petrified. Gritting her teeth, Daisy used chaotic magic to lift Hermione, and hurriedly turned to flee, twisting around several corners before setting her down. After stopping, Daisy quickly checked Hermione's condition. Like the previous victims, she was temporarily out of danger. I'll take you to the hospital wing. Daisy helped Hermione up and headed towards the hospital wing. Before they reached it, Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore rushed over upon hearing the news, quickly taking Hermione into the hospital wing. What happened? Did you encounter that monster? McGonagall asked while assessing Daisy. Are you injured? No, Hermione saved me. She protected me. Daisy shook her head. But we've already figured out the location of the chamber, and we know what monster is inside. What? McGonagall was taken aback. It's the serpent. The entrance is in the women's restroom on the first floor, Daisy said, as the three professors before her were the ones she trusted most. But I don't know the specific method to enter. A serpent, you say? Dumbledore nodded. Indeed, that is quite possible. How did you find the entrance? Snape frowned and asked skeptically, don't tell me you followed that serpent and saw it go in there. Daisy shook her head. They weren't foolish. No, we figured it out. There's a ghost named Moaning Myrtle in the women's restroom on the first floor. When we chatted with her, she mentioned that she died there after staring directly into the serpent's eyes. Dumbledore gave Daisy a meaningful look, clearly realizing it wasn't as simple as she had said. How did you connect her to the chamber? And how did you know her cause of death? Daisy smiled. The chamber has been opened before, hasn't it, Professor? Myrtle said she didn't know how she died. Normally that wouldn't be possible, but if linked to the chamber it would explain. The monster hidden in the chamber is the serpent. Myrtle directly gazed at it, and thus perished, Daisy explained. However, it was never discovered who opened the chamber back then, otherwise that serpent wouldn't have remained alive for so many years. Just then Madame Pomfrey came and checked Hermione, and concluded that her symptoms were the same as those of previous students. We can only wait for the mandrakes. Once they mature we can brew the antidote. Professor Dumbledore nodded. Madame Pomfrey continued her work and looked at Daisy. The women's restroom on the first floor, is it? Do you know the exact location? Daisy nodded, sharing her guess. Myrtle said it was the sink. There must be connected pipes below. It makes sense for the serpent to enter and exit from there. I have a question, and I hope you can clarify. Snape interjected, hands clasped. Miss Stark, how did you know the serpent moves through the pipes? Tony told me, Daisy replied without any concealment. Old Jarvis scanned Hogwarts and detected a massive serpentine creature roaming in the pipes, and we deduced it from there. Very well done, Miss Stark, Dumbledore praised. Now only the keyhole remains. Once we know how to open the chamber door, the matter will be resolved. And someone's innocence must also be cleared, Dumbledore added. Daisy, all right, Miss Stark, you've done. Professor McGonagall patted Daisy on the head. Now go back to the dormitory and rest. I'll leave the rest to the... Daisy did not oppose, nodded, glanced at Hermione, and walked towards the dormitory, needing to share this bad news with Harry and the others, as well as inform them of her speculation. If she was correct, Parseltongue was the key to opening the chamber door. In a sense, it was the safest spell considering that few could speak it. Daisy, Ron and Harry were waiting for them in the common room, and upon seeing Daisy, they hurried over. Ron asked nervously, having already heard about Hermione and Daisy's incident. What about Hermione? We heard on the way that Hermione, Harry said, looking anxious. It's true, Hermione has been petrified. Daisy nodded, noticing the various reactions from the others, some open and some concealed, and decisively pulled the two out of the common room. Let's talk outside. The two rushed after her, and once they reached a secluded spot, Ron anxiously spoke up. So it's true. She really has been petrified. Did you encounter that monster? Harry asked. Are you all right? Don't panic, listen to me. She's okay. Daisy reassured them and relayed everything that had happened, including their conversation with the professors. Snape. Ron looked incredulous. How did you tell him? Ron, trust me, Daisy said firmly. The professors already know where the chamber door is. With their experience and ability, it's only a matter of time before they open it. We shouldn't get involved anymore. But the key to the door is Parseltongue. Apart from me, who else in Hogwarts can do that? Harry questioned. We can't not participate. Then that's no longer our concern. In any case, Harry. Daisy squeezed his shoulder, speaking each word clearly. You absolutely must not let anyone other than Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape know about Parseltongue. Understood? I think Snape shouldn't know either. Ron mumbled from the side. Daisy shot him a glare, ignoring him, and turned back to reiterate to Harry. In short, don't let anyone know except the professors you trust. Harry nodded vigorously, feeling that if he didn't, Daisy might very well twist his head off and use it as a soccer ball. On the next day, during the defense against the dark arts class, the desks had all been cleared away, and a long table was set up in the center of the room. Daisy stood impatiently by the table, watching Lockhart, who was dramatically displaying himself like a peacock. When will he realize that he is not as charming as he imagines? Daisy muttered quietly, her emotions heightened by Hermione's absence beside her. And is it really a joke to have? There's nothing we can do. He is the professor, Ron shrugged. And Professor Snape can also be made to cooperate with him. Daisy looked conflicted as she observed Snape's sullen expression on stage. I have reasonable suspicion that Professor Snape has something on him. It seemed that Snape had heard Daisy's comment as he glanced at her without drawing attention to it. However, Daisy was completely oblivious, continuing to complain to Ron and Harry about the narcissistic Lockhart. Lockhart finally finished his display and began the duel. Snape, uninterested in his long-winded talks, swiftly defeated Lockhart with a single blow, showing a distinct lack of camaraderie. Lockhart looked momentarily dazed when hit, then quickly recovered, awkwardly clearing his throat and glancing at the students below. He suddenly said, I believe everyone just witnessed that. Why don't we have them give it a try? Harry. Lockhart pointed at Harry with a snap. Harry twitched at the corner of his eye, thinking, oh no. Poor Harry, Daisy remarked. Despite saying this, Daisy unhesitatingly pushed Harry forward. Go on, Harry, give it your best. Harry looked exasperated. Thanks. As Lockhart called on Harry, Snape turned and pointed at Draco. Hey, it's him. I should have raised my hand. Daisy's eyes brightened, then she said with some disappointment. Ron frowned. Daisy truly did not want to miss any opportunity to bully Draco. In terms of spell proficiency, Harry couldn't hold a candle to Draco, who had access to far more advanced spells. Right now he could only use some simple spells like Disarming Charm. The two were exchanging spells back and forth, and Daisy watched with a frown, thinking, are they fighting in turns? Just as she thought that, Draco suddenly threw a snake onto the stage with a misfired spell, landing it right in front of Daisy. Seeing the snake, Daisy was momentarily stunned and instinctively glanced at Harry, who was staring intensely. Daisy recognized that this was bad. Without even drawing her wand, she used a chaos spell to fling the snake right into Draco's arms, landing it with perfect precision. Draco could swear that Daisy had done that on purpose. "What are you doing?" Draco shouted as he threw the snake to the ground. The poor snake had been tossed around twice and was infuriated, ready to retaliate against the little boy in front of it, but Snape swiftly drew his wand and ended its misery. "Miss Stark, why did you throw it at other students?" Snape fixed Daisy with an expressionless gaze. "It's a matter of cause and effect, Professor. You should ask Draco why he deliberately threw such a big snake in front of a frail girl like me." Daisy said this while gesturing to indicate the snake's size, looking frightened. "You scared me. How terrifying." "Who?" Draco was left speechless. He hadn't seen her scared when she threw the snake. "Silence." Snape cut off Draco, who was about to say something, glanced at Daisy, and announced the end of the class, turning to leave with the Slytherin students. Watching Draco's furious back, Daisy couldn't help but smile wider. After they left, the Gryffindors did not linger, tacitly ignoring the dazed Lockhart and promptly exiting the classroom. "Harry, you need to come clean," Daisy said, pulling Harry aside in a deserted area, frowning. "Did you unconsciously try to talk to that snake just now?" Harry nodded sheepishly. "It wasn't entirely his fault. I don't know why, but I just couldn't help it." As he looked at Daisy's expression, his voice grew quieter. He wondered if Daisy would throw him out like she did the snake. "I didn't mean to. I'm sorry." "It's not your fault," Daisy replied, frowning. Ron was still bewildered beside them, not having processed everything yet. "Uncontrollable. That's too dangerous." Ron stood beside Daisy, looking at Harry with a face full of concern. "Thank goodness Daisy managed to send that snake flying today, otherwise Harry would have been exposed." "And if Harry is uncontrollably wanting to speak, that's very troublesome," Daisy said, thinking of a solution. "Unless we keep him away from snakes, otherwise he will be exposed sooner or later." There shouldn't be many snakes in Hogwarts," Harry said, somewhat disappointed. "But I think there are plenty of people in Slytherin who will misfire spells." "That's too harsh for Harry," Ron said bluntly. "Until we resolve this, Harry, you shouldn't be alone. I try to stay with either Ron or me as much as possible," Daisy said, stroking her chin. This was the only way to tackle the issue. Harry and Ron nodded in agreement without opposition. Next, they just had to wait for the professors to storm into the Chamber of Secrets to deal with that snake monster, but after waiting for several days, there was still no sign of movement, unsure if they couldn't open the chamber door. As days passed, the atmosphere among the students grew increasingly tense, all worried that the next victim could be them. In this situation, another victim appeared. It was a student from Hufflepuff. The emergence of a new victim made the students even more anxious. Apart from attending classes, most students were afraid to roam around and wouldn't dare to be alone. Even the frequency of owls delivering messages increased significantly. This can't go on, or are the professors really not going to investigate the Chamber of Secrets? Sitting in the library, Daisy keenly noticed that the number of students coming to the library had decreased recently. Even the regulars who showed up daily were nowhere to be seen. In these past few days, Harry and Ron dared not leave Daisy alone. Wherever Daisy went, they followed, fearing she would also fall victim, although she should be fine given her strength. "There's nothing we can do with things happening like this. Everyone is really scared. The safest place right now should be the dormitory," Ron said, resting his head on the table and gazing up at Daisy. "If even the dormitory isn't safe, everyone should just go home," Daisy retorted. "Daisy, Harry, Ron, Professor Dumbledore wants you to go to his office." While they were talking, Seamus suddenly ran over and plopped down next to Harry, saying, "It seems Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape are also there along with Lockhart." "Off?" Daisy asked, somewhat puzzled. "Did the professors mention what it was about?" Seamus shook his head. "No, he only said to send you to the headmaster's office." After saying that, Seamus didn't linger and left the library. Daisy and her friends exchanged curious glances, not thinking too much about it, and headed straight to the headmaster's office. "What on earth happened?" Harry said, his face filled with anxiety. "Could it be that I've been exposed? Don't overthink it, you'll know soon enough." "It's all right," Daisy comforted. Harry's situation was probably already known to Dumbledore, and there was likely no issue of exposure at all. But Snape is here, that Snape. That ominous old bat. Ron hadn't considered this, but the thought of facing Snape filled him with dread. "I still believe he is the mole at Hogwarts." "I don't think so," Daisy shook her head. "There isn't any other reason. I simply trust Professor Dumbledore implicitly." Despite the two boys' reluctance to meet Snape, they obediently entered the headmaster's office, knowing that no one would dare to ignore the headmaster's summons. "Oh, you're here," Professor Dumbledore said with a smile as he saw them enter. "Would you like some lemon drops?" "They taste quite good," Daisy replied without hesitation, taking the candy, unwrapping it, and popping it into her mouth. "It really is delicious. The headmaster has good taste." Snape was left speechless witnessing these two eat in the office. "You all." The others turned to him, Daisy still chewing on the lemon cake. "What? Ha ha. Don't rush, Severus," Dumbledore chuckled, setting down his cake. "I suspect Miss Stark has discovered the secret to opening the chamber door, hasn't she?" "Parseltongue," Daisy interjected confidently. She believed in the professors present except for Lockhart. "And if I'm not mistaken, you should have guessed who can speak Parseltongue, right?" "Harry," Dumbledore nodded, looking at Harry with a kind expression, yet a firm tone. You can speak Parseltongue, can't you? Harry looked somewhat flustered as he glanced at Daisy and Ron. After a moment's hesitation he nodded. Yes, I don't know what, but those things aren't. Don't worry, we believe you. Professor McGonagall stepped forward to comfort Harry, patting him on the shoulder and handing him a cup of tea. We just need your help to enter the chamber. Enter. Harry was confused. Had he misheard? Yes. Dumbledore nodded. He had intended for Harry to try, but since Daisy had already involved the professors, it was no longer necessary. Harry had done well enough. The monster inside the chamber will be dealt with by the professors. Then, Harry looked at Daisy somewhat helplessly. Seeing her nod, he felt relieved. All right. Daisy had previously mentioned that there was a 90% chance the monster in the chamber was a basilisk, and looking into its eyes would be fatal. Thus Harry had some reluctance about entering the chamber, but faced with Dumbledore, he found it hard to voice his refusal. Listening to them chat, as if she had nothing to do with it, Daisy leaned over to check on Fawkes, who was awkwardly perched nearby. To her surprise, Fawkes performed a spectacular burst into flames right in front of her, startling her greatly. I swear it was Fawkes acting up, Daisy said, raising her hands in surrender, looking innocent. Of course you just happened to catch Fawkes' rebirth. Dumbledore chuckled, saying leisurely while gesturing to Fawkes, Look, wow, Daisy exclaimed, watching the little head emerge from the ashes, unable to resist poking it. So ugly yet so cute. Ron looked on in awe, or Daisy dared to poke even the headmaster's pet Fawkes. You kids should head back to your dorms and get some sleep, Dumbledore said. To face such a monster you'll need to be well rested. Daisy and the others left the headmaster's office in confusion. She had thought the professors would go deal with the basilisk that night, but was it really just this? When are the professors going to deal with that basilisk? The longer we wait, the more danger the students are in. Daisy complained to Ron and Harry. What are they waiting for? Waiting for Fawkes to grow up. Harry said casually. That's not impossible. Maybe. Ron mused, stroking his chin. Could we see Fawkes battle the basilisk? Even if that happens, you probably won't see it, you won't have the chance. Daisy said, but suddenly stopped in her tracks. Harry and Ron looked at her in confusion, following her gaze, and were immediately startled. Stop the other students coming this way and notify the professors, Daisy said with a serious expression. We can't delay any longer. Before long, Professor Dumbledore and others arrived, followed by more staff members. They looked at the messages on the wall, all wearing worried expressions. What should we do if this continues? Madame Pomfrey said worriedly. Professors, we can't delay any longer. We must resolve the chamber issue tonight, or... Daisy's words trailed off, but everyone present understood. That child. Who is it? Professor McGonagall asked, looking troubled. Dumbledore glanced at Ron. Ginny Weasley. Ron's pupils dilated in shock. How could it be his little sister? Ginny. Daisy frowned, noticing something was off. This doesn't make sense. According to the messages, the basilisk should only attack half-blood wizards, but Ginny is pure blood. Oh, poor Ginny. If I had been there at the time, I wouldn't have allowed this to happen. Lockhart suddenly chimed in with a clever, Well then, this matter is in your hands, Professor Lockhart. You're so capable, I'm sure you can handle it right. Professor McGonagall could no longer tolerate his arrogance and immediately retorted. Even if it's facing a basilisk, Daisy added. I entrust my sister to you, Professor Lockhart. If it's you, you'll definitely be able to save her. After all, you are a 3-time recipient of the Order of Merlin's 3rd class, an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, and a 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. Ron chimed in, knowing the professors wouldn't ignore Ginny. Harry could recite this fluently by now. Everyone chimed in, and Lockhart was starting to feel cornered. Dumbledore remained silent, watching Lockhart, with a smile, clearly not intending to intervene. Lockhart felt a surge of anxiety, taking half a step back. Of course. But I need to make some preparations first, right? After all, the opponent is a snake. Lockhart suddenly realized and turned sharply to Daisy. How do you know what's inside? Are you that one? Oh, no, of course not. Dumbledore spoke up. Miss Stark would certainly not be the one to open the chamber. She is simply very intelligent, and has deduced from the current clues that the monster in the chamber is a basilisk without even being certain of its truth. In that regard, Miss Stark is indeed very clever, even more so than some adults. It was rare for Snape to speak up, and Ron was quite surprised, unable to help but glance at him a few more times, feeling a moment of sympathy for the hapless professor being indirectly mocked by Snape. Lockhart, is he calling me stupid? Daisy, that's just stating the facts. Lockhart could never reveal that he was a useless fool. He forced himself to agree, and then claimed he needed to go prepare, quickly turning and leaving the scene. Professor Dumbledore, let's go back for a moment and meet at the girls' restroom on the 1st floor later. Daisy's eyes darted, pulling Harry and Ron to bid farewell to the professors before leaving, guessing that the useless professor was trying to escape. Where are you going? Ron was completely baffled, but still followed Daisy. That guy is definitely going to pack his things. You're planning to catch him. Harry's eyes lit up as he quickened his pace. Are you going to take him to the Chamber of Secrets? Yes. Daisy nodded. Professor Dumbledore will also be going to the Chamber of Secrets soon. It's safer with The three of them dashed into Lockhart's room, and sure enough, he was already packing to flee. You should have knocked before entering the professor's room. Lockhart straightened up awkwardly, striking a pose trying to hide the open suitcase and the mess on the bed and desk behind. We saw it. Daisy ruthlessly exposed him, giving him no face. You're planning to run away. Behind her, Harry and Ron also glared at him, their hands already reaching for their wands, ready to take action again. You should pretend to know nothing, little girl. As Lockhart spoke, he prepared to draw his wand, but unfortunately Harry and Ron were quicker. Don't move. What do you want to do to Daisy? Under the threat of 2 wands, Lockhart actually showed a hint of fear, even though the ones holding the wands were just 2 students. Let's go. Daisy didn't even draw her wand. She stepped forward and took Lockhart's weapon, handing it to Ron for safekeeping, then walked to the door and opened it, signaling Lockhart. Lockhart feigned ignorance, asking where to. Daisy rolled her eyes. Is that even a question? You promised to handle the Chamber of Secrets. Harry stared intently at him, not lowering his wand. Come with us to the Chamber of Secrets. Do you even know where the chamber is? You want to go? With your strength, it's just a death sentence. Lockhart stopped pretending. Not only that, you also plan to drag innocent me into this. Innocent? Daisy sneered. Come on, let's be honest. If we can't defeat the basilisk, you're not responsible. You're the defense against the dark arts professor. What does that have to do with me? Lockhart's mind couldn't process it. He felt utterly wronged. Because you've taught us nothing, merely flaunting your ridiculous smile during class. Daisy scolded, having long been displeased with Lockhart as a defense against the dark arts professor. You can't even deal with a pixie. Don't you feel ashamed? I'm starting to doubt that all those biographies you wrote aren't just fabrications. Ron complained, remembering how much money he spent on books that turned out to be completely useless. He felt like a big loser, wishing he could get a refund. Oh right, he learned the term big loser from Daisy, and after she explained it, Ron felt that everyone who bought Lockhart's books was a big loser. Of course not, Lockhart retorted, but couldn't come up with anything, merely shutting his mouth, feeling frustrated as he followed behind Daisy. A few minutes later, he looked at the girls' restroom ahead with a peculiar expression. So, the Chamber of Secrets is in here? Yes. Daisy stopped in front of the sink, scratching her head. The professors hadn't arrived yet. The known key to open the door is Parseltongue, but I don't know where the keyhole is. Huh. Lockhart chuckled. Since that's the case, let's go back. It wouldn't be appropriate for a group of men to invade the girls' restroom, don't you think? Lockhart babbled to himself for quite a while, completely ignored by everyone. Ron kept his wand aimed at Lockhart while Harry and Daisy began inspecting the sink. Harry seemed to have discovered something and called out. Oh, looks like we came just in time. Professor Dumbledore entered with a broad smile, followed by Professors Snape and McGonagall. Harry has already found. Seeing the professors, Harry and Ron were taken aback. Ron's moment of distraction allowed Lockhart to find an opportunity to snatch the wand, even turning it around to hold Daisy hostage. Don't move. Lockhart raised his wand, pulling Daisy as he prepared to slowly back away. What do you mean you? Are you an idiot? Despite being held hostage, Daisy showed no signs of panic. Even if the professors weren't there, she wasn't afraid. Who gave you the confidence to kidnap someone in front of 3 professors? Even if the professors refrained from acting out of collegiality, do you think I'm just an easy target? Lockhart didn't take Daisy seriously. In his eyes, she was merely a decent student. How powerful could a student possibly be? Suddenly Lockhart felt his body out of control. When he came to his senses, Daisy's hands were emitting a faint red glow, and in contrast his own body was also glowing, moving uncontrollably in sync with Daisy's actions. Lockhart, what's going on? Lockhart exclaimed in shock. This little girl was unusual. What exactly did you— I'm a witch. Isn't it normal to have some special means? Daisy smiled sweetly, controlling Lockhart's wand as it flew into her hand. It's better if I keep such a dangerous thing like a wand. Ooh, I'll return it to you after this is over. Lockhart was filled with curses. Had he never seen a witch before? Was he being made a fool of? A dangerous wand. This little girl was truly insufferable. Headmaster Dumbledore, look at this student. How dare they attack a professor? I believe if you hadn't made the first move, Miss Stark wouldn't have acted this way towards you. Professor McGonagall was furious. If it weren't for Daisy having chaotic magic by her side, or if they hadn't arrived in time, Harry and Ron would truly have been threatened by Lockhart. After Lockhart was subdued, Harry and Ron bound him with a rope they pulled from who knows where. Noticing Daisy's curious gaze, Ron pointed to the innermost stall in the restroom. Got it from the inside restroom. I don't know what it's used for. Inside. Daisy recoiled at the thought of the restroom rope. Yikes. Oh my goodness. So. Lockhart turned pale, but Harry and Ron didn't give him a chance to refuse, dragging him to the sink to continue investigating how to open the door. I know I need to use Parseltongue, but how do I do that? Harry pondered for a long time without any results, turning to Dumbledore. Professor, do I need to speak to this sink? The whole sink? That probably won't work. Daisy was still examining. This faucet has a carving on it, Daisy said as she touched something. Harry, try talking to this faucet in Parseltongue. Give it a try, Dumbledore agreed after taking a look. Harry approached, and with an instinct for Parseltongue, spoke a sentence. So what does that mean? Ron whispered to Daisy beside him. I don't know, maybe open sesame. Daisy casually replied, it can't be that Snape doesn't wash his hair right. You two, do you think I'm deaf? Snape, who had decent hearing, shot Daisy a glare, but didn't deduct points. The door opened. After Harry finished speaking, the sink indeed transformed, revealing a huge pit with a foul smell emanating from within. Yuck! Daisy frowned at the sight, suddenly unwilling to go down. It looked disgusting. What a horrible smell. How long has it been since this was cleaned? Dumbledore had nothing to say. Who would have thought that the pipes in a magical castle also needed regular cleaning? Look, if you don't clean them, snakes grow inside. It seems Miss Stark does not wish to enter. Snape said expressionlessly. Are you scared? No, it's just pure OCD. Daisy replied, pointing disdainfully at the pit. Do you really want your robes to get stained with those unknown substances, Professor Snape? Hearing this, Snape's face darkened. Of course he didn't want that either. Although he didn't have OCD, the pit. Honestly, anyone would hesitate to touch it. Let's go down. Harry was no stranger to tough environments, having dealt with all sorts of situations at the Dursleys, so he didn't mind much. Ron, however, looked pale, but didn't say anything. Since it's open, can I leave? Lockhart said with a smile as he edged towards the door. No way. Daisy quickly stopped him, and upon seeing Lockhart, suddenly had an idea. You just traumatized me with that hostage situation, so hand over your coat. Saying this, she swiftly stripped Lockhart of his coat, wrapping it around herself tightly to ensure she wouldn't touch any unknown substances. Lockhart was left dumbfounded. Could this be considered human speech? Although the hostage situation was real, shouldn't he be the one with psychological trauma? Professor Lockhart, this is your own responsibility. You cannot back out now. Harry also had no intention of letting Lockhart escape. With his influence, who knew what he might do after leaving? He now suspected that Lockhart's past experiences were not his own. Professor Dumbledore, let's go down. Harry looked at Dumbledore, saw the nod of approval, and pulled Lockhart along, rushing down with Ron. Dumbledore and McGonagall couldn't stop them and could only follow behind. Harry is too impulsive, Daisy remarked, then turned to Snape. Professor, they've all gone down. Should we go too? Keep up, Snape said with a frown as he walked towards the entrance. If Dumbledore hadn't promised him potion ingredients from the basilisk, he wouldn't be here. Daisy happily followed, tightly wrapping herself in Lockhart's coat as she slid down the pipe. The pipe was not long, and after a brief free fall with her eyes closed, Daisy landed on Snape in front of her. She opened her eyes, prepared to get up, but stepped on something strange. What the Daisy jumped in shock at what she felt under her foot, unable to hold back as she recoiled. What are the— Snape rolled his eyes unceremoniously, but still pulled Daisy out with a certain affection. Yes, the kind of— Professor, can we negotiate for a more humane way next time? After being set down, Daisy rubbed her neck and complained, even though Snape had only grabbed her outer garment. Of course, to respect your opinion, next time I will leave you there, Miss Stark, Snape replied. Snape was not one for conversation, and Daisy had no interest in trying to get close to him. She just followed him until they spotted Harry and the others ahead. Harry. Daisy ran a few steps forward. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Daisy, Professor, look, we just discovered. Harry pointed to the snake shed on the ground. Before he could finish, Snape stepped forward and squatted down to observe. A basilisk shed. Snape pulled out his wand and deftly shrank the shed, collecting it. This was quite a rare potion ingredient, or rather he had come for this. This snake is at least 60 inches long. Lockhart looked stunned, and the next second, he simply collapsed to the ground. Daisy stared in disbelief. Is he serious? He's quite bold, Ron commented. Looks like you need to be more careful when hiring in the future, Dumbledore. McGonagall hadn't thought of this either. After a moment of shock, she said to Dumbledore, let's leave him here, it should be— Dumbledore didn't have much to say. After Harry and Ron moved Lockhart to a safer spot, they led the others deeper into the cave. After they had been walking for a while, Lockhart suddenly opened his eyes, looked down at the wand in his hand, and silently smiled. That kid Ron surely didn't expect that he had also taken his wand, did he? Lockhart pocketed his wand and headed in the direction where Dumbledore and the others had disappeared. This was a great achievement. He needed to find a way to check things out in case he had a chance to share in the victory. He actually took my wand. Ron, hiding in the shadows, widened his eyes at this sight, feeling his pockets and realizing that indeed his wand was missing. When did this happen? Forget about that, your wand. Daisy said, rolling her eyes. It's fine. Didn't Tony bring you a new one when he came? Ron felt another pocket, confirming that the intact one was still there, and Daisy knew that after his wand broke, she had asked Tony to buy him a new one, which he had conveniently brought along during the Quidditch match. What should we do? We can't just let him go and ambush the professors, can we? Harry said anxiously as he watched Lockhart leave. But Professor Dumbledore told us to wait here. We'll follow him. Daisy was very decisive. Without waiting for Harry and Ron to react, she took the lead and followed. We can't let— In the secret chamber, Ginny lay on the ground not far from her. A notebook rested. Upon seeing this, McGonagall hurried over to check on Ginny's condition, and upon discovering that she had merely fainted, he let out a sigh of relief. Albus, we need to get this student out. She won't last much longer, McGonagall said to Dumbledore after examining her. Dumbledore nodded. Then I leave it to you, Minerva. Take her out quickly, and also bring Harry and the others along. The rest we will leave to Severus and me. Then you and Severus must be careful. McGonagall was well aware of the abilities of the two professors present, so she had no worries. Nodding, she picked up Ginny and headed out. Professor. As McGonagall walked a bit further, she saw Harry and the others running towards her and immediately frowned. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to wait outside? It's dangerous in here. Wait a moment, Professor. Daisy rushed over. Lockhart just pretended to faint. He came in. Ginny. Ron spotted his sister and quickly asked, Professor, is Ginny all right? She's fine. I was about to take her to the hospital wing. The longer she stays here, the worse it is for her. McGonagall replied, then turned to Daisy. Lockhart came in. Yes. He came in and even stole Ron. Harry nodded. Shouldn't we warn Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape? Don't worry, Albus and Severus are not so easily outsmarted by someone like Lockhart. McGonagall had great faith in her colleague's abilities. I need to send you back first. What? Daisy looked. We can help. Lockhart is already inside. I know you are capable, but there are professors here. Can you trust her? Miss Stark. McGonagall's face sterned as she reprimanded. All right. Seeing Professor McGonagall was angry, Daisy dared not insist any longer, obediently nodding as she followed the professor back. The entrance above was still open, and upon exiting they found Filch lurking at the door, which startled the trio as they thought Filch was there to catch them. We had Filch guard there to prevent other students from wandering, and Professor McGonagall explained. It's very dangerous in there. We can't let other students mistakenly enter. So that's how it is. You scared me. I thought Filch was here to catch us. Ron sighed in relief. You still have the nerve to say that you guys have been caught by Filch quite a few times. McGonagall glared at him. You lot are notorious for losing points for Gryffindor. The three little lions smiled. You all head back to the dormitory. I will take Ginny to the hospital wing. McGonagall's expression was stern as she looked at Harry and the others, making it clear they were not allowed to follow. You absolutely cannot return to the chamber, understood? But Ron didn't want to go back. He wanted to stay with his sister. Ginny had just come out of the chamber, as she might wake up any minute now. The professors will take good care of her. Ron. McGonagall understood what he was thinking. You need to go back and rest properly. Look at yourself. Or do you want Ginny to wake up and see you like this? Ron looked down at himself, then at Harry beside him, and fell silent. It seemed both he and Harry had crawled out of a filthy gutter, and even Daisy, who looked a bit better, still carried an unpleasant odor. All right, Professor. Then I leave Ginny in your care. Ron decided to go back and clean himself up, change clothes, and come back to see his sister tomorrow. Professor McGonagall watched the students leave with satisfaction before heading towards the hospital wing with Ginny. After bringing Ginny to the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey came over and carefully examined her. After hesitating for a moment, Madame Pomfrey found Professor McGonagall and informed her of the situation. Ginny had no external injuries, but her vitality was inexplicably dwindling. Hearing this, McGonagall furrowed her brows, her gaze unconsciously falling on the diary that Ginny had been holding tightly in her arms. In such a situation, she hadn't forgotten to bring her diary. Could there be some clue in this diary? I'm sorry. McGonagall hesitated for a moment, carefully pulled out the diary, and began to flip through it. To her surprise, there was nothing written in it. In the next moment, McGonagall realized that there was something wrong with this diary, and even suspected that it might not belong to Ginny at all, possibly related to the chamber. No, I need to go back. McGonagall told Madame Pomfrey to take care of Ginny before hurriedly heading back. Harry and the others strolled back to the dormitory. By this time it was already late, and the common room was empty. After bidding each other farewell, they returned to their respective dormitories. Oh my, Daisy, where have you been? Winnie saw Daisy come in, and just as she was about to greet her, she noticed Daisy's dirty robes and the unpleasant odor. Oh my. Rebecca couldn't help but pinch her nose. What is that smell? Is it really that exaggerated? Daisy was very frustrated. If she looked like this, Harry and Ron must be worse. Go take a shower. Rebecca urged. You need to wash well. This smell would probably be hard to wash off. Oh my, what on earth did you do? Alright, I'll go take a shower first. Daisy, feeling dejected, grabbed her pajamas and headed to the bathroom to shower, but as soon as she opened the door, she saw Harry and Ron still in their original state, both dirty and smelly. Oh my goodness. What on earth have you two been doing? Winnie felt like fainting. The smell from Harry and Ron was even worse than Daisy's, wafting in as soon as she opened the door. Sorry. Daisy tossed her pajamas onto the bed, quickly closed the door, and followed Harry and Ron out. Are we going to lose points again? Rebecca opened the window for ventilation while lamenting. I think we will. Winnie also looked helpless, but she was not particularly angry. After all, Gryffindor was used to being out of contention for the House Cup. Did you two not go take a shower? Daisy looked puzzled. Didn't Neville and the others say anything? That doesn't matter. Daisy. Harry waved his hand, showing her what he had in his arms. I went back to get the invisibility cloak. Well done, Harry. Daisy's eyes lit up, urging him. It turned out Harry had such a good thing. Hurry up. The three put on the invisibility cloak, disappearing from sight. Before long, the door of the common room opened and closed, but no one entered. At the girls' bathroom door, Filch leaned against the wall holding Mrs. Norris, grumbling about the three Gryffindors. If it wasn't for them urging the professors to come here, he would have gone back to sleep long ago. Meow. Mrs. Norris suddenly mewed softly, and Filch thought nothing of it, assuming that Mrs. Norris was simply annoyed. Don't worry, once Dumbledore and the others come out we can go back. Filch's attitude towards the cat was the complete opposite of his attitude towards students, with a tone that was extremely gentle. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the nearby bathroom shook slightly. Filch looked up, pushed the door open, scanned the area, and seeing nothing unusual stepped back out, as if nothing had changed at the sink in the middle of the bathroom. After the door closed for a while, 3 people suddenly appeared by the sink. It was Harry and the others who had slipped in unnoticed. They remained silent, quietly sliding down through the opening. Ouch! Harry and Ron slid down in a rather awkward manner, inadvertently turning Daisy into a human cushion behind them. Daisy. Thank you. Harry, Ron, but Ron, am I really that heavy? Daisy quickly got up. This time, she was mentally prepared and was no longer frightened by the bones below. No, not at all. Ron hurriedly denied. Forget it, get up quickly, I heard some noise inside. Daisy didn't want to argue with him and urged. Upon hearing this, Harry hurriedly scrambled to his feet, helping Ron up as the 3 of them rushed inside. The further they ran and the louder the noise became, sending chills down their spines. The basilisk is still alive. Ron exclaimed in horror. Don't say that. How could a basilisk be a match for the professors? Daisy said. But Harry thought of that scheming guy who had rushed in earlier. The 3 of them reached the end of the tunnel and heard the hissing of a snake accompanied by the colorful lights of spells. Reaching the exit, Daisy blocked Harry and Ron, who were rushing forward. She pulled out a small mirror to check. The basilisk had not noticed their arrival and was fiercely battling Dumbledore, Snape, and Professor McGonagall, who had returned at some unknown time. Why can't I see Lockhart? When did Professor McGonagall come back? Daisy asked in confusion. Forget about him. Do you 2 want to go in? Harry and Ron nodded. Of course I want to go in to help the professors. Help the professors? Harry, you saw the professors fighting just now. The 3 of us going in is more likely to be a hindrance than help. Daisy disagreed. I think we should go in and find Lockhart first. After all, with Lockhart's capability, he would only be a hindrance. If he hasn't appeared yet, he is either knocked out by the basilisk or scheming something sinister in the shadows. Harry and Ron thought about it and agreed, nodding as they followed Daisy into the darkness, trying to find the missing Lockhart. However, to their surprise, Lockhart was not hiding nor helping. He had already been knocked out by the basilisk, lying by the roadside unconscious. He's over there, Ron whispered, pointing to Lockhart's location, and Daisy and Harry saw him as well. Drag him. Daisy and Harry ran a couple of steps over, each grabbing one of Lockhart's legs and pulling him outward. At that moment, the basilisk noticed that little pests were stealing its food reserves and angrily roared in their direction before diving into the water. Hurry, that basilisk has spotted us, Daisy urged as they pulled Lockhart to the wall. Ron also reached out to help pull Lockhart up, resulting in Lockhart's rear being exposed. The 3 professors also noticed the basilisk leaving and turned to find these 3 daring students who had returned. Dumbledore, though somewhat helpless, had expected this, while McGonagall was nearly out of breath, wondering why these 3 were back again. Even without looking at the basilisk, the professors, relying on their hearing, quickly found its location and dealt with the giant snake efficiently. The basilisk let out a mournful cry, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again, sending up a huge splash of water that drenched the 3 children, who were unable to dodge in time. Daisy tried to use Lockhart as a shield, but it was in vain. Oh my goodness! You actually dared to come back. Professor McGonagall was very angry. Did I not tell you to go back to the dormitory? Why are you here again? Don't tell me you got lost. Daisy was about to say something when she noticed the diary on the ground. What is that? What? McGonagall followed her gaze, recalling that the diary had probably fallen to the ground during the battle. Forgetting about Daisy and the others, she said, Right, Albus? McGonagall quickly explained the situation to Dumbledore, but he frowned a loss. Yes, I suspect it has something to do with this diary. McGonagall nodded. That diary. Harry suddenly thought of something and tugged at Daisy beside him. Do you remember someone went into our dormitory before? Daisy recalled immediately. What? Didn't you say nothing was missing? Actually, it was that diary, but I also... Harry explained softly to Daisy. I discovered that diary is not an ordinary one. I even saw events from the past. Why didn't you tell the professors? Daisy asked in confusion. Oh, such a strange thing was clearly beyond Harry's ability to handle. Why not seek the professors? What are you worried about? I was scared, Harry said. I was afraid of what the professors would. Daisy gently patted Harry's hand and then approached Dumbledore, taking the matter upon herself. Who gave you the illusion that you could handle this sort of thing? Snape opened his mouth to scold, utterly exasperated with Daisy, who dared to pick up anything. Such strange things should be reported to the professors immediately. Or do you think you can resist the temptations of the soul within the diary? The professors had already examined the diary seriously and discovered that it contained a soul that could manipulate people's hearts, which might explain why Ginny appeared here. I'm sorry, Professor, Daisy admitted her mistake. Is this diary related to Ginny? What exactly is going on? The soul in the diary is using it to drain Ginny's life force. Dumbledore explained, and Ron immediately panicked. Ginny was the only girl in their family and the youngest. What should we do? Professor, please save Ginny. Ron was nearly in tears. If the medium is the diary, can't we just destroy the diary? Daisy suggested. The problem is that the spell won't work. Simply relying on spells won't destroy the diary. McGonagall shook her head. We're considering other methods. Hearing this, Daisy was puzzled. Even the professors couldn't find a spell to destroy this diary. I'll give it up. Whatever you do will be too late. In a few minutes, Ginny will die. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows dressed in Hogwarts uniform. Daisy glanced and recognized it as Slytherin's attire, but she had never seen this person in her more than a year at school. It's you. Harry seemed to recognize this person. Tom Riddle. What did you mean by that? Do you know how to save Ginny? Of course he knows. The three professors suddenly stood in front of Harry and the others. Tom, or rather Voldemort, the true heir of Salazar Slytherin, it was you who deceived Ginny into opening the Chamber of Secrets. What? Harry looked at Tom incredulously, while Daisy and Ron beside him were also on high alert. This person was actually Voldemort. How could he be so young? Of course. Tom replied, now completely unafraid. The serpent monster is dead, so what? He was about to return to this world in the most vivid form. In a few minutes the ritual will be complete, and I will no longer be a mere memory. Voldemort will rise again full of vigor. Voldemort is dead, what are you? Daisy suddenly asked. Regardless of whether it's a memory or whatever, shouldn't there be something to rely on? If I'm not mistaken, this diary is Voldemort's Horcrux, Dumbledore said, with a serious expression. As long as the Horcrux exists, he has a chance of resurrection. What should we do? How can we destroy this diary? Ron's eyes turned red with hatred as he realized this person was the culprit who harmed his sister. How about trying the basilisk's fawn? Harry suddenly suggested. Maybe. The others exchanged glances silently, directing their attention to the basilisk lying dead on the ground. Perhaps. Daisy ran over, glanced at the venomous fawn, and after a moment of thought, she didn't grab it directly. Instead, she used chaotic magic to pull one down. What do we do? What are you trying to do? Tom's expression changed. The others understood from his reaction that it seemed to actually be useful, otherwise he wouldn't look this way. Harry stepped forward to take the fawn, crouched down, and stabbed it fiercely into the diary. To his surprise, dark red liquid resembling blood oozed from the diary, looking particularly frightening. Tom nearby appeared to be struck hard, with light spots appearing on his body. It works. Ron exclaimed joyfully, even wanting to pull out another fawn to help stab it. No, don't accidentally stab Harry later. Daisy quickly stopped him. It's not impossible to accidentally hurt someone while pulling a tooth. Harry had already stabbed several times, even closing the diary and stabbing the cover multiple times, causing even more blood to flow. Tom glared at Harry with a vicious gaze before being reduced to dust. If that's the case, Ginny should be restored as well, Professor McGonagall said with satisfaction. The crisis has been averted, we can leave now. Before that, I think we need to hear why these three brave little wizards returned here despite the strict prohibition. Snape looked at Harry and the others. We saw Lockhart following us, Ron stammered, cold sweat trickling down his back. We were worried. So? Snape raised an eyebrow. Worried about what? Mr. Weasley, are you concerned that this century's greatest white wizard Dumbledore and I would be ambushed by a fool? Of course not. I never thought that, Ron replied after thinking for a moment. He took my wand. I came to get my wand back. Harry and Daisy came with me. With all due respect, Mr. Weasley, let go of your pitiful wand. It's already broken in two. Let it rest forever in this chamber. That might be a good choice. Snape spoke bluntly. He had long noticed that Ron's wand was broken, and even knew that Daisy had given him a new. All right, Severus, Dumbledore interjected, trying to mediate. The basilisk in the chamber is dead, and the crisis at Hogwarts has been resolved. We can return now. Snape nodded, but wasn't ready to leave immediately. He turned to look at the basilisk's corpse. Of course, but only after I deal with this basilisk. Dumbledore was not surprised. How could the potion's master refuse such a large potion ingredient? Daisy curiously looked at the giant serpent, and then it seemed she thought of something, quickly covering her eyes. I won't be petrified, right? It's already dead. Snape looked at her with an expression of exasperation. Great. Only then did Daisy feel relieved, and looked at Snape. Professor, can I watch you deal with the basilisk? Snape looked at her with some surprise. Sure, but don't make trouble for me. You can just treat me as a decoration. I absolutely won't cause any trouble. Daisy raised her hand to assure him. Dumbledore hadn't expected Daisy to be interested in this, but since even Snape didn't oppose, he wouldn't say anything more. If she could gain true knowledge from Snape, that would be even better, as Snape was a genuine potions master. Daisy. Ron was somewhat confused. It's just a bigger snake, isn't it? What's so interesting about it? Why does she want to stay here with this old bat watching him dissect an old snake? I'll be back soon. You guys go see Hermione and Ginny first. The mandrakes are almost ready for harvest, which means Hermione should be waking up soon. Daisy waved her hand, following Snape toward the basilisk. Since the basilisk was dead, it wouldn't petrify her, so she was no longer afraid. Seeing her determination, Harry and Ron could only obediently follow Dumbledore back. Dumbledore didn't forget to use magic to bring Lockhart along. The guy was still unconscious and showed no signs of waking up. Harry and Ron followed Dumbledore and took Lockhart to the hospital wing. Only then did they realize how he had fainted. He had first seen the basilisk's eyes reflected in the puddle on the ground, and then got caught up in the battle falling there. Though this guy had previously done something foolish like taking students hostage, he hadn't been fired yet officially, he was still a professor at Hogwarts. Dumbledore couldn't let him die at school, and still needed him to give Daisy an explanation. A head injury may lead to complications. Harry and Ron looked at each other in confusion, wondering if this meant he might have brain damage. We'll know when he wakes up. Madame Pomfrey was already aware of what Lockhart had done, and said impatiently, wondering how such a professor could exist at Hogwarts. Don't worry, let's go back. Severus should be finishing up soon. Dumbledore nodded and turned to Harry and Ron. You've been running around with the professors all night. You must be tired, right? Harry and Ron nodded. At first they hadn't felt it, but now that things had settled, they suddenly felt a bit tired, probably because their nerves had been taut before and were now relaxing. Professor, when will Ginny and Hermione recover? Ron asked. Soon the mandrakes have matured, and the antidote will be made shortly. You'll be able to reunite with your good friends then. Madame Pomfrey finished speaking and returned to her work. Harry, Daisy had arrived at the hospital wing as well, and it seemed Snape had already dealt with the basilisk. How is it? Are you hurt? No, just some surface wounds. Harry shook his head. He wanted to ask Daisy if Snape had given her a hard time, but it was inconvenient to ask here. Let's go back first, it's too late. As he spoke, he pushed the puzzled Daisy away. What? Daisy looked confused. What are you doing? I still want to see Hermione and Ginny. And what about Lockhart? What do the professors plan to do with him? I don't know. Harry shook his head. Hermione and Ginny are fine. Lockhart said he might have complications from a head injury. By the way, what did you and Professor Snape do in the chamber? Ron asked curiously. Was there anything valuable on that basilisk? Is it worth a lot? There is indeed a harvest. As for whether it is valuable or not, it seems that snake monsters rarely appear, so Professor Snape cannot be sure of its value, but it is certain that the materials from snake monsters are quite rare. Daisy replied, somewhat embarrassed. I shamelessly shared some things with Professor Snape. What things? What things? Ron leaned in. Let me see. It's not in my hands yet. The professor said he would give me some potions made from snake monster materials once he is done. Daisy quickly clarified, most of the materials from snake monsters are quite dangerous. How could they just be handed over? That's true. Harry thought for a moment, realizing the logic. As Daisy was only a second-year student, it was already generous of the professor to share with her. He wouldn't casually give you some scabies potion or something to deal with you, would he? Ron maliciously speculated about Snape. You must ask clearly. I already said it's a potion made from snake monster materials. Daisy replied, exasperated. Ron, were you even listening to me? I was wrong. Ron exclaimed as he ran away. Really? Daisy sighed in frustration. Why does this guy have such hostility towards Professor Snape? After all, Professor Snape is the head of Slytherin. Harry said, unperturbed. Ron has that kind of filter for Slytherin. Daisy nodded in understanding and did not chase after Ron, returning to the dormitory to rest with Harry. Of course, the poor Daisy was immediately sent to take a shower by her roommate as soon as she entered the room, and it took Daisy a long time to wash away the smell. The next day, before mealtime, Hermione finally returned to the Gryffindor table, and Daisy was very happy, excitedly giving her friend a hug. I heard about it. During the meal, Hermione held a chicken leg in her left hand, eating, while looking at Harry and Ron. The Chamber of Secrets has been resolved. Yes. Harry nodded. You would never guess who the heir of Slytherin is. Is it that person? But Hermione countered with a question. Seeing Harry's dazed face, she couldn't help but laugh. I had a suspicion when I found out it was a snake monster. As expected of Hermione. Ron exclaimed, you're so clever. We only realized it after we saw him. You saw him? This surprised Hermione. Logically, that person should be dead, so how could Harry and the others have seen him? Could it be? It's no wonder Hermione thought that, as most people would likely have the same thoughts when hearing this news for the first time. Although there are resurrection spells, they are mostly forbidden, and Voldemort might not necessarily. Is it some kind of forbidden spell? Hermione suddenly thought that the other party was the Dark Lord Voldemort, and it wouldn't be surprising for him to know some forbidden spells. Borrowing a corpse to return to life. Something like that. Daisy thought for a moment, and lowered her voice to answer, have you heard of Horcruxes? Hermione leaned back in shock. Oh, just by looking at her expression, it was clear that she had definitely heard of the infamous Horcruxes. She probably didn't expect to hear about it here, and her whole demeanor shifted. I heard that Ginny was manipulated. Hermione hesitated to speak, looking at Ron. Is it because of this? Ron nodded. After all, that diary was brought into Hogwarts by Ginny. The professors not only didn't hold her responsible, but even covered up the matter, only saying that the crisis in the Chamber of Secrets had been resolved, which Ron was already very grateful for. So where did that diary come from? Daisy couldn't help but be curious. Was it something Voldemort secretly left before he died? Didn't he fear the well-established Weasley family destroying the evidence? I don't know. Ron shook his head. They were puzzled too. They had already spent quite a bit of money buying textbooks for Ginny, and could not afford to buy a suspicious diary of unknown origin. However, this item had never appeared at home, and they were also investigating its origins. Putting the origins of the diary aside, as events came to a close, their semester was also nearing its end. Recently, Daisy had nothing to do and spent her days chasing Draco around Hogwarts, insisting that he fulfill his duties. Draco was truly suffering. Originally, Daisy was too busy with the Chamber of Secrets matter to bother him, and he was quite happy about it not having to be her so-called servant. Little did he know that the snake monster in the Chamber of Secrets was so weak that it was taken down so quickly, and Daisy remembered she still had a servant. Damn, why didn't that snake monster manage to take out that damned mudblood? Draco grumbled in frustration in the Slytherin common room, thankful that Hogwarts did not allow dormitory mixing as it provided him with a last sanctuary. Wasn't it you who actively offered to bet with them? Now you're here raging because you lost. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged glances. They didn't dare to speak. No one in Slytherin dared to bring this up in front of Draco, not even jokingly. After all, Draco had the Malfoy family backing him, and they wouldn't want to offend the Malfoys recklessly. Fortunately, this semester is almost over. She won't have any reason to send me on errands next semester. Draco's only hope now was for the next semester to be better, as surely that damned Stark wouldn't have a reason to continue enslaving him next semester. Crabbe hesitated for a moment and reminded Draco, your bet. The winner has 3 chances to make demands. Draco froze. Oh right, how could he have forgotten about this 3 chances? I can't refuse. Damn, if I had known this I would never have agreed to such a thing. She can't possibly make all her remaining demands that I serve her for a semester. Draco wore a pained expression. Oh, why did he feel that Stark was capable of doing something like that? Worried about this, Draco nervously completed the last few days of the semester, finally unable to bear it anymore, and sought out Daisy, trying to find out what her remaining 2 conditions were. The remaining 2 conditions. Daisy looked at Draco, who was sitting across from her, with surprise. She was puzzled. Previously Draco had been avoiding her, afraid of being sent on errands. Why did he come over today? It turned out to be because of this. Yes, the first condition has been fulfilled. I gave you, as a... Draco hesitated to say those 2 words. So what are the remaining 2 conditions? I don't know. Daisy spread her hands innocently. I haven't thought about it yet. What? Draco was taken aback. Honestly, before today, I hadn't even thought about what conditions to propose. Daisy admitted, her expression quite smug. I don't intend to use these 2 conditions easily. After all, whatever excessive demands you propose you must agree to unconditionally. Draco's face turned green. It turns out this little girl truly plans to milk him for all he's worth. You want? Draco seemed to realize something, and his expression slowly changed. It's no wonder Draco is overthinking. Being born into the Malfoy family, the education and experiences he received compelled him to think more. Reflecting on it now, he felt that making a bet with Daisy was far too impulsive, especially with the 3 unconditional demands he had to agree to. What if Daisy really asked him to do something involving the Malfoy family behind him? Although it was a matter between 2 children, he was still the eldest son of the Malfoy family, and the future heir. The implications were truly vast. Don't worry, it won't be anything outrageous. In fact, I can assure you that these 2 demands only concern you, Draco, and won't involve the Malfoy family behind you. Daisy could naturally tell what he was thinking. To be honest, the Malfoy family does hold significant influence in the magical world, but Daisy truly looked down on it. No matter how powerful the Malfoys were, they were merely well known in the magical realm, which held no practical significance for her. Really? Draco seemed somewhat incredulous. Really, don't overestimate yourself, or you'll end up regretting it, Daisy said with a smile. At least in my eyes, the Malfoy family is not that impressive. Don't forget I have Stark behind me. Daisy shrugged, reminding him of Stark Industries. Just how powerful is Stark? Draco pondered for quite a while before finally asking. Are you seriously asking that? Daisy was quite surprised. Had the magical world become so isolated from information? Stark is essentially Stark Industries, one of the largest and most advanced multinational corporations in the world, involved in aerospace, military, healthcare, security, and other high-tech industries. The world. Draco was bewildered. All being one of the best in the world was already impressive enough. Then what are those beings from the sky? Daisy was quite speechless. How could someone not know this in this day and age? Before I give you a lesson, you should make me a pot of tea. Otherwise your mouth will get dry. Draco huffily took the teapot and left, unable to refuse Daisy's insistence that he brew the tea himself, claiming that if house elves did it, then what use was he as a male servant? Then don't make me your male servant. You annoying Daisy. Draco grumbled while preparing the tea. In no time Draco returned with the freshly brewed tea, pouring a cup for Daisy and one for himself before sitting down to listen as Daisy began to enlighten him about Stark. After hearing everything, Draco felt somewhat incredulous. He had not expected the Muggle world to be like this. Wizards had always thought magic should remain unknown to outsiders, hiding away, yet who would have known that there were superheroes over there? But it can't be said like that. After all, humanity has always believed that those who are not of our kind will have different hearts, and the superheroes are also being monitored by the higher-ups. Daisy shook her head. It was not as simple as Draco thought. If you ask me, it has always been a wise choice for the magical world to keep to itself. Why? Draco asked, confused. I already told you those who are not of our kind will have different hearts. Daisy said while sipping her tea. If you don't believe me, you can find out about the situation of mutants in the Muggle world, and you'll get an idea of what might happen if wizards appeared before the public. It would merely be regarded as a second type of mutant. Mutant? Draco heard another unfamiliar term. What is? Mutants are actually a group of people who possess superpowers due to genetic mutations. Both my mother and I are among them. A red energy formed in Daisy's hand. Our ability is chaos magic. Draco stared at the energy ball in Daisy's hand, rendered speechless for a long time. Everything Daisy had said today had shattered his understanding. He had never even heard of superheroes or mutants. The abilities of mutants are quite diverse, but I believe fundamentally they are similar to wizards. That's why I said that if wizards appeared before the public, the outcome would likely be similar to that of mutants. Daisy indeed shared a lot with Draco, but she was not foolish. She didn't reveal the weaknesses of mutants. If someone with ulterior motives found out and brought back a mutant suppression device, she would be finished. There is no wall that doesn't have a leak, and especially not when magic exists. Daisy recalled a time she had casually seen the mind control spell and became even more determined to keep her secrets tightly guarded. Moreover, to prevent anyone from using mind control on her, she better learn the brain closure technique as soon as possible. After enlightening Draco about the changes in the Muggle world, Daisy no longer paid him any attention, letting him shatter and reconstruct his worldview while she focused on the book in her hands. Ever since she found out about the existence of magic, Daisy had been like a sponge, madly absorbing any knowledge she could access. This also explained why she could independently create new spells in her first year. While talent played a part, her daily efforts were also essential. Daisy's current research focus, besides mind control and brain closure techniques, also included the fusion of magic and chaos magic, and she was even studying whether she could use protective spells such as armor and soundproofing spells to resist the effects of mutant suppression devices. However, not everyone could afford to read after the final exams. At least Draco could not. His mind was filled with thoughts of the Muggle world Daisy had mentioned. The Malfoy family had always considered themselves a noble, pure-blood family, and looked down upon wizards of Muggle descent, let alone ordinary Muggles. This attitude among pure-blood families, except for the Weasley family, who had a deathly attitude toward Muggles, determined that they would not take the initiative to understand the major events concerning Muggles. Draco sat in his chair, deeply conflicted. He felt it necessary to inform his father about these matters. He had a premonition that Daisy's arrival might bring significant changes to the magical world. After hesitating for a long time, Draco finally made up his mind. He believed that as the heir of the Malfoy family, and also as one of the classmates who was closer to Daisy, he should take the initiative to make this step, at least starting with understanding Muggles, such as those superheroes and mutants Daisy spoke of. Draco hesitantly spoke up. To be honest, his relationship with Daisy was quite ambiguous. It was neither entirely good nor bad, considering they had been at odds for years, yet here, they were able to sit together peacefully. Daisy looked up at him, realizing, you're still here, Draco. After hearing Draco's tangled explanation, Daisy looked at him in surprise. Are you really Draco? You actually want me to introduce a Muggle to you and your parents? No, Draco quickly denied. It's just that what you mentioned before about superheroes and mutants. Is that okay? It is okay, but you need to know one thing: whether it's superheroes or mutants, they are divided into factions. Some are close to ordinary humans, while others, for various reasons, don't regard ordinary humans favorably. Daisy said with a serious expression, it's similar to the distinction between white wizards and dark wizards. The faction I belong to is the Avengers. After Daisy finished speaking, she looked at Draco. You better think it through. Daisy didn't mind letting Tony meet the Malfoy family, but as far as she knew, the Malfoys used to be Death Eaters, which could be considered part of the dark wizard side, and probably wouldn't get along with Tony. I suggest you discuss it with your family first, after all the holiday is long. If you really want to meet, you can always send me a letter. Don't you Muggles have more convenient ways to contact each other? Draco recalled seeing Daisy fiddling with her phone once, and asked, can't I just use that method to contact you? Wow. Daisy was even more surprised that Draco was willing to try out Muggle things. What a world wonder. That can't be used at Hogwarts. There's no signal here. What? Draco was once again confused. Signal? What signal? Daisy sighed helplessly and explained to Draco about phones and signal towers again. Never mind, you don't need to worry about that. Once we go out, I'll give you a phone. You can use that to contact me. I can buy one myself. Draco rejected without thinking. He wasn't broke and didn't believe he couldn't afford a Muggle. You can buy one if you want, but the question is, can you choose one? Daisy retorted. Besides, buying this requires Muggle currency. If you go to Gringotts to exchange for Muggle coins, you'll probably make tomorrow's tabloids, and by the start of next semester the whole school will know that Draco has started interacting with Muggles. Draco choked. He hadn't thought about this point. Daisy was right. Although the Malfoys were wealthy, they only had wizard currency, and in terms of Muggle money, they were as poor as could be, especially since the Malfoys hadn't interacted with Muggles for so long and didn't get along with Muggle wizards. How could they possibly have such things? So just accept it gracefully. I don't mind the cost of a phone. It was just a phone, and Daisy didn't think much of that amount. Draco sulked for a while and managed to say, I will definitely pay you back in the future. Alright, so can you let me read in peace now? Daisy's attitude was quite dismissive. Draco was quite angry at her demeanor, but had no way to retaliate. After drinking the cold tea in his cup in frustration, he left the room. What was that attitude of hers? Reading quietly. Did she think he was disturbing her? He indeed could not get along with that insufferable Daisy. Draco. Draco angrily stormed into the Slytherin dungeon, not even noticing he bumped into someone. Pansy, who was bumped into, looked bewildered. Who had provoked this young master? What happened? Crabbe and Goyle noticed Draco's unusual demeanor and approached him asking, "What's wrong with you?" Nothing. Draco had no way to express his frustration. As Daisy said, he couldn't reveal his plans at all. As the heir of the Malfoy family, even if he only intended to visit the Muggle world, he would likely be subjected to probing questions or sarcastic remarks from those pureblood families, let alone if he intended to learn about Muggles. Draco didn't say anything, and Goyle and Crabbe didn't dare to make wild guesses. Perhaps it was just because this year's House Cup was snatched away by Gryffindor again. But that happened last year too, and Draco wasn't this upset then. Could it be the dull sense of belonging to the house? Not caring what they were thinking, Draco hurried back to the dormitory, contemplating how to write a letter to his father. Draco knew his father well. If he directly said he wanted to visit a Muggle wizard classmate's house, his father could break his legs. So he had to think of another way. Although Daisy didn't know if Draco could persuade his family, she didn't rush to invite Harry and the others to her home this year, just in case. Ron and Hermione were fine, but Daisy was most worried about Harry. They had seen how Harry was treated during his last visit to his aunt's house and feared that Harry's bizarre relatives would continue to bully him. "It won't happen. Daisy, when you came to pick me up from my house last time, you scared my aunt and them quite a bit. Even for your sake, they wouldn't dare treat me poorly like before." Harry smiled as he reassured Daisy. He was very grateful to Daisy. If she hadn't come to support him last time, he wouldn't have known how his aunt's family planned to treat him. Really? Daisy frowned, feeling that Harry's aunt and family were not kind. What if this holiday, not visiting Harry led them to think his relationship with her wasn't that good, and they bullied him? "Don't worry, and besides, didn't you say you would give me a phone? If I suffer any grievances, I'll just call you to come rescue me. How about that?" Harry said. "Well," Daisy reluctantly nodded. It was the only option. If Draco really came to find her during the holiday and ran into Harry and the others, it was best if no one got into a fight. She didn't dare bring all four of them together. As they left school, the young wizards dragged their heavy luggage out of the platform 9 3/4. Daisy immediately spotted Tony and the others waiting outside. Ron and Hermione also saw their families, and after saying goodbye, they left with their parents. However, Harry was somewhat surprised to see Aunt Petunia standing a little next to Tony. The Dursleys had also come into the station to pick up Harry this time. They used to wait outside in the car, but this time they obediently came in. When Daisy and the others came out, Vernon was talking to Tony with a flattering expression. This couldn't be blamed on Vernon. His income was decent, but he was still just a worker. Ever since Tony visited their home and word got out in the company, Vernon's boss had spoken to him several times trying to find out how Vernon and Tony knew each other. The matter concerning Hogwarts definitely couldn't be disclosed. Vernon had a hard time expressing his grievances. Moreover, when Tony took Harry away, the neighbors had all seen it, and he couldn't distort the facts to say that Tony admired Dudley. He could only push Harry out. After knowing who was really connected to Tony, Vernon didn't dare to mistreat Harry anymore. Otherwise, without mentioning anything else, his boss could fire him on the spot. It is no exaggeration to say that now Vernon has to cater to Harry, which was something Harry and Daisy's group of children never expected. Tony, being a savvy businessman, understood this, but he didn't mind. After all, Tony also quite liked Harry and didn't mind standing up for him. "Harry, come here quickly." Vernon's jowls trembled as he beckoned Harry forward. Beside him, Aunt Petunia wore an awkward, strained smile. "Harry, you've been on the train all day. Must be exhausted, aren't you? What would you like for dinner? How about dining out tonight? A steak, perhaps?" Petunia spoke with a heart that bled inwardly, only to curry favor with Stark. Would Harry ever merit such a luxury? He was fit only for their leftovers. Harry stood utterly bewildered by his aunt's sudden shift in demeanor. What on earth had happened? When had this family ever shown him kindness? Yet Harry was no fool. When his aunt's household extended olive branches, he had no intention of humiliating them publicly. Onlookers would surely blame him, not them. His expression bloomed with flustered gratitude and genuine surprise. A masterful imitation of Daisy's artful, truth-bending performance, honed to near perfection. Though he lacked her full repertoire, he possessed more than enough finesse to cast his relatives in an unflattering light. "Oh, I couldn't possibly," Harry replied, feigning bashfulness. "That's far too extravagant. Steak must be terribly expensive, surely." "Nonsense, nonsense. We haven't seen each other all term. We must celebrate properly." Vernon forced the words through clenched jowls. Yes, steak was expensive, but securing a connection with Stark was worth every penny. Turning toward Tony with deferential humility, he added, "Might Mr. Stark and Miss Daisy join us as well? I'd be honored to express my sincere gratitude for Miss Daisy's kind care of Harry." Tony himself had no objection. Glancing at Daisy and seeing her nod, he readily agreed. Vernon hadn't dared hope the invitation would succeed. Dining with Tony Stark was a privilege countless people would beg for. For a fleeting moment, he even felt a pang of genuine gratitude toward Harry. Without him, such an opportunity and even the expense of hiring intermediaries would have been utterly out of reach. Petunia had merely offered the suggestion as polite formality. She never imagined Tony would actually accept. The standard of dinner for Harry now had to match that for Tony, and the financial blow was real. As for where to dine, Vernon hesitated only a heartbeat before selecting an upscale restaurant nearby. Expensive, prestigious, and utterly unfamiliar to both Dudley and Harry. Not bad, Harry. You've got yourself a serious benefactor there. Daisy lingered a few paces behind, leaning in to whisper beside him. Has your cousin ever dined there? Not to my knowledge, Harry thought, inwardly savoring the irony. The prices there are astronomical. They'd never spend so freely. Clearly they're desperate to forge a link with Mr. Stark. While the connection's already forged, Daisy grinned mischievously. Those two massive locks on your bedroom door. Tony won't forget those anytime soon. Harry burst into laughter, recalling the absurd spectacle of his aunt's household during Daisy's last visit. The memory alone was priceless, one he knew he'd cherish forever. Indeed, Vernon's strategy of approaching Tony was a profound miscalculation. Unlike those who prized hollow formalities, Tony held little patience for circuitous speech, and those two imposing locks had already cost the Dursleys dearly in first impressions. Throughout dinner, Vernon's entire household bore the brunt of Tony's sharp, unrelenting wit. As the sole Dursley spared from Tony's barbs, though nominally part of the family, Harry was positively radiant. The meal was exquisite, and watching his longtime tormentors recoil in humiliation was pure, unadulterated joy. Daisy and Harry savored their food with quiet delight. Tony dined equally well, while delivering pointed, incisive remarks between bites. Only the Dursleys, seated at the head of the table, chewed their meals like sawdust. After dessert, they dared not extend further hospitality. With barely adequate grace, they bid farewell and departed with Harry. Once they'd vanished down the street, Tony and Daisy exchanged a glance and collapsed into unrestrained laughter. Good heavens! Tony, did you see their faces? Daisy gasped between peals of laughter. Utterly priceless. If they dared treat a child so cruelly, they ought to have anticipated consequences, sooner or later. Harry is no ordinary boy, Tony declared without hesitation. This reckoning was inevitable. Our presence simply accelerated its arrival. Daisy wholeheartedly agreed. Harry was brilliant, courageous, and she had no doubt he would achieve extraordinary. They lingered no longer, returning directly to their London residence. In truth, had Vernon not issued his lavish invitation, they would have boarded their flight back to Manhattan that very afternoon. Will Harry be punished once he returns home? Daisy looked up from her book on the sofa, sitting upright, with sudden concern as she turned to Tony. Tony paused, genuinely surprised by the question. Why would you worry about that? We were brutal to Vernon tonight. I'm afraid he'll take it out on Harry when they're alone. Daisy set her book aside, frowning deeply. They're not fools. They know exactly why we were there today. That's precisely why I'm worried. Ugh, those people are awful. Daisy slapped the armrest in frustration. Relax. He won't dare. Understanding her fear, Tony chuckled softly. He came for me. He realized, when we picked Harry up last time, that Harry might be his conduit to me. And then, after what happened then, he still had the gall. Daisy stared, incredulous. The man's audacity was almost admirable. Likely pressure from his employer, Tony said dismissively. I had Jarvis look into it after we returned. He works for a firm collaborating with Stark Industries. Or rather, begging for collaboration. Should Vernon resume his old ways, he'll need to reckon with Harry repeating every grievance, to me, in vivid detail. Tony proudly displayed a message already sent on his phone. When his company suffers, tell me, will he reap? Daisy took the phone and read the screen. Tony had already arranged for a smartphone and a global roaming SIM card to be delivered to Harry. Even after returning to Manhattan, Harry could call across oceans to report, to complain, to hold Vernon accountable. As Tony had predicted, Vernon now treated Harry with reverent caution. A proper bedroom, lock-free, spacious, and freshly prepared, had been assigned to him. His closet held seasonally appropriate clothes in his exact size, not hand-me-downs from Dudley. Household chores were no longer imposed upon him. Petunia wouldn't dare assign even a single task to Harry, not with 100 lifetimes worth of courage. At last, Harry enjoyed a holiday that felt unmistakably like freedom. After breakfast, although Harry no longer needed to wash the dishes or tidy up the kitchen light, before he still helped Petunia carry the used dishes to the kitchen and wash them before going upstairs to continue reading. On the other hand, Dudley, as usual, threw his dishes aside after eating and dashed back to his room to play video games, creating a stark contrast with Harry, who was helping in the kitchen. Petunia felt conflicted. On the first day back, Harry had already talked to them, stating that he wouldn't make things difficult for Vernon and Petunia just because he had Daisy and Tony backing him, as long as they could treat him equally and no longer target him maliciously. Harry assured them he would at least not speak ill of them in front of Daisy and Tony. Vernon naturally agreed, as it didn't touch upon his fundamental interests. How could he refuse? However, he also laid down his condition: the neighbors must not know that they had a wizard in the house. This condition wasn't much of a concern for Harry, as wizards were not allowed to use magic in front of muggles and Hogwarts students were prohibited from using magic outside of school. It was just that Vernon and Petunia were unaware of this, and Harry was even less likely to tell them, especially since he often practiced secretly at home. Just when Harry thought he could spend this holiday peacefully, he received a piece of news that was nothing short of a disaster for him. Aunt Marge was coming to stay for a week. Harry was not eager to accept this reality, but he couldn't change Aunt Marge's arrival. Harry, we know you don't like her, but when Petunia received Marge's call, she happily agreed, without thinking, only to remember afterward that Harry had never liked this aunt since childhood. Having them together for a week was bound to cause problems. Originally, Petunia didn't care much about Harry's thoughts, but now that Vernon needed Harry for work, she dared not ignore his views as she had before. It's fine, I'll just avoid her a bit, Harry replied, as long as Aunt Marge didn't come up to him directly or insult his parents as she had before. He could pretend not to see her. Then I'll trouble you. Petunia thought for a moment and uncharacteristically pulled out some bills from her pocket to give to Harry. If it becomes too bothersome, just go out for a walk. If it's not enough, just tell me, I'll give you more. Petunia hesitated for a long time before finally saying this. It was the only way she could think of to maintain a peaceful relationship between them. Having spent so many years with Harry, Petunia knew he was not the type to create trouble. In fact, as long as he wasn't pushed too hard, he could back down repeatedly, but the premise was that he shouldn't be pushed to a breaking point. Thank you, Aunt. Harry was also surprised that Petunia would proactively give him money, but he would not refuse. Watching the bills in Harry's hand, Petunia awkwardly smiled and found an excuse to leave, fearing that if she stayed too long she might regret it. However, thinking about Vernon's work later, her mood lightened a little. The day Aunt Marge arrived, it was raining. Vernon drove to the station to pick her up, and as they entered, Harry happened to be coming down from upstairs. Aunt Marge skillfully tossed her wet, dripping umbrella to Harry and went straight into the house, without even giving him a glance. Harry sighed inwardly. Considering Aunt Petunia's previous attitude, he endured it. After all, it wasn't the first time. He approached Vernon. Uncle Vernon, could you please sign this for me? What? Vernon did not immediately agree. It's a consent form from school, Harry replied. Can it wait for a bit? This time Vernon didn't dare to brush Harry off. Seeing Harry nod, he glanced down at Harry's rain-soaked clothes. Leave the umbrella at the door and go change your clothes. Harry nodded. He knew it wasn't the right time to discuss this, so he prepared to put away the umbrella and dry it off. Do you still live here? Aunt Marge turned around and saw Harry head down carrying the umbrella to the bathroom and maliciously spoke up. Of course. Harry didn't want to talk to her much, replied curtly, and prepared to continue with his tasks and change into another outfit. Of course. Aunt Marge refused to let Harry off easily. With a cold snort, she said, listen to this ungrateful little thing, and my brother's kind heart is the only reason he took you in. If it were my choice, you would have been sent to an orphanage long ago. Aunt Marge's expression was fierce, making one wonder if Harry had a grudge against her. Haha, Harry has become more sensible now. He's been helping out with chores. Seeing the atmosphere was not quite right, Petunia hurried out to mediate, worried that if Harry got angry, he might speak ill of Vernon in front of Tony. Harry, why are you still wearing that? Hurry and change into another one. Petunia was relentless in her words, but she kept shooting glances at Vernon and Harry, urging Vernon to quickly separate the two. Aunt Marge, thank you for your efforts on the way here. Come have a seat first. Dudley had been looking forward to your arrival since morning. Dudley, my dear nephew. Oh, I've missed you so much. Come here for a hug. Aunt Marge seemed to transform into a different person upon seeing Dudley, instantly forgetting Harry. Seeing this, Vernon hurriedly sent Harry away. Harry also didn't want to stay there and see Aunt Marge's face, so he left willingly. He was even considering whether he should stay out during the day for the upcoming week and only return at night after Aunt Marge had gone to sleep. No matter how Harry planned or considered, he had to stay at home tonight, and he would have to eat dinner at the same table as Aunt Marge, which was more than he could stomach. Dinner time soon arrived, and Petunia felt increasingly uneasy. Every time Aunt Marge saw Harry, she would act unpleasantly, either picking on his faults or insulting his parents. In the past it didn't matter, but now Harry and his family could not afford to offend her. What if she said something thoughtless that upset Harry? As expected, Aunt Marge wasted no time. After Harry and Petunia had set the table and just sat down, she immediately began her cold mockery, each word more hurtful than the last, and Harry's expression grew increasingly grim. Who allowed you to sit down? Aunt Marge glared at Harry as if he had committed a heinous crime. You truly are an ungrateful little thing. Marge, try this, it's freshly baked. Petunia hurriedly handed Aunt Marge a cookie, trying to change the subject. I made it, please give me your feedback. Yes. Vernon quickly agreed. Dudley ate quietly, having become accustomed to dining at the same table as Harry in recent days, but he still habitually asked Harry to peel shrimp and remove fish bones. Fortunately, Harry didn't mind. Of course, Petunia, your cooking is excellent. Aunt Marge naturally cheered her on, but the next second the topic returned to Harry, her face full of disdain. It's such a waste to give you such good food. Harry maintained a blank expression and ignored Aunt Marge's provocation. After all these years, he had heard so many hurtful words that he had become immune. Seeing how rude and uncultured he is, I can tell he definitely inherited that from his mysterious father. Aunt Marge grew even more displeased, such a lack of upbringing. Your old man must have been some kind of drunken vagabond. Enough. Harry could no longer tolerate it and shouted at Aunt Marge's gaze icy, and at that moment the wine glass in Aunt Marge's hand suddenly shattered. Oh, my heavens. Penny was taken aback. Maggie was startled as well, but quickly recovered, not forgetting to comfort Penny, whose face had turned pale, saying, I was a bit too forceful. Vernon glanced at Maggie's expression, then at Harry, cleared his throat, and intended to send Harry away, desperately signaling him to leave. Harry, go rest, go on. Quiet, Vernon. Maggie interrupted him, casually snapping her fingers at Harry with a dismissive attitude. You come over and clean this up. Maggie did not think that the suddenly shattered cup had anything to do with Harry, and she completely disregarded him. Her words and actions showed that she truly treated Harry as a servant. He'll do it, he'll do it. Penny stood up, grabbing a nearby tissue to clean up the mess. Harry is so clumsy. Penny. Maggie looked at Penny and then at Vernon, her expression changing slightly. Why are you two always protecting that ingrate today? What did he do? Penny froze and instinctively looked at Harry. I didn't do anything. Harry's expression darkened, but he restrained his anger. It's just that they still have basic respect and manners unlike you. Compared to you, my usually harsh uncle and aunt are saints. Penny and Vernon exchanged awkward glances, and after a brief moment of shock, Maggie erupted in anger. Have you lost your conscience, you ingrate? You are just like your parents. Maggie. Penny stopped her, now somewhat displeased. It was one thing for Maggie to insult Harry and his father, but bringing Lily into it was a bit much. Harry, go to your room. Vernon urged Harry again, and this time Maggie did not stop him, only continuing. Harry glared at Maggie with resentment, turned and left, but instead of going to his room as Vernon had instructed, he directly left the Dursleys' house. At this point it was completely dark. The ground was damp with dew, and Harry felt a chill. He walked along the street, feeling more than ever the longing to see his parents. If it weren't for all that had happened back then, if it weren't for Voldemort, he could have had a happy and complete family. Why did their family have to encounter such things? What? Harry sat on the curb, took out his phone, and scrolled through his contacts. This was a gift from Mr. Tony, and it's funny to think that since he could remember, the ones who treated him best were the parents of his friends. How ironic. It's a bit cold. Harry rubbed his arm, sighed. By now Maggie should have been arranged to sleep. He might as well go back to sleep. At worst he could leave early tomorrow and stay out for a day. Although Maggie would still talk bad about him behind his back, it was better than hearing it to his face. Harry put away his phone and stood up, brushing off the dirt from his pants, but his hand met a damp patch. His hand stiffened. It was done. His pants were wet with dew clinging to him uncomfortably. Sigh. Harry sighed, suddenly looking up and glancing around. He thought he felt a gaze on him, but it seemed like he was the only one nearby. Feeling somewhat scared was natural. After all, he was still just a kid. Even an adult with a timid disposition would feel apprehensive in this environment. On the deserted street, a sudden clear ringing sound echoed. Harry was taken aback for a moment before realizing it was his phone ringing. He pulled it out to check, and it was Daisy. Daisy! Harry exclaimed happily. How come you called me? Long time no see. Harry, did you miss me? Daisy said cheerfully. Have you had dinner? How has your aunt's family treated you? They haven't made things difficult for you, right? They haven't. Harry thought for a moment and decided to vent to his friend, but it was more of a casual complaint than a formal report. My aunt's family has treated me much better than before, but there is a particularly annoying aunt now. Aunt? Daisy asked curiously. Get back at her. We're not afraid. Tony and I are your backup. Go smack them in the face. No, I didn't want to cause a conflict with my uncle and aunt. After all, if I want to go to Hogsmeade, I still need him to sign the consent form. Sigh. Harry sighed. Sigh. It would be great if Tony could help you sign it. Daisy said regretfully. They had indeed thought about it before, but unfortunately the professors did not agree. To go to Hogsmeade, a guardian's signature was required, and Harry's guardian was still his uncle. Tony couldn't sign on his behalf. My uncle should be able to sign. He mentioned it before. As Harry walked, his stomach suddenly growled. He frowned. Harry, you didn't skip dinner, did you? Daisy's tone turned alert. She seemed to have heard Harry's stomach growl. They didn't forget to feed you, right? I ate. I ate. Harry hurriedly replied. But I got into an argument with Aunt Maggie halfway through eating, and I ran out before I was full. I was thinking of waiting until Aunt Maggie fell asleep before going back. Will there still be dinner waiting for you when you get back? I don't know. Harry shrugged. He wasn't sure whether there would be any. Previously there definitely wouldn't have been, and he dared to run out knowing that Vernon would lock the door. He absolutely didn't mind leaving Harry out in the cold all night. But now that was uncertain. Why don't you eat something before going back? Daisy suggested. Even from Manhattan, she could still remotely treat Harry to a meal. How about that restaurant your uncle treated you to the other day? It should still be open. I could have old Jia make a reservation for you. No need. Harry declined. Aunt Penny gave me some money. He'll just buy something random, thanks, Daisy. Oh wow. Daisy was surprised that Penny gave Harry money. How did this family suddenly become so generous? Alright then. It's getting late. It must be pretty cold in London. Don't stay outside too long. He'll hang up now. Okay, bye. Harry replied, hanging up the phone and starting to walk back. Just after a few steps he felt that gaze again. Harry discreetly confirmed the location, suddenly turning his head to look and found a large black dog. Harry was truly puzzled this time. He didn't seem to remember seeing this dog around here before. Had it just arrived during the school year? Where did this big black dog come from? Is it a stray dog from around here? Seeing that Harry discovered him, the big black dog didn't approach, but turned and left. Harry, seeing this, didn't bother with it anymore, and also left. He just wanted to hurry back to his cozy bed. Harry took a detour to grab a burger before returning to the Dursley house. By the time he got back, Maggie had already gone to rest. Harry sighed in relief, finally free from facing Maggie's face. "Where have you been?" Vernon approached him and asked. "Maggie's already asleep. You should clean up and sleep too." "Uncle, I actually have something I'd like you to sign for me." Harry quickly mentioned it upon seeing him hurrying to get Vernon to sign to avoid any further issues. "Oh, that. What do you need me to sign?" Reluctantly, Vernon followed Harry to his room without examining it closely. Hearing Harry say it wouldn't cost him anything, he didn't bother to check what it was, simply signed it and went back to sleep. Harry happily accepted the consent form, carefully checked it to make sure there were no issues, then neatly put it away before climbing into bed and turning off the light. He was eagerly looking forward to his trip to Hogsmeade. Harry was already preparing for bed, while Daisy's dinner had yet to begin. Her meal would not be ready for some time. Tony remained in his laboratory. "Tony, I need to talk to you." Daisy burst into the lab, clutching her phone. "What?" Tony removed his ear protectors and safety goggles, turning toward her. He hadn't heard a word she'd said. "What did you just say?" "I was wearing ear protectors. I mean, a classmate of mine wants to bring his parents to meet you," Daisy explained carefully. Draco had already replied. The messenger owl perched half dead on Daisy's windowsill. Its long flight had utterly exhausted it, and it needed rest. Upon hearing Daisy's words, Tony fell into deep thought. Though Tony was a businessman, not a politician, reaching his position demanded no small measure of acumen. Previous visits by Daisy's classmates to Manhattan had been inconsequential, mere casual outings with no deeper significance. This time, however, was markedly different. Draco Malfoy and his parents would represent the pure-blood wizarding family's long-standing sense of superiority. Their arrival would constitute a symbolic olive branch extended by that elite echelon toward non-magical muggles, or even towards superheroes. They were not coming merely to sightsee. Grasping the implications, Tony rubbed his temples in dismay. He genuinely disliked such layers of political nuance, and from Daisy's description alone, he could already tell the Malfoys were a family steeped in rigid tradition and exacting etiquette, making interaction all the more cumbersome. "Tony, you don't need to overthink it. Though they belong to a pure-blood wizarding family, they do not speak for all purebloods. And I've already told Draco they're simply here to learn about the world beyond their own." "Ah," Tony sighed. True enough, but reality was rarely so simple. Perhaps their intentions were as benign as Daisy suggested. But then, what followed after that learning? "What's wrong?" Daisy asked, puzzled. "Nothing. When are they arriving?" Tony asked. Daisy was still too young to perceive the intricate undercurrents, but that was all right. She would learn in time. "They'll arrive the day after tomorrow." But Draco didn't specify how they planned to travel. Daisy replied. Honestly, she'd been surprised Draco had managed to persuade his parents at all. She'd heard his father held muggles in particularly low regard. Tony informed all the Avengers of the impending visit, but made no demand for their presence. He merely relayed the information. Whether others chose to attend remained entirely up to them. The next evening, an owl delivered Draco's second letter. He and his parents would arrive in New York around 10 o'clock the following morning, and requested that Daisy meet them at the airport. Like Dumbledore, the Malfoys had opted for commercial air travel. Using a portkey for such a long-distance journey carried too great a risk. They couldn't guarantee they'd retain their composure or their dignity upon arrival. The effects of a portkey were simply two. Lucius Malfoy recalled his last long-distance portkey transit and paled slightly. He would never subject himself to that indignity again. One such lapse in decorum was more than enough. "Welcome to New York. I'm Tony Stark, Daisy's father." Spotting Draco and his father's distinctive platinum blonde hair from afar, Tony stepped forward with effortless grace. Tony recognized Draco, though they weren't close, and easily identified the man behind him, tall, poised, and equally platinum-haired. Undoubtedly Lucius Malfoy. The elegant woman beside him required no introduction, Narcissa Malfoy. "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Stark." Lucius offered impeccable courtesy. "Lucius Malfoy, current head of the House of Malfoy. This is hardly the place for formalities. I've arranged accommodations for all three of you at the Avengers Tower, secure, private, and I trust to your satisfaction." Tony played his part flawlessly. Daisy and Draco exchanged a glance, identical expressions of dry disbelief passing between them. Clearly Lucius did not comport himself quite so formally within the confines of his own home. Whether to project grandeur or simply indulge in theatrical flair, Tony deployed the most luxurious and least practical helicopter in his fleet of visually stunning high-end showpiece, seldom used due to its modest range and performance. It whisked them directly to the Avengers Tower. "Mr. Stark certainly spares no expense." Though unfamiliar with Muggle conveyances, Lucius could readily discern, even without prior exposure, that this aircraft, though smaller than the one they'd flown earlier, was no less costly. I had assumed such aircraft were inaccessible to private individuals. Surely it must command a staggering price. While expensive, it remains well within the reach of private ownership. And it's not that expensive. I believe I paid. Daisy, how much was it again? No idea. You bought several helicopters at once. How would I remember? Daisy shrugged. Altogether, it was something like $200 million. Just under $300 million if I recall correctly. Not much really. A crack appeared in Lucius's practiced smile. What in Merlin's name? Hundreds of millions. And he calls it not much. What kind of financial scale does this family operate on? According to Daisy, several helicopters totaled under $300 million, implying roughly $60 million per unit. Converting that sum into galleons. Lucius calculated briefly, then quietly abandoned the effort. The number was simply too vast. Possibly. Tony shrugged. To him, hundreds of millions truly were negligible, especially considering how much he'd spent bailing out the Avengers over the years. That figure surely dwarfed mere hundreds of millions. American dollars. Lucius retained his composure, but young Draco could not. His mouth fell open in astonishment at the sheer magnitude of the figure. Of course, dollars. Not galleons. I hadn't even entered Hogwarts yet. Daisy gave him a curious look. She and Tony were Americans. Naturally, they transacted in USD. Merlin's beard. How many galleons is that? Draco instinctively began counting on his fingers, then stopped baffled. The number was simply beyond his mental arithmetic. In truth, Daisy hadn't bothered converting it. She'd just laughed it off. Draco. Lucius could bear it no longer. Was their family so impoverished that a mere mention of such a sum warranted such undignified fluster? Though admittedly immense, the figure was staggering. Sir, Miss Daisy, esteemed guests, the Avengers Tower has arrived. Jarvis's voice resonated smoothly within the cabin. All turned instinctively toward the window, where the Avengers Tower pierced the skyline, a soaring, sleek monument of cutting-edge technology. Lucius was quite perplexed by his son's sudden desire to visit the Muggle world. He couldn't comprehend what was so fascinating about Muggle things, and no matter how much they developed, they could never produce magic as wondrous as theirs. However, upon seeing the Avengers Tower, Lucius couldn't help but be awestruck. Have Muggles truly developed to such an extent? The helicopter landed steadily on the helipad, and the Malfoy family followed Tony and Daisy off the plane, walking indoors. Through the massive glass windows, they noticed other Muggles were also present here, and it seemed they had already noticed their arrival. Tony and Daisy naturally spotted the neatly assembled Avengers inside. Mommy, Daisy rushed to Wanda as soon as she entered, asking, "Are you resting today?" "Yes," Wanda nodded. "Let me introduce you to these three. This is Captain America Steve, Black Widow Natasha, Hawkeye Clint, and the Hulk Banner. And this is Scarlet Witch Wanda, who is also Daisy's mother." Tony introduced the Malfoy family one by one. These three are the heads of the Malfoy family: Lucius Malfoy, his wife Narcissa Malfoy, and their son Draco, who attends the same school as Daisy and is said to have a good relationship with her. Upon hearing this, Draco was extremely shocked. Was his relationship with Daisy really considered good? They were almost about to fight. However, in front of so many people, Draco didn't dare to say that, and could only nod. "By the way, where's Thor?" Tony suddenly realized someone was missing and stroked his chin as he asked, "Hasn't that guy been thrown back to Earth by his dad again?" "Mr. Thor hasn't returned since last night, sir." J.R.V.I.S. replied, who monitored the entire Avengers Tower around the clock and was well aware of every normal and most abnormal entry and exit. He must be off looking for his girlfriend. Natasha speculated reasonably, as Thor was currently in a hot relationship with his girlfriend. "Forget him for now." Tony gave up, saying, "It's been quite a journey for you all. Why don't we go check out your rooms first, and then make arrangements?" Naturally, Lucius and the others had no objections. They were also curious about what kind of accommodation Mr. Stark had arranged for them, and whether there would be anything novel. Everything they had seen so far had piqued Lucius and Draco's interest. Just as they were about to leave, a massive beam of light suddenly engulfed the helipad outside. Lucius and the others were startled. They had never seen anything like it before. However, the Avengers nearby had no significant reaction, with some even laughing. "Not again. I just replaced the lawn." Tony rolled his eyes unceremoniously, looking at the muscular man who had just walked in, his tone full of reproach. "Thor, I told you not to trample on my lawn. Every time you travel back and forth from Asgard, you destroy it. This is Thor, the god of thunder. He is not from Earth, but hails from Asgard, part of the Asgardian tribe." Daisy educated the three of them. "There are legends about the Asgardians on Earth. If you're interested, you can check them out." "God say." Lucius caught the key point in Daisy's words and asked, "Is he a god?" "Yes, he is the god of thunder, and his father is Odin, the all-father of the gods." Daisy nodded and continued, "But despite being a god, he doesn't act all high and mighty." Oh. Thor at that moment also saw Daisy, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. He happily approached and lifted her up with his strong arms, saying, "Long time no see. Did you miss me?" I heard you went to some magic school. Yes, this is my classmate Draco Malfoy. These are his parents, Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa. Daisy nodded skillfully, holding on to Thor's head to prevent herself from falling. They are from a magical family and know many spells that we haven't even learned yet. Thor then turned his attention to the Malfoy family, grinning broadly. I'm Thor, nice to meet you. Hello. Lucius politely replied, looking curiously at the tall god before him with many questions he wanted to ask. However, since they had just met, asking directly seemed a bit inappropriate. Alright everyone, let me take our guests to rest first. Their luggage is still here. Tony pointed to several large suitcases placed at their feet, as they had already discussed before coming that the Malfoy family would stay here for a week. Why don't I help? I'm just sitting idle anyway, Wanda volunteered as she stood up. Which room are they in? Seeing Wanda's slender limbs, Lucius was somewhat skeptical about whether this woman could carry their luggage. They were even planning to use the shrinking spell. However, they soon realized they had underestimated Wanda. After Tony told her the location, Wanda looked at the suitcases on the ground, raised her hand lightly, and a thin layer of red light appeared on the surface of the suitcases, causing them to float and follow her. Please follow me, Wanda said casually, her hand faintly glowing red, presumably controlling the suitcases as she led them to the already prepared room, with Daisy naturally following along. May I ask, Miss Wanda, how do you control those suitcases? Lucius decided to ask directly. It's chaos. Wanda seemed to have anticipated his question, showing no surprise. It's a power I was born with, allowing me to manipulate objects and also use it for attacks. It's quite practical. Chaos magic. Is that considered magic too? Lucius asked, unconsciously rubbing his fingers on his wand, finding this chaos magic quite intriguing. Probably, Wanda said uncertainly. I'm a mutant, and broadly speaking, mutants are individuals born with superpowers due to genetic mutations. I belong to this category. In a sense, mutants and wizards are quite similar, both possessing extraordinary abilities from birth. However, unlike wizards, mutants have a much harder time surviving, Wanda said. Lucius silently noted this new term, mutant. He had never heard of such a superpowered race before. It seemed necessary to learn more about the current Muggle world. Previously, when Draco mentioned this to him, he hadn't paid much attention. It was only when Narcissa spoke up that he agreed to come, and now it seemed that coming here was indeed a wise decision. Suddenly Lucius had a rather absurd thought, absurd enough that he doubted whether he had slept foolishly today. After taking Lucius and his family to the room arranged for them, and explaining the use of some modern appliances, as well as the existence of Jarvis, Wanda left. Considering the status of the guests, Tony arranged a classically decorated suite for the Malfoy family. Lucius surveyed the decor and furniture of the room, and had to admit that even by his discerning standards, the arrangement here was quite exquisite, and he was very satisfied. Draco was also a bit picky, but he couldn't find any faults. After all, Tony was not someone who skimped on money, using only the best materials. Such treatment was beyond Draco's ability to critique. Considering the circumstances, excluding the time he accidentally entered this world as a child, this was Draco's first formal entry into the Muggle world. At this age, curiosity was natural, and Draco wanted to explore on his own. Go ahead, just mind your manners. Lucius was aware of what his son was thinking. Having come this far, he wouldn't stop Draco. With his father's permission, Draco excitedly said goodbye to his parents and dashed out of the door. After Draco left, Narcissa sat beside Lucius with a serious expression. Everything that had just happened was too surprising. Did Muggles really have superpowers? I heard that Miss Stark has a good relationship with the Savior. If that day really comes, she will definitely be on that side. Should we? Narcissa was thinking far ahead. Not so fast. Lucius shook his head. It was too early to choose sides. Let's wait and see. So far they had not encountered many special Muggles, and those they had met were mostly friends or family of Miss Stark. Lucius was curious if there were other special Muggle organizations. Earlier Wanda had mentioned the existence of something called mutants. Perhaps they could make contact. I remember Draco mentioning this kind of thing after he returned. Mutants and various factions. Lucius contemplated, arrange for someone to find a way to contact these Muggles. If their strength is mediocre, it doesn't matter, but if they are quite powerful, we will need to reconsider our position. We must ascertain the strength of these special Muggles. Don't forget that is, Narcissa reminded him. She didn't care which side her husband chose as long as their family stayed together. Lucius nodded in agreement. Until he was certain that Daisy's side possessed sufficient strength and was willing to oppose Voldemort for Daisy, he would not easily determine the Malfoy family's stance. We could let little Draco interact more with Miss Stark, at least establish a good relationship. Lucius pondered, having heard rumors that Miss Stark's abilities were far stronger than they appeared. Not to mention, she possessed a mysterious power known as chaos magic. The fact that she was able to create spells in her first year alone proved she was undoubtedly a genius witch. While Lucius and Narcissa continued their conversation, they were unaware that all their discussions were being recorded by Jarvis, who was providing Tony with a live feed. So they planned to use Daisy. Tony was somewhat displeased. Was there something wrong with these two? Old Jarvis, investigate that, you know who they mentioned. I want to see what kind of monster they are. Jarvis acknowledged and began searching for related information, taking quite a while before finding a bit of information in the S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence database, mostly about the previous Dark Lord Grindelwald. So their Dark Lord is still passed down from generation to generation. Tony was dumbfounded. How could these ambitious villains create so much trouble? Do these two have any relation? Not at the moment, Jarvis replied. All right then. Tony was not disappointed. After all, that was a matter of the wizarding world, which had been isolated for so long. Finding this much information was already quite a feat. Draco was still unaware that in such a short time his parents had already offended Tony without knowing it. He had just met Daisy, and out of politeness Daisy was showing him around the Avengers Tower. Although this was considered the Avengers base, it was limited to the upper floors, and most of the lower floors still belonged to Stark Industries. Upon discovering that such a large building belonged to Daisy's family, Draco, completely losing his composure, gaped. He realized that the wealth of the Starks and the Malfoys was not even comparable. To put it bluntly, the Malfoys were only famous in the wizarding world, and what was more widely known was their identity as Death Eaters. Strictly speaking, this was not a good reputation. In contrast, the Stark family was different. Although Stark Industries had garnered a lot of criticism for its involvement in arms trading in the past, ever since Tony became Iron Man and formed the Avengers with his comrades, they had slowly shed that negative reputation. Following Daisy through the Avengers Tower, Draco found everything he saw incredibly novel. Most of the items in the wizarding world still had a vintage touch. This kind of technological style was something he had never seen before. Before arriving at Stark Tower, the planes they took and the airports they passed through were already quite advanced, but nothing could astonish him to this extent. Only after arriving here did he truly understand what real technology felt like. So what do you think? Do you like it? Daisy asked Draco with a hint of pride. Huh. Draco was momentarily taken aback before realizing, turning his head with a hint of disdain. It's just all right. It's indeed quite novel, but I'm not that fond of it. I see. Daisy's enthusiasm visibly waned, and she appeared quite disappointed. I thought you would like it. Well, I misjudged you. Sorry. Let's stop here for now. The next floor is Stark Industries' office area, and we shouldn't go down there. Daisy led Draco to the stairwell and stopped here, peering down and pointing below as she spoke. I thought this whole building was your residence. Draco leaned over the stair railing, looking down through the transparent ceiling to see the busy staff below. Who are they? Employees of Stark Industries. Daisy replied, turning around to lean against the stair railing and casually fiddling with her phone, something she had seen countless times since childhood and had long lost interest in. There's nothing much to see here. Shall we head back? All right. Since Daisy had already spoken, Draco wouldn't refuse following her back. This was Draco's first time seeing so many muggles, and some had even noticed him glancing over several times. Then a colleague nearby who was slacking off was kindly reminded by a coworker. Being caught slacking off by Princess Stark was not a good thing, although Daisy wouldn't report them. So your family lives on the top few floors of this building? Draco casually asked. It's quite spacious. Your family? Not exactly. This is technically Tony's temporary residence. He usually stays here when he has a lot of work or is too busy with research to go home. Daisy replied, we live in Malibu. Tony bought a villa there and even named it City of Freedom. City of Freedom. Draco was puzzled. Why is it called a city? It must be enormous. His curiosity led. It's over 1,000 square meters, a seaside villa. Daisy replied, would you like to see it? Of course Draco wanted to, but he didn't dare to agree outright. Not to mention whether Mr. Stark would be willing to let an unfamiliar guest into his private residence. His parents might not agree either. Thank you, but no. Draco shook his head as he thought of this. All right then. Daisy didn't insist on being polite. Their relationship wasn't close enough for Daisy to take him to the City of Freedom on his first visit. Even Harry hadn't been there. The villa at the top of the Avengers Tower was large. After they had turned around for a while, Daisy heard Draco's stomach rumble, and Draco, hearing it too, couldn't help but blush. Did you not eat breakfast? Daisy asked curiously, not thinking much of it. It will soon be lunchtime. Can you hold up? If you can, I can take you downstairs to buy some snacks. I did eat, but it was lunch, Draco said with a deadpan expression. From the looks of it, I might end up having my second lunch today. Daisy then remembered there was a time difference, and feeling a bit embarrassed, she scratched her head. So what time is it for us? If we go out now, we won't be back in time for lunch, right? Draco folded his arms, looking at Daisy. Let's just stay here, it will be lunchtime soon. Daisy nodded, not taking Draco around anymore, and went straight back to the top floor of the tower. By the way, do you want to go out and explore? Daisy suddenly remembered something, and asked, you mean the ordinary Muggle world? You must not have had any contact with it. The ordinary Muggle world. Draco dismissed it. Why would there be anything worth seeing? Just the fact that they were willing to engage with superheroes was already a big deal. What interest could ordinary Muggles hold? Don't say that. Daisy shook her head. Even ordinary people can do many interesting things. For example, Draco raised an eyebrow, unconvinced that there was anything worth seeing. There are many things that's hard to explain all at once. Daisy waved her hand. Let's put it this way, if I take you out to play, will you go? Draco thought for a moment. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. After all, they had come this far, and in such a big city it was impossible to avoid interacting with ordinary muggles. Rather than running into some unpleasant characters later, it would be better to stick with Daisy. Then it settled. Daisy nodded excitedly. As one of the most vibrant cities in the world, New York almost always has various fun exhibitions and events happening. She could easily choose some suitable ones to show Draco. But even if they were going to explore, they couldn't go today. Draco and the others still had to adjust to the time difference. To host the Malfoy family, Tony reluctantly postponed his ongoing experiments. Even so, most of the time, it was still Daisy taking care of them. Even if Tony didn't enter the lab, he still had plenty of work to do. Lucius and the others had already met Pepper. Daisy was surprised to find that Mrs. Narcissa Malfoy was getting along quite well with Pepper, almost developing a trend towards becoming close friends. She's really great even for a muggle. Whenever Narcissa mentioned Pepper, her face lit up with admiration. She has a lot of charisma. Although she's just an ordinary person, I prefer her over those superheroes. Lucius thought for a moment. Indeed, whenever Tony didn't have time to host them, it was mostly Daisy and Pepper taking care of everything, arranging everything quite properly. One could say that Pepper had completely conquered them with her personal charm. Even Lucius, who was notoriously picky and looked down on muggles, had to admit that Pepper was indeed an exceptionally outstanding and respectable woman. However, Pepper also had her own work. Daisy only heard during breakfast that she had hurriedly left on a flight the night before, likely for some important matter. Not only that, but Tony wasn't at the Avengers Tower either. Banner, who had always been holed up in the lab with Tony, was also nowhere to be found. The four at the dining table exchanged glances, and Daisy began to suspect that perhaps there was another new mission. Daisy didn't dwell on it. After finishing breakfast, she asked the Malfoy family if they had any plans. They still had 2 days of holiday left, and many places to visit. Lucius thought for a moment, looking at his wife and son for their opinions. Seeing that they had none, he agreed. To be honest, he was somewhat interested in muggle things, though not very much. However, since there was nothing else to do, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. After finishing breakfast and tidying up a bit, Daisy led the Malfoy family out of the Avengers Tower for the first time. Since they were at Stark Industries, there were many employees coming and going at the entrance on the first floor. Seeing the first floor packed with muggles coming in and out, Lucius frowned uncomfortably. However, he held it in. After going out, they might encounter even more muggles, so he decided to tolerate it. "Miss Daisy, are you going out?" The security guard at the entrance was a bit surprised to see Daisy coming down with people, knowing that most superheroes, including Daisy, usually didn't enter or exit from here. "Yes, this is my classmate, and these two are his parents." Daisy pointed at Draco. "I'm planning to take them out for a stroll." "All right, I wish you all a pleasant journey and have fun." The security guard understood immediately. Glancing at the Malfoy family a few more times, he had to remember the faces of these distinguished guests to avoid not recognizing them and stopping them outside the tower later. Daisy nodded and left with the Malfoy family. Once they were far away, the security guard immediately shared this information with his colleagues to ensure they recognized the three when they encountered them. "Where are we going?" Draco asked curiously. "Just exploring around here." Daisy pointed to the street nearby and said, "You must not have explored these places since you came to New York. They'll take you around here. There are museums and other things just to pass the time." Draco and the others had no objections to Daisy's plan and followed her to the nearby street. Lucius remembered that it had been a long time since he last visited the Muggle world. His background, as well as his later stance as a Death Eater, meant he had no opportunities to interact with Muggles, and even if there were any, they would only be chances to slaughter them. Of course, Lucius Malfoy, with his sense of superiority, would never engage in such tasteless acts. In his past, even seeing a Muggle felt like a blemish on his vision, and he even looked down on wizards of Muggle descent. Yet now he found himself with his family guided by a mudblood visiting Muggle shops and buildings. One must admit, people can change. In just a few short years, Muggles had developed so quickly, even producing individuals with superpowers, something he had never anticipated. "Would you like some milk tea?" Daisy pointed at a bustling milk tea shop by the street, saying, "It's imported from across the ocean and suits my taste perfectly. I wonder if you will like it and want to give it a try, eh?" Lucius and Narcissa nodded modestly, while Draco beside them was already a bit impatient. After a brief wait, Daisy returned with 4 cups of milk tea, handing them out. "I didn't know what flavors you liked, so I bought the same as mine." The three took the milk tea, mimicking Daisy by poking the straws in and tentatively taking a sip. Lucius frowned slightly while Narcissa and Draco's eyes lit up, each forming different opinions about the drink. "So sweet. So sweet." With completely different tones, Draco and Lucius exchanged glances. Draco shrank his neck. It seemed he had been a bit too excited today. Would his father scold him when they returned? "It is sweet, but the flavor is indeed quite good." Narcissa spoke up, praising it. She rather enjoyed the taste, even if it was a bit too sweet. "I must admit, in many aspects, Muggles may not be as proficient as wizards, but when it comes to food, wizards really can't match Muggles," Lucius said with a hint of arrogance, taking a jab at Muggles while savoring their food. After all, wizards do not prioritize culinary desires. Upon hearing this, Draco paused in his sucking motion, silently releasing the straw, chewing on the tapioca pearls in his mouth, before swallowing, hesitating to take another sip. Draco felt wronged. He was still a child. Why couldn't he drink? However, he was overthinking it. Lucius merely made that comment out of habit to belittle muggles, and did not mean to prevent him from drinking milk tea. Narcissa seemed to sense Draco's thoughts, ruffling his hair and nodding at her son's inquiring gaze, signaling him to continue drinking. Only then did Draco happily resume sipping the pearls. Daisy, unaware that Draco almost lost his pearls, continued to joyfully sip her drink, leading them on. They didn't have a fixed destination today. It was simply a pure outing. After wandering through several shops with Daisy, Narcissa's shopping desires were ignited. Now she didn't seem like a wizard incompatible with muggles, but rather like any other wife or mother in the store, eagerly comparing one piece of clothing after another against her husband and child with a face full of excitement. Your husband and child truly have an air of elegance. They must be nobles from some country, right? A lady gazed enviously at Narcissa and Lucius, finding them an exceptionally perfect match, with beauty and talent complemented by their handsome son. Your son looks like a remarkably outstanding person. He will surely win the hearts of countless young ladies in the future. You flatter me. Narcissa smiled modestly, unable to hide her pride. Your daughter is quite beautiful as well. Narcissa. Lucius clearly did not wish for his wife to converse too much with muggles calling her name, as he prepared to lead Narcissa and Draco away. Miss Stark has already moved on to the next shop. All right, Narcissa nodded. Lucius had already settled the bill, and soon someone would deliver their purchases to the Avengers Tower. The three followed in the direction Daisy had left. The lady who had initiated conversation froze for a moment upon hearing the name Stark, then her excitement surged. Her husband's company relied heavily on Stark Industries to keep running, and if the Miss Stark they mentioned was indeed the Stark Princess, she must find a way to speak with her. The lady quickly arranged her clothing, preparing to follow, only to look up and find that the family had disappeared. She couldn't bother with buying clothes anymore and hurriedly told her daughter to watch as she rushed out of the shop. Where did they go? The lady gazed around in confusion, realizing that the family had already vanished into some store, leaving her unable to find them. Daisy and the others were aimlessly wandering when the street ahead suddenly became lively. People began to look up, unsure of what they were watching. What are they doing? Draco asked curiously, now having no disdain for Daisy. He felt that Daisy had shown him many different things, making this holiday much more enjoyable than before. I don't know, Daisy said, looking up curiously. Then she saw that a window on one of the upper floors of the Avengers Tower had exploded and a figure fell from above. What's going on? Daisy looked bewildered. How could glass at such a height shatter? Did someone cut corners on their construction? In the next moment, Daisy's expression changed. It was Tony with his newly designed armor following closely behind him. Before hitting the ground, it lifted Tony again. Meanwhile, a column of light erupted from the top of the tower, tearing through the sky, slowly revealing a rift. From their location, the Avengers Tower was not far away, but at this height, they could not see what was happening above. Just witnessing that beam of light and the portal beginning to roll open was already quite impressive. Many bystanders were mistakenly thinking it was some sort of performance. Once the wormhole opened to a certain size, several Chitauri soldiers flew out of the portal, diving straight down. Their target seemed to be the bewildered earthlings below. Find a shop nearby to hide in and don't come out, Daisy said with a serious expression. After finishing, she directly used chaos magic to fly towards the top of the Avengers Tower, eager to see who was causing this ruckus. Before she could reach the top, Daisy encountered Tony, who was also flying upwards. Tony, what happened? Daisy asked as she put on the headphones that had been stuffed into her bag, at some point joining the Avengers comms. What's going on? What are those? Daisy. Tony was also surprised, but now is not the time for chatter. Get back to the ground, protect yourself, and if you have the energy, help protect the ordinary people around you. Wait, Tony said before flying off, leaving Daisy far behind, but she quickly followed suit. Daisy, listen to me, get back to the ground quickly. Wanda's voice came through the headphones. The forces emerging from that wormhole are the Chitauri. They are the enemy. Got it? Time to take them down. Daisy nodded knowingly, landing on a nearby construction site, piled high with materials, using chaotic magic to manipulate them towards the Chitauri army, not forgetting to reassure the bewildered site manager, just borrowing this temporarily. You can find me at Stark Industries afterward. Huh. The manager was even more confused, and in the next moment a steel rebar pierced through 4 or 5 Chitauri, embedding them in the ground, scaring him into the nearby office where he refused to come out. At this point, the Chitauri army had descended in large numbers, wreaking havoc throughout the streets, turning what was once a peaceful scene into chaos, while Lucius and his companions instinctively drew their wands, cautiously retreating into a nearby shop. Dad. Draco was pulled to a safer spot by Narcissa. Mom, Dad. Stay here, don't go out. Narcissa pushed him into the changing room, where several children were hiding, including a little girl holding a baby, while most of the young adults stayed hidden outside. Narcissa glanced back at Draco and added, protect them, I know you can do it. After ensuring Draco was settled, Narcissa approached Lucius and gently patted him. How's it looking? Their group is outside. It's temporarily safe in here. Lucius hid behind a window, observing outside. It seemed the Muggle world wasn't safe after all. With this situation, the Ministry of Magic can't possibly hold us accountable for using magic in front of Muggles, right? Narcissa sneered, mocking the Ministry of Magic. What about Miss Stark? She wouldn't really go? Possibly. Lucius was currently not in the mood to think about Daisy. He even considered directly operating with Narcissa and Draco. They found us. Lucius and Narcissa held their wands firmly aimed at the shop door. As long as any Chitauri dared to enter, they would cast spells. Not for the Muggles, but for Draco hiding inside. You should get a thicker stick. A girl beside them looked at the wands in their hands, and unaware of the situation suggested there are long coat hangers inside. We don't need that kind of thing. Lucius scoffed. A flash of light emanating from his wand petrified them all. Shatter them to pieces. Narcissa added as several incoming Chitauri turned to shards. This won't do. There are only 2 of us and Draco is only in 2nd grade. Letting him out would probably just cause a mess. Disarm them. Lucius decisively disarmed several Chitauri who had followed them, and turning to the others, what are you standing there for? Pick up their weapons and fight back. Those who had been bewildered finally reacted, hurriedly picking up the fine weapons of the Chitauri from the ground and delivering the final blow to those that had been blasted away by Narcissa's spell. Let's go out and show those invaders what we're made of. A hot-blooded man excitedly raised his weapon to address the crowd, only to see Lucius staring at him as if he were foolish. Fool, there are so many Chitauri outside, we wouldn't stand a chance against them. Lucius had no intention of going out but there are so many out there. I don't mind if you go in to rescue people, but if you go out to die, feel free to do that on your own. Lucius scoffed coldly. The shop fell silent at once. Then let's rescue people. The man backtracked. He really didn't understand why this couple was unwilling to go out, as with their strength, they could clearly save more people. Having managed to survive by Voldemort's side for so many years, even escaping unscathed after his downfall, while others were imprisoned in Azkaban, Lucius could readily see what this man was thinking, but he didn't care. They were just a bunch of Muggles not worth risking the Malfoys for. Family always came first for the Malfoys. Since the other party had made a concession, Lucius was not one to take advantage. They were temporarily trapped here anyway, so protecting them was fine, but sacrificing themselves to protect them was absolutely out of the question. Under Lucius and Narcissa's wands, this small fashion shop became the safest place nearby, who just a doorway outside was fraught with danger as a damaged airplane made an emergency landing not far away, from which a few unusually dressed individuals emerged. Lucius recognized them immediately as members of the Avengers, and Daisy's mother was among them. Mommy. Daisy flew down from above and landed in front of Wanda. How is it? Are you hurt? Wanda grabbed Daisy and inspected her from top to bottom. Didn't I tell you to stay low? Why didn't you listen? Tony is fighting you. I have to support him. Daisy's expression was resolute. The Chitauri army came too suddenly, and there was no time to evacuate the civilians. Nearly every shop is hiding people, and we need to find a way to rescue them, or at least ensure the Chitauri don't discover them. Mommy. After Daisy finished speaking, she noticed everyone staring blankly at the sky, turned around in confusion, and looked up. It was shocking as she exclaimed, "What is that?" Out of the wormhole emerged a massive monster, slithering down from above, smashing a statue atop a building with a loud crash, then soaring past them, with Chitauri continuously crawling out from its belly to join the battle. They're cheating. Barton couldn't help but curse. At this moment, they couldn't afford to scold Daisy anymore, as Wanda shot toward the monster, extending her hand to either kill or control it using chaotic magic. I'll go evacuate the civilians, Daisy said decisively. Some Chitauri have crawled into the buildings on either side. With that, Daisy flew away, leaving the non-flying superheroes standing in place, bewildered for a moment, then reluctantly drawing their weapons to join the fight, beginning to clear the Chitauri on the ground. The timing of the Kyrita people's invasion was truly unfortunate, coinciding perfectly with working hours. The streets were packed, and the office buildings on either side were filled with white-collar workers. They thought they were relatively safe high up, but little did they know that the monstrous creature directly hurled the Kyrita people against the walls, causing them to crash through the windows. People in the office buildings fled in panic, and within moments the windows were empty, at least of living soul. Daisy flew into the first floor, disregarding any potential losses. She directly used her chaotic magic to lift heavy objects like desks and chairs and hurled them at the Kyrita people. She was in a foul mood. She had intended to go out shopping and enjoy some milk tea, but instead she encountered this group of brazen destroyers. Don't let me find out who did this, Daisy said fiercely, controlling a heavy cabinet and smashing it down onto a Kyrita, reducing it to a bloody pulp. Hide in the sturdier rooms and remain silent, Daisy instructed the survivors in the office building. If possible, move downstairs. After saying that, she flew away directly. The Kyrita people on this floor had been mostly cleaned up, and there should be no more problems. However, there were still plenty of Kyrita people in other locations, and she didn't have time to linger. After clearing several floors, Daisy stopped by the roadside. She was genuinely exhausted from the moment the Kyrita began their invasion. She had hardly taken a break. Just as Daisy caught her breath, she saw Tony flying by in his armor. She sighed and controlled a broken stone pillar nearby to throw it. The ground was littered with manipulable rubble that wouldn't be damaged. Quickly take shelter in nearby buildings and avoid the windows, Daisy instructed the few people she had just rescued before hurriedly flying away. Not just the two of them, but the other superheroes were also exhausted and in disarray. Yet it was far from over. They could only continue fighting. Unlike the superheroes who were running out of strength, the Kyrita were continuously emerging from the wormhole, quickly replenishing their numbers. At this rate, only the superheroes would be worn down along with the police and the military. Lucius looked at the superheroes with a complicated expression, unable to understand why they would make such a choice considering they were all strangers to one another. Lucius, should we go too? Narcissa hesitated and asked softly. She quite liked Daisy and felt a pang of sympathy seeing the girl who was about the same age as her son in trouble. Go out. Where to? There's nowhere safe right now. Lucius shook his head. Earlier, a survivor who had rushed in mentioned that the creatures slaughtering people in the streets were coming from a wormhole directly above Stark Tower. This meant that even if they could apparate back to Stark Tower, it might not be safe. I don't know when they'll figure it out. The urgent matter right now is not to fight those creatures, but to find a way to shut down that portal that's continuously bringing in monsters. Lucius said irritably, realizing too late that he would rather die in England than bring this trouble here. You and Draco stay here. After struggling with his indecision, Lucius could no longer hold back. He took out his wand and cast a protective armor on himself, stepping outside to unleash an Avada. To be honest, compared to those spells he had used before, the Unforgivable Curse was the one he was most skilled at. It's time for you to see why the Unforgivable Curse is unforgivable. Avada Kedavra. Each time a green light flashed, a Kyrita soldier fell silent on the ground. After swiftly clearing the nearby Kyrita soldiers, Lucius looked up at the big guy above. Avada Kedavra. With a few more killing curses, he successfully took down one, and the heavy body fell through the sky, crashing down heavily and killing several Kyrita soldiers. As for whether any ordinary people were affected, Lucius didn't care at all. Turn them all to stone. The captain and Thor were covered in injuries. The captain, clutching his abdomen, was about to continue fighting when he noticed that the nearby Kyrita soldiers were all motionless. Turning around, he found it was Lucius. Mr. Lucius, the captain frowned. He did not approve of Lucius helping out, considering he was just a tourist, and wizards generally preferred to stay away from worldly affairs. Avada Kedavra. Lucius ignored him and directly unleashed several Avadas, taking the lives of several Kyrita soldiers. Dear Mr. Steve, I am not a good person, so giving these things that ruin my vacation a whole corpse is already my greatest mercy. After all, I used to be a Death Eater, a favored one of the Dark Lord. After finishing his sentence, Lucius cast another Avada, taking down a Kyrita who was about to attack a survivor, his demeanor graceful, not a hair out of place, forming a stark contrast with the captain beside him. The captain fell silent. Although he didn't know what a Death Eater was, he was certain that the Dark Lord was not a good person. It seemed necessary to have Tony look into the Malfoy family's background, even if it might not yield results. You should have noticed by now that to resolve the current predicament, we need to quickly shut that hole in the sky. As long as that hole remains, these monsters will always have reinforcements. While throwing Avadas, Lucius glanced at the sky. It had to be said that even during his time under Voldemort, he had never felt such joy in casting Avada. Tony and the others had naturally noticed it. Natasha had already found an opportunity to reach the rooftop, and besides her, Wanda had also arrived, collaborating with the now-conscious doctor to find a way to stop the device. How's it going? Can we stop it? Tony asked, slightly anxious. No, Natasha shook her head. Wanda attempted chaotic magic, but unfortunately it seemed ineffective. I can't either. Maybe let Daisy give it a try. Her chaotic magic awakening level is higher than mine. That little girl is simply a genius. I'm on my way. Daisy, who had been eavesdropping on the Avengers' internal channel, immediately said, I'm coming. Tony, why is Daisy on our internal channel? Wanda asked, surprised. They usually didn't bring Daisy along on missions because she was still too young, not even an adult yet. That's not the point. Daisy quickly replied, having already landed on the rooftop. Let me give it a try. Without hesitation, Daisy tried every chaotic magic and spell she had learned, but none were effective. She reported the results in the team channel, feeling dejected, still not working. What do we do then? If we can't shut that thing down, it won't matter how many Kyrita we kill. Barton frowned. That scepter. The professor, who had regained his senses, glanced at the scepter lying on the platform below. Loki's scepter might be able to break this force field. Daisy peered down and saw Loki's scepter lying on the platform below. She reached out, and fortunately the scepter obediently floated into her hand thanks to the chaotic magic. Daisy handed the scepter to Natasha, asking, how do we break this wretched safety shield? The professor saw that the scepter was in hand, sprang up from the ground, and after typing on the keyboard for a moment, instructed Natasha to poke the scepter into the safety shield. Natasha complied without hesitation. While they were busy with this, Daisy took a look and decided to go down to help, knowing that with Mommy and Natasha there everything would be. After saying a word to Wanda, Daisy flew straight down, controlling a massive pillar and throwing it down just before reaching the ground, smashing several Chitauri soldiers with a loud thud. Oh, Uncle Lucius. Daisy suddenly spotted Lucius and flew over in surprise, asking, Uncle Lucius, how did you get out? How's Aunt Narcissa and Draco? What about them? Lucius nodded, reassuring her. They are fine at a clothing store. With Narcissa and Draco there, the muggles hiding in that store are quite safe. Lucius nodded again, believing in Daisy and showing no concern about using the killing curse in her presence. Of course, there was a hint of testing in his demeanor. If Daisy had any objections to his actions, he would have no qualms about taking Narcissa and Draco and leaving, not caring about the fate of the muggles. That's good to hear. Daisy felt relieved, and then curiously asked, but Uncle Lucius, is it all right for you to use magic in front of muggles? Even the killing curse? Daisy pointed to the Chitauri lying dead beside them, asking, wouldn't this cause trouble if the Ministry of Magic found out? I heard Tony has invested a lot of money in the magical ministries of both countries. Perhaps he can leverage some connections to let them turn a blind eye. Daisy thought for a moment and said, after all, it's a special situation. Lucius replied, no need to worry. Lucius felt relieved, realizing that Daisy wasn't as rigid as he thought. However, if the foolish members of the British Ministry of Magic were here, they would unhesitatingly arrest him and send him to Azkaban, even if they knew that he was using the killing curse to save people, including muggles. All right, then, if needed, make sure to let me know. Lucius said it wasn't necessary, and Daisy had to drop the subject. However, she planned to inform Tony about this after returning, at least to let him know before any problems arose. I will. Suddenly, while they were discussing, Daisy paused, and Lucius looked at her in confusion. Daisy's face showed disbelief as she exclaimed, are they insane? Do they have any idea how many people are in Manhattan? Lucius furrowed his brow, asking, what happened? Is there some sort? Daisy didn't answer but looked toward the distant sky, exclaiming, foolish higher-ups, I can't believe this is a choice a person can make. So what happened? Lucius grabbed Daisy's shoulders and asked slowly. Daisy replied, they have launched Uncle Lucius, please take Aunt Narcissa and Draco away. I'm sorry that your vacation has turned unpleasant. Although I don't know if there's a way out of Manhattan Island, if it's you, you should be able to leave safely. Daisy said, while gripping the torn hem of her skirt, recalling how she had mentioned she loved this dress. By the way, tell Draco that my 2 conditions can be passed on to Harry, and please help me say goodbye to them. If possible, don't help Voldemort anymore. Daisy rambled, stepping back a couple of paces. I'm off now. I hope to see the Hogwarts Express again in the new term. Goodbye, Uncle Lucius. With that, Daisy took flight and disappeared. Lucius watched her departing figure, momentarily speechless. After a moment of hesitation, he used apparition to return to the store, calling out for Narcissa and Draco. What's going on? Narcissa and Draco followed Lucius down a small path, which seemed relatively safe, devoid of Chitauri, likely because they were all on the main road. Where's Daisy? Draco asked, noticing that his father seemed fine, but puzzled by Daisy's absence, having seen them together just moments before. The Muggle higher-ups launched a missile at us, Lucius said with a serious expression. We need to leave, otherwise we will die here along with the Muggles. What? Even Narcissa and Draco, who had little contact with Muggles, understood what a missile was, and they were shocked. Then, what about Daisy? Draco instinctively asked, considering Daisy a wizard as well. Wouldn't she leave? Lucius replied, her family is here. It's not easy to apparate with so many people at once, and even an experienced adult wizard might struggle. Not to mention Daisy, who is still a beginner. Besides, whether she has mastered apparition is another question altogether. She won't leave here, Lucius said with a hint of regret. Also tell Draco that the 2 conditions he owes her can pass. Draco's face flushed with rage, perhaps. And after a moment he angrily retorted, no way. The conditions of Draco Malfoy are not something just anyone can accept. If she doesn't return to Hogwarts, don't blame me for canceling those 2 conditions. Draco said, fuming. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged glances, but refrained from commenting. To be honest, it would be quite a pity if Daisy were to die here, as even the Malfoys, who generally look down on Muggle wizards, had to admit that Daisy was exceptional. Perhaps this is what they call talent being envied by heaven. Lucius murmured, leading Narcissa and Draco away with apparition. The Malfoy family would not stop here, nor could they afford to. Draco blinked, suddenly appearing on another street. Before he could say anything, his father grasped him and operated multiple times. By the time they stopped, they were far away from Manhattan. Gazing from a distance at the smoke-filled battlefield of Manhattan, Draco tightened his grip on the phone Daisy had given him as a gift, welcoming him to the Muggle world. Let's go back to London. Lucius squeezed the luggage in his pocket that had been shrunk with a shrinking charm, thankful that he had the habit of carrying important items with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had time to return to the Avengers Tower. Narcissa and Draco nodded in silence, following Lucius into the airport, as this trip ended too abruptly. Half an hour later, the Malfoy family boarded a direct flight to London. Draco sat by the window, still gripping that phone, and the screen displayed an unread message. See you at platform 9 3/4. Tony successfully transferred the missile to the Kyrita people, showing them a splendid fireworks display. After the explosion, the remaining Kyrita people on Earth lost their power, in an instant collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Hulk caught Tony, who was falling from a great height. Seeing Tony lifeless, Daisy was momentarily flustered. Just as she was feeling sad, Hulk's loud voice startled her, and in the next moment Tony awakened. Daisy was so angry that she both laughed and cried. It took her a long time to recover, and with Tony and Wanda's coaxing, she went to eat, only to find the food not tasty. After struggling to eat a little, Daisy pulled out her phone from her pocket and saw Draco's message. After a brief chuckle, she decided not to reply for now and would surprise him when school started. Once everything settled, a group of people sat in the living room on the top floor of the Avengers Tower chatting. It was then that Tony learned the Malfoys had already left. Yes, I let them go. They were just here for a vacation. It would be too unfair for them to die because of this incident. Daisy nodded, munching on snacks as she said, but I really didn't expect Uncle Lucius to come out and help. It's not his style. What do you mean? The captain was also eating. Not just him, almost everyone in the room was eating. The Manhattan restaurants were mostly destroyed and couldn't deliver food, so they had to ask Pepper to bring something back. As soon as things wrapped up, a worried Pepper quickly found a way to contact Tony. Originally, she was concerned about their safety, but to her surprise, the first thing they said when the call connected was to ask her to bring food. Pepper looked at her phone in disbelief after hanging up. But on the bright side, the fact that they still had the energy to call her for food meant they were okay. Putting her phone away, Pepper finally felt at ease and quickly arranged for their favorite food to be delivered while contacting people to start disaster relief. Although Stark Industries was also a victim, it was still better to express their stance. As Pepper hurried to the Avengers Tower, the exhausted superheroes finally received the takeout. Starve they could. I'm alive, Daisy exclaimed, contentedly patting her little belly. Then she suddenly remembered. Oh right, my phone broke during the battle and I can't open it. Tony, I want a new one. Sure. Tony waved his hand casually. It's just a phone. Jarvis. Already ordered. It will be delivered shortly, Jarvis replied. Daisy sat down contentedly, knowing that Jarvis understood her preferences and she believed he would choose a color she liked. The battle in Manhattan affected a large number of ordinary citizens. The authorities took considerable time to repair the severely damaged streets and buildings. With various insurances and compensations, the amount reported by the statistics personnel almost caused the finance department to faint. When everything was nearly settled, Daisy realized she was about to start school. As per the usual routine, she planned to visit Diagon Alley. Do you really not need me to accompany you, Daisy? Tony reluctantly tried to negotiate. After such a big incident, Tony, Captain, and Pepper, representing the Avengers and Stark Industries, were so busy they could hardly find their bearings. They simply couldn't spare the time to accompany Daisy, even though they wouldn't mind squeezing out some time, but Daisy refused. It's okay, I'm not a little kid anymore. Besides, Mommy will go with me. If you don't trust me, how can you not trust Mommy? Daisy said, linking arms with Wanda, and Mommy hasn't been to Diagon Alley yet. Don't worry. Wanda nodded, naturally taking good care of Daisy. You all have been too busy lately, you'll take Daisy this time. Tony nodded gloomily. Although he himself didn't mind cutting down on time, it was clear that neither Daisy nor Wanda or Pepper would agree to that. Alright, looks like I have no chance this time, Tony said with a face full of regret. A few days later, Wanda and Daisy appeared together in Diagon Alley. Although she had accompanied Daisy to London the last time, she had to leave due to urgent matters and couldn't help Daisy buy school supplies. Strictly speaking, this was her first visit to Diagon Alley. Wanda walked behind Daisy in Diagon Alley, looking at the various magical shops along the street, which truly... Let's first go to Gringotts to withdraw money, then to the bookstore to buy textbooks for the new semester and other supplies. Daisy dragged Wanda to run quickly, heading straight to Flourish and Blots after leaving Gringotts. They looked at the monsters in cages and fell silent. Daisy, don't tell me this is your textbook. Wanda said, her face incredulous. Yes. After confirming multiple times, Daisy had to admit that this was indeed their textbook for the next semester's magical creatures class, isn't it? Magical. Indeed, it's a bit too magical. Wanda nodded. This was outrageous. These books were currently biting in their cages, or rather, what kind of book needed to be kept in a cage? With a belly full of questions, the two finally finished shopping for the supplies needed for the new semester and headed towards the Leaky Cauldron. Are we going back? Wanda noticed they were on the road back to the Leaky Cauldron and asked. No, Harry is currently living at the Leaky Cauldron. I'm going to find him. Daisy shook her head. She had received a letter from Harry earlier saying that his aunt had run away from home and he was now living at the Leaky Cauldron. Ron and Hermione also said they would go find him. Can you actually live in that pub? Wanda was shocked. That environment. Don't be fooled by its appearance. The Leaky Cauldron is quite important. Daisy nodded, completely forgetting the shock she had felt when she first heard that people could live in the Leaky Cauldron, which was no less than Wanda's surprise. Daisy had also invited Harry to stay in the house that Tony bought in London. Not to mention the hardware facilities were definitely better than the Leaky Cauldron. However, Harry still declined, as it was just a few days before school started and Daisy would also be moving in. Although there were plenty of rooms, it would still be inconvenient for the two of them to live together. After meeting with Harry, Daisy returned to Tony's mansion in London. A few days later, she appeared at the Leaky Cauldron with her luggage. The four of them planned to meet there and go together to the station. When Daisy arrived, Ron and Hermione were already arguing. In just a few days, they had quarreled many times, all because of Hermione's newly purchased cat. Why are you two still arguing? Where's Harry? Daisy, you're here. Hermione happily called out to Daisy. Harry hasn't come down yet, he should be down soon. Ron exclaimed angrily while holding Scabbers. I still can't understand why Hermione bought this fat pig of a cat. It always wants to eat Scabbers. After all, it's a cat. Daisy replied. Catching mice is a cat's nature. Besides, your Scabbers was never particularly safe anyway. There are more than one cat in Hogwarts. Harry. Ron was about to say something else, but then looked up to see Harry standing on the stairs. Hi Harry, good morning. Daisy waved at Harry. Good morning. Harry looked delighted, naturally so. Waking up to the cheerful faces of his closest friends free from the oppressive presence of his aunt, uncle, and that insufferable cousin was pure joy. Come on, breakfast's ready. We're off to school today, Daisy called to Harry, then turned to Ron. I heard your family won a prize and went on a trip to Egypt. How was it? Was it fun? Absolutely. Ron lit up at the question, words tumbling out in eager succession. There were ancient artifacts everywhere. Mummies' tombs. We had a wonderful time. Even Scabbers loved it. Are there wizards in Egypt too? Daisy rested her chin on her palm, thoughtful. I visited once before, but only the sites accessible to muggles. There must be a wizarding enclave hidden somewhere, right? Of course. Ron nodded emphatically. It was utterly brilliant. I highly recommend you go. Ron bragging about your clipping again. George and Fred arrived together as inseparable and identical as ever. What? No, I haven't shown it to anyone yet. Ron blinked, utterly bewildered. Oh right. You haven't shown it to anyone. Except, the twins each dropped a name in unison, cutting Ron off mid-protest. Daisy chuckled softly, returning her gaze to the newspaper in her hands. This holiday had been anything but restful, first hosting the Malfoy family, then fighting in the Battle of Manhattan. Hardly had the dust settled before it was time to return to school. Daisy, I remember reading something about trouble in Manhattan. Hermione recalled, glancing up from her own paper. Yes, it's all resolved now. Daisy nodded, her expression tightening slightly at the memory. She longed to vent, but these people weren't the right audience. So she swallowed her sharp retorts whole. Huh, what happened? Ron and Harry exchanged blank stares. There was an alien invasion, right in Manhattan. Daisy summarized matter-of-factly. But they've been driven off. Aliens. An invasion of Earth. Everyone froze, stunned. None had imagined they'd one day hear such a headline in a Muggle news report. Let's drop it, Daisy waved a hand dismissively. Granted, the invaders were Chitauri, but what truly baffled me was the decision our human leadership made. What decision? They chorused. A secret. Daisy propped her elbows on the table, resting her chin in her palms with a wry sigh. Give it up. Everyone who knows has signed binding confidentiality agreements. Do you really think politicians would let such a destabilizing truth leak? Ow. Ron's face fell with theatrical disappointment. Forget it. It's political, Daisy said, patting his shoulder. Enough of that. It's exhausting. Good morning, children. The Weasleys had arrived. Molly descended the stairs, gave her sons a perfunctory nod, and immediately turned her full attention to Harry. Ron, your mum adores Harry. Daisy whispered, chin still in hand, watching the scene unfold. How does that make you? Used to it. Ron mechanically forked a bite of breakfast into his mouth. His reply wasn't exaggeration, it was fact. He'd long since accepted his mother's lopsided affection. Outsiders might easily mistake Harry for her true son. Daisy stifled a quiet laugh and bent back over her plate. Their departure time wasn't early. If they lingered, they'd risk missing the train entirely. They finished quickly and set off together for King's Cross Station. Upon entering platform 9 3/4, Daisy was intercepted. Harry and Ron turned sharply, startled to see Draco Malfoy standing before them. Their expressions darkened instantly. They stepped forward in unison, shielding Daisy, their eyes locked onto Draco with unmistakable hostility. What do you want, Malfoy? Ron's tone was brusque, no surprise given centuries of enmity. What business is it of yours, Weasley? Draco shot back, icy and precise, launching into his customary barb. So, how was Egypt? Must have been quite the spectacle for someone like you. Probably never seen scenery so grand. Then again, even a single trip there would strain your family's coffers. Thank the person who set up that prize, Draco sneered. Without it, you'd likely never leave London. Not in this lifetime. You. Ron choked on his fury, speechless. Not because he lacked rebuttal, but because the sting of truth left him defenseless. Draco. Daisy raised an eyebrow, stepping forward. You stopped me just to argue with Ron. Who exactly were you looking for? Draco faltered, glanced warily at the surrounding Gryffindors and their watchful parents. Then resigned, spoke plainly. Why didn't you reply to my message? The Gryffindors stared dumbfounded. Since when did those two exchange private messages? Daisy blinked. Message? When? Right after I left. Draco glanced at the crowd's incredulous faces, and abandoning restraint, blurted out, I called you after we departed. When you didn't answer, I sent a message. You never replied. I thought. He broke off, eyes fixed on Daisy. It clicked. Manhattan. She exhaled lightly. My phone shattered during the battle. I got a new one afterward. Must have missed your message. She shrugged, apologetic, but unflustered. Did you think I died in it? Draco shook his head violently, his face flushed crimson, voice gone utterly silent. None of them had ever seen him so flustered. Even the Gryffindors gaped stunned into silence. Don't worry. I convinced Tony to deliver the Chitauri a spectacular fireworks display. right in their homeworld. Daisy grinned. Oh, and he mentioned your family struck a deal with him before leaving. He asked me to look after you at school. Any idea what that's about? What? Before Draco could respond, Harry and Ron erupted in disbelief. Wait. You're supposed to look after him. Let's discuss it on the train. This isn't the place, Draco said, suddenly serious. I'll join you in your compartment shortly. He gave Daisy a curt nod and strode aboard. Ron squinted around, puzzled. Say, where are the Malfoys? He scanned the platform. No sign of Lucius or Narcissa. Had they slipped away unnoticed, or not come at all? Since Draco's arrival, no trace of his parents had appeared. No one knew why. That is strange, Arthur murmured, frowning. Lucius would never let his son travel alone, not without reason. Something's brewing in the Malfoy household. Something ominous. Everyone nodded in solemn agreement, except Daisy, who remained quietly, pensively silent. Although curious about what the Malfoy family might be up to this time, they were unsure whether to board the Hogwarts Express, and could only repeatedly remind their children to inform them as soon as they knew. After half-heartedly appeasing their parents, the Weasley family, along with Harry, Hermione, and Daisy, squeezed into a compartment. So can't you go to the next compartment? Why do so many people have to cram into one? Daisy twitched her mouth. I have no place to sit, Ron said with a sulky face, while struggling. Who said that? You're sitting, aren't you? George laughed, swinging Ron back and forth with his arm around his waist. Being held by my brother is such a wonderful thing. Fred chuckled. It would be lovely if I were 5 years old instead of 15. Ron looked utterly disillusioned. 15 is still a child, Ron. Harry laughed at him from the side. Are you having a party here? Draco entered the compartment and saw it packed with people, a hashtag popping up involuntarily above his head. Or are you preparing to make me stand and give a speech? There's enough space. Daisy and Hermione squeezed in further, managing to create a small spot for Draco. Draco looked exasperated, took a deep breath to suppress the urge to give each of them a smack, and sat down beside. The Malfoy family will be distancing itself from the Death Eaters and joining the Order of the Phoenix. After saying this, Draco looked at the bewildered expressions on their faces and incredulously asked, You all know what the Order of the Phoenix is, right? The 6 heads shook in unison. The Order of the Phoenix. What is that? It was unheard of. Draco was utterly defeated this time. His father had been planning for so long, and it turned out these kids didn't even know what the Order of the Phoenix was. So what is the Order of the Phoenix? Harry asked. It's an organization founded by Dumbledore specifically to fight against you-know-who, that is the Death Eaters. Draco looked at Ron, saying, Your parents are also part of it. As a Death Eater, my father was deeply trusted by you-know-who, and held quite a bit of insider information enough to obtain protection from the Order of the Phoenix for us. After finishing, Draco glanced at the group of Gryffindors across from him, who still looked lost, and rolled his eyes. So why did Tony ask me to look after you? Did Tony join the Order of the Phoenix too? Daisy still didn't understand. I don't know. Perhaps my father made some deal with Mr. Stark. Draco shook his head. He just said that starting this semester I can no longer hang out with Goyle and Crabbe. Aren't those two your friends? Harry asked, puzzled. Weren't Goyle and Crabbe Draco's friends, or lackeys? Friends. Draco seemed taken aback by Harry's question and paused for a moment. No, or rather the entire Slytherin can be said to be linked by interests. They only support me because the Malfoys can speak on behalf of you-know-who. If the Malfoy family no longer holds its previous status, they will naturally leave. How could you not think of this? Draco said, expressing his disdain for Harry. Daisy pondered, realizing that indeed most Slytherins were pure-blood wizards with substantial family backgrounds. Even at Hogwarts, they represented more than just themselves. Each person they interacted with held different meanings in the eyes of discerning individuals. Draco was even more so. Once the Slytherins realized the Malfoy family was no longer associating with the Death Eater families and was getting closer to the Gryffindors, who knows how they would interpret that. So why you be bullied for getting so close to us in the Slytherin dormitory? Daisy asked, or isolated? Isolation is certain. Most families of students in Slytherin are Death Eaters, and the Malfoy family is a pillar among them. Now that we have distanced ourselves, we will naturally be isolated by others. Draco seemed to be prepared for isolation and said, Will they resort to underhanded tactics against you behind? Daisy frowned and asked, knowing that this was not impossible. Most Slytherins were young wizards from magical families, and they must have learned a lot of magic not taught in school, even dark magic. I'm not Ron if they can't beat me. Draco sneered, not forgetting to insult Ron. The Malfoy family has no fool. You. Ron fumed, glaring. Daisy, I refuse to accept this guy into our little team. Oh right, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Daisy suddenly clapped her hands. You still owe Hermione an apology. Do you remember how you referred to her? Now apologize. Daisy stood up, hands on her hips, looking at Draco. Draco was bewildered. He had forgotten this matter, but Daisy actually remembered. Yes, apologize to Hermione. Harry also recalled this matter. Do you know Hermione almost cried because of you? Bullying a little girl is so lacking in grace. Exactly. Fred and George chimed in one after another, causing Draco's face to flush red and pale. With his personality, he certainly didn't want to apologize, even if it was indeed his fault. he really didn't want to apologize, especially to a Muggle-born wizard. Can't you do it? You clearly interacted with quite a few Muggles in Manhattan, right? Daisy raised an eyebrow, urging him. Given the current situation, it was impossible to avoid apologizing. Draco took a deep breath, his expression dark as he looked at Hermione and prepared to speak. Make sure to be sincere, Daisy added. Draco was taken aback, instantly filled with curses he couldn't express. He shot Daisy a disgruntled glance, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke, sorry. And then, Daisy looked at Draco. Is that all you have to say? What else? Draco said matter-of-factly, thinking that this was sufficient. The young master felt he had been very sincere. Forget it, let's leave it at that. Hermione sighed in resignation. Indeed, when had this pampered young master ever apologized to anyone? But one thing you'd better consider carefully is that since you've made this decision, you need to adjust your position. If you still maintain your previous attitude towards Muggle-born wizards, it definitely won't work. After hearing Hermione's words, Draco was taken aback. He hadn't really realized this point before, but Hermione was right. If he continued as before, he would undoubtedly be rejected. Seeing how readily he cooperated, the young lions exchanged surprised glances and decided, out of deference to Daisy, to provisionally trust him. After all, they would never place full faith in a former Death Eater from Slytherin. Thus, aboard the Hogwarts Express, Draco Malfoy effortlessly joined Daisy's circle, temporarily severing ties with the Death Eaters. Yet both Draco himself and his parents, as well as Daisy and her friends, knew full well that Voldemort's resurgence was merely a matter of time. By the way, a friendly heads-up, Sirius Black has escaped Azkaban. He'll certainly come looking for Harry. Draco said this just before departing Daisy's compartment. He had no intention of cramming into a shared space with so many people. The Malfoys could, after all, afford a private compartment. I assume our chosen one already knows. Harry nodded. Earlier at the Leaky Cauldron, Arthur Weasley had informed him of the escape, and solemnly warned him that Sirius Black would inevitably seek him out. Now even Draco had echoed the same warning, stirring a quiet unease within Harry's chest. Sirius Black. Who is he? Daisy asked. She had spent the entire holiday utterly disconnected from magical world news. She might well have been the very last person to learn of it. Those who knew the truth remained silent. Harry was present, and the tragedy that had befallen his family was widely believed to stem directly from Sirius Black. It felt deeply uncomfortable to speak of it openly before him. While the Gryffindors hesitated, Draco felt no such restraint. He had joined their predominantly Gryffindor circle solely for self-preservation. Sirius Black, the traitor who betrayed Harry's parents. He sold the Potters to you-know-who, paving the way for everything that followed. What? Daisy blinked, stunned. A man that dangerous has broken out of Azkaban, and his target unquestionably is Harry. Draco shrugged, pulled open the compartment door, and added with a wry smile, friendly warning concluded. Good luck, and I'm off. With that he strode away, effortlessly composed. Huh? Ron stared at Draco's retreating back, incredulous. Daisy, are we really accepting him into our group? Look at the way he carries himself. Yet he has provided us with valuable intelligence, Daisy countered. She shrugged lightly. The Malfoy family's allegiance shift toward the light wizards wasn't known only to her and Tony. It was also acknowledged by Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Fine, Ron muttered sullenly, cradling Scabbers on his seat. Thank Merlin, George and Fred had finally released him. Those two had dashed off somewhere else, undoubtedly scheming mischief against some unsuspecting soul. But Harry, once term begins, you must exercise extreme caution. Never wander alone. As Draco said, Sirius Black is hunting you. Whatever he seeks, it won't bode well for you. Daisy turned to Harry, her tone earnest. She worried little about the others. According to Draco, Sirius's sole focus was Harry, so it was unlikely he'd endanger other students recklessly. Yes, Harry. Hermione added, nodding firmly. Her thoughts aligned entirely. Be vigilant. Never let your wand leave your hand. For minutes on end, she hovered over Harry like a protective matron, lecturing with relentless tenderness until his eyes glazed over in dazed exhaustion. Desperately, he cast pleading glances toward Daisy and Ron, silently begging his friends to rescue him with a shred of classmate compassion. Alas, salvation did not arrive from Ron or Hermione, but from the train itself, which jolted to an abrupt, unsettling halt. What's happening? Daisy frowned, puzzled by the sudden stop. Beside her, Hermione wore the same expression of quiet bewilderment. Harry rose and approached the compartment door, pulling it open to peer outside. Only darkness greeted him, impenetrable and absolute. Students from neighboring carriages leaned out curiously, yet the corridor remained eerily empty, save for a row of curious faces peering into the gloom. Just as confusion rippled through the group, the train lurched violently. Harry staggered, clutching the doorframe to steady himself before stumbling back inside. A hush fell, tense, fearful, especially when a heartbeat later all the lights flickered and died. Heavens! Daisy instinctively gripped Hermione's hand, her right tightening around her wand. What's going on? What is this? Why has even the electricity failed? Ron pressed his face against the frost-laced window. A thin layer of ice had already begun to bloom across the glass. No sooner had the words left his lips than the train shuddered again, harder this time. Clang! The compartment door rattled against its frame with the impact. Daisy shot upright, slammed the door shut, locked it with a sharp twist, and then stood frozen, staring warily into the blackness beyond the glass. The moment the lock clicked, the compartment's temperature plummeted. Frost spiraled across the walls, the water bottle on the table froze solid, their breaths emerged in visible, trembling plumes. Then, silently, the shadow of a figure drifted past the door. A withered, ink-black hand reached out. With a metallic click, the door swung inward, and a nameless hollow-eyed creature glided in, drifting inexorably toward Harry, whose expression had grown distant, vacant, unmoored. Enough. I don't care what foul abomination you are, but if you dare raise a hand before me, be prepared to be— Daisy sprang to her feet and unleashed chaotic magic, hurling the creature backward with blinding force. Only then did Harry stir, his senses returning raw and ragged. Harry, Hermione, and Ron rushed to support him as he swayed, shaking his head to clear the fog. What was that? Harry clutched his temples, squinting toward the doorway, where Daisy stood, wand in one hand, swirling chaos energy coalescing in the other, locked in tense confrontation with the creature. Daisy. At that critical instant, a tall, broad-shouldered man emerged from the adjacent compartment, stepping squarely between Daisy and the monster. His wand, leveled with unwavering precision, blazed with searing white light, and with a shriek of agony, the creature recoiled and fled. Thank you, Daisy exhaled, her shoulders relaxing as she turned to the stranger. What was that thing? A Dementor, one of Azkaban's jailers. It was searching this carriage for Sirius Black. The man replied, voice warm with quiet admiration. You showed remarkable courage, stepping forward to shield your friends and classmates. If you'll excuse me, I must speak briefly with the conductor. From his robes, he withdrew a pristine, unopened bar of chocolate and handed it to Daisy, gesturing for her to pass it to Harry. Let him eat some. It will help restore his strength. With a courteous nod to Harry and the others, he turned and strode purposefully toward the engine. Daisy returned to the compartment, tore open the wrapper, and pressed the chocolate into Harry's hands. Harry, eat this. The man said it would help you feel better. Who was that? Do you know him? Ron didn't object to Harry accepting food from a stranger. Instead, he turned his gaze to Daisy. No, I don't know him, but I doubt he's a conductor. More likely a new professor, probably the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Daisy shook her head. Why? Ron frowned. Do conductors sleep in passenger compartments? He wasn't wearing a uniform, Daisy replied, and this year we're due a new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. So, the new defense professor could be him. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. It was highly plausible. Dumbledore would never reappoint Gilderoy Lockhart, and in any case Lockhart no longer possessed the capacity to teach. The remainder of the journey passed without incident. Daisy breathed easier boarding one of the ethereal, invisible Thestralstron carriages alongside her fellow students bound for Hogwarts Castle. According to the old custom, after dinner Professor Dumbledore introduced the new Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, who, as Daisy had guessed, was Professor Lupin, the one who had saved them on the train. In addition, their care of magical creatures professor had also changed. The former professor retired due to age, and Hagrid took over. To be honest, if Hagrid were to take over any subject other than care of magical creatures, Daisy would be worried, but for this subject, she was completely at ease. Watching Hagrid, who was nervously about to topple the desk, Daisy couldn't help but laugh. Hagrid is just perfect for this. Indeed, he loves magical creatures. Hermione nodded in agreement, but then thought of Hagrid's textbook and couldn't help but feel concerned. However, I hope he chooses a more normal textbook next semester. That is true. The surrounding students nodded in agreement. That biting book was truly frightening. Speaking of which, we have a new professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts this semester, which is amazing. I hope this professor is genuinely qualified. Turning her gaze, Daisy saw Lupin and remarked, look at the professors we had in the last 2 years. One was just a peacock that could only show off, and as for the other, science, better not to mention it. Compared to Lockhart, Professor Quirrell is still better, right? At least he has some knowledge, Neville replied as he heard Daisy. Hearing this, the four who lost points turned their gazes to him, and Daisy said with sympathy, I really envy you for knowing nothing. Sigh. Yeah, it's really nice. Ron shook his head in agreement. Actually, Quirrell is even worse than Lockhart. Hermione also shook her head. Just keep that blissful ignorance. Not knowing anything is quite good. Harry added, finally patting Neville's shoulder, then passed him a chase after the three in front. Neville looked confused. What are you guys talking about? Can someone explain it to me? The surrounding people looked equally baffled, clearly unable to provide an explanation. This semester they suddenly changed 2 professors. Hagrid's care of magical creatures was first. The students brought their textbooks to the teaching area where this class was to be held outdoors. So what exactly are we going to learn? Oh my. The students arrived at the site with many questions, gasping at the magical creature beside Hagrid. Oh my, is this a bit beyond our syllabus? Daisy was also stunned. She didn't expect Hagrid would directly introduce them to a magical creature. Their previous Professor Newt was a renowned magical creature conservationist. It was said that he had a magical suitcase filled with various magical creatures, and he had shown them a few types, but they were all small and harmless creatures like the bowtruckle. However, he had never brought them to see such a large magical creature. Is that a hippogriff? Daisy exclaimed, recalling what she had seen while browsing through the textbook earlier. Correct. Hagrid applauded appreciatively. Alright, in today's lesson, I'll introduce you to the hippogriff. Of course, don't be afraid, nothing will happen with me here. Is he crazy? Bringing such a creature on the first class, what if it hurts someone? Draco said as he walked up behind. If Hagrid dares to let us approach it, it means he is confident provided no one causes trouble. Daisy noticed that Goyle and Crabbe were no longer by his side, and it seemed that the entire Slytherin was deliberately isolating Draco. Did they find out? Draco nodded. It's fine. Daisy nodded and looked at Hagrid and the hippogriff in front of them, where Hagrid eagerly asked if anyone wanted to interact with it. Hearing this, all the students took a step back in unison except for Harry. Uffed. Draco looked at Harry, who was backstabbed by his classmates, and couldn't help but snicker. Poor Harry, Daisy said exaggeratedly. I'm really looking forward to this. Oh, all right, Harry. Hagrid turned around and saw Harry standing in the front praising. Come on, give it a try. Harry then realized that everyone had taken a step back except for him. Forced into the situation, he could only muster his courage and began to interact with the hippogriff as Hagrid instructed. Fortunately, Harry successfully established communication. The hippogriff seemed to really like him and even lowered its head, indicating for Harry to climb onto its back. Daisy watched in astonishment as Harry rode away on their teaching tool, bewildered. Harry took our teaching. Hagrid, hearing her words, was also taken aback, probably not expecting it. Sit down and read for a while. They won't be gone for long, Hagrid said. Sure enough, after a while Harry and the others returned, and Harry, grinning from ear to ear, climbed down from its back, while Hagrid rewarded the hippogriff with a treat. Well done, Harry, Hagrid said, then looked at them. Does anyone else want to try? It doesn't seem that difficult. Daisy said eagerly, I want to try. What? Hermione shot her a disapproving glance. No, you don't. Why not? Daisy asked in confusion. Harry succeeded. I think it would be better to be cautious and observe a bit, Hermione replied. Is there no one? Hagrid looked somewhat disappointed when no one stepped forward, then saw someone raise their hand from the crowd. Oh, Daisy, come and give it a try. Daisy excitedly ran out, approached the hippogriff, and cautiously stepped forward just like Harry did earlier. Hi. The hippogriff, seeing a new person in front of it, took a half step back, feeling somewhat wary. Although this girl seemed harmless, it felt that she was quite dangerous and was reluctant to get closer. Daisy felt a bit awkward. Seriously, is it being this ungrateful? I mean, no harm, hello. The hippogriff hesitated for a long time and only slightly touched Daisy's outstretched finger, showing no intention of taking her for a flight. Alright, it seems you don't want to take me for a flight. Daisy reluctantly withdrew her hand, but she was already quite satisfied. Thank you. Don't be sad, I remember what I said. Their tempers are not very good, Hagrid consoled. However, Daisy felt that this consolation was less effective than no consolation, especially since it had just taken Harry for a spin. Next, a few other students also tried. The luckier ones could have a touch like Daisy, while the unluckier ones even got their backs turned to them by the hippogriff. One Slytherin student who was unfortunate enough to receive the back couldn't help but flush with anger at the hippogriff's blatant disrespect. It is so rude. Just a beast. You have to think of it this way, you are the only one it turned its back to. What an honor. Daisy mocked. Tone it down. That is the heir of the Knot family. His father was also one of the Death Eaters. Draco whispered in Daisy's ear. After our family distanced ourselves from them, the Slytherin Death Eater families are probably led by him. Draco was right. Goyle and Crabbe had just followed that knot, and it seemed that they hadn't said a word to Draco since school. Afterward, Daisy observed closely, and indeed Draco was isolated all alone, looking surprisingly pitiful. So you sympathize with him now? Hermione asked, raising an eyebrow at Daisy's statement. How is that possible? Daisy exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. In a sense, the current situation is also something they brought upon themselves. Could you elaborate? Hermione leaned in, eager to listen. If he hadn't joined the Death Eaters in the first place, the neutral families wouldn't have that attitude towards the Malfoy family, and if they suddenly withdrew from the Death Eaters, those Death Eaters wouldn't continue associating with the Malfoy family. It's quite awkward, really too awkward, Daisy analyzed. Let's not talk about this anymore. Isn't there a defense against the dark arts class tomorrow? Oh, I just remembered something, Daisy inquired. I wonder how Professor Lupin's skills are. Hermione shrugged. I hope. Good night, Daisy said as she snuggled into her blankets. Good night. The next day during study time, Daisy was engrossed in a book she had borrowed from the library when she heard a commotion nearby, as if they were discussing something. What's happening? Daisy looked up. Sirius has appeared not far from here in Dufftown, Harry replied. Are you afraid? Daisy seemed completely unfazed. Don't worry, didn't you hear what the headmaster said? There are Dementors guarding the entrance, and even if the Dementors are unreliable, there are still the professors. And besides, you still have what Tony gave you last semester, right? Daisy reminded him. That's also a layer of protection. Harry seemed somewhat reassured. In the afternoon, it was time for defense against the dark arts class. With a mix of anticipation and anxiety, Daisy entered the classroom. Based on Professor Lupin's demeanor on the train, he should not be a useless professor. It turned out that Lupin was indeed not. In fact, he could be considered an excellent professor. The content of his teaching was very practical, not just filled with theory or incomprehensible experiences. So what do you think? Isn't it quite novel? Lupin asked which student can guess what's inside. It's a boggart. Very well, said Lupin, nodded. Now who can tell me what a boggart looks like? No one knows. Hermione suddenly spoke up, while Ron looked confused, feeling as if Hermione hadn't been there just now. A boggart can transform into whatever the person who sees it fears the most. So that's why they are very frightening, right? Lupin nodded in satisfaction, stepped to the front, and turned to face them, saying, fortunately, there's a simple spell to repel a boggart. After practicing the spell without a wand on both sides, Lupin called Neville to demonstrate first. Neville nervously stepped forward to stand in front of Lupin. Come on, Neville, what are you most afraid of? Neville's voice was barely a whisper, completely inaudible. What? Lupin, standing close, didn't catch it either. Professor Snape, Neville said timidly. You're afraid of Snape. Daisy was somewhat surprised. Who isn't afraid of him? Ron commented. Lupin leaned in close to Neville and whispered something before opening the cabinet. Professor Snape emerged from the cabinet with a sinister expression, as if he were about to deduct points from Gryffindor. Quick think. Lupin encouraged Neville, standing beside him. Ridiculous. With his eyes closed and heart steeled, Neville raised his wand. The spell took effect and Snape's clothes transformed into a full set of women's attire. Ha ha. The students erupted in laughter, including Daisy. To be honest, if she hadn't left her phone behind, she might have wanted to take a picture, although Hogwarts had no signal, taking a photo wasn't a problem. Well done, Neville. Lupin laughed along, clapping his hands. Excellent. Excellent. Good job. All right, step back now, Neville. Everyone line up, we'll go one by one. Lupin instructed, signaling the students to line up. Daisy quickly took her place ahead of Ron, ensuring she wouldn't have to wait long. I wonder what the boggart will turn into when it's my turn, Daisy thought, curiously watching the classmates ahead of her complete their spells, growing increasingly excited. Why are you so interested? Hermione whispered, you're next. Daisy was fairly close to the front of the line, and there weren't many people ahead, so it quickly became her turn. Holding her wand, Lupin opened the cabinet. Daisy nervously gazed at the dark cabinet, and a fully armored soldier emerged holding a strangely Daisy's face changed dramatically as she recognized it. Don't be afraid, Lupin assumed Daisy was just afraid of the soldier and tried to comfort her. Daisy's mind went blank. The soldier had already raised his weapon, aiming it at her. Daisy. Hermione also noticed something was off, stepping forward 2 paces, suddenly suspecting. Could that weapon be the mutant suppressor Daisy had mentioned before? Ridiculous. Daisy took a deep breath, her wand glowing brightly. The soldier pulled the trigger, and instead of a bullet, a stream of colorful ribbons and a cute bouncing toy emerged. A Draco commented expressionlessly. Well done. Miss Stark, you can go rest now. Lupin noticed the young girl had been quite frightened, gently patting Daisy's shoulder to comfort her. It seems Miss Stark is a peace-loving girl. Stark loves peace. Some people who had heard of Stark Industries were skeptical. After all, Stark Industries used to be involved in the military industry. How could a daughter raised in such a family be so passionate about peace? How are you? Hermione asked, helping Daisy sit down on a nearby chair. Was that thing you mentioned before? Daisy nodded silently. That indeed counted as one of her greatest fears, but she didn't believe that what she had just seen was a true mutant suppressor. It was likely just something that looked similar. She had only mentioned the existence of the mutant suppressor to Hermione. Even Harry and Ron were unaware, since those two often discussed classified topics in public. Daisy didn't want anyone to know of such a thing. Don't tell anyone, no matter who it is. Don't say a word, Daisy whispered, gripping Hermione's hand firmly. Not even Harry. What about the professors? Hermione couldn't help but ask. No, not them either. Daisy shook her head without thinking. While Dumbledore was on their side, he could also be described as someone who would go to any lengths to achieve his goals. Daisy had no doubt that if it were necessary to sacrifice his life to completely defeat Voldemort, he would do so without hesitation. Over there, Ron had already completed the spell, and it was now Harry's turn. Perhaps the feng shui of this class wasn't too good, as Harry ran into trouble. Watching the boggart turn into a Dementor before Harry, Daisy couldn't help but hold her head. Fortunately, Lupin was an excellent defense against the dark arts professor. Quick to react, he swiftly stepped in front of Harry, repelled the boggart, and locked it back in the cabinet. All right, I'm very sorry, but we'll have to stop here for today. Please head to the back. Lupin turned around, still shaken, and started to speak, but before he could finish, Daisy interrupted him. Professor. Daisy stood up. Could you teach us the spell to defend against Dementors? The classmates in the same class were left in shock. Lupin was taken aback by Daisy's question, organizing his thoughts for a while before responding. A charm to repel Dementors. Yes, as you know, all the entrances to Hogwarts are guarded by Dementors. Although the headmaster said they won't enter the school, who can say for sure? Daisy nodded firmly, proving she was not joking. I think we can't just sit back and rely solely on the professor. This is an advanced charm, and you are not yet ready to learn it. Lupin did not agree. Rules are made by people. Now that Dementors have taken residence in the school, it would be better to prepare defenses rather than wait until someone is harmed to take action. Daisy was unyielding. I have to say I agree with your viewpoint. Lupin nodded in approval. But this is not a trivial matter. I need to consult with Dumbledore. Of course I think so too. Both sides took a step back. The defense against the dark arts class ended rather abruptly. Hermione followed Daisy, saying, Daisy, why did you suddenly bring that up? What? Daisy was taken aback. I mean, just now, why did you suddenly want to learn how to repel Dementors? Ron and Harry also joined in. To save our lives. Who can guarantee that those Dementors won't enter the school? Who can ensure that when you are unfortunately attacked, a professor will be nearby to help? Daisy shrugged. Don't rely on others for your safety. That sounds quite reasonable, Ron agreed. The problem is that's an advanced charm. Even if Professor Lupin teaches us, we might not be able to master it right. Harry said somewhat unconfidently. I even think that aside from Daisy and Hermione, very few people could learn that charm. That can't be true, can it? Ron scratched his head. Looks like our savior is quite aware of his own level. Draco nonchalantly drifted by with a book in hand, throwing in a jab at Harry as he passed. Harry glared at Draco's retreating figure, feeling quite displeased. I really don't want to be on the same side as him, Ron muttered, angrily realizing he couldn't mention it at school as Daisy had advised. By the way, Harry, did your uncle sign the consent form? Daisy suddenly remembered this as they were about to go to Hogwarts. He did, Harry nodded, though he didn't even look at what it was. Did they actually agree? Ron asked. They wouldn't have made any unreasonable demands, would they? No. Harry shook his head. They wouldn't dare treat me the way they used to. I overheard them talking before. It seems my uncle's company has business dealings with Stark Industries, and they are the ones begging Stark Industries for help. Oh, Ron and Hermione understood immediately. As good friends of the Stark, Princess Vernon would definitely treat. So that's how it is, Daisy nodded knowingly. Harry, it seems you need to work hard and strive to distance yourself from your aunt and uncle in the future. Why? Isn't it safer now that you're protecting him? Ron asked in confusion. It's safe for now, but what if something happens to his uncle's company later? What if there are negative changes in his uncle's job? He would place all the blame on Harry. Daisy shook her head. Only then did Harry realize this point, suddenly feeling alarmed. Daisy was right. She could guarantee that Vernon wouldn't dare offend Harry for the time being, but once there were changes in Vernon's job, especially for the worse, he would undoubtedly blame everything on Harry. Ron was dumbfounded. Is the adult world really this complicated? Ron hadn't thought of this, but Daisy wasn't surprised. Simply put, Harry's current value to Vernon was why he treated Harry well. Once Harry was no longer useful to him, he certainly wouldn't continue to treat Harry well. Harry, Daisy hesitated. If you plan to leave the Dursleys, you can stay at my house for a while. You know Tony has a property in London too. Harry nodded. The Dursleys were his only relatives, and if he really left their house, he could only go to Daisy's house to stay for a while. If only I had other relatives. Harry couldn't help but think. Soon the day for their trip to Hogsmeade arrived, and Harry was particularly excited. To be honest, if it weren't for Harry's feelings, I would really suggest that he not go to Hogsmeade this time, Daisy said, sitting on the couch in the common room with her legs crossed, quietly confiding in Hermione. Why? Hermione casually turned a page of the book in her hand, answering indifferently. Did you forget? Sirius Black is getting closer and closer to here. Daisy said, I'm worried that Harry might encounter Sirius Black in Hogsmeade. Sirius Black. Hermione finally shifted her attention to Daisy. Will he go to Hogsmeade? Who knows? Didn't someone say they saw him in Duffdown last time? At that time they speculated whether his destination would be Hogwarts, and Hogsmeade is on the way. What should we do? We can't really prevent him from going, can we? Harry is really looking forward to it. Hermione frowned. Sigh. Daisy also looked worried. We're about to set off. We should gather in front of the castle. Ron and Harry came running, excitedly calling out to them. Why are you two looking so glum? We're going to Hogsmeade. All right. Daisy stood up, grabbed her bag from the side, and Hermione put her book on the table, following her. Hurry up. Harry was all excitement. The professor leading this trip was Professor McGonagall. Once they arrived in Hogsmeade, the students dispersed for free activities. As for the four of them, it goes without saying they were a fixed group. To the surprise of others, a little Slytherin had mixed into the little Lions group. In a way, you should be considered the first Gryffindor to show friendliness to Slytherin, right? Ron looked at Daisy waving at Draco, and joked. Don't say that. Draco is still academically outstanding. Having him around makes Harry a bit safer, Daisy called out to Draco. So how does it feel to walk with us? It doesn't feel much different, but the reactions of those guys are quite interesting, Draco answered with half his head tucked into his scarf. The one from the Knot family looks like he's about to pop his eyes out, haha. However, what surprises me is you, Potter. Draco chuckled twice, and looked at Harry. You actually trust me, and think I will protect you. Since we've decided to accept you, we naturally have to put in some trust, Harry replied. You young Malfoy can't possibly put personal grudges above the greater good, right? Humph. Draco huffed, refusing to answer that question. Then let's follow my plan for today. Huh. Ron was displeased. Although Ron felt somewhat dissatisfied, he still pinched his nose and accepted it after hearing Draco's itinerary. After all, his planned route was quite similar. But according to your plan, there's a high chance we won't have time to visit the Shriek Shack, Ron complained. I still want to check it out. Don't think about it. There's no way to enter the Shriek Shack from the outside. You can only look at it from a distance, Draco scoffed. You don't actually think you can get in, do you? What? You can't go in. Ron looked bewildered, clearly recalling that George and Fred. Ron realized, so George and Fred were lying to me. Huh. Draco laughed. I want to go to Honeyduke's first. Daisy's suggestion was immediately seconded by Hermione while Harry abstained, and Ron was forced to agree under Hermione's penetrating gaze, resulting in a 3-2 vote, leaving Draco with no choice but to gentlemanly accept the girl's suggestion. Yay! Daisy and Hermione cheered. It seems I shouldn't maintain any gentlemanly demeanor, a ladies first, Draco said with a sour face. If you insist, we might be able to go to Zonko's joke shop first. Ron protested softly. That's because you switched sides too quickly, Draco retorted. You'd think someone who doesn't know would think you're henpecked. What? Ron found it unbelievable. Aren't you also afraid to resist Daisy? You don't have any servant agreement this semester. Draco was left speechless. Ron glared at him, keeping pace with Hermione. Seeing this, Draco, feeling irritated, turned his target towards Harry, so cowardly. Harry, what's that got to do with me? After exiting Honeydukes, they strolled according to their previous plan, had a light lunch at the Three Broomsticks, and in the afternoon visited Zonko's joke shop, which Ron had been looking forward to all day. Ron excitedly ran inside, selecting items he liked. Frog Spawn soap. Daisy picked up the soap, looked at it, and then put it back. He'll check out something else. By the way, doesn't this store mostly sell prank magic items? Mostly, Draco replied, handing Daisy a nearby hiccup candy. This candy makes you hiccup continuously. Want to try it? No. Daisy glared at him and continued to select other items. That's too ungraceful. Do you even care about being graceful, eh? Draco followed her. I thought you didn't care about that. How unbelievable. Shut up. Daisy rolled her eyes. If you keep talking, I'm going to buy something to prank you. Whatever'll get you back. Draco shrugged, appearing unconcerned, which only made Daisy more irritated. She decided to ignore him. Draco chuckled a couple of times, but his smile faded slightly as he caught sight of the trio at the store entrance. Seeing Draco notice him, not simply walked in. What's up? The young master of the Malfoy family still hasn't had enough of being a servant to mudbloods, planning to continue this semester. Goyle and Crabbe, who were nearby, chuckled in a half-hearted way. As a Slytherin mixing with those stupid Gryffindors, or rather mudbloods, how about it? Planning to switch to Gryffindor, Not crossed his arms and sneered. Well, you seem more suited for Gryffindor now, a disgrace to purebloods. Draco shot him a blank look. Are you declaring war on the Malfoy family? What? Not was taken aback. Is the Not family really planning to side with the Death Eaters? Draco dropped a bombshell, not even bothering to cover for the Not family. Even if the families truly sided with the Death Eaters, they'd at least put on a show, but Draco unveiled it directly. And what about you two? Are you planning to side with them too? You? Not was stunned. How could Draco be so blunt? How was he supposed to respond? Draco snorted coldly. Coward. What? Who are you talking to? Daisy also noticed the unusual scene at the store entrance and walked over. You. Not seeing Daisy, lifted his chin proudly. He was a member of the noble pureblood Not family, one of the Sacred 28, and unlike Draco, who had lost a bet, he was a truly exceptional wizard. This mudblood little wizard would surely feel inferior in his presence. Who are you? Daisy said, clearly not recognizing this weaselly guy with a sharp nose. Draco seemed to have expected this and scoffed. So who are you? Don't just laugh. Daisy nudged Draco, signaling him to introduce Not. Theodore Not from the Not family, similar interests to ours. Draco chuckled a couple of times and explained to Daisy. You know the other two, so no need to introduce them. Oh, Death Eaters, huh? Daisy had no reservations. Look at you all acting so smug. What does your master have some, or are you preparing for a resurrection? Goyle, Crabbe, Draco 6. Draco was secretly shocked. Daisy was even bolder than him, daring to say such things in public. She really wasn't afraid of trouble. You, wait for it. Not said weakly before running off with Goyle, and Crabbe hurriedly following. Draco, I think they'll target you first once we return to school. Daisy tilted her head towards Draco. After all, you're easier to deal with in Slytherin than we are. It's foreseeable, but not worrisome. Draco was unfazed. I know Goyle and Crabbe's abilities well. As for Not, an arrogant waste of space. Draco evaluated mercilessly. All right, just keep yourself safe. If anything happens, hurry to find Professor. Daisy nodded. I thought you'd think Professor Snape was also. Draco looked at her in surprise, since it was almost common knowledge that Snape had once been a Death Eater. I just think he's not a bad person. Don't read too much into it, Daisy replied. Besides, I think your relationship with him is pretty good. He shouldn't just watch you die, right? He is my godfather, Draco replied. Let's go in. You haven't finished browsing, right? Not yet, but wait, you just said. Daisy's thoughts were completely off the shopping. Don't ask, just hurry and buy your things. Draco pressed down on Daisy's head and pushed her inside. For some unknown reason, Daisy was more than a head shorter than Draco, making it impossible for her to reach him when he pressed down on her head. Damn it, don't press my head. He'll never grow tall. Daisy cried out in frustration. That's too bad. You seem destined to never grow tall. Draco shrugged, then skillfully dodged Daisy's slap and darted inside. Damn it. Daisy stomped her. Before dinner, they returned to the school from Hogsmeade. With some time still left before the meal, Draco, lacking company, had to make his way back to the dormitory alone, while Daisy affectionately linked arms with Hermione and headed towards the Gryffindor common room. While still on the staircase, they heard a commotion at the entrance to the common room, as if something had happened. What's going on? Daisy peeked ahead curiously. I don't know, Ron shrugged and joked. Maybe Neville forgot the password again. Neville, hey. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were there. Ron offered a half-hearted apology. Professor Dumbledore and Filch have arrived as well. I think something serious has occurred. Daisy pointed to Dumbledore and Filch ahead and said, could it really be that unfortunate? Soon after, Ginny ran over with a serious expression saying that the fat lady was missing. Daisy, using her smaller stature, pushed forward and finally saw the scene. It wasn't just the fat lady who was gone, the painting itself had been torn apart. Wow! Daisy suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that she hadn't seen Sirius in Hogsmeade and now saw him at Hogwarts? Just as Dumbledore was about to summon the ghosts to search for the fat lady, Filch had already spotted her. The disheveled fat lady had fled to another painting, crying in fear. Fat lady, who did this? Dumbledore asked sternly. He has devilish eyes and his soul is as dark. It was clear that the fat lady was terrified. It's him, Headmaster, the one everyone has been talking about. He's here inside the castle. The fat lady's fear was palpable. Sirius Black, search the castle, Filch. Oh, everyone else to the great hall. Dumbledore pondered for a moment before quickly issuing instructions. Oh no, Sirius has come to Hogwarts. Harry, remember not to wander off alone. Daisy grabbed Harry tightly. Although they hadn't mentioned Sirius's targets directly, most people had guessed that Sirius had escaped to seek vengeance on Harry and retribution for his master. Soon Hogwarts was locked down and the search for Sirius began. For safety, all the students were gathered in the Great Hall to sleep on the floor. Daisy felt the uncomfortable surface beneath her displeased. What did Sirius want anyway? Because of him, she couldn't enjoy her soft bed. How annoying. However, compared to sleeping on the hard floor, the professors had it even worse, having to take turns keeping watch. Thinking of this, Daisy couldn't help but glance over at the boys' side. Considering the separation of genders, boys and girls were sleeping on different sides. She wondered if Harry was safe over there. Don't worry, there are professors here. Hermione noticed Daisy's expression and comforted her, reaching out to hold Daisy's hand. Daisy nodded reluctantly, closing her eyes, hoping Sirius wouldn't cause trouble during the night and disturb their sleep. Otherwise, she would really be angry if she didn't get enough sleep. Daisy Stark wouldn't mind showing him her rare morning grumpiness. After several days of this, the students were finally allowed to return to their dormitory beds. The professors had thoroughly searched Hogwarts inside and out several times, but still found no trace of Sirius. They concluded that he had likely left the school. Moreover, keeping the students sleeping in the Great Hall was not ideal. They were still growing. What if poor sleep quality affected their development? The weather grew colder and Daisy's clothing under her school uniform became thicker. She felt like wrapping herself in her scarf while walking. How come I never noticed you were so afraid of the cold? Draco emerged from somewhere, tugging at Daisy's scarf, and what are you doing? Daisy steadied herself and turned to glare at him. Why have you been so bothersome this semester? Did you take the wrong medicine? It's nothing, I've just never seen a wizard ball and wanted to observe it up close to broaden my horizons. Draco said with a grin. Are you saying I look like a ball, eh? Daisy instantly caught on and pretended to strike, but Draco, tall and long-legged, ran off several steps ahead. Daisy chased a few steps, but didn't catch up, too lazy to continue the pursuit, and had to give up. Nearby, Harry and Ron looked at Daisy's appearance and had to admit that Draco's description was quite accurate. Daisy certainly looked a bit round, and even the corners of her scarf and the tips of her winter uniform's hat were adorned with fluffy pom-poms. Hermione usually loved to mess with those pom-poms. This class was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Daisy sat at her desk, flipping through the textbook next to the seat left for Hermione. Soon the class bell rang, but it was not Professor Lupin who walked in, but Professor Snape. Snape, as expected, walked in with an aura, shutting the windows as he passed, and then lowering the curtains. He turned to them and elongated his tone. Open your books to page 394. Despite having a lot of questions, no one dared to speak up, and everyone promptly closed their mouths to start flipping through their books. Daisy quickly turned to the page and frowned. Werewolves? Hadn't they not covered this yet? Why was Snape discussing it? Excuse me, Professor, where is Professor Lupin? Harry asked Snape after flipping to page 394, gathering his courage. That shouldn't be your concern, Potter. Snape stopped to look at him, then continued walking as he said, in short, your professor is currently unable to teach. Daisy didn't think much of it. Perhaps Professor Lupin was busy and had requested Snape to take over. The teaching content should have been set by Professor Lupin. Professor, we've just learned about the red caps and the pygmy puffs. It will be several weeks before we cover nocturnal. Suddenly Hermione spoke up, startling Harry and Ron beside her. They couldn't help but wonder when had Hermione. Silence, Snape said with a cold expression, refusing to explain, and calmly started showing a slideshow. Daisy was a bit surprised. Did wizards really use PowerPoint? Although this PowerPoint looked like it was an ancient artifact from hundreds of years ago. Can anyone tell me the difference between an animagus and a werewolf? As Snape walked, he finished his sentence, and just as he did, Hermione raised her hand. Unfortunately, Snape didn't see. No one. How disappointing. I know, Professor. Hermione suddenly spoke up, and Daisy tugged at her sleeve, trying to stop her. Who didn't know Snape disliked students speaking without permission during class? An animagus can choose to transform into an animal, whereas a werewolf has no choice. During the full moon he will change and forget who he is. If you stand in his way he could even kill his best friend. Hermione answered directly. Oh my. Daisy facepalmed. Would Professor Snape deduct points from them? Please don't. Surely Snape wasn't so petty. Daisy looked at Snape with great anticipation. Snape? Why is this Stark looking at me like that? Snape ignored Daisy and clasped his hands looking at Hermione. Miss Granger, if I remember correctly, this is already your second unauthorized comment. I don't know if you lack self-control, or if you take pride in being an annoying know-it-all. Snape said bluntly. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Daisy could not bear it any longer and raised her hand. What does Miss Stark also wish to respond? Unfortunately, Miss Granger has already provided a perfectly standard answer. Snape shot her a cold glance. Even though she spoke without permission. Professor, I merely have a question and hope you can clarify it for me. Daisy shook her head looking like a good child. Since Hermione's answer was already complete and standard, why do you still criticize her, Professor? Is it just because she answered your question without permission? I believe maintaining classroom order is an obligation every student should fulfill. Or does Miss Stark have a different opinion? Snape replied. Of course not, but I believe that respecting a student who loves to learn is also an obligation of a qualified teacher. At the very least, there should be no favoritism based on house, don't you think? Daisy smiled back defiantly, wondering why Snape treated Hermione differently just because she was from Gryffindor. By your logic, since Hermione provided a complete and standard answer, she should not receive a deduction of 5 points, right? Daisy stood her ground. It seems Miss Stark is interested in discussing this matter with me. Snape looked at Daisy and said, why don't we discuss it in my office after class? Although it was a question, Snape did not give Daisy a chance to respond. By the way, to punish your ignorance, each of you will submit an essay on Monday morning, 2 rolls of parchment on the topic of werewolves, focusing on how to identify them. As for you, Miss Stark, Snape turned his head. 4 rolls of parchment. What? No way. The students murmured in complaint. But Professor, there's a Quidditch match tomorrow. Harry was stunned, forgetting about the issue of unauthorized comments, and spoke up quickly. Then I suggest you take extra care, Mr. Potter. Snape leaned on Harry's desk, his tone unchanged. Even with broken arms or legs, you still have to write the essay. After class, Hermione walked back to the dormitory dejectedly with Daisy. Oh my gosh, Daisy, how could you confront that? Ron looked astonished. Now look what you've done. You not only have to do double the homework, but also have to go to his office for detention. I figured as much. Daisy remained unfazed. 4 rolls of parchment is nothing. As for going to his office, I'm not afraid. He can't kill me. And I didn't say anything wrong. Hermione answered so well, yet he ignored it and even treated her differently. That's too much. Daisy said, linking her arm with Hermione's. Just based on Hermione's answer, she should have earned 10 or 20 points from that professor, yet he not only didn't reward her, but deducted points. It sounds quite unfair, but thinking about it being Snape, it doesn't seem so strange anymore. Ron scratched his nose. You all have been subjected to his PUA. Daisy exclaimed in frustration. What's PUA? Ron asked, confused. Forget it. Strictly speaking, it doesn't count as PUA. Daisy sighed. Damn it, I thought he would deduct points from me, but instead I get detention. Professor Snape usually has students organize potions during detention. Your potions grades are always excellent. He shouldn't make things difficult for you. Harry, who had plenty of detention experience, reassured her. He won't keep you too late, don't worry. That's not the issue. Daisy suddenly exclaimed. By the way, he still owes me something. What? Hermione asked, puzzled. That potion from last semester, the one made from basilisk materials. Daisy didn't dare to say it was a potion made from basilisk materials, as there were too many people in the corridor. I almost forgot about that. Hermione also recalled that Daisy had mentioned it to her before. She had been amazed at Daisy's audacity to ask Snape for something, and surprisingly Daisy had actually received it. This was initiated by him giving me detention. Daisy chuckled. Harry looked at her with disbelief. This is the first time I've seen someone so happy about detention. Come on. That was crafted by the master potioneer Snape, a potion made with precious materials. There can't be many like it in the entire wizarding world, right? I have one, Daisy said proudly. After dinner, Daisy obediently walked towards Snape's office, which was located right next to the entrance of the Slytherin common room. On her way there, she encountered several Slytherin students, as other houses' students rarely came here. Oh, isn't this the famous Miss Stark? Just as Daisy went down the stairs and hadn't walked far, an annoying voice she had heard recently came from behind her. Are you here to see our head of house? Is there a problem? Daisy didn't even want to acknowledge him. Hey, what's with that attitude? You were all smiles with that Malfoy, and now you're acting like this with me. What do you look down on the Knott family? Theodore Knott remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Daisy. Knott? Never heard of it. Daisy scoffed. Does this not think I'm trying to ride on Malfoy's coattails? No, her relationship with Draco was definitely not one of that sort. Is he crazy? Besides, she is a Stark. What family would need her to seek favor from? I say, what do you even find appealing about Malfoy? Is it really his family background? Knott asked while walking, as he happened to have such people around him. Are you stupid? Daisy finished speaking and gave him a Draco-style eye roll before ignoring him and heading towards Snape's office. Hey, what do you mean by that? Nott had never been scolded so directly before, and in a fit of rage he chased after her, pushing Daisy against the wall, looking at her pained expression with satisfaction. Are you scared now? Let me tell you, don't be so ungrateful. Oh, why doesn't Mr. Nott tell me how Miss Stark is being ungrateful? Nott turned around in fear. Nate turned around and discovered Snape standing behind him, accompanied by Draco, who wore an expression of righteous indignation as he looked at him. I am truly sorry, Professor Snape, I did not intend to be late. Daisy's eyes brimmed with tears as she took the blame upon herself, but Draco, observing her, felt a pang of annoyance. By the way, it seems I just upset young Master Nate. My sincerest apologies. Draco remembered how Daisy had played him when he first entered school, utterly humiliating him in front of Professor McGonagall. Now it was Nate's turn, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction witnessing others fall victim to Daisy's schemes. Nate suddenly felt at a loss for words, as if his entire body was filled with mouths that couldn't express his thoughts. Mind your behavior, Mr. Nate. Although Snape was the headmaster of Slytherin, he couldn't openly protect his student in this matter. Yes, Professor. Nate dared not argue in front of his house head, especially since he was caught red-handed. After bidding farewell to Snape, Nate left in disgrace, realizing he needed to hurry or face dire consequences. Now go complete your detention, Miss Stark, Snape said as he watched Nate leave, turning his gaze to Daisy. Daisy nodded. Thank you, Professor Snape, he'll head there right away. Draco watched her leave, wanting to say something, but So, Snape looked at Draco. Do you have anything to say? Or are you planning to wander Hogwarts at night and deduct points from Slytherin? Draco shook his head in terror, quickly running away. Goodness, he almost became collateral damage. When Snape reached the door of his office, Daisy was leaning against the wall waiting for him. It then struck him that he had forgotten to inform her of the password to his office. However proud as he was, he would never admit that it was his oversight. Fortunately, this Stark was one of the few in Gryffindor who possessed both intelligence and emotional intelligence. Professor, you weren't here earlier, so I waited for you, Daisy said obediently. Additionally, I have something I would like to ask. Come in, Snape said as he led her into his office. Daisy followed behind, observing Snape's office. It was indeed befitting of a master of potions. Shelves lined with various completed potions, semi-finished products, and potion ingredients filled the walls. On the table facing the door was a pile of student assignments, and books were haphazardly strewn across the floor, and shelves clearly unattended for quite some time. Your task is to organize this office and handle the potion materials in the next room. Snape paused. Given your grades, I assume you won't need my guidance, right? Miss Stark. Daisy peered inside and found only some common potion materials they would use in class. For this, Snape indeed did not need to supervise her. Of course, Professor Snape, but before that I have one more thing. What is it? Do you remember the potion made from basilisk ingredients that you promised to give me at the end of last semester? Daisy said sweetly, you promised to give me one. Snape looked somewhat surprised, then composed himself, as if remembering. Given that he had been in a good mood at the time and Daisy had performed well while helping, he had indeed promised to give her a potion made from basilisk ingredients later. Of course, but only after you finish what you need to do, Snape said, sitting down at his desk and pointing to the next room. Daisy nodded. She had suspected it would be this way, so she was not surprised. She went straight to the other room to organize the ingredients. Snape looked over at Daisy, who was systematically categorizing and organizing the ingredients. She worked skillfully, instilling a sense of reassurance. Seeing this scene, the corners of Snape's mouth lifted slightly. Daisy's potion grades were consistently excellent. Even he couldn't find fault with her work. Snape turned his gaze back to the assignments in front of him, suddenly feeling his blood pressure rise. Looking at the top assignment, he almost couldn't catch his breath. Did these little trolls not think even a bit while doing their homework? Flipping over this assignment, filled with grievances, the next was even more outrageous, truly making Snape deeply understand the meaning of the phrase the dragon and the phoenix appear simultaneously. Snape glared at the third assignment with a sour expression, feeling a sense of helplessness. Those little brats said he always had a stern face like an old bat, yet they never considered who made him this way. After grading several abysmal assignments, he finally encountered one that was bearable. Snape's expression improved slightly, and he generously gave it an A. Miss Stark, Snape suddenly called out to Daisy, coffee. Certainly, Daisy quickly brought over the coffee. But Professor, if you drink coffee at this time, will you still be able to sleep tonight? If I truly cannot sleep, it will surely be due to your assignments, and not because of the poor coffee, Snape replied with his usual acerbic tone. Now return to your work, Miss Stark, Snape said with a stern face. Before that, Professor. Daisy raised her hand. I just noticed there were Abyssinian wrinkled figs in there, but I didn't see the peeling tools for them. All the tools are on the shelves in that room, Snape instructed, pointing. That room contains many potions, so be careful not to touch anything. All right, Daisy replied casually, stepping into the room Snape indicated to fetch the tools. Upon seeing the chaotic state inside, she couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful. Honestly, Snape really should tidy up this room. Daisy walked in looking at the long shelf against the wall where tools were neatly arranged, while on the other side of the room was a workbench with several sets of cauldrons and various completed and semi-finished potions, even some on the floor. Carefully avoiding the potions on the floor, Daisy approached the shelf and began to search earnestly, but after a thorough search, she found nothing. Daisy, turning her head to look at the table, she saw the peeling tools next to a cauldron that was currently brewing a potion. Daisy, are you kidding me? Sighing helplessly, Daisy cautiously walked over and reached for the tools, internally complaining about Snape. Was he really not planning to tidy up this room? Hiss. After much effort, she finally retrieved the tool, but Daisy felt a sharp pain on the back of her hand and quickly pulled it back. She had been cut by something sharp and blood was already oozing out. Oh no! Daisy exclaimed, unable to remedy the situation as she watched her blood drip into the cauldron in front of her. I'm done for. Professor. Snape was grading papers when he heard Daisy's voice. He looked up to see Daisy peeking her head through the door, her expression filled with guilt. What's wrong? Snape had just had a stroke of luck grading several papers from top students, which had slightly improved his mood and made him a tad friendlier towards Daisy. Professor, about that pot of transparent potion you brewed. Daisy felt increasingly guilty, but there was no way. Seeing her demeanor, Snape had an ominous premonition. This little which wouldn't have ruined his potion would she. Thinking of this, Snape suddenly stood up and strode over. Daisy quickly pointed to the potion, which was slowly changing color, and Snape felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Before he could scold Daisy, Snape noticed the miraculous change in the potion. His expression turned somewhat surprised, but he did not appear angry. Although Daisy was curious about the professor's reaction, she dared not speak up. Having ruined Snape's potion, she was uncertain of what punishment awaited her. You should head back to your dormitory, Miss Stark, Snape suddenly said after a moment of observation. Huh? Daisy was taken aback, evidently not expecting this reaction from Snape. She instinctively glanced at the remaining unprocessed Abyssinian shriveled figs and asked, Aren't we going to process those figs? No need. It seems you will have to handle those shriveled figs in the next potion class, Miss Stark, Snape replied. After saying this, Snape added, I need to deal with this pot of potion that has undergone some unknown changes. What did you do to this poor potion before I came in? Snape inquired. Daisy replied, I cut my hand, and a drop of blood fell in. She raised her hand, revealing a small wound on the back that had already stopped bleeding. I'm very sorry, Professor. If you're sorry, then leave a bit of your blood behind. Snape handed her a small vial. That is an incomplete potion, I need to know how your blood will affect it. Daisy quickly nodded. Although her wound had stopped bleeding, she could still squeeze out a bit of blood. As she opened the cap and prepared to squeeze in a few drops, Snape called to her to stop. That's enough. Snape snatched the vial and pointed to the potion bottles on the cabinet by the door. Go use some white fresh. I don't want any student bleeding excessively in my office. After you finish, return to your dormitory. Although Daisy did not understand why Snape was not punishing her, she was not going to stay and provoke him further. After tending to her wound, she hurriedly left. Watching Daisy's decisive departure, Snape's gaze returned to the potion, now blood-red, lost in thought. Back. When Daisy returned, the common room was still bustling with people. Harry and his friends rushed over as soon as they saw her. Daisy, that old bat let you go back so early? Ron asked in surprise. Did he take the wrong potion today? How could he be so lenient? In the past, whenever a Gryffindor student was sent to his office for detention, they wouldn't be released until bedtime. Yet today Daisy is back so soon, as she seems to have only been gone for about an hour. I don't know if he took the wrong potion, but I nearly ruined a pot of his potion. Daisy said, feeling a mix of schadenfreude and fear, hoping Snape didn't put her on death row. What happened? Hermione pulled Daisy down to sit. Harry pushed a warm glass of milk in front of Daisy, which had just been delivered by a house elf. Daisy explained the whole situation to them, finishing with a pout as she showed them her already healed, non-bleeding wound. Look, it hurts so much, and he didn't even show concern for his poor student. To correct you, for him, his students are limited to Slytherin, Fred chimed in from behind them. And the good students from Ravenclaw, George added. In any case, there's no way we poor Gryffindors are included. Seriously, Daisy, don't provoke Professor Snape casually in the future. He will truly punish you, Hermione said, holding Daisy's hand. I will also be careful and not speak out in his class anymore. I'm really scared now. But that's unfair to you. Everyone knows you're not like he says. Daisy shook her head. What he's doing is not right. It would be strange if he ever acted fairly, Ron said indignantly. He knows there's a game tomorrow and still assigns such heavy homework. He just wants to squeeze Harry's practice time. Exactly. Is there any possibility that our opponents Hufflepuff also have to write homework before their match? Daisy muttered. By the way, Harry, is it really okay for you to not sleep so late before the match tomorrow? Harry shook his head. It's fine. I usually stay up around this time. But it is indeed getting late. We should hurry. Hermione glanced at the time, closed the book she had been reading while waiting for Daisy, and said, Harry, good luck and good luck. After bidding farewell to the boys, Hermione pulled Daisy back to their room. The next morning there were no classes, and the most important event was the Quidditch match. Their opponent this time was Hufflepuff, and Daisy expressed her complete disbelief at having to play in such stormy weather. Huh. The seeker from Hufflepuff seems to be a newcomer. Daisy looked at the seeker who had just flown past them. I have to say he's quite handsome. So you like that type? Hermione glanced over. That's Cedric Diggory, the new Quidditch captain of Hufflepuff. I've heard he's a really nice person. Daisy looked at him a bit longer before turning her attention to the Quidditch battlefield where the battle had already intensified. Harry and Cedric were locked in a fierce struggle for the golden snitch. They flew back and forth in the field, rising higher and higher. Why is Harry flying so high? Hermione said nervously. That's too high. However, at that moment Harry wasn't thinking about much else. His focus was entirely on the golden snitch. Only when his body became stiff and cold from the sudden drop in temperature did he realize he was being targeted by a Dementor. The crowd in the stands had been craning their necks for some time, when without warning they saw Holly plummet straight down from the heavens, his broomstick nowhere to be seen. Holly, dampen the impact, arrest his fall. At the crucial moment Dumbledore duo rose from the teachers' benches, and without so much as a wand wrought a spell that saved Holly. Watching Dumbledore duo's silhouette, Dai's eyes flashed with an odd light. Magic without a wand. Dai, she murmured. Heavens. Dementors. He-Man pointed toward the black phantoms sweeping across the sky and gripped Dai's hand. Holly, was he attacked by Dementors, and that's why he fell? I'm afraid so. Dai, she nodded. Headmaster Dumbledore duo will be furious. I heard he never agreed to letting Dementors be stationed at the school. It was the ministry's insistence and assurances that forced his reluctant approval, and yet something still went wrong. Holly had already been taken to the medical wing accompanied by Daily Coo, who had been struck fooling by lightning. Both unlucky seekers lay on the infirmary beds. He's awake, he's awake. Holly's awake. He-Man noticed Holly's eyelids flutter and tugged at Dai's sleeve. At her cry the others hurried over. How do you feel, Holly? He-Man asked. Marvelous, Holly replied with a smile as he sat up. You nearly scared us to death, you know. He-Man put her hands on her hips. You fell from your broom all of a sudden. Luckily the headmaster was reliable. What happened? Holly asked, as if unaware of the recent events, looking to them for answers. You fell off your broom, Llewellyn answered. Is that so? Then the match. Who won? Holly seemed far more concerned with the result than with his own fall. When they told him Hufflepuff had won he showed no surprise, until his eyes fell on his broom. Well, when you fell the broom was blown toward the Whomping Willow, and then. Llewellyn said regretfully. In the end. Holly looked at the flying broom shattered into a dozen pieces and Hollowed asked. Is there any way to fix it in time? Don't worry, Holly. Dai, she patted his shoulder. They'll get you the newest model later. Thank you. Dai's wealth was reassuring. Holly felt a little embarrassed. Not long after the Quidditch match, Hogwarts welcomed the season's first snowfall, and the day of their second trip to Hogwarts had arrived. BRR, it's freezing. Dai, she huddled deeper into her scarf. This snow is coming down hard. It might only get worse, you'd better wrap up tight, Draco warned. Draco passed behind Dai, and with a casual motion fastened the absurdly large hood of her cloak. Dai's vision went dark beneath the oversized hood. She yanked it back, pulled off a glove, plunged her hand into the drift at the roadside for 2 seconds, then flung the cold snow into the back of Draco's collar. Draco gave a startled yell, nearly leaping, stumbled forward a couple of paces, then turned to glare at Dai. Dai, she stuck out her tongue and ran. Naya. Draco scooped up an irregular lump of snow and gave chase. Stand still and don't run. Today I won't let you get away. A snake and a lion played a snowball fight like children in the street, leaving the watching Slytherins and Gryffindor. I never thought I'd see Gryffindor and Slytherin playing together, one Gryffindor marveled. Humph, so undignified, the Slytherins muttered. On the Slytherin side, everyone scowled. They felt the Draco's antics were tarnishing Slytherin's reputation. Getting this close to a mudblood. Ma Fu house has truly fallen, a pureblood whispered, careful to keep his voice low lest the pair hear. Be that as it may, both of them were formidable in their own right. Looks like this year's still going to depend on new Ate. I heard. The Slytherins were already holding a little conference, but nobody paid them much heed. After another stretch of walking they reached Hogwarts. Holly. Dai, she glanced at He-Man and Llewellyn, then called to Holly. Come on. I just remembered Holly, and I need to pop over there first. You two wander around, oh well, find you later. With that she seized Holly and let him off before he could protest. What? Holly looked bewildered. Where are we going? Aren't we coming with them? Why crash someone's date? Draco rolled his eyes at Holly. Seeing Holly's astonished expression, he tugged at the corner of his mouth. You haven't noticed yet, have you? Holly shook his head in genuine bafflement. Those two? Yes. Dai, she nodded, tugging Holly from shop to shop. Be good, don't intrude. Bothering people in love will get you kicked by a donkey. Draco snorted disdainfully. As Holly followed Dai, she soon sensed something amiss. Whenever the Slytherins crossed their path, they either turned their faces away or showered them with snide, sarcastic huffs, while the Gryffindors gossiped and exchanged sly, conspiratorial grins. What's wrong with them? Holly asked, puzzled. What else could it be? There's a Slytherin traitor standing there. Draco sneered. Idiots. Holly grew even more bewildered. He could tell the Locke meant those Slytherins, which only deepened his confusion. All right, stop. You're not afraid they'll come back and put a sack over you? She teased, then spotted some familiar faces. Oh, Professor McGonagall. And that looks like someone from the Ministry. That's Minister Fu Ji of the Ministry of Magic. Why would he be here? The Locke recognized him and frowned. Is that so strange? She asked, puzzled. So far it is strange. And Madame Luosi Motafu said that every night lately Dementors have been searching her shop. The Locke mused, rubbing his chin. Looks like Xiao Tian Langxing is already in the vicinity. The trio with Professor McGonagall did not notice how little they spoke among themselves. She swore she heard them mention Li and Xiao Tian Langxing. What a scoop! Xiao Tian Langxing is in Huaguamoda, and he has something to do with Li. She muttered against the wall. Li. In the instant she turned, Li had vanished in the snow. There remained a line of footprints leading where Professor McGonagall and the others had disappeared behind a door. How does he have an invisibility cloak? And why so impulsive? The Locke rolled his eyes and chased after them with Shi. Do you Gryffindors always act without thinking? Obviously I still use my head and don't act on impulse, she panted, trailing after him as she continued. After the professor led them in, he seemed to head straight to the second floor. The two of them approached the door, but found they couldn't see Harry, so they had to give up and chose to wait near the entrance for him. Draco sulked as he complained, I really can't believe it. Does he never consider the consequences of his actions? So impulsive. His gaze remained fixed on the tavern's entrance. You've known him for quite some time now, Daisy shrugged. Harry. I just corrected him for mentioning classified information in public earlier. I suddenly doubt whether joining the Savior's camp was the right choice. What kind of savior is this brave? Draco grumbled. No, before I thought only Harry was like this, but after seeing Minister Fudge today, I realized my thoughts were mistaken. Daisy was speechless, thinking about Fudge's loud scheming at the entrance. As the Minister of Magic, how could he discuss such matters on a bustling street, not fearing eavesdropping or Madame Rosmerta spilling the beans? Who knows? Draco shrugged. By the way, where did Harry's invisibility cloak come from? I remember that thing is quite expensive, and he actually bought it. He didn't buy it, it was a Christmas gift he received in his first year, but there was no signature, so we don't know who sent it, Daisy replied. No signature? Draco muttered in confusion, not asking further. I wanted an invisibility cloak too back then, but my father wouldn't buy it for me. I can understand, he probably feared you would use it for something bad, right? Daisy nodded. An invisibility cloak is such a wonderful item. She wondered if Radar or Old Jar could detect it. The wizarding world really has so many strange and wonderful things. Daisy stretched lazily. Speaking of which, why hasn't Harry come out yet? He wouldn't really have been caught, would he? I don't know, wait. Draco frowned and stood up. That. The two quickly followed him and finally discovered Harry in an empty area. He was still wrapped in the invisibility cloak, but the footprints leading there revealed him. Daisy and Draco exchanged glances, just about to approach when Draco held her back. Boys don't want to be seen, but... Daisy glanced at Harry again. Let's go over there. Draco pointed to another rock not far from Harry and pulled Daisy over. After a while, Harry came over and sat beside them. Thank you. So what happened? Daisy handed Harry a pack of tissues. Wipe your tears, otherwise you'll get chapped. Harry silently took the tissues and after a moment spoke. He is their friend, he is my godfather, but he. This complicated relationship truly bewildered Daisy. Sirius is Harry's godfather, and he betrayed them, selling Harry's parents to Voldemort. Wow, this person is quite the beast. Daisy was secretly shocked, but she didn't speak, just gently patted. So are you planning revenge? Draco suddenly asked. Going after him? What? Are you serious? Daisy looked at him incredulously. Harry, a third-year student, Sirius, the infamous Azkaban escapee, and you're suggesting Harry go after him for revenge. Are you sure that's not sending him to his doom? Then we can only wait at school. Either the Ministry of Magic or Dementors will catch him, or, Draco said coldly, go after him for your parents' revenge. Harry fell silent. Although Draco's suggestion tempted him, the other party was notorious Sirius. Could he? All right. Daisy patted Harry's head. Don't think too much for now. We don't even know where Sirius is, and the risks of going to find him are too great. I suggest you think it over, Harry. Well. Harry nodded, ready to say something more, when Draco suddenly interrupted him. All right, we should leave now. Draco suddenly stood up and said, let's go. What? What's going on? Daisy was taken aback and quickly pulled Harry to follow. Why are we leaving suddenly? It's still early, isn't it? It's nothing. Draco shook his head. The three had not gone far when Nott arrived with Goyle and Crabbe, casting a resentful glance at the footprints on the ground. He said reluctantly, Tseech, they ran away really fast. What should we do? Should we chase them? Chase my foot? Oh, let's go back. Nott glared at them in frustration. If it weren't for these two being too slow, he wouldn't have fallen behind Draco. When they returned to the common room, Harry pulled Daisy, Hermione, and Ron into a corner to show them the gift George and Fred had given him before they went to Hogsmeade this morning. The Marauder's map. Wow, why didn't they give me something like this? Ron was puzzled. He was the real little brother after all. Because they thought Harry would definitely hand the map over to Professor McGonagall, Daisy explained. Hermione shot Ron an exasperated look, having quickly figured out what he was thinking. This map. What's wrong? Hermione looked at Daisy. You don't want it, do you? No, I just think this map would be extremely useful for Harry right now. Daisy clapped her hands. If it can show names as soon as Sirius enters the school, Harry will be able to spot him and naturally be on guard. Then handing it over to the professors would be better. They could directly use the map to find people. Hermione shook her head in disagreement. I still believe it's safer to give it to the professors. Harry, you can choose for yourself, but if you decide to keep it, you must ensure this thing doesn't fall into Sirius' hands. If he can indeed use this map, you are in danger. Daisy looked at Harry. Didn't Fred say it must be opened in a specific way, eh? Ron asked in confusion. Who can guarantee that Sirius doesn't know that method? Daisy shrugged. We must consider the worst-case scenario that Sirius just happens to know how to use it. I suggest you hand it over, Harry. Hermione said to Harry. Daisy is right. If you accidentally lose the map, it could be dangerous. It's okay, you can think it over tonight. Daisy patted Harry's shoulder before standing up. We're going to rest now. Good night. Good night. Hermione. The next morning, Daisy learned that Harry's newly acquired Marauder's map had barely warmed in his hands before Professor Lupin confiscated it. What on earth were you thinking? Wandering the castle at midnight. Leaving aside all other risks, surely you're not truly unafraid of encountering Sirius Black. Daisy voiced her disbelief. Harry's audacity struck her as almost reckless. Harry hesitated, then chose honesty. On the Marauder's map, I saw a name that shouldn't exist. I wanted to go and find out what was really going on. Who? Peter Pettigrew. This time Harry finally lowered his voice. I saw Peter Pettigrew's name on the map, but when I went searching for him, the map clearly showed him standing right before me, yet I saw absolutely nothing. Who's that? Ron asked, clearly unfamiliar with the name. He was supposedly a friend of my parents'. Professor McGonagall once told me he'd been murdered by Sirius Black, so thoroughly erased that only a single finger remained. Harry explained, but last night I saw his name on the Marauder's map. So you want to verify it? Hermione shook her head. Far too dangerous, Harry. I know. Harry scratched his head. I needed to find out what was really happening. There are two possibilities. Either the map is malfunctioning, displaying a false name, or the truth behind that old tragedy runs deeper than we've ever imagined. Daisy's expression turned grave. Deeper? What could possibly be buried there? Ron speculated. Could it be that Sirius Black didn't betray Harry's parents after all? It's not impossible, Daisy nodded. If Peter Pettigrew truly lives and committed no crime, why would he stage his own death? Sirius has been imprisoned in Azkaban for 12 years. He'd have no reason to remain hidden outside. Such prolonged concealment defies logic. Daisy analyzed. If I were him, I'd have re-emerged publicly the moment Sirius was arrested, proving my death was merely a ruse for self-preservation, and now with the real culprit behind bars, there'd be no need to hide any longer. Yet he chose to stay hidden. That itself is the anomaly. Hermione's eyes lit up. We must find Peter Pettigrew, or whoever's masquerading as him. But how, Daisy paused, then turned to Harry. When Professor Lupin took the map yesterday, did you mention that? I did, Harry confirmed. What did he say, Hermione pressed. He said the map cannot be wrong. Harry recalled Lupin's certainty, and something else clicked. Could he know something? Not unlikely. I suspect he knows the map's origins, and bolder still, could he be its creator? Hermione's hypothesis was daring. Exactly. That explains why he's so certain it never airs, Ron exclaimed, slapping his palm. Shall we go ask him directly? Absolutely, they declared in unison. We'll approach him after this afternoon's classes. Besides, I also need to ask about the Patronus charm against Dementors. Daisy still remembered that detail. Harry seemed about to speak, but before he could utter a word, Daisy dashed off. That afternoon, Professor Lupin found himself cornered in his office by 4 eager Gryffindors. So what He stood at the doorway, unsurprised by Harry's presence, but Daisy, Hermione, and Ron accompanying him was whole. Professor, perhaps we should continue inside. The corridor's rather busy, Daisy suggested, gesturing first to the office door, then to the bustling hallway. Of course. Lupin graciously stepped aside, ushering them in, and even offered biscuits and juice. I imagine tea isn't quite what you had in mind. Either is fine. Thank you, Professor. Ron took a bite and beamed. Delicious. The others exchanged weary glances. Was he here for afternoon tea? Professor, about what I mentioned yesterday. Harry began delicately. Is there something you might know? What? Lupin hadn't yet made the connection. Harry saw Peter Pettigrew's name on the Marauder's map, though Pettigrew is presumed dead, and you stated with absolute certainty that the map never airs. So we wondered, do you possess knowledge no one else does? Daisy cut straight to the point. Did you know Sirius Black? Understand how the map works? Or did you create? Lupin stared at Daisy for a long, thoughtful moment. She met his gaze without flinching. After a pause, perhaps deciding the truth posed no harm, he spoke. You're already familiar with the 4 nicknames inscribed here, I assume. Lupin unfurled the Marauder's map and recited the activation phrase. For the first time, Daisy and the others beheld its true form. These 4 nicknames refer to me, James, Peter, and Sirius. We created it together. Weren't Sirius and Peter on bad terms? Daisy asked. No, we were close. At least until James's death. We were brothers. Lupin shook his head, turning to Harry. Sirius was your parents' secret keeper. As far as we knew, he murdered Peter, and then betrayed your parents to him. But Peter Pettigrew isn't dead. Harry's confusion deepened. How? I verified it myself. The map is flawless. I checked it last night. Lupin dismissed one possibility outright. Before Sirius was imprisoned, he came to me, insisting Peter, not he, was the secret keeper. But you didn't believe him. Ron munched thoughtfully. Why not? Nearly every shred of evidence pointed to Sirius. Professor Lupin was likely stunned, and even if he'd believed him, what then? Daisy interjected. The Ministry of Magic delivered the verdict. Professor Lupin had no authority to oppose it. Then, if Peter Pettigrew lives, where is he? Harry asked. I saw him on the map last night. Does he have an invisibility cloak? Daisy wondered aloud, recalling Harry's own. No, not before his supposed death at least. Another possibility exists. Peter is an animagus, and his animal form is exceptionally inconspicuous. A cat? No, too large. Hermione guessed, then instantly dismissed it. A rat. The word hung in the air, and all 3 pairs of eyes swung toward Ron, the only one among them who owned a pet rat. What? You suspect Scabbers? How is that possible? He's been living with us for 12 years. Ron, what kind of rat lives for 12 years? It seems we've locked in our target. Although I'm not sure if Scabbers is the one, he definitely has some issues. Why can't we? Ron wondered, still thinking about whether to bring Scabbers out for Lupin to recognize and clear his name. Speaking of which, Professor Lupin, haven't you seen Scabbers? He's been chased by Crookshanks around the castle every day. Ron suddenly realized that he hadn't seen Scabbers since last night. Oh no, where's Scabbers? Could he really have been eaten by... Ugh, Crookshanks wouldn't eat him. Hermione said disdainfully. Eating something dirty could give him diarrhea. Let's go look for him first, Ron. Daisy thought for a moment and called out to Ron, find a way to get him in a cage. Just make sure he doesn't run around. Got it. If you can be tough now once this is over. If Scabbers is really innocent, he'll treat you to a big meal. How about a special feast just for Scabbers? Daisy's offer really made Ron's heart flutter. But where are we going to find a cage? Harry wondered. Maybe you could check with Hagrid. You know he loves magical creatures. He might have one. Lupin suggested. Remember to find a bigger one with smaller gaps and sturdy enough. After you put Scabbers in, you can bring it to me to take a look. All right, then we're off to find Hagrid. The 4 of them said, bidding farewell to Lupin and running off. Lupin, feeling uneasy, called out after them. After pacing around his office for a while, he decided to follow them. The group rushed to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid seemed very surprised to see them, but still opened the door to let them in. Hagrid, do you have a sturdier cage with smaller gaps? Harry asked as he entered. Scabbers seems to have run off somewhere. We are preparing. We're preparing to check Scabbers. Hermione, you have Crookshanks right. To prevent Scabbers from getting hurt by him, we decided to temporarily cage him. A cage? For a rat? Hagrid shook his head. He didn't actually have any cages, as he raised magical creatures mostly in a free-range manner. I don't have one, or I can make one for you. But that way I can't guarantee the gaps will be small enough. Daisy shook her head, starting to think about who else at Hogwarts might have such a cage. Are there any other places we might... I can't think of any. Harry shook his head. All right, Hagrid, have you seen Scabbers today? I haven't seen him for over a day. I was even wondering if the poor Scabbers has ended up in a cat's belly. Ron said with a long face, looking very sincere. No, he got lost. Hagrid comforted Ron. Don't worry, Scabbers is a very clever rat. Hell's safely returned. I think so too, thank you, Hagrid. Ron seemed comforted, nodding appreciatively. Since Hagrid didn't have a cage and Scabbers wasn't there, the 4 of them didn't stay long. After sitting for a while, after leaving Hagrid's hut, they didn't walk far before they heard some rat squeaks. Ron was overjoyed and followed the sound, and indeed it was Scabbers. Oh, Scabbers. Ron hurriedly picked him up. Where have you been? I've been looking everywhere for you. Thank goodness you're back. Ron held his precious Scabbers, feeling a pang of affection. Daisy almost thought he would slip up, but thankfully Ron didn't say anything. Now that we've found him, let's take him back. Ron remembered to put him in a cage so we don't lose him again and blame it on Crook. Daisy gave Ron a look. All right, can I at least apologize to Crookshanks? I shouldn't have doubted him. Scabbers. Scabbers bit Ron's finger and jumped to the ground, running away as if chased by something terrifying. Ron, Harry, and Hermione hurriedly chased after him. Shouldn't Ron get a vaccine for that bite? Daisy complained while following. Ron chased Scabbers all the way and finally caught him under the Whomping Willow, hugging him and rubbing him affectionately. Oh, Daisy saw the awakened Whomping Willow and realized something was wrong. Run. Seeing them, Ron not only didn't run, but looked at them in terror. No, Harry. Run. The 3 turned around to see a gaunt black dog standing just a few steps behind them. The dog pounced, but in the next second it leaped over Harry and headed for Ron, biting his pant leg and dragging him into a very hidden hole under the Whomping Willow. My God, what is that place? Daisy took a few steps forward and saw the Whomping Willow start to move. She quickly dodged, and Harry and Hermione were struck by the branches. Ugh, can't you be quiet for once? Daisy used chaotic magic to forcibly control the Whomping Willow, freezing it in place, then called out to Harry and Hermione, and the three of them hurried into the hole. Once inside, Daisy released the Whomping Willow, which thrashed its branches even more angrily. "Are you all okay?" Daisy asked hurriedly. "We're fine, just some surface wounds, nothing serious." Hermione shook her head. "Let's go in." Harry took the lead, followed closely by Hermione, with Daisy trailing behind as they moved up. "Where is this?" Daisy still hadn't figured it out. "It looks like the Shrieking Shack. I didn't expect there would be such a tunnel at school," Hermione replied, just as Ron's screams echoed from upstairs, and the three hurried their pace. "Ron." Harry rushed in to find Ron huddled in the corner, clutching Scabbers pitifully. Upon seeing Harry and the others, he seemed to have found his saviors. "What happened?" the others asked hurriedly. "That dog is over there." Ron pointed behind Harry. "That's Sirius Black. He's an animagus." The three turned around to see a disheveled man in prison clothes with a scruffy beard standing behind the door watching them. "You are Sirius Black," Daisy exclaimed with a wary expression, positioning herself protectively in front of Harry. "I have questions for you. Did you come to Hogwarts for Harry? Are you going to kill him?" The man simply laughed, appearing quite deranged. "Answer me." Daisy drew her wand, pointing it at him. "Tell me." Sirius continued to laugh as he approached them. Just then the door to the room, which had been closed, was suddenly flung open, and Lupin shoved Sirius to the ground with the tip of his wand aimed at Sirius' neck. "Professor Lupin," Daisy said, bewildered. "What was happening? Why were these two fighting?" Look, Sirius, just look at yourself." Lupin pointed at Sirius and said, "Your appearance finally matches the madness within you. You know best what inner madness looks like, don't you?" "Remus." Sirius looked at Lupin in response. The two exchanged glances for a moment before Lupin suddenly lowered his wand and helped Sirius up. Seeing them like this, Daisy had a hunch that Sirius was indeed wronged. Since Professor Lupin was willing to trust Sirius, she didn't mind extending a little trust herself. "I found him. I know," Sirius exclaimed, nearly in tears. He hugged Lupin tightly, and then looked at Harry and the others. "I want to kill him. I want to kill him." "Wait." Lupin looked at the confused and shocked trio behind Daisy and laughed. But there was something sinister about that laugh. Daisy couldn't help but roll her eyes, inwardly thinking that it was a waste for the professor not to play a villain. "What are you waiting for? We can't wait any longer. Kill him. Now. Immediately." Sirius seemed genuinely unstable. "I've waited 12 years. 12 years. Do you know how I've spent these 12 years? Sirius screamed. Lupin looked at him, sighed, and then handed his wand to Sirius. "Wait, let's clarify before we act. Who is the he you were talking about?" Daisy still stood in front of Harry and the others. "It's Peter." Before she could finish, another person rushed in. This person entered and used a disarming spell on Sirius' wand. Sirius looked at the newcomer with a bewildered expression. "Professor Snape." Daisy was also confused. "How could Professor Snape be here? How did you get here? Does the sign on the door say Severus Snape, prohibited from entering?" Snape retorted while pointing his wand at Sirius. "Sirius Black, you have finally shown yourself. I have finally managed to capture you myself, as I wished." "Wait, Professor," Daisy quickly interrupted. "There's something wrong with what happened back then." Shut up. Stark, this is a matter for the professors. You shouldn't be here." Snape waved his head, signaling her to leave. "Now take your 3 adventurous classmates and leave here." "No, they can't leave," Sirius shouted loudly, looking back at Harry. "Peter, Wormtail Peter, I know you're here." "Shut up, Sirius." Snape remained unmoved. "Your good friend is already dead at your hands. Have you—" "No, he isn't dead, we just thought he was," Sirius retorted. "Lupin and I have more important matters. I can kill you right now." Snape's tone was icy. He truly wanted to kill Sirius. "Enough." Daisy waved her hand, and all the wands began to glow red and flew into her hand, including Snape's. "Stop being a riddle maker." Snape was taken aback for a moment, and then angrily looked at Daisy. "Shut up." Daisy walked between Snape and Sirius, separating them. "Snape? You? Sirius, clarify who Wormtail Peter is and where he is." Daisy pointed her wand at Sirius. "Don't make me take action. He is right here. Right there." Sirius pointed at Ron. "You're rat." Harry and Hermione reacted swiftly. Their wands had not been confiscated by Daisy. Upon hearing this, they immediately drew their wands and aimed them at Scabbers, while Ron quickly pinned Scabbers to the ground. In their rapid response, Scabbers. "Oh no," Wormtail Peter thought. He was being set up. "Oh, we guessed correctly." Daisy did not use her wand. She looked around, raised her hand, and with a slight movement of her fingers, the metallic items in the room began to levitate and transform, slowly reshaping into a tightly enclosed cage. Upon seeing this, Wormtail Peter immediately struggled violently. Realizing he couldn't escape Ron's grip as a rat, he simply reverted to his human form, becoming a stout rat-like man, knocking Ron over and pushing past Hermione and Harry to escape. Hermione and Harry also reacted quickly, swiftly casting several spells. Unfortunately, Wormtail was too agile and managed to dodge all of them. Seeing this, Sirius, Lupin, and Snape had no time for internal conflicts and moved forward to grab Wormtail, using all their strength to pin him to the ground. Daisy, controlling her wand, aimed it at Sirius, her expression and aura exuding a powerful presence. Now let's get to the bottom of this. What really happened 12 years ago? Just so you know, don't think about lying, I can read minds. As she spoke, Daisy turned on the camera function on her phone and handed it to Harry, who had followed her. This will be evidence. It can clear Sirius' name and ensure that the true culprit faces justice in Azkaban. Harry nodded, seriously recording the video. Ron, with great insight, moved a chair, dusted it off, and placed it behind Daisy. Daisy graciously sat down, crossed her legs, and said, "Let the questioning begin. Thank you, Professor Snape, Professor Lupin, and Uncle Sirius for holding this guy down. To put it bluntly, I think we should take him back to the castle right away, that way we can clear Sirius' name," Snape said while firmly holding Wormtail down. He glanced at Sirius, if he is truly wronged. "Before we take him back to the castle, let's clarify things. Such a small rat, what if he runs away?" Daisy said with a smile. "First, answer my first question. Who is the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter?" Isn't this common knowledge?" Little Peter said with a smile, though somewhat lacking in confidence. "This shouldn't need to be asked. Don't give vague answers, be clear. Is the secret keeper you, Little Peter, or is it Sirius Black?" Daisy asked coldly. "Hurry up and speak." Sirius' expression was fierce. If Harry hadn't insisted on listening to the girl, he would have already disregarded everything and killed Little Peter. "I think he needs a truth serum," Snape spoke up. "Speak directly or suffer physical pain, your choice." Daisy was very patient. It was me." Little Peter suddenly spoke up, not knowing why he found this girl more frightening than Voldemort had been back in the day, and he couldn't help but reveal the truth. "Who sold out James and Lily Potter?" Daisy continued to ask. "It was me." Little Peter's voice lowered. 3. I pleaded for James and them. And that was, plead for them." Daisy suddenly got angry, gripping Peter's hair. "They were your friends. You betrayed them to Voldemort. And you say you pleaded for them. Is Voldemort really that terrifying?" Daisy's tone was gentle, yet a red glow enveloped her as she slowly floated up, and Peter followed suit, floating alongside her. "Just because you feared him, you betrayed your good friends, eh? Coward." Daisy waved her hand, and little Peter was thrown against the wall. "You find Voldemort frightening, but what about me? I really will kill you. Of course it won't be anything like the killing curse," Daisy said kindly. "Once you enter Azkaban, you'll understand." After saying that she didn't even need the cage anymore, directly controlling Peter to float up again. "Let's go take him to the castle." Daisy looked at the elders. "We have witnesses and video. I believe this time we can clear Sirius' name." Snape appeared reluctant to testify for Sirius, but in the end he said nothing and followed them out. Stepping out of the shrieking shack, Daisy took a deep breath and relaxed. This night had been too chaotic. She hoped nothing else would go wrong. Shit. Lupin saw the slowly rising full moon and felt a jolt in his heart. Severus Sirius, hurry and take Harry and the others away. As he spoke, Lupin began running in the opposite direction. After just a few steps, he stumbled occasionally, emitting the worst-case scenario. Sirius and Severus naturally knew what was happening, and Daisy and Hermione also realized it. "Run!" Daisy quickly pushed Harry and Ron forward while pulling Hermione's hand. "We need to hurry and be quiet so we don't get discovered." "What's wrong with Professor Lupin? Why isn't he coming with us?" At that moment, Lupin had already run far away, kneeling on the ground and howling in pain. Harry wanted to go over, but Hermione pulled him back. "We need to leave quickly. Professor Lupin is a werewolf," Hermione said, forcibly dragging Harry away. "The professor will be fine, but we might not be. There was nothing wrong on the way here, but now it's all going wrong." They had just avoided the werewolf Lupin, and not far down the road they were discovered by a Dementor. To be precise, it was Sirius. Little Peter also saw the Dementor following them not far behind, his soul almost escaping him. Thinking about how he would be locked in Azkaban after returning to the castle, Peter tried to struggle and escape, but unfortunately Daisy's chaotic magic was not something he could break free from. Indeed, flying was faster than running. The Dementors quickly caught up, with one blocking the way. Snape shielded the 4 students behind him, lacking his wand, and unable to cast the Patronus charm. "Professor." Daisy quickly pulled out a wand from her pocket and handed it to Snape, then gave one to Sirius as well. "Speaking of which, Professor Snape, we haven't learned the Patronus charm yet." "Then it seems you're very fortunate. You'll learn it in real combat," Snape said tersely. "They'll only teach it once, and you'll only have one chance. Listen carefully. Focus your mind on your happiest memory and recite Expecto Patronum." Snape's terse voice sent shivers down the students' spines. Daisy calmed herself, starting to recall the happiest memory she had. This task was both simple and complicated, as Daisy believed she had plenty of happy moments in her life, but the happiest. Expecto Patronum. Snape disdainfully rubbed the wand that belonged to Lupin and raised his hand to cast the Patronus charm. A burst of light flashed, successfully dispersing a few Dementors, but soon other Dementors arrived. Expecto Patronum. Harry waved his wand vigorously, but unfortunately nothing happened. Hermione, Ron, and Daisy each tried as well, but regrettably they all failed. "Well, now I'm wondering if chaotic magic has any effect on these guys," Daisy said with a wry smile. "Dodge." Snape pulled Daisy aside, dodging a Dementor's attack, his face dark as he scolded her. Do you really want to experience a Dementor's kiss? Miss Stark. He'll try again. Daisy raised her wand, aiming at the Dementor in the sky. Daisy dejectedly lowered her arms, having failed again. This isn't a class where you can leisurely experiment. Snape's tone was unusually severe. I told you to focus on your happiest memory. Daisy nodded, preparing to try again. Suddenly Harry shouted the spell very loudly, Expecto Patronum. A pure white stag radiating a holy light appeared before Harry. The dazzling light drove away the Dementors, and Harry stared blankly at the stag, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Snape too felt a complex mix of emotions as he watched Harry's stag, nearly losing his composure and taking a long time to regain his expression. Well done, Harry. Ron exclaimed in surprise, patting Harry's shoulder. He had just tried several times without success, perhaps still preoccupied with the thought of his beloved rat transforming into an old man. The Dementors have temporarily dispersed. Let's hurry and leave while we can. Once we enter the castle, we should be safe, Daisy said, looking towards Snape. Professor Snape is Headmaster Dumbledore currently at the school. Snape replied dryly. Let's go. Everyone quickened their pace and ran towards Hogwarts Castle. Later, Daisy and Hermione successfully used the Patronus charm, and everyone protected each other as they made their way back to the castle. Draco, go find Professor Dumbledore and tell him that Sirius and Peter Pettigrew are here. Daisy spotted Draco sitting in the courtyard, seemingly lost in thought. She called out to him, and before he could speak, she grabbed him and said, What? Draco looked confused. Sirius? Peter Pettigrew. Don't ask. Daisy pushed him lightly, and without a second thought, Draco rushed off to find Dumbledore. Before long, Dumbledore arrived with a large group of people. Although Draco had mentioned Sirius and Peter Pettigrew before they arrived, seeing the two of them in person was still shocking, especially for Peter Pettigrew. Professor Dumbledore, Sirius said respectfully, it's been a long time. I am Sirius Black. Dumbledore nodded and greeted him briefly, then turned to Peter Pettigrew, who awkwardly smiled, clearly too embarrassed to speak. Severus, what happened? Dumbledore looked at the only active professor in the crowd, surprised to see Snape involved. It's obvious that our brave savior and his little friends captured the fugitive Sirius and the supposed dead Peter Pettigrew from 12 years ago, and conducted a brief interrogation in the Shrieking Shack. Snape rattled off this lengthy explanation without taking a breath. Stark, where's your recording? Right? Daisy took out her phone. Sometimes Muggle devices are indeed useful, like surveillance cameras. Dumbledore took the phone and smiled at her. It seems I need to suggest this to the Ministry of Magic. Bring them in. Minister Fudge urged his patients, seemingly wearing thin, while instructing his subordinates to dispel the spell. And what is the spell controlling Peter Pettigrew? Let's undo it first, and bring him in for questioning. I suggest that might not be the best idea, Minister. Daisy intervened. Peter Pettigrew is an animagus, and his animagus form is a rat. A small animal like that can be hard to find if it escapes. Animagus? Fudge looked taken aback. Minister Peter Pettigrew is not a registered legal animagus. A ministry orator said, if what she says is true, it is indeed best not to undo the control on Peter Pettigrew. Fudge glanced at Peter Pettigrew, hesitated, but ultimately did not undo the control. Looking at Sirius, he pointed at him and said, Sirius' suspicion has not been cleared. He is still an escaped prisoner from Azkaban. Keep him restrained. What? Wait. Harry became anxious upon hearing this. No, Sirius is indeed not guilty, yet we must wait until they finish questioning him. Don't worry, Sirius will be fine. We all know he is innocent, Daisy reassured Harry, softly blocking him. Harry nodded helplessly, knowing he had to wait. During the questioning, the students were not allowed inside. Harry stood anxiously outside the closed door of the room. They already knew that Sirius was wrongfully accused, but what if Peter had other tricks up his sleeve? The only comfort he had was that inside were Daisy's recorded video evidence and Professor Snape, who might testify for Sirius, so there should not be any issues. The interrogation process was incredibly lengthy. After a long time, the door to the makeshift classroom that had been used for questioning finally opened, and Sirius walked out looking relaxed, but with a dazed expression. Sirius. Harry stepped forward. How did it go? Sirius snapped back to reality, a smile slowly spreading across his face, growing wider, until he burst into laughter. I'm free. I'm free. Harry. Sirius exclaimed joyfully, not believing that one day he could clear his name and send the real traitor who had killed James' family to Azkaban. That's great. That's great. Harry was also very happy. Thank you for your help, Miss Stark. After laughing for a while, Sirius calmed down and looked at Daisy. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know how much trouble we would have faced. Now the only regret is that I couldn't kill Peter, the traitor who betrayed James, Sirius said, glaring at Peter Pettigrew, who was being escorted away by the ministry. There will be a chance, Daisy said confidently. After all, even Azkaban has its flaws, right? Actually, I have always wanted to ask, why do you hate Peter so much? Sirius seemed confused. It's nothing much, I just simply hate traitors. Daisy shook her head. Well, you two, godfather and godson, have just reunited, so have a good chat. I'm going back now, I'm exhausted. Thank you for your hard work, Harry nodded. Daisy had indeed been through a lot these past few days. If it weren't for her controlling Peter Pettigrew, they might not have been able to clear Sirius' name so smoothly. Harry. Sirius and Harry walked slowly, neither wanting to leave first after all the effort they had put in. Sirius, I have a question. Harry hesitated as he looked at Sirius' expression. What? Sirius noticed Harry's hesitation. Don't worry, feel free to ask anything at all. After spending so long in Azkaban, what made you suddenly want to escape? Didn't you ever think about it before? Harry asked. In the past. Sirius was silent for a moment, nodded, and then shook his head. I thought about it, but what could I do if I got out? As for why I suddenly came out now, it was because I saw a photo of the Weasley family traveling in the newspaper. Saying this, Sirius' emotions became agitated again. I will never forget that person. That rat. I will not allow Peter to continue hiding beside you. He must have some ulterior motive. Absolutely not. As he said this, Sirius ruffled Harry's hair. I failed to protect James and Lily back then. This time I cannot repeat the same mistake. I must protect you even if it means my soul being sucked away by a Dementor. Sirius. Harry hugged him, feeling touched. Thank you. Behind a nearby pillar were 5 heads peeking out, belonging to the trio, and the Weasley brothers with Dumbledore and Snape standing behind them. Dumbledore smiled warmly at the embracing Harry and Sirius, glancing at Snape, who looked enviously and pretended to be displeased. What a beautiful scene, isn't it, Severus? Dumbledore said with a grin. Snape snorted coldly, rolled his eyes, and walked away. If it weren't for the fact that now was not the right time to reveal himself. After the temporary hearing concluded regarding the matter between Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black, the Ministry of Magic held a public trial, where Pettigrew was sentenced to Azkaban and Sirius' name was finally cleared. Harry was delighted for several days. Why do I always feel like I forgot something? Daisy said, scratching her head. I just can't remember, it's so annoying. Hermione paused for a moment. The final exams were over, and the issue with Sirius was resolved. What else could there be? I just can't remember, that's all. Daisy banged her head on the table. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, but said nothing. Some read, while others played cards, and Harry had disappeared without a trace for quite a while. Just as they were feeling bored, Hedwig flew in with a large package. Daisy felt like the shape looked somewhat familiar. Is it Harry's package? Daisy leaned over to take a look. Yeah, it looks like a broomstick from this shape. Ron guessed, pushing the broomstick inside. However, the packaging was quite flimsy, and it seemed to be coming undone. Oh, the package is about to open, but I'm not the one tearing it open. Open it. Open it. George and Fred urged Ron. Harry isn't here yet, how can we open it? Hermione shook her head disapprovingly. Oh my goodness. This can't be. The package had already come undone, and looking at the exposed part, Ron suddenly had a guess. This can't be a firebolt, can it? What's a firebolt? Daisy asked, puzzled. The firebolt is the official broomstick used in Quidditch matches, representing the highest craftsmanship. Ron could hardly contain his excitement. I've dreamed of owning a firebolt, but they're just too expensive. That's so impressive. How does it compare to the Nimbus series? Daisy continued to ask, completely unfamiliar with this area. The firebolt is the official broomstick for matches. Official. The Nimbus 2001 can't compare at all. Draco joined in. Who sent this to Harry? There's no note, Daisy replied as she rummaged through the package. Oh, our savior has arrived. Draco saw Harry. You have a package, Harry. The savior is different. Even the broomsticks are professional. Ugh, that's so sour. Are you envious? Daisy smirked. How could I be? I'm not planning to be a professional player. Draco retorted, trying to sound tough. Besides, it's just a firebolt, it's not a rare item. So are you planning to go home and ask your dad to buy you one? Daisy interjected. Draco was speechless. He wasn't a child anymore, but it's just a firebolt. He wouldn't go home to find his dad for something so trivial. Although he was indeed a bit envious, just a little. Really just a tiny bit. What is this? Harry walked over, looking excitedly at the broom on the table. After Ron had explained it, he eagerly examined the firebolt. By the way, how much does a firebolt cost? Daisy asked, curiously tugging at Draco beside her. Over 5,000, I think. Draco thought for a moment. That should be the price. I remember hearing someone mention it before. 5,000. Daisy was also shocked. The Nimbus 2000 wasn't that expensive. After all, it's a firebolt, a professional broomstick. It's normal for it to be expensive, Draco shrugged. You can't expect it to be priced the same as the Nimbus series. That's true. Over there, Harry picked up the broom, ready to go outside to try it out. Everyone flocked outside, and Daisy followed along. Harry mounted the broom, and before he could react, it zoomed out with incredible speed, leaving everyone in awe. Is this what they call flying ahead while the soul chases behind it? Daisy quipped. What a precise description. Draco said with insincerity, glancing at Daisy, who was lost in thought watching Harry's retreating figure. What's wrong? I was just thinking maybe I should get a firebolt too. 5,000 galleons isn't that expensive. Where can I buy one? Daisy felt a little tempted. But you don't play Quidditch, or why would you buy that? You already have a Nimbus 2001, right? Draco asked, puzzled. The Nimbus 2000 isn't even broken yet, and you're replacing it with a new broom. I always like to use the latest model, Daisy said proudly. And the firebolt looks really nice. By the way, does it support custom appearances? Draco was bewildered. This semester Daisy did not return to New York. When Tony learned this news, he was dumbfounded and reluctant, but he couldn't argue with Daisy, so he had to agree. When the day to leave school arrived, Daisy packed her luggage and followed Ron along with Harry and Hermione to his home, where Ron's father invited them to watch the Quidditch World Cup. This was the first time Daisy heard of this match. She muttered that there was even a World Cup for Quidditch. Ron seized the opportunity to explain to Daisy for a long time, leaving her feeling dizzy. Ron's father worked at the Ministry of Magic and knew many undisclosed matters. Daisy heard him mention something that left her stunned, unable to comprehend, and she couldn't believe it, feeling deeply that the Aurors of the Ministry and the Dementors of Azkaban were useless. Peter Pettigrew escaped. Daisy was dumbfounded. What on earth are the Ministry people doing? Isn't he an I don't know. Arthur shook his head, unsure of what happened. I only heard from a familiar Auror, but I don't know the details. But I can confirm that he did escape. My goodness, we exerted so much effort to capture Peter Pettigrew, and the Ministry doesn't respect our hard work at all. Daisy was very displeased. She turned to Harry. I have a feeling something big is about to happen. Harry, you need to be careful. Harry understood the seriousness of the situation. Peter Pettigrew was one of Voldemort's people. His escape was likely related to Voldemort. Could it be that Voldemort was really about to resurrect? All right, don't think too much. We will protect you. Ron patted Harry's shoulder brotherly. There are professors at school. By the way, Harry, are you going to move in with Sirius at the Black House? Daisy suddenly remembered to ask. With Sirius around, your safety during the holidays should be fine. Sigh. Daisy sighed. Originally, she hadn't thought much of it, but with Peter Pettigrew escaping, she felt an ominous premonition, sensing that Voldemort had truly returned. All right, children. Molly spoke up. Leave these matters to the adults. We still have to go watch the Quidditch World Cup later. Don't think too much about it. Have you all finished eating? Arthur nodded, looking around, and seeing everyone nodding, he and Molly stood up to clean the dishes, preparing to go out.